Volume 16, Chapter 466. Words almost said, Seth Milviw. The couple hours after the Wraith's arrival, and Agrona's message seemed like a fever dream. Lauden Dinoir, Sulla Drusus, and the others weren't the last to succumb to our cursed runes, and there was just no way to come to terms with the person next to you spontaneously combusting in a cloud of their own destructive magic. Just as there was no way to come to terms with the fact that I was being asked to pick up a weapon and take lives to save my own. The lives of people who Professor Gray had convinced to give us a chance. We didn't spring into action immediately. Our people had to be collected from across the borderland, the farthest of which was a journey of a few hours. Lady Saris was receiving our strategy and instruction from Perhata, and we were waiting for additional mages from Alacria. Lyra had handed me over to the quartermaster to help distribute equipment, and I was almost glad to be shuffled off to the large meeting hall, out of sight and out of mind, where I stood behind a crate of spears and handed them out one by one to all who approached. In the absence of a need for logical thought, my mind wandered desperately, almost vindictively. When Circe went to war in Dicathen, she had little choice, but at least she had been a soldier going to war. She'd thought that she was fighting for her home and blood, and that by doing it well she could provide me a better life when our parents couldn't. But this was different. I'd made friends with Dicathians and had seen the rot at the heart of Alacria. It would be wrong to take the lives of others just to extend my own. Just because the High Sovereign held a guillotine over my neck, I glanced at Lyra Drade, who was overseeing things, encouraging those who hesitated, pushing all to action. Lady Saris and Lyra had seen so much more of the High Sovereign's cruelty than I ever would, and yet they both chose life. What did that say about them? What does it say about me? I wondered, handing a spear to a young woman I recognized from Central Academy but whom I didn't know personally. She nodded firmly and moved on to collect a shield from Enola of High-Blood Frost, who was standing grim-faced nearby. Maybe it would be better to refuse like the others, go up quick, burn out like a candle flame. I felt my throat constrict as I considered it. Not so long ago, I might have welcomed death as an end to my sickness and suffering. Then Circe had succeeded where all other sentries had failed in charting the elves' magical forest, and we'd been elevated, and Mother and Father had gone away to establish themselves within a Lenoir, and I'd been cured. And had met Professor Gray and Mela and the rest of the students at the academy. For the first time in my life, I felt like I truly had something to live for, and yet the cost was too high. How many lives would I have to trade for my own? I bit back a sudden dark, humorless chuckle. None, probably. I wasn't a soldier. It was more than likely that I'd be cut down in the first minute of the fighting and I'd die anyway. That thought brought a sort of peaceful calm with it, easing the tortured ache behind my eyes. I shouldn't die on his terms. If I have to end, shouldn't I do so the right way? I closed my eyes, unresponsive to the line of men and women still waiting for their weapons, and took a deep breath. High Sovereign, I hope you can hear me. If you can, listen very carefully. My name is Seth Milviw, my sister was Circe. Silas was my father and Cerise my mother. They have all died for this war for you, but I will not. A commotion from outside interrupted my thoughts. The lines for weapons and armor were breaking apart as people tentatively made their way out into the sunlight, looking around. Enola cast me a dark look and then left her posting. Curiosity waging a war against the unthought words still burning in the back of my mind, I followed more slowly, almost clinging to the walls, nervous to leave the shelter they provided from the chaotic swell of activity throughout the encampment. Outside, in an open space near one of the raised fields, several instillers had set up a large rectangular frame out of some dark material. It was powered by metallic blue wiring connected to large mana crystals. A portal already shined within the frame, and people were beginning to step out. My heart sank. I recognized some of them as members of the Bloods that had accepted the High Sovereign's invitation to abandon the rebellion and return to their normal lives, yet they supposedly offered to end the fighting in response to the dragon's presence in Dicathen. Those who arrived looked afraid and confused. They were armed much more effectively than our ragtag collection of weapons and armor, but they utterly failed to maintain any semblance of order. Saris, shadowed by the Wraith Perhata, attempted to maintain at least a bit of organization, offering the force's leaders quick instructions about where to go and how long it would be. But I didn't take in any of her words. My focus, my entire consciousness, honed in on a single point. Even with her long brown hair hidden beneath a leather helm, Mela was unmistakable. Her bright eyes, wet with tears and crinkled in worry, shone like beacons through the press of bodies that surrounded her. She clutched an oversized pike close against her chest, the sharp tip pointing straight up into the air, and she looked around her with obvious terror. Breaking into a run, I pushed my way past other people, barely registering that they were just as out of place and uncomfortable as Mela trying to reach her. She was being pushed along with her battle group within a larger patrol of mostly young Alacrians, none of whom I recognized aside from her. I searched their faces for an older girl who looked like Mela, but no one matched that description. Although it wasn't much to be relieved about, at least it seemed as though her sister hadn't been sent as well. As an unadorned, it was unlikely that Lorne would have survived even moments in battle with Dicathen mages. Mela, I shouted, waving one hand over my head. Mela, over here, she frowned, her neck twisting this way and that as she searched the milling soldiers for who was shouting. Through a gap between two huddled battle groups, her eyes met mine, and she broke down into sobs. I burst through the others and had to rein myself in so I didn't knock her down when I ran into her. Still, we came together like storm-tossed waves against seashore cliffs, knocking a struggling breath from both of us. A breathless laugh wheezed through Mela's crying, and I choked on the many competing emotions tumbling through my own chest. A heavily armored young man who was a foot taller and 100 pounds heavier than me grabbed Mela's shoulder. Back in line, Fairweather, we need. Despite his obvious physical advantage, I pierced him with a white-hot glare, and he jerked his hand away as if he'd been burned, regarded me uncertainly for a couple seconds, then shrugged and rejoined the rest of the battle group. Vritra, Seth, what's going on? Mela asked after a few more long moments, her voice strained. What are you doing here? Didn't they tell you where you were going? I asked. She shook her head weakly. We're in Dicathen, right? We were all rounded up and brought to Tigran Salem. I thought they were going to kill us, and they did, a few anyway, when they said they wouldn't fight, because that's why we'd been gathered together, to be armed and sent to fight in Dicathen. I was shaking my head in disbelief. It's worse than that, Mela. The High Sovereign, he's searching for Professor Gray. That's what we're doing, fighting our way across Dicathen to search for him, and if we refuse. My eyes narrowed, a hot blade of anger cutting through the confusion of all those other emotions. He's turning the runes against us, Mela, burning us up with our own magic. She somehow paled even further, her eyes flaring. That's not, it is, I assured her desperately. He can sense it in us, that hesitation and refusal. If you even think you aren't going to follow him, he'll scorch you from the inside out. I quickly explained everything that had happened, my will to refuse service waning. Mela grew more shocked with every word and was left empty and drained by the time I'd finished. Unexpectedly, she suddenly brightened as some thought struck her. But Professor Gray, Arthur Leywin, he can fight back against Agrona. If we do find him, we can. I shook my head frantically and squeezed her hand tight. Don't even think about it. Whatever happens or doesn't, just focus on fighting our way through to the professor, that's it. She seemed hesitant. But what if, she swallowed, clearly not wanting to finish the sentence. We'll take care of each other, I said firmly, trying to believe it. Even if I had been ready to make that decision for myself, I couldn't ask Mela to do it too. Neither could I take the easy way out and leave her to fight and maybe die in this battle alone. We'll form our own battle group and do what we've been told in our own way. I was scrambling, searching for any path through this, but I was careful to control my thoughts. I wasn't refusing service, and neither was Mela. We are complying, I thought forcefully. Holding her hand, I began pulling her away from the lines of Alacrians still filing through the portal, and I had another revelation. Saris and Lyra, they aren't fighting back against these orders because they can't ask us all to sacrifice ourselves. That was it, that was the trap. Even those of us who wouldn't fight to save our own lives would for our bloods. Our families, the people my eyes jumped to Mela and away again even more quickly loved. Where are we going? Mela asked, stumbling along beside me. To find the rest of our battle group, I explained firmly, searching the crowd for familiar faces. When I caught sight of who I'd most hoped to see, I waved. Enola of Highblood Frost was easy to spot. Her golden hair practically glowed in the sun. She was standing with some members of her blood, but thankfully her intimidating grandfather wasn't present. They all turned to look at me when I shouted her name, and I felt myself shrinking as my steps faltered. Enola said something to the others, then broke away and marched swiftly toward us. I stopped, glad to be able to speak out of earshot of her blood. What is it, Seth? Shouldn't you, Mela? Enola regarded the other girl skeptically. Is it true then? They're forcing everyone associated with Lady Saris to fight. Mela filled Enola in on what she'd experienced, adding a few details that she'd omitted previously, like the pile of bodies that Retainer Mauer used to make an example of anyone too frightened to comply with orders, or the fact that she was basically kidnapped from her own home by a couple of goons, leaving her mother and sister screaming after her. It wasn't just those who had walked away from Saris's rebellion in the relictums that came through the portal, however. Their entire extended bloods, at least those who were mages, were forced to fight as well, and many residents of Saesklar who were only tangentially connected to the rebel forces had been caught up in this too. Vritra's horns, Enola cursed, her nostrils flaring. All this for what? A wild Wogart chase through Dicathen for the professor. I can't believe that after everything I still ended up fighting in the High Sovereign's armies. Professor Gray, he said. She trailed off and shook her head slightly. Never mind, so what is it you want from me? I cleared my throat and shuffled uncomfortably. Well, Mela and I have no blood here. I haven't received a battle group posting, and she is placed with strangers who don't know her and whom she can't trust with her life. We've trained together, and we all know what's happening if we stick together. Enola's stare was intense and even a bit intimidating, but when I trailed off, she didn't hesitate to answer. My blood has formed battle groups of their own, but I wouldn't see the two of you cast off. I'll join you. Together, we can keep each other alive and proceed with this mission in a way that will not stain our honor. I breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, thank you. Mela practically fell forward and wrapped her arms around Enola, making the other girl look extremely uncomfortable. Thanks, she let out through a choked sob, then pulled away and cleared her throat, standing a little taller. Thank you, she said again more firmly. I'm a striker, obviously, and Mela, you're a sentry, Enola asked. When Mela answered affirmatively, Enola inspected me closely. I can't seem to recall talking to you about your runes or training, Seth. What role do you fill? I rubbed the back of my neck nervously. I'm flexible. It seems like we need a shield most, but I can work as a caster as well. Enola blinked. What do you mean? Someone began shouting behind me and I flinched instinctively. Irritated with myself for my skittishness, I forced myself to straighten. My emblem is a bit more flexible than most, I guess. Enola's light brows rose, but her eyes flicked past me, prompting me to turn and look. Simply unfair. A rotting branch is reason to prune it, not to rip up the entire tree by the root and cast it into the fire. A young woman with brown skin and dark eyes was making a scene. Lyra was cutting through the crowd toward her. I didn't recognize the woman, but I did know two of the people who surrounded her, clearly her blood. Director Ramsier attempted to speak to her, trying to assure her of something, but she was refusing to look at him. As startling as it was to see the director here of all places, though seeing Valen standing several feet away, his arms crossed and back to his blood. A horrible scowl on his face was even more so. But his eyes were red, and his dark skin wan and almost sickly looking, and I immediately felt a pang of worry for him. Lyra raised her voice as well, pointing at the Ramsier blood accusingly, when Valen noticed me watching him. He cast a disparaging glance over his shoulder and marched quickly away from the commotion, which had gathered quite a bit of attention. You were aligned with Lady Saris, Enola said in disbelief bordering on disgust. Of course not, Valen snapped with his usual superior air. But my cousin Augustine failed to hold some city against Arthur Leywin, and my grandfather hired him and gave him significant support before his identity was revealed, and that is apparently all it takes to damn our entire blood. Sending an 80-year-old man into war on a moment's notice, can you imagine? The High Sovereign has lost his Vritra mind. Well, you're with us now, Mela said with a weak smile. She reached out her hand to Valen, and the simple gesture was enough to crack his stone-carved exterior. He took her hand, outwardly relieved. We filled Valen in on what we knew and had planned, and his face grew stony and distant again. That makes sense. Looking at how disordered this rabble is, no one will think to counter us. Not the most battle-tested of groups, but if we stay close to the Ramsier and Frost Bloods, we'll be well protected. While ensuring we adhere to the letter of the High Sovereign's commands, Enola said quickly, her voice growing momentarily thin with nerves as her eyes cast about like she expected to find the High Sovereign hiding in the shadows watching us. Then we have our battle group, I said with a firm nod. Enola and Valen left to inform their bloods of their intentions while Mela and I shuffled out of the bustle. An awkward silence fell between us, swallowed by the greater noise of the preparations. Mages continued to file through the portal for a few more minutes with varying degrees of disorientation and resistance. My thoughts were a complicated muddle, and I could feel the same from Mela. We held hands, but I found it difficult to look at her, dressed in her leather and chain armor, the runes on her back proudly displayed. Her jaw was rigid with tension, her eyes downcast. We'd been so close to a different life, but I felt like I'd woken up from a dream all of a sudden, and the worst thing was that I couldn't even trust my own mind not to betray me. I had to keep my thoughts ordered and marching in neat little rows, carefully skirting around any rebellious intentions. I squeezed her hand. We're going to get through this. She tried to smile, but the expression didn't reach her eyes. All she managed for a response was a weak nod. Enola returned first, grim-faced but set on her path. Valen was there a minute later, his gaze distant and haunted. We didn't speak, only watched as people much older and more frightened than us struggled to follow orders and organize into battle groups. At length, the instillers deactivated the portal, appeared to work on changing the settings, and then reactivated it. How do they know where to send us? Mela asked. I thought perhaps it was a rhetorical question, but I'd overheard the Wraith explaining to Saris earlier, and so I answered. The dragons have apparently all been drawn to the place where our world connects to theirs. We're being sent into a city called Vildoriel. They've deactivated their long-range teleportation gates and even most of their local gates, but apparently this new technology can search out and link to any active portal. All we need is for them to miss even one of the portals, and we can connect and infiltrate the city that way. And have they, Mela said, missed one I mean? Valen gestured to the freshly activated portal, and the instillers gathered around it with Ceres, Lyra, High Lord Frost, High Lord Denoir, and a number of other ranking Alacrians, all under the watchful eye of Perhata. Seems they must have, I doubt there was any question. I don't know anything about this city, but it seems unlikely the High Sovereign would have left such a thing to chance. Not for an operation of this scale. Suddenly, Lyra's group was breaking up and someone sounded a signal. Group leaders were shouting orders, battle groups fell into line, and my heart began to beat rapidly. Enola, I noticed, was looking away from the portal. I followed the line of her gaze to a large group of children being monitored by a handful of unadorned, who couldn't, lucky for them, be forced into this war by the threat of their runes since they had none. When I looked back, Lyra was marching straight toward us. I straightened nervously. "You found some people you can trust to have your back, that's good," she began without preamble. "Place yourselves near the middle of the line if you can. Avoid being on the front line, but being too near the rear could result in you meeting an already engaged Vildorian defensive effort. Don't be heroes, but—" She paused, rolling her words around in her mouth. "This thing we must do. There is no reason to make yourselves villains either. Trust that there is more to all this than what you can see, and protect yourselves while being true to what you believe. The world has changed a lot in the last 2 years for all of us. Don't despair that this change will result in nothing but a reversion to the worst of us. Understand." A chill ran up my back. Although Lyra's words were directed to all 4 of us, her eyes stayed on mine the entire time. I nodded weakly. "Of course, Lady Lyra, and thank you for everything," she smiled very slightly. "I'll see you on the other side, Seth Millview, you and your friends." We found ourselves being herded toward a growing line of battle groups queued up to march through the portal. Although the gate on this end was wide enough for several people to walk through abreast, word went down the line that the receiving gate could only receive 4 at once, and so each battle group would step through together, one after another. It seemed somehow to take both a very long time and feel like time was moving very quickly, like it was fading in and out around me as the first battle groups, those brought by some of the highbloods from Alacria, actual organized mages with proper equipment and training, marched into the bright, opaque rectangle of the portal behind Lady Ceres, her retainer Silrit, and Lyra, who took the lead. Like a puncture through a dam, we began flowing into the little gap, disappearing 4 by 4. My imagination surged and stumbled, conjuring all kinds of scenarios about what was happening on the other side, and then suddenly we were standing directly in front of the portal. Anvold, a broad man with shaved head who'd once been the High Mage of the Ascenders Association, was waving us through the portal. The Wraith, Perhata, was glowering at us with unconcealed derision from Anvold's side. I glanced to my left, but Enola was staring straight ahead into the portal. To my right, Mela was clutching her weapon so tightly that her knuckles had gone bone white. On her other side, Valen sucked his teeth and gave me a sharp nod. As one, we marched into the opaque surface of the portal. The ground was ripped away beneath my feet, and I felt myself hurtling across the continent. The sensation lasted only a second or two, then I stumbled out into a dark, dusty, and cramped space beyond, nearly running into the back of a middle-aged caster who had been in line ahead of me. The chamber containing the receiving portal had partially collapsed in some kind of magical explosion, and the mages ahead of us were forced to crawl over the rubble. Enola wasted no time in following them, forcing the rest of us to hurry after her as she pushed the mage ahead of us with a hand on his back. Spellfire crackled and boomed from beyond the collapsed hallway. It wasn't a long tunnel, but the difficulty in navigating it had caused our forces to become congested there, slowing our progress to a crawl. Through the rubble and the occasional space between bodies, I could see other Alacrians fighting beyond the opening, and beyond them a massive underground cavern the likes of which I'd never even imagined. "Seth, be ready with a shield," Enola ordered with a quick look over her shoulder. "Mela, you stay back with Seth. Use your abilities as a sentry to read the cavern. Search for the professor, you remember what his presence feels like." "Valen, I've been through all the same battle group formation training you have, Enola," Valen snapped. He had sweat on his brows and there was a tremor in his voice. "I know how to handle my own magic, thank you very much." I swallowed, thinking about the runes marking each of our lower backs. "Be careful with your thoughts, everyone." The tension, already thick enough to carve with a battle axe, increased more still. As the mages ahead of us breached the tunnel's mouth, they immediately joined in the fighting, flinging spells, conjuring weapons, and ducking behind shields as they attempted to make room for those of us coming behind them. If the tunnel became blocked, our forces would be divided and quickly rendered powerless, waiting to perish one by one as we broke loose. And I had no idea what would happen to the portal if it had no place to put new arrivals. The gruesome thought spurred me forward, and I channeled mana into my emblem. The magic activated easily, swelling outward through my channels and veins to wrap me in a comforting sheath of magic that emitted a faint blue light. It had taken a long time and a lot of practice to get to this point, and even longer to realize the emblem offered more. I had only reached the first couple stages of its activation, but that was enough to understand that it was unusual. The officiant of the bestowment ceremony hadn't acted as if anything was strange, but I had never felt like the emblem fit into the strict categories usually given to Alacrian runes. Once the mana was clinging to my skin, I pushed it out and it flowed forward to Kakuna Nola. An instant later, she broke free of the rubble, and a stone bullet struck her in the side, shattering and sending a forceful ripple through the conjured shield, and an ache like a punch into my core as the spell pulled at my mana stores to support itself. Still, it was better having something to focus on. I buried everything else, all the fear and horror of battle and layers of conflicting emotions, beneath the focus required to hold the spell. Move, 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 a wiry mage was shouting, waving us forward. Break through the defenses and make your way into the city. Finding their lance is your only priority, so go. We had come out onto a kind of highway that corkscrewed around the outer walls of the huge cavern. Dicathen forces, made up mostly of dwarves but peppered with humans and elves as well, were penning us in from the left and right, giving our newly arriving troops little room to maneuver and almost nowhere to go. The defenders were still struggling to get into position though, and had obviously been caught wrong-footed by our sudden appearance. Spells rained all around us, and I expanded the shield out from Enola so that it wrapped around all four of us as we crossed the highway to stare out into the dwarven city. It was amazing. I wish there had been a chance to come here before all this happened. The architecture was like nothing I'd ever seen before, sturdy and purposeful and yet still quite beautiful. I should have been studying these people, not trying to kill them. A stray bolt of blue fire impacted the shield, which was both weaker and harder to manage at this size, and it wavered dangerously. Seth, pay attention, Enola snapped. She pointed down the bend of the highway. There, that side street. If we can get past those groups of Dicathens, we could lose ourselves in the cover of the buildings clinging to the cavern's edge. And how exactly do you propose we do that? Valen asked scathingly, looking pointedly up and down the road. Our forces are stuck. This portal has brought us in far too high. As if in answer, someone on our side conjured an enormous boulder of deep blue ice, which began rolling down the curved highway, glancing off the cavern wall and crushing the front porch of a home carved into the side as it built up speed, quickly approaching the line of defenders. Several spells broke or melted pockmarks into the ice, but many of the Dicathens, I realized as I watched, weren't mages. They arranged their shields in such a way as to catch and corner the boulder. It slammed into them hard enough to send several sprawling, and at least one looked unlikely to rise again. Those behind shifted positions to drive the boulder into the wall, using friction to counter gravity's effects on it. They were trying, I realized, to prevent it from continuing to roll or to go off the steep cliff-like edge of the road, which would have seen it plummet down onto the structures below. Several battle groups were following in the boulder's wake, however, giving the dwarves little time to wrangle the wayward projectile. There with them, Enola shouted, sprinting forward. I had little choice but to follow, and Mela and Valen were right there with us. Our side plunged into their scattered line with spells and blades, widening the gap and forcing the defenders back. My stomach jumped up into my throat as I watched a dwarf driven over the edge by a plate armor-clad behemoth who appeared to have no compunction against killing. I had to pull the shield in closer to us, forcing our battle group to run in a tight knot. Red-hot metal bolts pinged against the shield's surface, and Enola was forced to deflect the blow of an axe that managed to sink through the protective barrier before I stabilized it. Her counter-strike sent a dwarf reeling, and I looked away before she could deliver a killing blow, but she didn't go in to finish the dwarf off, instead leading us deeper into their lines. A thunderclap from my left, out in the open air above most of the city, sent a jolt of shock through my chest and limbs, making my heart thump painfully and my feet stumble. I nearly tripped and fell, which likely would have been the end of our push forward, but Valen grabbed me by the arm and kept me upright. I just barely caught sight of Lady Saris and Silrit flying in circles around a man in thick metal armor and holding a long red spear. His blonde hair was flying wildly about him, and his eyes glowed the blue-white of a lightning strike. Electricity raced over his armor and flashed toward the highway behind us, directly at the knot of Alacrians holding the tunnel entrance. Black mist boiled out of thin air and swallowed the lightning, unmaking the spell. With little attention to spare, I still felt a primal shock deep in my core as I watched the three exchange spells and blows, unable to believe that this single knight was holding his own against a scythe and retainer. A punishing vibration, visible in the air as jagged black lines, rolled like a tidal wave across the Dicathen forces. Protective shields of stone and metal appeared to disrupt the effect, but they all shattered. The dwarves around us clapped their hands to their ears and fell to their knees, making way for us to sprint past unharried. Enola continued to lead the way, pounding down the paving stones of the curving highway in search for cover. More Dicathians were still pouring in from all over the city, and if we didn't find a way clear of the battle zone, we would be isolated and… I tried not to think about that part of it. I'd been so busy worrying about having to kill anyone, I'd almost forgotten that it was a very real possibility I would die in this battle. The knowledge settled over me with the weight of my own funeral shroud, and I angrily wiped away scared tears. There, Enola didn't wait for us but jumped off the edge of the highway, fell several feet, and landed on the sloped, tiled roof of a dwarven house that was formed directly to the cavern wall beneath us. Valen followed her without fear, tossing a bolt of crackling dark mana at a squad of approaching Dicathian soldiers as he flew through the air. I hesitated long enough to take Mela's hand, and we both jumped together, obsidian bullets colliding with my shield in the moments before we slipped beneath the road's rim. I landed awkwardly, and my feet went out from under me so that I was plunging down the sloped roof like a child on a snowslope. Mela's hand slipped free of mine as she caught herself, but all I could see was the looming end to the roof before it plunged down 3 stories into a garden of jagged rocks. My fingers scrambled to find purchase in the grooves of the tiles, but they only fumbled numbly. I felt my heart stop as open air yawned beneath me, the jagged rocks gleaming below. I lurched to a stop, my plain brown leather armor choking me as someone held it by the back of the neck. Slowly, I was reeled back onto the roof's edge. Looking around, I met Enola's eyes. They were wide and red from the sweat pouring into them. "Thanks," I wheezed. "We won't get far without our shield," she answered gruffly, but she didn't let me go until she was confident I had my feet under me. Above us, Valen and Mela were carefully making their way down the slope. Above them, a dwarf peered down from the highway. His hands were swirling around in front of him, his lips moving swiftly beneath his beard in some kind of chant as orange light was condensed into liquid magma in front of him. "Go, go," I shouted desperately, conjuring the shield again, having let the spell fall while I did the same, and layering it over our heads. Enola didn't bother to verify what I was seeing before she jumped from the roof to a balcony several feet below. Valen was right behind her, Mela a few steps after. Blobs of bright orange lava splashed like thick rain on the shield, my mana popping and hissing against the dwarf's attack. Going down on one knee, I drew the shield in tighter, thickening the barrier then, hoping that I didn't kill the man, I thrust upward. The shield flung the lava away, spraying it against the cavern wall and up over the edge of the road. The dwarf yelped and dove out of sight, and I turned and jumped down to the balcony with the others. Enola was already climbing down a pillar, with Valen waiting just behind, a jagged fistful of dark mana ready for anyone who attacked in the meantime. I sent my mana to Enola, protecting her while she was exposed and scanned the vicinity for enemies. Through the glass-fronted balcony door of the home, I met the eyes of several dwarves all hunkered together on the floor near the far wall of a dwarven bedroom. My chest ached as I considered my orders. Was attacking innocent civilians a part of my mandate? I looked away, knowing deep down that I couldn't do that no matter the cost. The ache in my chest moved along my spine and into my runes, and I felt the magic seething just barely within my control, and the barrier rippled and came undone around Enola. Thankfully, she reached the ground without incident, but I was left gasping and shaking. Mela was our sentry. She could find Professor Gray. She could, I knew it, and I had to protect her. I was doing my duty, following orders, and the tension eased, the mana crackling under my skin soothing and returning to my control. I conjured the barrier again, wrapping it around Mela as she descended. Trembling, I followed, doing my best to keep the shielding mana in a place even as my mind went numb to the fear. Again, I leaned into the sensation of conjuring the spell, using it to force everything else beneath the surface. "You all right?" Valen asked as he shimmied down after me. Unable to speak, I only nodded before turning away and hiding my face. Enola was scanning the narrow street. It was carved into the wall with surprisingly large houses lining either side. Yet more houses clung to the cavern wall below us. "There," a gruff voice said. 2 Dicathians had rounded the edge of the neighboring house, catching us standing open in the street. Valen threw a spell as Enola put herself between us and them, urging Mela to run in the other direction. One of the Dicathians, an elf by the look of her, was holding a strange 2-handed blade. The metal was blackened and gleamed with dim orange veins, and there was a strange bulkiness to the guard and handle, which fit awkwardly within her hands. Even as I noticed it, it flared orange with a blistering heat I could feel from 20 feet away. Elves can't use fire attribute mana. The thought came up from nowhere, some factoid sealed away for later use during my study of Dicathen. I was still wondering about it as the 2 Dicathian soldiers charged. I stumbled back farther, keeping Mela behind me and my focus on Enola in order to shield her. Valen hurled his spells, but the elf moved with stunning quickness for someone without a mana signature, flowing like wind around the black bolts of mana. When the orange blade carved toward her hip, Enola dodged instinctively but didn't bring her own blade to counter, instead aiming a quick counter blow at the elf's arm. A gasp burst from my lips as the sword carved through the mana I was conjuring, just barely missing Enola. Her own surprise sapped the strength from her swing, and her mana-imbued blade slid over the elf's armor harmlessly. But the sword was so hot it left Enola's hip scorched black, and she immediately stumbled back, a hand pressed against the spot in horror. The human man drove shield first against my mana the same instant that I forced it back together, sealing the wound left by the strange weapon. He spun, crashing a hammer into it aimed at Enola's head, but the attack was deflected. A bolt of dark mana hit him in the chest an instant later, throwing him to the ground, the heavy metal armor over his torso blackened and torn. It might have been a fatal strike if not for the Dicathen's inherent ability to protect themselves with mana at all times. The elf carved into my shield again, this time attacking the spell directly and cleaving it open wide enough for her to leap through. She slashed at Enola, forcing her to stumble back, still wrong-footed, then thrust forward toward Valen. Instead of trying to shield him, I wrapped my mana around him and pulled him away from the blow, interrupting the casting of his next spell but getting him well out of reach of the fatal cut. But the elf didn't stop moving, lunging off her back foot and taking aim at my neck. My mana condensed around her arm, which stopped moving suddenly and with enough force to wrench her shoulder out of the socket. I grew nauseous as she screamed in pain, the sword falling from her limp grip. Enola's blade sprouted from the elf's chest. My mana slipped out of my control, releasing the woman's arm, and she slumped to the ground, blood gurgling up from her mouth. I was frozen, unable to see anything except the woman I'd just helped kill. How much of her family died in a Lenoir with mine, I wondered, forgetting everything else. A roar of battle fury ripped the curtain from my eyes just in time for me to watch the man's hammer collide with the side of Enola's helmet, snapping her head sideways and dropping her as if she was full of grain instead of muscle and bones. Valen threw another spell, but it rebounded off the man's rune-etched shield, which hummed as it pulled mana from its wielder to support the enchantment. The man's hammer flew through the air toward Valen just as I was conjuring my shield again. I only barely deflected it away from him, but that forced it to strike Mela in the shin, and she collapsed to one knee with an agonized moan. I took a half-step toward her, distracted, and only saw from the corner of my eyes as the man dove for the dead elf's burning weapon. Valen was falling back, hurling spells, but the Dicathen deflected one after another. When he reached the blade, instead of continuing on, he fumbled with the hilt, and I felt a surge of magical energy from within it. Acting on pure instinct, I wrapped him in a cocoon of mana, but he drove the blade through it, cutting his way free and issuing a wave of blistering heat that knocked me down and reddened my skin even through an additional layer of mana. He raised the blade with a trembling arm while fending off Valen's spells with his large metal shield, and I felt the power condensing inside of it like a building explosion. A streak of silver arced through the air from our left and struck the sword, knocking it from the man's grip and sending it flying. It stuck into the side of the house. There was a flash of heat and light, and I was suddenly lying face down on the ground 10 feet from where I'd started. The Dicathen, Valen, and Mela were similarly prone. Soft-soled boots hit the ground with a patter only barely audible over the ringing of my ears, and then a pair of legs appeared in my vision. I looked up into the gleaming point of a bright white mana arrow. Following the arm that drew the bow's string, I found myself gazing in shock into a familiar face. "Eleanor," she scowled, her eyes red within a face both fierce and full of rage. My only thought, empty of any real sense, was that the expression seemed so unlike the girl I'd met in the Relictums. "Don't move, Seth, don't make me kill you." Chapter 467, Divergence, Arthur Leywin, wait. I struggled to open my eyes, but even when I accomplished the task I could barely see. Only one thing was clear. Mom. She was younger, much younger, the stress of hard years lived not yet showing on her face. Her auburn hair was thicker and richer in color, her skin smoother, her eyes brighter. I felt myself fill with warmth as I stared up at her. "Hi little Art, I'm your daddy. Can you say Dada, honey, he was just born." My tiny, strained eyes widened as I looked at my father. I'd almost forgotten how charismatic he'd been, especially back then. His square jaw was still cleanly shaven, highlighting his youthful features, and his hair, ashy brown in color, was kept trim. A shadow of a memory, like another layer of my mind working separately beneath my consciousness, referred to his eyebrows as extending sharply like two swords, strong and fierce, but simultaneously drooping and gentle. As I gazed up into his deep blue, almost sapphire irises wet with tears, I felt my own eyes begin to water. Waves of complex and competing emotions rolled through me and I broke down. A wild, infantile keening issued from my tiny mouth and lungs. "Doctor, is something wrong?" my father asked. "Why is he crying?" The doctor dismissed my father's worry, saying, "Newborns are supposed to cry, Mr. Leywin. Please continue resting for a couple of days. I'll be available in case you need me for anything." I don't understand. This moment marks the first day of my new life, doesn't it? But surely I haven't been reborn again. I felt myself growing hungry and tired. It was difficult to keep my thoughts straight. I just need to rest, to eat, then I'll think more clearly. Somewhere deep in the back of my head, I felt a pressure that was both cool and dark and comforting, yet intense and vibrant and on guard. But I couldn't bring anything more to the forefront of my conscious mind than just that as I drifted into a cloud woven of fatigue, uncertainty, and the yearnings of an infant's body. I squealed with a baby's delight as my father swung me around his simple bedroom. Everything he did, I adored, rewarding him with wild giggles and starry-eyed stares. It seemed nearly impossible to maintain the dissonance and rational logic of an adult who had lived half a century across two different lives already, even before being reborn again into my own infant body. The memories of my previous time as a baby rested half-formed on top of my conscious mind, like oil on water. But my life was different this time. I was different. I couldn't be certain why, but the pull of being a newborn was much stronger, like yet a third layer over my personality. In fact, whenever I stopped focusing on who I was, the Arthur Leywin who had already lived 20 years of life, who had fought sides in Usura, who had mastered all four elements only to lose them before finding Etha instead, I seemed to sink beneath the surface, living my life exactly as before without conscious thought or effort. Much the same way one might walk commonly tread paths to arrive at their destination, only to find that they have no recollection of the journey. There was a knocking sound and unexpected pain in my leg. An infant's instincts overrode my logical senses, and I began to cry loud and desperate. Father looked around in a panic, pulling me tight against his chest and patting me on the back roughly. "Hush, Art, hush. It's just a scratch, you don't need to." "Reynolds, what did you do?" Mother's voice entered the room just ahead of the woman herself. She swept me out of my father's arms, glowering at him, then began to fuss over my scratch. "Oh my baby, your father has mutilated you. It's okay, little Art, it's okay. Your mummy is a healer, didn't you know?" Still crying, I was set down on their bed. Then with a hiccup that shook my tiny, soft body, I stopped as light began to issue from Mother's hands. The light bathed my wound and the scratch began to fade away as if it hadn't ever been. This moment was my first realization of how different magic was in Dicathen than Kai on Earth. Watching Mother heal my wound had been a springboard into my interest in mana. Only now. Purple motes drifted through the air, almost as if coming to investigate the light. They danced within it, swirling around my mother's hands and rolling along my skin. "Etha," I said, realizing several things at once but forgetting to maintain my posture as an infant. "Excuse you," Mother said with a silly smile, pinching my nose very lightly. "See, all better." She rubbed at the patch of skin that no longer bore a scratch, but I was no longer fully paying attention. I can see the etheric particles, but I couldn't have seen or sensed ether at this point in my life. I was only a few months old and I didn't even have a mana core. It would be many months before I would even start the process of gathering all the mana in my body into a core. Unless little things, moments had been different, changed by my actions, but for the most part I had walked through this chance at my life in the exact steps as before. I felt a strange and discomforting déjà vu as I remembered that I had activated the fourth keystone. Fate, I thought, scrunching up my face in concentration. I am searching for insight into fate. This sudden revelation of Etha drew my focus inward, to the yin and yang of darkness and light that pressed against the inner layer of my subconscious like a sound not quite heard. Sylvie, Regis. I felt my soft baby limbs squirm as anxiety flooded through the tiny frame. How had I forgotten them? "They should with me, they are," a slightly distorted feminine voice said. I turned my head clumsily, trying to look around the room. Mother was frowning down at me, asking a question, but I couldn't absorb her words. Instead, I met the golden eyes of my bond, Sylvie, except they weren't quite gold but see-through like the rest of her. She looked the way she had before, young and new, only barely having acquired her human form, except she was also gaunt and haunted. Even discounting her incorporeal nature, she seemed weak, like she was fading. "Oh, Sylvie, you are here. Have you been the entire time? I'm sorry, it's much more difficult to maintain a sense of myself in this form." "No, Arthur, I'm not the Sylvie who entered the keystone with you." I hesitated to respond, deeply confused. I was growing tired again, and my eyes were drifting closed as Mother rocked me in her arms and cooed me to sleep. "I'm the Sylvie who brought you to the Leywins, who watched over you on Earth, who has yet to be reconnected with the piece of me now held in stasis within my egg," Sylvie thought, her words forming not in the air but directly in my head. She gave me an understanding smile. "It's confusing, I know, because really I'm not that Sylvie either. I'm your projection of that Sylvie, because that's all this is, all any of it is. You're projecting your life into the Keystone realm, and the magic contained here is allowing it to play out again while you sleep dream." My eyelids fluttered, and I felt my infant body relax. "But it feels so real." "And if it's true," I yawned and stretched my chubby arms, "how would you know? You can't know anything I don't." And then, although I tried to prevent it, I drifted to sleep again. With a rush of mana, the core formed in my sternum. It felt great, beyond words even. I simultaneously felt the rush of success at having formed the core for the first time, as well as the sentimental joy of feeling a mana core drawing in mana within my sternum once again, something I never thought would happen. I started to close my eyes to sense my newly formed mana core, but the memory of what happened next slipped through the time fog that had been constantly swallowing me, and I instead stared around at the half-demolished home, the rubble of which was still raining down from the sky. Distantly, I heard my mother shout, "Art, oh my baby, are you okay?" But my focus was on something else. Not the newly available sense of mana that tingled at the edge of my consciousness, but the amethyst motes of ether that had been displaced by the outward pushing force of my awakening. Not only had those closest been displaced, but ether beyond the sphere of wreckage seemed to be drifting closer, almost as if curious, like the ether itself was coming to investigate. But why would ether act like that? I had forgotten to consider how I could even sense it, much less what its presence and actions suggested, my last couple of years swallowed up within the rhythm of reliving my life as a toddler. In the background, mother, who had taken me in her arms, weakly said, "Congratulations, Art honey," while my father exclaimed, "You awaken, champ." Struck by a sudden consideration, I tried to activate God's step. There was no glow of a burning Godrune, no sense of ether flooding through my nearly 3-year-old body, which made sense. I had no ether core and no Godrunes. And yet the etheric pathways lit up dimly before my eyes, flickering and fading rapidly in and out, as if I were seeing two competing images of the world set one atop the other. I immediately stopped attempting to channel ether as my sternum clenched painfully. "Art honey, are you sure you're all right?" Mother asked, tears in her eyes and lines of concern wrinkling her smooth skin. Beside her, completely oblivious, father was practically jumping up and down within the wreckage. "My boy is a genius, awakened before the age of 3, this is unprecedented. I thought I was fast, but this is on another level." "I'm sorry, Mom, I'm okay," I said, resisting the urge to dig my fingers into my aching sternum. As a neighbor ran up to see what had happened, I reached for father, who picked me up proudly and let me rest in his arms. Within the comfort of his protective shell, I stared at the atmosphere around the house, watching as more and more ether seemed to gather, like so many violet fireflies. "Stop," I said, a rush of previous life memory suddenly bringing my whole mind into the present. I looked around, truly realizing where I was. Perhaps it was something in my voice, but the caravan came to a halt as Durden pulled the skidders to a stop. "What's the matter, Art?" father asked, looking puzzled. I swallowed heavily, growing frustrated with all of this for the first time. It was maddening to realize I had slipped away in the fugue of simply reliving my past life. A chill wind was blowing through the Grand Mountains as our skitter-pulled cart wound its way toward the gate that would take us to Xyrus. I was almost 4, I'd already been introduced to the Twin Horns, and we were approaching the most fateful moment of my life. Fatefuls, the world buzzed inside my head like a trapped bumblebee. Why am I only remembering this now? We were nearly upon the bandit ambush, the moment that would take me away from my mother and father for years, that would make me miss the birth of my sister. I looked hard at my father and felt a knot growing in my throat. I wasn't ready to leave him again, to lose him, not when I could stop it. "Art, honey," mother said, putting her hand against my cheek and then the side of my neck. Looking at my father, she said, "Reynolds, he's warm." "Are you coming down with something?" father asked, hopping over the row of seats to get closer. "Can you heal him, Alice?" "I'm not sick," I said finally, though there was certainly a sick twist in my guts. I genuinely didn't know what my life might look like if I didn't fall off that cliff defending my mother. But I couldn't just let us stumble into an ambush that might have gotten any one of us killed. It didn't, of course, except for me in a way, but how much had I already changed as I'd lived through this life? Events had unfolded almost exactly the same, but what if it was just enough to cause some subtle change? What if this time the wounds that Helen and father take turn out to be fatal? I asked myself. "There is an ambush up ahead," I explained in my small voice. "We need to be careful." "What?" father asked, caught off guard. Durden and Adam exchanged a look, while Angela Rose peered around us as if she might catch some sight of this hidden ambush. Jasmine rested one hand on my shoulder protectively. Helen's eyes burrowed into my own, searching for truth before she said, "Safeguard formation. We proceed slowly, spells at the ready." Instead of relaxing, my heart only beat faster as I immediately began to wonder if I'd done the right thing. I pressed into the light and dark spot behind my eyes, but felt only a dim, amorphous stirring. Overcome by the emotions of a not yet 4-year-old's physical form, I wanted nothing more than the comfort of someone to assure me that I was making the correct decision. "You won't find that here." My head whipped around, and I found myself looking up at the young, ghostly image of Sylvie, who was drifting a couple dozen feet up in the air, watching everything happen with a melancholy expression. "What do you mean?" She gave a small shake of her head, sending a wave through her transparent wheat-blonde hair. "You're alone, Arthur, maybe more so than you've ever been before, and that's going to be the hardest part. Because no one else can understand, no one can guide you. You'll have to bear the weight of the consequences alone, too." I waited, expecting something more, an affirmation or expression of positivity, or the assertion that actually I wouldn't be completely alone because she was with me, but no such kindness offset her harsh message. "You don't sound like yourself." "Of course not," she said, the pitch of her voice rising. "I'm me, but as you interpret the me that was left behind after I gave up being me so you could continue to be you. I've told you what happened to me, maybe." She paused, considering. "Maybe I'm a little more me than that since a part of the real me is here with you. But you said I was all alone. And you are, but maybe not forever, remember that." "It doesn't have to be forever." My face scrunched up in uncertainty. I was struggling to make sense of her words, and my gaze kept jumping away from her to search for the impending ambush by bandits. One of these times when I looked back, she was gone. The fighting broke out suddenly. I was quick to point out the four conjurers and the leader. The twin horns took them down with expert precision, a much cleaner fight than had happened the first time. No one was even injured. After the battle, I slipped away from Mother and walked to the edge of the road. Sylvia was out there watching, or so I thought. In truth, I had no way to know. Would she still save me if I simply slipped and fell or even jumped off the ledge myself? I inched closer, breathing shallowly. Closing my eyes, I leaned forward and a strong hand grabbed my arm and I snapped back to reality. Turning, I found myself face to face with my father, who scooped me up and set me on his shoulder. "Whoa, careful there, Art, that's a long old fall," he said with a laugh. "Hey, how'd you know those guys were there anyway?" I swallowed, looking back out over the forest far below. "I don't know, just felt them, I guess." He laughed again. "Just felt them," he says. "If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times, my boys." "A genius," Adam and Angela Rose said at the same time, their tones lightly teasing. We all got back in the wagon, and Durden made the skidders go with a gentle wave of the reins. My mother pulled me close, and I rested my head on her shoulder. "She's pregnant right now," I realized, the knowledge fuzzy like a fact only half remembered. Dad never got injured, so he didn't tell me to run with her or that she is carrying another baby. My sister, though, they don't know that yet. Ellie, I frowned. It was hard to keep these facts in order, but maybe it was just because I was so tired. One of the problems of having a 3-year-old's body, I mused, letting my eyes shut. For such a small body, it requires so much rest. The last thing I felt was Mother's fingers feathering through my auburn hair. Days flowed together into weeks, to months, to years. Xyrus was amazing. I had the best tutors, and they prepared me thoroughly to join Xyrus Academy, which I did at the age of 12 when my core was already light red. My memories of my past life as King Grey had continued to fade, but that was okay. It became easier and easier to just be Arthur Leywin, bi-elemental augmenter and a lightning deviant too. Sometimes I regretted that I hadn't become a tri-elemental or even quadri-elemental mage, but I knew that was silly. No one could become adept at utilizing all 4 elements. Still, there were times when flashes of my life on Earth would leak through, and I remembered Kai, and I felt like there was more I could have done. I even helped my little sister Ellie awaken early. Not as early as me, but Dad said not everyone could be a once-in-a-generation prodigy. Mom had smacked him, and Ellie had pouted for days. I tried to help the girl we lived with too, but Lilia couldn't quite get a grip on the mana. It wasn't surprising, I guess, since her mom and dad weren't mages either, but it did remind me that there were just some things I couldn't do. A good lesson for a 12-year-old, I thought. "You seem nervous," Dad pointed out as we sparred in the days leading up to the start of my first term at the academy. We were out behind the Helstia's residence, which they had been kind enough to invite us into. "It's only natural, Art, but even though these other kids might be older, not many of them will be more talented." "I'm not nervous," I insisted, lunging forward and sweeping my wooden practice sword at his shin. When he sidestepped, I brought it around and across my body, aiming at his ribs on the opposite side. He only barely got his own weapon into place. "I've still been a mage as long as they have. Maybe even longer." He parried a thrust, and I overextended, moving forward too far and exposing my flank. With a chuckle, he attacked my open position. I jumped into a forward roll to avoid his strike and came back to my feet facing him. "I did awaken younger than anyone else has ever." "Don't get cocky," he admonished, although he couldn't hide the obvious pride in his quivering lips, flexed jaw, and gleaming eyes. "Just remember, don't let those nobles and royals push you around, but don't go starting fights either." Taking my weapon in both hands, I thrust forward and released a geyser of steam, catching Dad off guard. He stumbled back, coughing and hacking, the skin of his face slightly red from the heat. "But make sure and finish them if someone else is stupid enough to fight me," I added, repeating advice he had given me many times before. He waved me off, trying to catch his breath. "That's right," he coughed out eventually. Okay, that's enough for the day. Your tutor should be here soon." I couldn't help the rolling of my eyes. "Come on today, I'm ready," I brightened. "Let me come with you to the auction house instead. I won't be home as often once term starts, and I want to spend my time with you, not listening to another lecture about mana manipulation theory." I trailed off as my father's slightly damp brows rose in his red face. Okay, I said, giving up my half-hearted effort to escape lessons, my head hanging. A calloused hand roughed it up. Maybe your mother can bring you down after lessons and dinner. I looked up gratefully, Dad's nose wrinkled, and a bath. I thought of that moment a lot as term started and I was pulled into academy life. It was difficult there. I was a good fighter and strong for my age, but the prodigy-like talent I had displayed as an infant faded with the memories of my last life. Still, that wasn't so bad. It was a lot easier to just be a kid and not have all this stuff about Earth and being a king stuck in my head. But yeah, Xyrus Academy was still difficult. I thought about the lessons Dad taught me whenever people tried to pick on me because I was so young. This happened a lot, especially from the noble kids who all sucked pretty bad. The princes and princesses of Sapin and Elenoir even went there, although I stayed well out of their way. Still, barely any of them could manipulate two different elements, much less a deviant, and the director was really nice, although kind of intimidating. It was almost too bad that I was stuck with so many of them for my very first field trip when my team fighting mechanics I class was taken to a real dungeon in the Beast Glades, Widow's Crypt. All right, is everyone ready? Our professor, an intense woman named Vainacy Glory, asked. Then let's head in, brace yourselves, once we get inside it's going to be chilly. She stepped through the entrance, which appeared to be a narrow stairway leading into darkness. In a single-file line, we all began making our way down the stairs. The temperature dropped noticeably with every step we took. WW, what the hell, IDD didn't think it'd be this CC cold, a boy named Roland said through chattering teeth. Augment yourself, you dolt, I heard Clive, the student council vice president, say from behind. It was too dark to see anything more than the vague outline of each person. I glanced at Clive and my gaze shifted automatically to the elven girl beside him, the student council president Tesha Iralith. She didn't see me looking, but Clive did. He sneered and I looked away, feeling my neck grow warm. As if I'd ever be interested in a posh elven princess anyway, I thought angrily. We made our way down into an enormous moss-lined cavern. That's odd. Usually we'd see a fair amount of snarlers already. Why don't I? All of a sudden, hideous noises began echoing all around us. Peeking out from behind the numerous boulders and from small caverns dotting the walls of the cave were innumerable beady red eyes. I clenched my fist around the hilt of the plain but serviceable blade the school had provided for this expedition. All around me, students were casting wary looks at Professor Glory, but I forgot about everything else as I felt the thrill of really getting to test myself for the first time. This is so odd. Even on the lower floors, there are never this many snarlers bunched together, Professor Glory said, bracing herself. There are a lot of them, but they aren't impossible to handle. However, since this is just a class excursion, I think it's best to go back up just in case. Safety is our priority. But as Professor Glory started slowly ushering everyone back toward the stairs, a fireball flew past her. The fireball exploded, and 6 of the mana beasts known as snarlers were flung in different directions. Their smoking bodies, each about 4 feet tall with thickly muscled chests and arms and short bowed legs, lay motionless. See, a snide noble named Lucas Wyke scoffed, brandishing his staff. These nasty little beasts are weak. Professor, don't tell me you brought us all here just to go back. Even a small fire spell was enough to kill 6 of them. Not to be outdone by the less talented mage, I burst forward and imbued fire attribute mana into my blade, making it dance with bright flames. The burning sword carved a bright arc through the dimly lit cavern, striking through one of the ugly creature's thick gray coat of fur, which smoldered and gave off a horrid stench. Its beady red eyes stared up at me from a boorish, snouted face. Arthur, the professor shouted, not able to hide her frustration and worry given the context. Damn it, you two. Everyone split into your teams and take different parts of the floor. We don't want any friendly fire happening in here. And Lucas, Arthur, if either of you do something like that again, there will be consequences. Professor Glory swept a menacing look across the two of us. I nodded, feeling my cheeks burning. Prince Curtis, take your team and make your way toward the left side of the cave. Princess Tesha, take your team to the right of the cave and hold your ground, the last team with me. I'll be keeping an eye on you at all times, but stay vigilant and don't underestimate the snarlers, especially in these numbers. With that, Professor Glory motioned for the teams to move forward. Roland, I want you to be the vanguard since you're the best at close range, Princess Iralith ordered, her voice carrying throughout the cavern. Clive and Owen, you guys take positions behind him to his left and right and make sure he's covered. Lucas, stay in the center behind Roland and between Clive and Owen. I'll cover your back. We're going in the diamond position we learned in class. But I was with the professor, of course, since neither of the royalty had use for someone not from a noble household, even a bi-elemental mage. The battle was intense, and Professor Glory kept us on a shorter leash than the other teams had to deal with. But as I spun and ducked, my blade flashing, lightning imbuing my muscles to swing it even faster, I fell into a rhythm of dealing death. And the thing was, I was good at it, and that felt good. I wanted more of it, that thrill of power. I'd wanted to become an adventurer ever since I was a little boy, but I really knew at that moment that I would follow in my father's footsteps. This is great. Just then there was a crack from above, and a huge spike of ice slammed into the ground just next to me. I was thrown off my feet and had to wrap myself in a shield of water attribute mana to keep off the swarm of snarlers that leapt at the chance to take me down. Professor Glory waded in with her two giant swords, one held in each hand, carving through multiple mana beasts with each swing. She didn't see the two winged monstrosities drift down from the ceiling until one had her by the shoulder. It lifted her up and tossed her away like a rag doll. I could do nothing as the second creature, something like the snarlers but twice as large and with broad wings, leaned down toward me. Each of its front limbs had four long, sharp claws that glistened menacing as they approached. My barrier came apart like tissue paper, and the claws plunged into me. I closed my eyes, unable to understand what was happening. It couldn't end like this, it just couldn't. I was special, unique even. As the pain gave way to numbness, all I could think was, what a waste. Everything faded to black, and then within the black, a faint bit of distant light. The light at the end of the tunnel, I thought, not yet cognizant of the fact that I should no longer be thinking at all. The light grew closer, brighter, and then, as if I were looking through a foggy window, everything around me turned into a bright blur, forcing me to shut my eyes, despite being sure they were already shut. Indiscernible sounds assaulted my ears, making me dizzy. When I tried to speak, the words came out as a cry. The cacophony of indistinguishable sounds slowly mellowed, and I heard a muffled voice. "Congratulations, sir and madam, he's a healthy boy." Chapter 468, Monolith, Cardnoir. The palace was abuzz with activity, which was no surprise. Slightly more surprising was the fact that no one had told me to get out or tried to clap me in irons yet, but I was thankful they hadn't. They needed the information I could provide because I knew what was coming. In the unplanned-for absence of Guardian Vadrecker and his cohort of dragons, I had turned to Virion Iralith, de facto leader of the elves, to deliver the news of Agrona's attack. Arthur had left him as military commander of Vildoriel, much to the Dwarven Lord's collective chagrin. Within the hour, he had assembled his war council and began preparing for a potential assault on the city. Durgar Silvershale, son of Daglin, lord of their clan, presented himself before Baron and Virion as his father looked on proudly. "The city is sealed up tight," he said as Virion acknowledged him. "Every entrance grown over with several feet of solid stone, like you said. With the new bunkers in place and any assault funneled through so few possible points of attack, the people will be safe," Hornfels Earthborn added, smiling as if this was the greatest possible news. Daglin Silvershale cleared his throat. "Yes, well, you Earthborns have had 2 whole weeks to make that happen, haven't you?" Lance Baron stepped into the middle of the conversation, silencing a potential argument before it could fester. "We're still waiting for confirmation that all of the teleportation gates in Vildoriel are deactivated," he said, making no effort to disguise his frustration as he looked from the Silvershales to the Earthborns. "It should have been completed hours ago." Daglin Silvershale cleared his throat. "We have disabled the new long-range teleportation gate brought in from Western Darv, as well as all the short-range portals in the lower levels and the outskirts. The lords believe that keeping the gate here in the palace active is essential, and a few of us have private artifacts in our own estates, some of which should be kept in working order so that the nobility will be able to escape if necessary. Disabling all gates along with sealing the Great Cavern would trap us within the city, would it not? If what the Alacrian girl has said is true, and we are without both the dragons and Arthur Leywin, then I wouldn't see our beloved home become an abattoir, not when we can save some rather than none." I bit my lower lip as the dwarf brought me into it. Hornfels looked sheepish. "In this Lord Earthborn shares the Silvershale clan's opinion. After all, Commander Virion, you yourself have sent your people out of the city for their safety. It would only be proper to leave us a potential escape route should such a thing become necessary." Lance Baron rubbed the bridge of his nose, his mana seething around us. He spared a quick glance at Virion and then said, "No portals are to remain accessible for any reason, Lord Silvershale. Deactivate them immediately." The Dwarven Lord crossed his arms and glowered right back. "This should be decided by committee, General. May I remind you that Commander Iralith and yourself have no official capacity to give orders in Vildoriel. Arthur Leywin, while a great hero, is not king of all Dicathen." Virion gave Silvershale a friendly smile, and the hair on the back of my neck stood on end. "You are right, of course, I can't make you do anything, but if you do not deactivate them, Baron here will smash them to rubble." "Baron." The serious-looking Lance nodded, and his feet lifted off the ground as he flew toward the doors of the war room. Daglin paled and sputtered incoherently as he chased after Baron. "Wait now, see here, one of those gates is in my estate, don't you—" His words were lost to the general noise as he raced down the hall after the Lance, followed by Durgar, several attendants and members of his clan, and even Hornfels Earthborn. Virion turned to the next person waiting for his attention, a kind-looking elven woman whose auburn hair was just starting to gray. "What news from our people, Saria?" The woman gave Virion a soft, melancholy smile. "They have set up a temporary camp in the forested lands west of Mirror Lake. Aside from some tension with a few farmers, the journey appears to have been blessedly anticlimactic." "Good," Virion said, his voice a growl. "Then I would like you to join them. Baron will be taking you and a few other members of the small council, then he will stay to watch over the people there." Saria's brows shot up and she took half a step back. Others within the war room were pretending not to watch the exchange carefully. "Forgive me, Virion, you have always been kind to my family. In many ways, the Triskans and Aralis have been like kin. But I would not have you treat me as a child. I may not be my cousin, but neither am I helpless. Please, I would stay." Virion sighed and turned to a stack of scrolls, unrolling one and beginning to peruse it. "You're worse than Baron." "No, Saria, our people need leadership as well and protection. Would that I could be in two places at once, but I trust you and Baron to serve well in my stead." The woman bit back her response, gave Virion a shallow bow, and then turned and strode quickly away. Virion looked up from his scroll, his gaze tracking across the room. No one else was waiting for him, and so he turned his attention to me. "And what of you, Kara? Are you certain you want to risk the long journey to the Beast Glades after what has happened?" "I have to," I said earnestly, thinking about what must be happening in the Alacrian encampments. What would be worse if Corbett, Lenora, Lawden, or the others had hesitated to fall in line, or if they were readying their weapons to go to war in search of Arthur? Lady Saris needs to know what I discovered, if I can help the others. One last thing I should ask, I suppose, and I hope you'll forgive me, but you're certain whatever happened, this combustion of your mana will not continue to be a threat. I can't put others in danger if Agrona can use you as a weapon. I bit my lip, considering my words carefully. "I can't be certain, Commander Virion. I didn't even know this trap had been set in my very flesh until today." "No one did, I'm certain of that, but I can feel how it affected me, like it hollowed me out somehow. My own runes, my magic feel distant, less mine, so no, I can't be certain, but I feel that the thing inside of me has gone. Burned up, I should have burned along with it, so perhaps they did not anticipate needing to set it off more than once." Virion extended his hand, and I took it firmly. "Arthur trusted you, so I will too. I may not know you well, but I can see you've got a good heart," he said, surprising me. "That as much as anything gives me some small inkling of hope for the future of our two peoples. I'll send word that the long-range teleportation gate can be active briefly, just to let you through. We can get you as close as Xyrus City, although it's still a journey to the wall from there. If you don't mind accepting a suggestion, see if you can link up with a group of adventurers from the guild. Since there..." The harsh rumble of an explosion shook the palace and brought dust cascading down from the ceiling. A wave of tension washed over the faces of all present as they turned to Virion. He closed his eyes and seemed to be searching with his mana for the source. "It's only Baron," he confirmed a moment later. "It seems as though Silvershale and the other dwarven lords proved less than accommodating about the portals," he added somewhat harshly. There was some grumbling from the dwarves in the room, conjuring a palpable tension, and Virion softened. "Forgive me, friends. Your people deserve better leadership than they've gotten since the Graysunders, but you all have performed admirably." This simple comment seemed to diffuse the tension, and finally Virion returned his attention to me. "Anyway, I've rambled enough. Good luck, Lady Denoir." "You too, Commander Virion," I said, feeling slightly awkward as I turned and marched quickly toward the door. Behind me I heard one of the dwarves say, "Commander, a message from Ediston. They've spotted Alacrian forces near the city." I slowed, turning back slightly to hear more. "Damn it, get word down to Gideon and that Usura. No more time to wait. If they've got some weapon cooked up, they need to mobilize it now." Just then, a powerful mana signature appeared as if from nowhere, cast across the city like a giant shadow. I gasped, spinning on my heel to meet Virion's wide eyes. "Saris!" The sounds of battle followed almost immediately. I didn't wait for the Dicathens, instead springing away as fast as I could. My body ached and my core was depleted, but I cast the pain aside. If Saris was here herself, with Silrit and Lyra of High-Blood Drade so far as I could sense, then they hadn't known how else to prevent the Alacrian refugees from becoming walking bombs. But Arthur wasn't in Vildoriel, he was the objective. Perhaps if I am able to convince them of that fact, they can leave without retribution from Agrona, I thought hopefully. By the time I had exited the palace, Alacrian soldiers were already streaming from a partially collapsed tunnel into one of the Dwarven clan's personal residences. Dicathen soldiers were hurrying out of the palace ahead of me and forming up across the road above the breach, preventing the Alacrians from coming this way. The response from below was slower. Most of Vildoriel's soldiers had been arranged in support of the sealed-off gateways into and out of the city, as well as at strategic defensive positions to protect infrastructure and the civilians. The flow of Alacrians wasn't exactly rapid, with the tunnel they were exiting from half collapsed, but Saris and the two retainers must have arrived first, paving the way for the others. Now Saris and Silrit were engaged with Baron over the city. Even as I watched, Baron unleashed attacks at the cavern wall, attempting to close off the tunnel from which Alacrian soldiers were issuing, but clouds of dark mist, Saris's void technique, absorbed every one of his lightning blasts before they could land. I stood frozen, unsure what to do next. Was my blood down there fighting for Agrona, or had they resisted and met the fate that would have taken me if not for my new spellform and Ellie? I couldn't reach Saris while she was fighting the lance. Even if I'd had the energy to fight, I couldn't turn against either the Alacrians under Saris, most of whom I had served with throughout the short-lived rebellion, or the Dicathians that had allowed me to live among them. Waves of magic, drawn in the air like lines of black noise, spilled across the battlefield below. Retainer Lyra. As the foundations of an idea churned sluggishly to life in my head, I began sprinting down the highway with the forces still trickling out of the dwarven palace. I hadn't gone 5 steps before another problem presented itself. I slowed well before the fighting, not wanting to get caught up in it. Lyra's flame-red hair was visible like a battle flag near the center of the Alacrian forces. The Vildorian soldiers were launching spells and mundane attacks from both sides, but Lyra countered many of them all by herself. Alacrian strikers were driving into the Dicathians, trying to burst through the lines. "Lyra," I shouted, but she gave no indication of hearing me. The sounds of battle, spellfear, shouted orders, and the screams of the wounded swallowed my voice before it could reach her. And yet it was far too great a risk to try and press through the front lines, where I could be mistaken as an enemy combatant by soldiers on either side. With the little mana I had drawn in and purified since the detonation of my runes, I reached for the emblem that empowered my wind attribute spells. Fatigue burned behind my temples in response, but the magic only flickered. A stream of boiling water arced over the front line of Dicathians and fell among the mages, sizzling against the stonework only a few feet from me. At the same time, the highway trembled beneath my feet as below a huge boulder of ice crashed down into the forces attempting to block the lower direction. Before I could gather the strength to attempt another casting, a shockwave of subaudible noise slammed into the Dicathian lines, tossing dozens upon dozens of dwarves and their human and elven allies to the ground. Alacrian mages forged up the highway toward me, sprinting right past the prone soldiers. "Into the palace," Lyra's voice sounded, issuing from the air itself as if she were standing right beside me. "Search every room, every level. We must find Arthur Leywin." Behind me, the elite palace guard, all mages, moved into position across the palace entrance. They held up rune-etched shields and worked in concert to conjure a magical barrier over the heavy doors, which were being dragged shut behind them. Making a decision, I rushed forward, weaving between the retreating Dicathians who were being pushed back by the sudden surge. If only I could reach Lyra, I could. "Kara!" My gaze snapped around, searching the lines of charging Alacrians. It was with a mixture of relief and horror that I met the eyes of my adoptive mother, Lenora. Corbett was with her, as were Tejan and Arian, my protectors. I recognized soldiers and guards of the Denoir blood interspersed throughout the surrounding battle groups as well. Fortifying myself with a deep breath, I plunged onward, dodging the occasional spell and avoiding the Dicathians as best I could. My adoptive blood was slowing, other battle groups rushing onward, flowing around them in a tide of magic and steel. Behind, though, those Dicathian soldiers knocked down by the sonic blast were slowly getting back to their feet. "Arthur isn't here," I found myself shouting as soon as I was close enough to make myself heard clearly. "Fall back. He isn't in Vildorial." "Vritra's horns, Kara, you're alive," Lenora gushed, wrapping me in her arms. She was sobbing, I realized, and a cool dread drew in my chest. "Where's Lawden?" Corbett, looking out of place in his ill-fitting leather armor and wielding a shield and spear, blinked several times and wouldn't look directly at me. "It would seem you and Scythe Saris, Lady Saris, inspired in your brother a reckless courage, Kara." Corbett hesitated, but I already knew what he was going to say. I swallowed down the conflicted emotions Lawden's sacrifice conjured within me. There would be time to face them later if we survived. "You have to fall back," I forged on. "Retreat from the city if you can, take your men, as many as will follow you." The mask of pain on Corbett's face cracked. "Did you not hear me? Your brother is already dead and you would have us meet the same fate. There is no refusing this, Kara." He suddenly regarded me with suspicion, although this does not seem true for everyone equally. Lenora stepped in front of him, scowling viciously. "By the Vritra, Corbett, use that blistering intellect that brought me to love you." He stared at her, affronted. Farther down the road, the front line of the Dicathians had been cornered into a knot, now surrounded by our people. The Alacrians who exited the collapsed tunnel were dispersing out into the city with only token opposition. "Please, listen to me," I begged him, something I couldn't recall ever doing in my adult life. I heard the message. "And your mission here is already complete, Father. Arthur isn't here, I swear it on my life." As the word father left my lips, Corbett's expression softened. Of course. I see. He glanced around at the perimeter of battle groups who had hesitated to move forward without him, all members and servants of the Dinoir blood. Men, fall back to the portal, fall back. Our quarry isn't in the city. I suppressed a surprised smile as Lenora wove her arm through mine. Arian gave me a small nod and a quick wink, while Tegan glowered around at the battle still unfolding above and below us on the highway, a big hammer clutched in two white-knuckled fists. If I can reach Lyra Drade, I can. A bolt of black and blue flames streaked into our midsts, exploding against a quickly conjured shield only inches away. I felt myself lift up off the ground and land hard before rolling. With hardly any mana to protect me, the impact with the hard stone felt like being trampled by a herd of woggarts. Corbett had been driven to his knees, while Arian had managed to catch Lenora. Tegan rushed forward, putting himself between my blood and the attacker, but then he hesitated. There was a glint of flickering silver wire, too fast for a shield to form, and blood spurted from Tegan's throat. The big warrior looked down at the blood spilling over his chest in confusion, then one hand pressed against his neck. Realization hit him too late, and his hammer clunked against the ground, followed quickly by his knees as he collapsed. No. I breathed out, the effort sending a sharp pain through my ribs and chest. Still on the ground, I followed the line of Tegan's dead-eyed stare to my great uncle Justice. His hair and thick goatee had gone a little more gray since the last I'd seen him. His dark eyes flared with rage. Unlike Corbett, Justice wore ornate armor and carried a beautiful sword at his hip. A sliver-thin filament of silver wire orbited around him. "What in the abyss do you think you're doing?" Lenora snapped, causing Arian to pull her back and shift his footing to ensure he was in front of her. "Explain yourself, Justice. Give us one reason not to." Another blue-black ball of fire leapt at them, but several shields appeared this time, absorbing it all. My focus seemed to fade in and out as I searched for the caster, and when I found her I could hardly believe what I was seeing. Aunt Melita was holding another flame in her hand. The expression of purest hatred on her face would have been enough to take my breath away if I had caught it to begin with. "Melita," Corbett said in disbelief. He scanned the mages who had gathered around Justice, triggering me to do the same. They were Dinoir soldiers and several members of our extended blood. "Don't you dare speak to me, High Lord Dinoir," she snarled, her voice like a scythe through the noise of combat. Looking Corbett in the eye, she spit on the ground. "You've destroyed us, you and that witch, Saris." "What's happened?" Corbett asked, his voice dark with dread. Tears leaked from Melita's eyes and her entire body clenched like a fist. I thought she was going to throw another fireball, but instead the tension burst out of her in a choked yell. "Arden is dead, you bastard, and Combe, Arlo, my husband and children dead because of you. Because you chose to fight against a god." Corbett paled. The Dinoir blood had always been aggressively political, and the relationships between blood members fraught with tension, but Corbett and Arden had always remained steadfastly loyal to one another. "And the little ones, Combe, Arlo, who would harm children?" I asked, but my voice was lost beneath the waves of sound issuing from the battle both above and below us. "The moment you sided with Saris, you damned high-blood Dinoir," Justice said, coiling the silver wire tightly. "But I will reclaim our honor, first by killing you and all your traitorous unnamed, and then by finding and delivering Arthur Leywin to the High Sovereign." He slashed with his hands, and the silver filament flashed. Shields sprang up and spells exploded from both sides. Both sides charged, and suddenly a third front to the battle erupted, except this one was Alacrian against Alacrian, blood against blood. A shockwave knocked me back again, and I felt myself roll several times before sliding to a stop. I reached for my new spell form, and flames danced across my skin, but the effect was weak, and the effort conjured a screaming pain from my core. Desperately, I searched down the highway for Lyra. If she stepped in, the fighting would have to stop, but there had been a surge of dwarven troops from the city center, and they were pushing up the highway. They had nearly reached the tunnel, still issuing Alacrian soldiers, and she was occupied fending them off. The fight between Saris, Silrit, and Baron had moved out of sight. Although I could still feel the waves of their power crashing against one another in the distance, Saris or Silrit could not help me either. Slowly, I stood. Corbett was locked in battle with Justice, while Lenora fended off spells from Melita. Arian was engaged with two Dinoir strikers, and soldiers on both sides fought and died all around them. The crimson blade of my sword rang as it slid from its sheath. Two of the silver shards ejected from my bracer and began to orbit around me, and I strode forward with a calm I didn't feel. A woman I recognized as one of Justice's personal guards charged at me, a frosted steel axe held firmly in both hands. Again, I imbued mana into my new spell form, pushing more forcefully this time, and flames spilled out from me, racing along the ground toward the woman. The smoke and fire twisted and danced around me while forming into several burning silhouettes identical in shape to me. The striker hesitated, her focus shifting rapidly between the different apparitions. My blade hissed as it cut the air, and she whirled and brought up her axe, catching the blow. At the same time, a lance of black fire burned into the woman's calf from one of my orbitals. She screamed and went down on one knee, and I kicked her in the chest, sending her sprawling. "Stop this," I shouted, trying to imbue my voice with command. "Lay down your arms and listen." "We've listened to you too much already," Melita screamed, turning her flames on me even as my own illusory fire was fading. As her fireball launched toward me, a shield of rapidly whirling dark mana appeared to deflect it back at her. She had to dodge out of the way, and one of their own soldiers was engulfed unexpectedly. Then blood sprayed the ground and Corbett fell, a long, snaking gash down his leg. Justice didn't wait to savor his victory but turned his attention onto me. "You are just as culpable as your adoptive father, you selfish, traitorous girl." Even as he spoke, his silver wire was flashing toward me. I batted it aside, but the force of the blow made me stumble back. Lenora had bent over Corbett, wrapping them both in a protective barrier, and no other shield was nearby to protect me. When the next strike came, my block was even more desperate, and I was quickly forced back across the highway. The plunging edge loomed in my periphery, and I suddenly realized my back was to a 100-foot fall to the next level of houses. I blocked again, and then suddenly the silver wire had wrapped around my crimson sword. With a sharp tug, the blade went flying, clattering over the stone too far away for me to reach. Lenora had realized what was happening by now and struggled to come to my aid, but Melita once again had her pinned down, and it was all she could do to keep herself and Corbett from being burned to ash. Justice's cold, hate-filled eyes stabbed into my own. "For Highblood de Noir," he said proudly, and his spell flashed. A thin rapier caught it, deflecting the wire and preventing it from cutting my throat. Arian flourished his weapon, appearing as if from nowhere to step fully in front of me. "Apologies for the delay, my lady. I should have come to your aid sooner." The wire coiled and snapped at Arian like a sovereign cobra, but my protector's rapier flashed with blinding speed as he blocked again and again, seeming more than a match for Justice. A fireball exploded directly in front of us. A rapidly cast shield absorbed part of the blow and kept the heat from incinerating us, but Arian was lifted off his feet and thrown into me. I fell backwards, feeling my feet leave solid ground. The road's edge rose up and away from me as I plummeted beneath it. In pure desperation, I scrambled to hold onto Arian, who was falling with me. Despite the buffeting wind of our fall whistling past, he twisted with cat-like grace, wrapping his arms around me and turning our bodies. I realized too late what he meant to do, but he had crushed my body to his and was supporting my head and neck against his chest. Mana wrapped around him and infused his muscles, extending slightly out to me. I shut my eyes. The darkness went red, and I understood only pain as all the air left my lungs. Everything was ringing and moving, and I felt the contents of my stomach erupting up my esophagus. This physical sensation drew my attention to my body, specifically its individual parts, all of which were now in agony. And yet the fact that I felt pain at all meant I wasn't done. I struggled to open my eyes. I was lying on my side, and the first thing I saw was Arian. Blood leaked from his mouth and pooled around his head. His eyes were closed, but there was an uneven rising and falling of his chest. I experienced no sense of time as I lay there unmoving, thinking only that I needed to get up, needed to help him, but lacked the ability to do so. I was struggling to breathe, and through all the pain I could almost feel my pulse weakening. My body is in shock, I deduced with the air of one discovering a new aspect of magic. I began honing my senses in on my limbs one at a time. First I wiggled my toes, then rolled my ankles. When I moved my legs, pain shot through my hips and back. Next I moved my arms, and finally I rolled onto my stomach. Burning claws of agony drove into my abdomen and chest, and I was sick again. Shaking, I pushed myself up, first to my hands and knees and then, wobbling, onto my feet. It was a minor miracle that my legs held my weight, but they did. I stumbled and had to support myself against the wall of a carved stone house, but I didn't fall. Movement farther down the street I'd landed on pulled my head around, which caused it to swim dangerously and my balance to falter. I leaned my back against the wall and closed my eyes, waiting for the spinning to stop. When I could open them again, I watched a familiar figure with ash-brown hair vault over a rooftop and a white arrow of pure mana launch from her bow. Taking deep breaths, each one of which made my chest thrum with a deeply inset pain, I cleared my head and pushed myself away from the wall. My only thought was to reach her. Ellie would help me. Alice could heal Arian, couldn't she? The walk down the street seemed to take a lifetime. The noise of battle was everywhere, but there was no fighting directly around me. The road carved into the cavern wall, and I lost sight of Ellie. It wasn't until I rounded the bend, clearing a row of dwarven homes, that I saw her again. I stopped, wobbling again as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. "Kids," I said aloud, certain it was a hallucination or some trick of my injury, because it looked to me as if Ellie had taken a handful of the students from Central Academy prisoner. But why would they be in Vildoriel? Everything snapped into place. Eleanor, I gasped, stumbling toward her. She looked away from her prisoners and let out a horrified gasp, taking a couple of halting steps toward me before remembering to keep her arrow trained on the students. Kara, but what happened, are you? She snapped out of her stupor. We need to get you to my mom. To the students, she said, pick up your friend, come on, you're prisoners of war now. My mom's an emitter, a healer. The students seemed confused and uncertain, but as Ellie let down her bow and rushed to me, taking some of my weight, they complied. Arian, my guardian, he needs. Mana rushed into me as Ellie activated her spell form, easing the aching of my core. Without conscious effort, the mana then seeped out into my body, helping to ease the pain. I faded in and out as I sagged onto Ellie in relief, conscious only of putting one foot before the other. The students and Ellie exchanged a few words, but I didn't comprehend them. We crossed paths with other Alacrians, but they looked at me and passed us by. Then we met Dicathians giving chase, but they looked at Ellie and left us alone as well. We took a winding, difficult path downward, avoiding the main highway, which was fraught with combat. I could see the Earthborn Institute, and beyond it, the lower levels of the cavern when the trembling began. Like an earthquake, it ran through the entire cavern at once. Far below, a perfectly circular hole opened up in the floor of the lowest level, barely visible to me. I squinted, thinking perhaps the hole was in my vision, but something was coming out of it. Again, I thought it must be the shock or perhaps a concussion, but then the others began speaking as well. Vritra's horns, what is that? Is it some kind of beast? But isn't that a person? Look, there are more of them. Abyss, take us, look how many. Knowing I wasn't seeing things, I looked closer. The first creature to crawl out of the hole was lizard-like, though it walked on two hind legs half again as tall as a man. Except, the mana beast seemed to be only an organic component of something else. Glowing veins traced its scales, which were pale gray as if bleached of all color. The chest was covered in a thick, rune-etched plate of blue-gray metal, but the stomach was open, revealing a mechanical substructure beneath the organic surface, shielded by a gently glowing layer of transparent mana. The lower jaw had been removed, revealing more of the translucent mana. Through it, I could barely see the concentrating face of a young man, his eyes hidden behind a rune-etched band. His arms, too, were slightly visible through gaps within the organic mana beast flesh and underlying substructure of gray-blue metal, where more translucent mana protected the inner arms of the mana beast. I wasn't sure what to call it. Armor, an exoskeleton of some sort, clutched in one overlarge, clawed fist was a sword too big for an unadorned to comfortably wield, but which fit the large mana beast perfectly. Is that a person? Ellie asked with a shiver. There's no mana coming from them, yet they're releasing such a strong aura. But how? My tongue felt thick in my mouth as I spoke. So this is Gideon's secret project. Chapter 469, Hunted Eleanorleywn. Is that a person? A shiver ran down my spine as I realized what I was seeing. There's no mana coming from them, yet they're releasing such a strong aura. But how? So this is Gideon's secret project, Kara said beside me, the words thick in her mouth. I shot the young woman with the short golden hair a worried look. We need to get you all to a healer. Hesitant, still not quite sure what these Alacrians were thinking, I added, it. Looks like the battle is turning. The lizard person thing was so fast that it had already reached the highway, leaping 20 feet in the air to clear a little pastry shop and land on the embankment right in front of several groups of Alacrians who had reached the lowest levels. The Alacrians began to throw spells, but the many streaks of orange, green, and red mostly bounced off the gray scales. The thing's soldier suit, I couldn't make up my mind what to call it, spun, swiping away two strikers with a single blow of its tail and showing us its back, which had a framework of some kind of metal fixed right into the flesh, scales, meat, and bone. Any gaps in the steel and flesh were covered by more of the transparent mana barrier. A second of the human-piloted mana beast suits reached the battle. This one had thick bleached gray fur, missing in tufts. The arms were powerfully built and supported with more metal, and armor plates were inset into its flesh across its broad chest and ribs. Tusks protruded to each side of the pilot's face, where the mana beast's wide jaw would have been. It cleared a 10-foot jump with ease, soaring past a striker to crush and gore a shield. More of the strange, somewhat grotesque things came out, and soon a small army was sweeping the Alacrians from the streets. I probably should have felt relief or even glory at the victory, but really all I felt was a faint queasiness, which moved into my head and made me dizzy. Searching inside, I realized I'd depleted more of my mana than I'd first thought. Within my body, 5 spheres of mana burned brightly, each one sitting at a primary intersection of my mana channels. I reached for one of these spheres, which I had painstakingly gathered and stored within myself. When my consciousness touched one, it melted away into pure mana, which then rushed through my channels and into my core, revitalizing me. My grip on Kara tightened. Come on, we need to find Mom. Booze with her, hopefully still at the Earthborn Institute where I left her. We're almost there. But my guardian, Kara looked over her shoulder, back in the direction she'd originally appeared. In turn, I shot a pointed look at the rest of our group. The two Alacrian boys carrying the unconscious girl with the short golden hair, Mela and Kara herself, who could barely stand even with the mana I'd given her. I knew I could condense mana into a kind of litter to carry her friend, but it was already going to be a difficult journey. We'll have to send someone when we reach the Institute. Kara reluctantly nodded, and I started moving away cautiously, leading the group of Alacrians toward shelter and hopefully my mom. We hadn't gone far when one of the pilots, this one in a silver-furred mana beast much like a bear, its torso open but shrouded with the transparent barrier, its insides supported by a structure of bluish metal, charged up to us. Thankfully, he recognized me, although I wasn't sure how he could see with the rune-covered cloth across his eyes, and quickly accepted that I had taken the group of wounded, tired young Alacrians prisoners before moving off again. We made it to the level of the Earthborn Institute not far from its gates, and I was surprised to see them shut. Still supporting the majority of Kara's weight, I shouted up at the guards, "Hey, open up, I have wounded prisoners who need to reach the emitter." Arthur Leywin, a dwarf with a trimmed black beard and flat, crooked nose, peered out of an arrow slit, his helm scraping the sides of the narrow opening. "The Earthborn Institute is in lockdown, Alina. I can't unseal the doors until Lord Carnelian himself releases the hold." I gaped up at the guard, whose name was Baldermud. "Is my mom still there?" He blanched. "I've heard her yelling even through the inner doors. I believe it was her intention to join the fighting or at least get out there to utilize her skills as a healer, but she was caught within when Lord Earthborn locked the palace down." I turned around to look at my prisoners. Although their curse hadn't been set off by their defeat, I couldn't be confident that they weren't still a threat or that they themselves weren't in danger. My eyes slid off them to where more of the Mana Beast pilots were fighting in the distance, pushing the Alacrians back and hunting them through the city. Perhaps it didn't matter. Gideon's secret project seemed to have been a success, and although the battle hadn't been won yet, it wouldn't take too long now. Still, I couldn't seem to release the knot that had formed in my stomach. "Is there somewhere else we can go?" Mela asked, her voice small. "Enola needs help. There'll be an emitter or two up in Lodenhold," I answered, knowing I didn't sound entirely confident. "We might be able to reach the palace if the fighting isn't too bad." "Saris," Kara said, her voice raspy with pain and fatigue. "We should find Saris or Lyra. They need to know everything. They can end the fighting." Remembering the presence of the two powerful Alacrians, who were my brother's allies, I searched for the signs of their battle only to realize that I could no longer sense it. Activating the first phase of my beast will, I drew on the senses of a guardian beast and scanned the city. Following the signs of where the powerful mages had clashed, I sensed the distant but muted mana signatures of white core mages. "Lance Baron has driven them into some of the side tunnels," I pointed. "There, where that barrier is completely shattered." Kara had closed her eyes and was frowning with concentration. "I can barely sense anything. I'm too weak." Nerves gripped me like the claws of the mechanized mana beasts now battling the Alacrian invaders all across the city, but I shook them off. My own life and the lives of those following me relied on me keeping a level head. Since there was no point in begging Baldermud, I instead inspected the smooth stone walls of the Earthborn Institute's outer courtyard. They were 20 feet high at least, with no grooves or imperfections for getting a handhold. There was no way I could get Kara or the injured girl over. There were the newly installed bunkers, but we'd have to go all the way through the city to reach them, and even if we did, would there be any emitters there? Enola needed help immediately. "We have to do something," the boy with the dark skin, Valen, I thought they'd called him, said, tense as a drawn bow. "We can't just stand here and wait for one side or the other to decide to attack us." "No one is going to attack you," I started, but my words turned into a yelp as dark fire suddenly rained from the air, splashing against the Earthborn Institute's outer walls. I threw up a barrier of bright white mana around us, and Seth conjured a barrier beneath mine. "What the?" I felt the fire burning through my mana like it was alive inside my mana veins. "Soulfear," Kara gasped. She was frantically searching the cavern for the spell's source. "But who?" I gritted my teeth so hard they hurt, giving every ounce of my concentration to holding the barrier in place. The black flames, Soulfire, kept burning through in small patches even as I absorbed a second of the mana reservoirs, and it was only due to Seth's secondary barrier that we weren't engulfed. It was the most powerful spell I'd ever felt, and it wasn't even targeted toward us. The flames were raining down over half of Vildoriel. On a level below us, I watched as the gray fur of an upright thorned growler, which was supported by a complex exoskeletal structure of the bluish steel and mechanical parts I couldn't describe, dissolved beneath the flames. The translucent barriers of mana shrouding the pilot within fizzled away, and then the flames ate into the pilot too. The suit and pilot collapsed, neither moving again. Suddenly the fiery rain faded and I released the shield with a gasp. There were several explosions all at once, and 3 of the stone-shrouded passageways out of the city burst inward with a hail of rock and dust. Soldiers in the black and crimson of Alacria began to pour through in groups of 3 and 4. I gaped at Kara and the others, but I could tell from their expressions that they were just as surprised as I was. The soldiers piloting the Mana Beast suits began to turn away from the route of the first Alacrians and back toward the new arrivals, but even I could see that they were struggling to organize. This fresh wave of enemies was more organized and dedicated to the fight, and they showed no inclination to break free of the defense and into the city, instead taking the fight directly to any Dicathens they saw. The closest of the breached tunnels was only a level below us, and already the Alacrians were spilling up the road. We would be trapped with our backs against the massive iron gates, and there was no way we'd reach the bunkers now. We need to head back up toward the palace, I said, finally deciding on a course. If we avoid the highway, we can probably stay away from the advancing forces and the worst of the fighting until we're almost there. As I spoke, I reached out for Boo, mentally calling him. Knowing Mom was safe inside the Earthborn Institute gave me the confidence to summon him away from her, and the big guardian bear appeared beside me with a faint pop. I scratched him between the eyes. "Thanks, big guy," he rumbled, then his small dark eyes landed dangerously on the others aside from Kara. They backed away nervously. I turned to lead them back up the cavern, but 3 Alacrian battle groups had already broken away and were quickly marching toward us. Behind them, 2 of the Mana Beast machines slammed into the front lines of the larger force. "You're my prisoners, and your mission in this city is over. If you try to escape, I'll have no choice but to kill you," I said, trying to add a level of fierceness to my voice that I didn't feel. Karas suddenly took me roughly by the arm and began marching in the direction of the other Alacrians. "What are you doing?" I hissed nervously. Boo rumbled, bristling. She shot me a glare. "Just play along," she said from the corner of her mouth. The sudden hostility didn't extend to her tone of voice. I steadied my breathing, trusting her completely. "You there, who is in command of this force?" Kara yelled when the Alacrian soldiers were still 50 feet or more away. "There is no sign of our target here. Report to your commander, we're falling back." A short, thick woman who could have been mistaken for a dwarf eyed Kara's horns. "Of Vritra-blooded among the rebels and traitors, that's a surprise and a damned shame. No mind though, I've got my orders and you've got yours. Do your bloody job or the High Sovereign will light you up like a candle, isn't that right?" "I've done my job," Kara insisted, holding herself firmly, her presence commanding despite her fatigue. "The signal needs to be sent. Lance Arthur Leywin isn't in." "Wait a second," the woman interrupted, her focus settling on me. Her eyes flicked between me and Boo, then went wide. "You've captured one of our targets." "How'd you do that then?" Instead of waiting for an answer, she looked at the man next to her, a wire-thin mage wearing dark battle robes with crimson pauldrons and blood-red chain lining peeking through. "That's her, isn't it, the sister? She's even got the bear like they said." I felt my eyes widening before I could stop myself. "What? It is," the woman said, practically shouting. "Hand her over, we'll deliver her to Scythe Melsry directly." Karag glanced at me, caught wrong-footed. I gave the smallest of nods. Spinning, I ripped my arm free of her grip, unslung my bow from my shoulder, drew, and fired at the enemy soldier's throat before her brows even finished rising. A shield of green-tinged wind enveloped my target as the thin man cast a spell, and my arrow burst against it. Kara lunged forward, her hands sprouting black flames. At the same time, she melted away into several ghostly copies of herself, each one drawn in gray fire. The stout woman was bringing up her gauntleted fists to defend herself, but Kara reappeared right in front of her, and her flame-wreathed hand pierced the shield and wrapped around the woman's throat. The black fire didn't burn the woman's flesh. Instead, it almost looked like it was being drawn into her pores. The soldier let out a choked gasp. One gauntleted fist slammed into Kara's chest. Blue hair waved like a flag as Kara was tossed backwards, a secondary shield appearing far too late to help dampen the blow as Seth struggled to react in time. Kara hit the ground hard, her breath rushing out in a pained gasp. I dodged away from a blast of concussive sound, threw out 3 small discs of condensed mana, tucked into a roll, and came back up to my feet with an arrow of golden light against the string of my bow. Kara struggled to stand as the arrow struck her in the chest. It melted against her body and wrapped around her, giving her a protective layer of pure mana. The stout Alacrian soldier was already on the ground, black fire dancing from her mouth, nose, and eyes. I could feel the mana burning in her flesh. Boo let out a resounding roar and charged. The shield cursed and started to fall back. "Melsry wants the girl alive if possible, but don't hesitate to kill her if necessary." Several of the other Alacrians surged forward, weapons drawn and spells prepared. The discs of mana exploded, sending the 2 remaining strikers and 1 caster flying as the shield struggled to react. Boo pounced on the fallen caster, who was only saved by a gleaming shield of black stone that formed a dome over them. A winged creature flashed by overhead, diving into the chaos and tossing the remaining Alacrians aside. The dragons, I thought, my heart in my throat, but it wasn't a dragon, nor was it a beast, at least not entirely. The mechanical mana beast form stood at least 9 feet tall and looked kind of like a lithe griffin standing on its hind legs. Steel-gray feathered wings opened out to its sides like scythes, and as it spun, the feathers sliced through a barrier of gusting wind and then the thin shield behind it. The form wielded a huge glowing orange sword in one taloned foreclaw, which it brought down on a reeling striker. The big Alacrian seemed infantile next to the huge machine, and his mana-imbued blade like a child's toy. Steel sparked, and the striker's arm gave way a moment before glowing hot. Steel parted his flesh from shoulder to hip. A sparkling ball of lightning glanced off the gray feathers and flew harmlessly away. One wing came around to block a steaming ball of black ice and metal spikes. As the machine spun, I saw through the transparent mana sheathing where the beast's throat used to be to the woman within. Although her eyes were covered by the same rune-etched band of silk I'd seen on the other pilots, I still recognized her, Claire Bladeheart. I'd seen her around the labs while working with Gideon and Emily to test my spell form. I didn't know her, but I knew about her, especially how her core had been destroyed years ago during the attack on Xyrus Academy that caused Arthur to be arrested by the Lances. But watching her move now, I wouldn't have guessed that she had no magic of her own. She fought like a silver core augmenter. With the talons of her free claw, she ripped open an enemy caster, then did a kind of mid-air pirouette. At the conclusion of the spin, several feathers launched from her wings like arrows. A few pinged off the two barriers being conjured by the enemy shields, but more struck home, dropping 3 of the enemy mages in a single strike. A woman wrapped in conjured stone and metal armor and spikes threw herself on Claire's back and pummeled spiked fists into the mana barrier covering parts of her exposed lower back, which could be seen through a mesh of mechanical braces. Shaking off the horrified awe of the fight, I sent an arrow of pure mana through the last striker's eye. She went limp and slumped off Claire, who proceeded to wade through the remaining Alacrians with brutal efficiency. When the last shield fell and the dome of obsidian collapsed, Boo's jaws closed over the final mage's skull with a wet crunch. Then he returned to my side, sniffing the air warily as he regarded Claire. She in turn was scanning our surroundings. Apparently deciding it was safe enough for the moment, she turned the griffin's beaked face toward me. "Arthur Leywin, you shouldn't be out here," she said. Her voice was muffled and distorted, almost as if she were speaking to me from underwater. The griffin's head shifted slightly so Claire's face pointed toward Cara, who was still on one knee, and Lady Cara de Noir. "You very likely shouldn't be either. You would both make likely targets for the enemy. These mages," I indicated the field of corpses, said they were looking for me. Claire nodded once sharply, the beak of her machine scything down. "Then we need to get you to safety. I can carry you, but only you." "I've got injured with me," I hurried to say. "These two both need healers immediately. If you could guide us to the palace, help guard us, we could." Suddenly Claire was spinning and bringing her blade up to deflect a blow I hadn't even seen coming. The shockwave threw me off my feet, and I landed on my back hard enough to knock the air from my lungs. When I looked up, I found myself on the edge of a crater that had been smashed into the street outside the Earthborn Institute. Claire was face down at the center of the crater. A woman with pure white hair and jet black horns stood over her. The woman's dark eyes were full of disgust as she regarded the combination of organic mana beast and magical mechanisms that supported it. Through the transparent patches of mana along the back of the torso, I could see Claire struggling inside. The same black flames from before wreathed one of the woman's long curved swords. She raised the blade over Claire's helpless form, then brought it down with a flash of dark fire. Clang! Wind blew through my hair from the force of the strike, and nausea threatened to overwhelm me. The fire-wreathed sword was hovering 1.5 feet above the back of Claire's neck. A crimson spear had appeared beneath it, catching the blow. Lance Baron held the spear's haft with both hands, and bright blue lightning ran across the surface of the armor covering his straining arms. The woman regarded him with red-rimmed eyes. When she spoke, her voice was thick with fatigue. "For my sister's death, I've come to claim several deaths in return as I am owed. I will start with yours, Thunderlord." Baron grunted as he pushed her sword up and away, forcing her back a step. "Evil begets evil, Scythe. You can't hope to live a life of dealing death without that same death eventually finding you." She shifted her stance to something a little more cautious and began to circle around him to have a clear path toward us. "Evil?" she scoffed, jaded. "The High Sovereign wants Arthur Leywin's core, but I don't give a shit about any of that. Leywin killed Viessa, and so I am honor-bound to kill his sister. After that, all these Usura can choke on their own blood for all I care." Baron's back foot shifted, and stone cracked beneath him as he pushed off, driving the crimson spear forward in multiple quick thrusts. The scythe I assumed to be Melsry blocked and countered with the burning sword even as her second blade became wrapped in cutting lines of black wind. This second sword snapped out, and the black wind carved the air all around us. I curled into a ball where I lay, instinctively pushing outward with mana to form a silvery bubble. The bombardment of cuts and slashes tore my mana to ribbons in an instant. A heavy, furry presence crushed down on me, pressing me into the street. Metal screamed as it was ripped apart, and something heavy struck the ground hard enough to make it tremble beneath me. I couldn't open my eyes, but I felt each release of mana like a physical blow to my chest. Pained grunts, desperate moans, and frightened screams issued from all around me, but I couldn't move even an inch as Spellfire tore the street to shreds. This isn't the Relictums, I thought with sudden desperation. If I die here, I won't just step out of a portal to try again. The desperate thought seemed to sap my strength and clutch my lungs, making it impossible to catch my breath. I couldn't fight scythes or retainers or wraiths like Arthur could. I wasn't even as strong as Claire or Kara. And I'd never get that strong if I died huddled on the ground, fear pumping into me with every painful squeezing of my heart. Boo's pain leaked through our shared connection. My eyes snapped open. Through Boo's shaggy fur, I could just make out Seth huddled nearby, his focus on holding a shield around Valen and Enola, both of whom were lying unmoving on the ground. Mela was crawling away from us toward where the gates of the Earthborn Institute had collapsed under the weight of Melsry's spellfire. "Let me up, Boo, we have to move," I shouted, struggling to free myself. The heavy weight and dense fur eased off, and I scrambled forward toward Seth and the others. "Grab the boy," I ordered my companion as I absorbed another of my stored mana reservoirs and imbued mana into my body. Boo grabbed Valen, lifting him up like a mother shadow panther carrying her kittens as I threw Enola over my shoulder and held out my hand to Seth. He stared at it for what felt like forever, then grabbed it and let himself be pulled up. Kara was ahead of me, lifting Mela and dragging one arm around her shoulder so she could support the younger girl's weight. I flinched as a shadow fell over me, but when I glanced backward, I found Claire blood-stained but on her feet again, her wings spread wide as she tried to shield us all from behind. "Go," she shouted, pressing a huge talon against my back. Instinctively, my gaze tracked across the mechanism she piloted. It was generating its own shielding barrier from within, but the potent aura of mana it was giving off was weakening by the second as blades of wind bit into her. Uncertain it would work, I pushed out my own mana, targeting the core of the machine, a beast core I assumed, and a very powerful one at that. My mana infused the beast core, and the machine's aura intensified. There was no time to wonder about the specifics, and I drained yet another of my mana reserves and hurried my pace, quickly catching up with Mela and Kara as we tried to flee into the now-open outer courtyard of the Earthborn Institute, which would at least give us some shelter from the rapid-fire battle happening behind us. A force of dwarves filled the dust-choked gap where the Institute gates had been. "Inside, inside," Baldrmud shouted, waving to us. Seth shot me an uncertain glance, and I pushed his back, urging him onward. We all broke into a hobbling jog, moving between the lines of dwarves with their weapons bared. They fell into position across the opening after we'd passed, magic humming around them as they focused on defensive spells. Outside of the collapsed gates, Lance Baron moved like a lightning bolt, and Mesri responded as a tornado of black fire and wind, their exchanges little more than a blur of mana-tinged motion that even my enhanced senses could not follow. In the face of such power, the tall walls seemed like little comfort. We huddled behind the dwarves, alone at the center of the large barren courtyard that led down into the Institute and our home there. Valen stirred when Boo set it roughly on the ground, then sat up blearily. I eased Enola down beside him more carefully. She was still unconscious, her skin pale and clammy. Mela and Seth hurried over to administer what care they could to their friends. I didn't dare waste even a moment of the brief reprieve, and I started absorbing mana. By activating my spell form, I could pull it more quickly and hurry its purification. But I only had moments before a horn was blasting, resounding throughout the entire cavern, seeming to issue from the stones themselves and filling the air with a crackling tension. "That's the signal that the city has been cleared," Seth said breathlessly, looking around as if expecting an explanation to manifest out of the dust. "At least for those of us who came with Saris, they should begin pulling out of the city now." Mela let out a breath of relief that turned to squirming pain. She reached around and clutched clumsily at the small of her back, which was flickering with visible displays of light. Kara grabbed the girl's face in both hands, forcing Mela to look at her. "This isn't over. Mission parameters have changed. You need to retreat from the city and await further orders, but you are a prisoner of war. Think it, girl." Mela squeezed her eyes shut tight, a look of intense concentration on her face. The rest of us watched breathlessly until a few seconds later the crackling light along her spine faded. Shouts from the line of dwarven guards drew my attention as a line of cutting void wind crashed into them, ripping up the stonework, but just missing any of them as Baron managed to deflect part of the mana. My hand slapped over my ears at the following thunderclap, and Melsry vanished in a flash of light that left the image of a crimson spear imprinted on my eyeballs. Following the flash, the world seemed to go green, and I blinked, trying to get rid of the afterimage. The green fog now clouding my vision only thickened, until the dwarves were nearly hidden from sight. That's when the screaming started. The green tint wasn't an aftereffect of the flash, but a thickly pooling noxious gas that was swallowing our dwarven defenders. As I watched, their exposed skin began to darken, then blister and burst open in bloody boils. One by one, they clawed at their faces, eyes, and throats before collapsing. Out of the mist, stepping heedlessly through their remains, came a creature that seemed to have crawled up from my deepest nightmares. She had stick-thin limbs that stuck out at exaggerated angles like a spider. Thin, damp swamp-green hair clung to the sides of her malformed face, and rags of dark cloth were practically glued to her jutting ribs. "Our retainer Bivri," Seth stammered. Despite his terror, he conjured a shield between us and the horrible woman. She bared her teeth in what might have been an evil grin, then swept a clawed hand through the air. The shield shattered, and Seth let out a pained gasp. Karas stood between us and the retainer. Ghostly flames danced along her body and the ground around her. The retainer cocked her head and sniffed like a wild mana beast, inspecting Kara warily. As I watched her move, recognition sparked in my mind. She looked like the retainer Tesha had fought in a Lenoir, and like his brother, the one Boo and I had killed. With a bestial snarl, the retainer lunged to her left, slashing her claws in the air. Kara melted away into shadowy flames, which parted as cutting mana sliced through where Kara had been only an instant before. There was a glint of silver, and beams of black fire launched at Bivri. The retainer batted them aside, and her dark eyes turned to the rest of us. Boo charged with a roar, but she caught him by the snout with one hand, spun with snake-strike quickness, and hurled him away using the force of his own weight and momentum. I drew and fired, my golden arrow nearly parting Bivri's bedraggled hair before impacting Boo and wrapping him in a protective barrier, only an instant before he crashed into the guard tower, and was swallowed by an avalanche of stone. Claire, towering over the retainer in her mechanical monstrosity, brought down the glowing orange blade in an overhand arc. Bivri skittered out of the way, but Claire whirled a wing, the sharp feathers spread out wide, the cutting edge sweeping directly at Bivri's neck. The retainer dipped beneath the attack, ripped her claws through the machine's left leg, which was covered in fur and had a paw like a world lion, and then breathed out a spray of acidic bile that stuck to the machine wherever it touched and began eating into the barrier of mana. I watched this with one eye, searching for the best opportunity to assist. With the other eye, I was scanning our surroundings, trying to keep track of my companions and the fight beyond the gates. Seth was huddled over the others, his shield wrapping them all in a dome of mana. Kara flashed around the battlefield, hidden within her illusory flames and sending lances of sulfur at Bivri's back. I tried not to look at the group of dwarves, including Balgermud. They were all dead and their corpses were a gruesome sight. There was a surge of mana from Claire's griffin suit. Her wings beat, lifting her a few feet up in the air as she avoided a slash to her throat. Then the oversized sword exploded with a dry heat I could feel from 30 feet away. The suit's aura was suddenly visibly as a wavering gray light emanating from within it, and an orange echo of the blade followed it as it moved. I released my mana arrow. It split into two. These two split and then split again, and the resulting barrage sank into the solid stone of the courtyard tiles. Claire surged down in an orange and gray blur. Bivri started to skitter away, then the field of arrows began to explode around her, knocking her off balance. Both sword and the talon clutching it hitched in midair as they came into contact with the mana cladding Bivri's gray skin. Then hot steel sizzled through flesh, muscle, and into bone as the sword lodged in Bivri's shoulder. The retainer gave an inhuman screech as a nova of venomous green mana exploded out of her. Claire was sent flying backwards, end over end, and landed in a heap, her wings tangled. Slowly, Bivri straightened. She glanced at the black blood flowing from her wound, then seemed to discard it. A black fire lance bore down on her, but she deflected it back at Kara, whose illusory flames had faded, and Kara was forced to leap out of the way. Bivri focused on me again. "Run," I shouted to anyone who would listen, but I didn't follow my own advice. Instead, I stepped toward the retainer, outwardly calm, hoping to keep her attention on me. But instead of listening to me, Seth was hurrying to the collapsed Mana Beast machine. The mana barriers that helped to bind the construct together had all faded, and there was no longer any hint of an aura emanating from the Mana Beast core inside it. But Claire was still moving within the prone mechanism. I drew the string of my bow and conjured an arrow against it. "Did you have two brothers?" I asked, playing for time. The horrible woman's head turned too far to the side as she regarded me silently. "I think I met them," I continued, my limbs trembling slightly. "My friend Tesha killed one, the retainer. She's the legacy now." Bivri scowled and she began to walk toward me. "Maybe you don't know," I said, resisting the urge to take a step back. "But your other brother, I killed him, not Tesha." She stopped, her clawed fingers twitching. "Impossible, you are a gnat." Kara had moved to Valen and Enola and was dragging them as far away from the combat as possible. Seth was helping Claire disentangle herself from the machine, both of them wrapped in his shield spell. Behind Bivry, Boo shook himself free of the rubble, his small eyes jumping from me to the retainer and back. His urge to attack burned angrily in my mind. Maybe, but I've proven pretty hard to swat so far, which? The arrow flew with the soft hum of my bowstring. Bivry flowed away from it, not moving her feet but contorting her torso to avoid the strike. The arrow exploded just behind her, and Boo charged through the white mana, slamming into Bivry from behind. I hit him with another barrier arrow just as her claws came around to bite into his side, and his jaws closed on her shoulder. Pulling from my last mana reservoir, I loosened arrow after arrow, forcing them full of mana so they exploded around Bivry's feet and head, knowing I couldn't do much damage but keeping her off balance as best I could as I sprinted for Kara. A resonant hum came from the mana, infusing the charwood doors leading into the Earthborn Institute itself, and they burst open with enough force to crack the facade. Dozens of dwarves spilled out with a thunderous battle cry and began hurling spells and weapons at the retainer. Trapped in Boo's jaws, she couldn't avoid the battery of attacks, and small wounds appeared all over her twisted body. Relief washed through me, though not because of the reinforcements. Over the heads of the small army of Earthborn soldiers, near the rear of the long entrance hall, being held back by Hornfell's Earthborn, I could see my mother. Her eyes locked onto mine and I felt her distress like a fist around my heart, but also relief and, more importantly, even trust. In that instant of connection, all her emotions seemed to flood into me, and I felt the same burst of confidence I got when Boo infused me with his will. Seth and Claire made it to the doors, while Kara supported Valen with one arm and had Enola draped over her other shoulder. Turning to face the battle, I followed behind the others through the lines of dwarves while continuing to release arrow after arrow, some targeting the retainer, others fortifying Boo, who was absorbing the brunt of her fury. I was halfway across the entrance chamber and could hear my mother shouting for me when the wall into the institute burst apart. Everything was flying stone, steel, and fire. I lost the sense of up and down, and my vision went white as pain override all my other senses. Blinking rapidly, I searched around myself, trying to get some sense of what had happened. Dust choked the air and lightning crackled across the floor, through which a kind of trench had been dug up out of the tiled floor. Little black fires burned everywhere I looked. The Earthborn soldiers were scattered across the floor like abandoned ragdolls. In a crater at the far side of the room was Lance Baron. Someone shifted beside me, and I looked over to see my mom partially covered in rubble. Kara was already back on her feet, but she was sagging, her mana signature very weak again. I wasn't sure where the others were. An overwhelming mana signature approached. I turned toward the source, where the entire front of the Earthborn Institute had been blasted away. A silhouette floated within the dust, one arm holding the other, the figure's posture seeming fatigued even hanging in the air. As she drifted forward, her dark eyes came clear, and Scythe Melsry was staring down at me and only me. Chapter 470, Caught. The Scythe Melsry drifted forward through the thick clouds of dust. The front wall of the Earthborn Institute was a ruin beneath her, the rubble strewn with prone dwarven warriors. Her stark white hair was pink with blood, and she supported one arm with the other even as she flew. She was entirely focused on me, her expression cold and businesslike. There was something so terrible about the simple math of her bloodlust that I had to look away. Seth and Mela were nearby, half trapped under a pile of broken stone tiles, a quivering bubble shield holding back the heavy chunks of crumbling wall. Seth grimaced in concentration, his eyes shut tight, sweat scoring little lines through the muddy dust caking his face. Mela was tucked into the crook of his arm. Boo growled furiously as he dragged himself free of the rubble. The Alacrian student Valen was in the hollow Boo's body left behind. I couldn't tell if he was alive or dead. I didn't see Kara, Claire, or Enola anywhere. Rocks sliding beneath unsteady feet drew my gaze to the rear of the room. Mom was picking herself up off the ground, her own wide eyes tracking quickly across the chamber until she found me. She seemed to shrink as she let out a breath, then her focus shifted and her face transformed with fright. My head snapped back around. Melsry was flying just above me. Bivry's spiderish silhouette was visible behind her, lurking ominously in the dust-choked void. There was a roar from Boo, and he threw himself at the scythe, claws out and fangs bared. She vanished, only to reappear on the other side of me. She reached down to grab me, but instead of closing around the front of my leather armor, her pale fingers wrapped around a bright line of silver that appeared above me. We both regarded the manifestation with some confusion, then the silver line twisted violently, jerking out of her hand and sending her reeling back. Boo stepped over me as silverlight settled onto my chest, motionless once again. Mom scrambled to my side a moment later, healing magic already glowing around her hands. Baron, leaning on the crimson spear, appeared in the corner of my eye. My breathing eased as the scrapes and deep bruising of the explosion were washed away by Mom's touch. "It's okay, Aliner, we're here," Kara said from somewhere behind me as Hornfells moved aside the rocks, crushing down on Seth and Mela, freeing them. Melsry let out a manic laugh, half turning toward Bivry, still mostly hidden in the cloud of dust. You've got to be kidding me. Do you all really plan to die for this brat? No one moved. No one spoke. Pressure built and built in my chest until it threatened to push tears from my eyes as I considered the people around me. Using Silverlight like a cane, I pushed myself up. Mom tried to move in front of me, but I rested my free hand on her shoulder. She searched my eyes, an emotional alchemy of terror, acceptance, and desperation reflected in her own. It was a look that told me quite clearly that even though she knew she couldn't protect us from this enemy, she would die trying, and she was at peace with that. But I wasn't. With a gentle but firm pressure, I encouraged her to move aside and stepped forward. A low moan like a whine quivered from Boo, but he stayed where he was. My left hand balled into a tight fist around Silverlight, still in the shape of an unstrung bow. I had no idea where my other weapon had ended up. Killing me won't bring your sister back. Melsry regarded me as if I'd told her that 2 and 2 made green. Bring her back, she scoffed. You misunderstand. I have no love for Viessa, nor she for me. Your death simply balances the scales. It is a duty, not some wrath-filled pursuit of a broken heart. I am Reborn, a scythe, not some angry child storming across both continents seeking revenge. I am Reborn as well, Kara said, her voice strong even if her mana signature radiated weakly. But there is no need to be a slave to the Vritra clan's selfish wishes just because their black blood runs in my veins. Scythe Viessa died doing the High Sovereign's bidding, did she not? Blame him for your misfortune, not— Oh, shut up, the scythe snapped. A muscle twitched in her jaw, making her look slightly crazed. I'm tired and I'm sick of this pointless fight. Either let the girl die or die to prolong her life by mere moments. Either way, do so quickly and quietly because your whining exhausts me. A sudden chill swept through the chamber, like a dark cloud had just crossed over the sun. I felt an outpouring of power from the city behind Melsry, then a mass shifting of mana. As I instinctively focused more fully on my enhanced senses, I felt the distant army of mana signatures snuffing out like so many candles. Mela gasped, sinking to her knees. One of her spell forms was active, radiating mana. Her eyes were shut tight but moving rapidly behind the lids. The battle, I'd felt people die before, but this was different. Someone had done something, figured something out. Tell her, I urged Mela, taking another step toward Melsry. I knew the scythe could snap me in two before I'd even see her move, but she'd already fallen into the trap of talking instead of fighting. Saris and Silrit were still out there along with Lyra, and an entire army of beast core-powered Dicathen warriors. If I could just delay her long enough. Tell her what you see, Mela. Clouds of black mist spilling from Lady Saris, Mela said at once, her voice raspy. Like an army of locusts burrowing into their skin and eating their mana. Mesri's expression darkened, and she turned away, looking out through the smashed entrance. Only then did I notice that a different silhouette was standing where the retainer had been only a moment ago. A sharp-angled lump of a body lay in a heap at the newcomer's feet, emitting no mana signature. Melsry sneered. Silrit, stabbing poor Bivry in the back, how dishonorable of you. I come with a message from Lady Saris, Silrit said, stepping forward. His black hair was windblown and messy from the battle, and his armor had several deep gashes in it. She would like to speak to you herself and asks that you wait until she has resolved her current task before you do anything that can't be undone. Melsry blinked at him, her grip tightening around the 2 swords she carried. She spoke mechanically as she turned her back on him, saying, I'll do my duty. Silrit flew forward, his sword a dark blur. Both of hers came up to deflect the blow, then Silrit slid to a stop between her and us. You need not wait long, he said, his voice as level as if they were having this discussion across a desk, not at the point of each other's blades. Scythe Melsry Vritra. Yet another person appeared, limping out through the obscuring clouds. Her pearl hair and white robe seemed to glow with some inner light, banishing the dust as she passed through it. Melsry turned again, watching her approach with an inscrutable expression. Saris, unnamed, fugitive and blood traitor, she said, sucking her teeth in annoyance. With her focus on Saris, I let my right hand inch toward where the string would appear if Silverlight had won. Stand down, Melsry, Saris said warily. You don't give orders here, Melsry replied in the same tone. I'll have the blood I'm owed. My fingertips pinched the air, searching for a string I couldn't see. Please, Silverlight. You chose me, so help me. I wouldn't just stand there like frozen prey if Saris couldn't talk Melsry down. Pearl hair spilled over the bright white shoulder pads of Saris's battle robes as she shook her head. If your heart beats so fiercely for blood, why didn't you kill the lance? Because you have interrupted me, Melsry barked, but something in the catch of her voice told me she wasn't telling the truth. Baron stiffened, looking affronted. Our battle wasn't finished yet, Scythe. You have not killed him because he is interesting to you, Saris said in the same tone Mom used when I was young, and she had to explain my own childish decisions to me. You crave adventure and excitement. You yearn to be challenged. It's a trait you haven't been able to escape since even before your blood manifested. To kill him would be to cut the thread of fate on his potential. My fingers plucked at the air again, futilely searching for a string that didn't exist, expecting and hoping that I could manifest it through sheer force of will alone. You know what your problem is, Saris? Melsry asked, her back fully turned to us now, almost as if she'd forgotten we were there. You think you know everything all the time. Of all the scythes, you're actually the most like him. Saris nodded in acceptance. Perhaps this is why I can see what you have not yet accepted. In a future where Agrona has dominated both this world and Ephiatis, what role will Scythe Melsry Vritra play? What in that future would there be to excite you if Agrona had a place for you at all? This time, Melsry was silent. But I can free you of Agrona's hold over you and show you a different vision of the future. One in which you help me to kill a god, and in doing so see a new age of the world born. You, Melsry cut herself off with a humorless bark of desperate laughter. You claim to know me so well, and yet you expect me to turn my back on everything I've fought for my entire life, to abandon my purpose. I take back what I said, Saris. You are a fool. My fingers snagged something, and a string of glistening silver mana manifested beneath them. The bow's body bent into shape, taking form. I imbued mana into it, forming an arrow, and pulled back. The string wouldn't budge. You strive for a purpose that is and has always been an illusion. Has this war not already proved it? At every step, some new power has been revealed that has made the battles before insignificant. We were made redundant by the wraiths, who will in turn fall to the Usura. If this continues to its natural conclusion in the end, all that will remain is Agrona himself. And you will have spent your entire life fighting to ensure his future at the cost of your own. I couldn't help the surprise I felt as Melsry appeared to actually listen to Saris, but I did not give up on my effort to draw the bowstring. No matter how I pulled, though, Silverlight refused to bend further. You can't resist him, Melsry said after a moment. Even if you're right and our entire lives are made pointless by the war's outcome, it doesn't change anything. The result is the same regardless of which side you fight for. The proof that it is possible to resist Agrona stands right there, Saris said, indicating Kara. Tell her how you're still alive, Kara. It was Alina and her mother, really, Kara said, then continued on to haltingly explain some of what had happened. Saris smiled victoriously, shedding some of her fatigue. See, a regular teenage girl with only a single spell form broke the power of Agrona himself. These people here, Alacrian and Dicathen alike, have risked everything to stand against him and protect each other as best they can, even against the most terrible odds. Do not tell them the result of this war doesn't matter, that their effort doesn't matter. It grew so quiet that I could hear the distant shouted orders and mechanical whirring of the mana beast suit's movement. Melsry stared at Saris for a long time before her gaze swept across the rest of us, settling on me. I couldn't read the look we shared, but after a tense moment, she scoffed and flew up into the air, speeding over Saris's head and vanishing into the distance. Her mana signature receded until no sign of her was left. Saris turned to watch her go, her expression blank. After a few seconds, she looked back at all of us, and it was like the breaking of a spell. Mom wrapped me in a crushing embrace, all the tension of the last few minutes seeping from her, but she didn't stay. After gently touching her forehead to mine, she hurried away, first to Valen, then to Enola, healing enough of their wounds to bring them back to consciousness. Silverlight's string vanished, and the body of the bow straightened again. Saris scrutinized it with a hint of sadness, then her focus moved to Kara. I'm glad that you discovered how to defeat the curse on your own, although I had hoped you would. Well, yes. Thank you, Kara said, her brows furrowing as she gave Saris a slight bow. Saris's observant eyes again flicked to me, then she moved on to regard the 4 Alacrian students. Enola struggled to her feet to stand stiffly before Saris, but Valen stayed sitting in the rubble, his eyes slightly unfocused. Seth and Mela stood slightly apart from the others, holding hands so tightly that their knuckles were white. These others, though, Saris approached them, suddenly businesslike. You have done well to keep your thoughts in check, but I fear it is only a matter of time. For now, black mist spilled out of her and pushed through them. Faint against the flood of her mana, I sensed theirs being pushed out of their bodies, almost in the inverse of what I could do with my spell form. As one, they each sagged, forced to the ground by the sudden backlash of their cores emptying. This will keep you safe until we discover a more permanent solution, Saris explained. Do not actively attempt to refill your cores. Your body will do so unconsciously, but if you expel your mana before it can build up, you will remain safe. To Baron, she said, you fought well today, Lance Wykes. I only regret it took me so long to convince you of the truth. Regardless, your commander Aralith is above, arranging accommodations for all the Alacrians in the city. I believe he could use your assistance. When Baron hesitated, she added, Retainer Bivry is dead and Melsry is no longer a threat to you. The fight may continue in other parts of your continent, but Voldoriel is for the moment safe. That remains to be seen, he said, eyeing her distrustfully. Finally, though, he gave me a subtle nod, which caused a warm flare of pride in my chest and flew off. Finally, Saris approached me, causing Boo to shuffle closer, pressing his furry side against me so I could feel the expansion of his breath and the quick rhythm of his pulse. Mom, who was now helping to heal some of the dwarves that had survived the explosion of the front wall, paused what she was doing to watch. There is much of your brother in you, Aliner. Her eyes seemed to draw me deeper and deeper in, like bottomless dark pools. It is good that you are strong. This world may rely on Arthur's strength, but he in turn relies on you and your mother. Her lips curved up as her brows furrowed, and she gave me a wry look. You are like the two anchors that keep his power bound. Without you, he would be untethered, and who knows then what might become of the rest of us. My mouth hung open, but I could not for the life of me think of a response to her unexpected words. But Saris's attention was already turning elsewhere. Kara, with me, there is much to do and I have need of you, Kara swallowed visibly. My blood and Arian, he was wounded badly. I was seeking a healer, come take me to him, Saris said with a sharp gesture. Then she was walked swiftly away, her battle robes billowing behind her. Kara, like Baron, hesitated, but there seemed to be little choice other than do as the commanding scythe ordered, and so she followed. I considered following as well. With the danger so suddenly dispersing, I couldn't quite convince myself that the battle was really over, and I wanted to stay busy and remain helpful. When I looked at Mom healing the worst of the wounded dwarves, though a compulsion to stay kept me where I was. Hornfels, who was in charge of the Earthborn forces, arranged to have Seth, Mela, Valen, and Enola taken up to where the rest of the Alacrians were being gathered into groups under the watchful gaze of an army of the Mana Beast machines. Valen and Enola, at least, had families up there, and were eager to find out what had happened to them, or at least as eager as they could be given their current state. Before they left, though, Mela approached me, each step sending a flicker of pain across her face, and wrapped her arms around me. "Thank you," she whispered. "I'll come find you soon," I said, growing emotional and then embarrassed. "Get some rest." As we watched them pick their way over the rubble behind a detachment of Earthborn soldiers, they passed Claire, who was standing over the prone Mana Beast machine, which now looked like little more than a tattered griffin corpse. She activated a handful of heavy bangles that ran up both arms and a sort of wide belt around her waist, and the machine began vanishing one part at a time. "Dimension artifacts?" I asked, walking up to her as she finished. She regarded me thoughtfully before saying, "Yes, though not simply that. They order the components in a specific way, allowing activation of the dimension artifacts to store and then automatically rebuild the exoform. The artifacts were specially designed for use by a non-mage. I can't say I entirely understand the principles, but it works. As long as you activate everything in the appropriate sequence, that is." I stared at the machine, my mind spinning futilely as I tried to understand it. After a few seconds, I echoed, "Exoform." She tapped one of the bangles. "The suits. Anyway, I had to overclock mine and something burned out, so it won't be of any use to anyone until it gets repaired. I should check in with the rest of the Beast Corp, then report back to Gideon." "Thank you," I blurted out a little awkwardly as she started walking away. She didn't stop or even turn around, only raised one bangle-laden arm above her head in farewell as she said, "Glad to be able to help." I watched her leave, feeling a sense of wonder at everything that had just happened, but my mood immediately soured again when she had to walk around the corpses of Baldermud and the other guards who had been stationed along the outer wall. Their deaths were so senseless, I thought, unable to clear my head of the image of their sudden, unstoppable demise. I turned back to the Earthborn Institute, but the motion conjured stars behind my eyes, and I suddenly felt dizzy. I took a step, missed my footing, and went painfully down on one knee. Slowly, like a tree just starting to fall, I tipped over onto my side and lay on the broken courtyard tiles. So much had happened so quickly, and I'd pushed myself so hard that I could feel my mind and body both succumbing to the strain. It was almost like I was watching it happen from above, seeing myself lying there, each breath coming in a labored gasp, my eyes vacant. But I didn't panic. I didn't really feel or think anything at all, just let myself go blank. Then someone was forcing something down my throat, and I sat up, choking as a jolt of mana sparked inside of me. A dwarven medic kneeled over me, an empty elixir container in his fist as he spoke soft, consoling words. Boo was next to him, one eye on me, the other distrustfully on the medic. "I'm fine," I insisted, blinking away the moment of emptiness and refocusing on what was happening around me. "Please help the others." Many more people had appeared, coming up from within the Earthborn Institute. Mom was healing the last few injured dwarves, and she didn't seem to have noticed my collapse yet, which I was thankful for. Others, doctors, herbalists, and non-emitter healers, were now bustling around dealing with the wounds that weren't as life-threatening. I stood despite the medics' protests, shaking away the last of the cobwebs. Although I was tired and sore and my core ached from using so much mana, even more than would usually be possible for me through use of the stored mana orbs, the elixir had reinvigorated me. I gestured for Boo's help and we began assisting the Earthborns as best we could. The dwarves were efficient, and the Earthborn Institute was of course full of some of the best minds in the city, so although Baldermud's group was a total loss, surprisingly few of Hornfell's soldiers died during the attack, and the Earth Attribute mages rebuilt the wall within the hour. I need to rest and gather mana, then I'll head out into the city to see what else I can do to help. Mom said tiredly after we'd been dismissed with many thanks by Carnelian Earthborn himself, Lord of the Earthborn clan. I bit my lip, unsure whether to voice the thought that had been growing in my mind as we'd helped with the cleanup effort. The words built and built though, until they burst out in a rush. Mom, I'm really worried about Arthur and I think we should. I cut myself off almost as suddenly as I'd started, looking around nervously. Mom eyed me with concern. Let's speak at home. I nodded, relieved that she understood, and we wound our way down into the tunnels of the residential area. After Mom let us in and Boo threw himself down in front of the extinguished fireplace, I continued. I think we should check on Arthur with the stone thing, the creeper's stone. Mom's brows flared dramatically, and she glanced around as if searching for anyone who might overhear us even there. Ellie, your brother went to great lengths to hide himself even from us. As she said this, she couldn't help but let a hint of regret-laced bitterness seep out. I knew exactly how she felt. We would be betraying his trust to search him out, and we don't know if that would even work anyway. From her tone, I realized immediately that Mom wasn't trying to convince me, she was trying to convince herself. I had been about to sit down, but I stopped halfway, straightened, and began pacing the small space. Mom, there was just no way Art could have foreseen everything that is being thrown at us now, the dragons disappearing, turning Ceres and all the other Alacrians back against us. Wherever he is, he didn't give anyone else, us, the chance to guard or protect him. I just want to make sure he's okay. Mom bit the inside of her cheek, her emotional struggle visible on her face. On the one hand, she was right. Arthur clearly didn't want us or anyone else to find him. But on the other hand, he wasn't perfect and he could make mistakes just like anyone else. Since he'd gotten his new Godrune, I'd seen him pulled farther and farther away from everyone around him, even me and Mom. When he used it, it was like he became a slave to logical calculation. I couldn't help the feeling that maybe he needed protection from himself as much as Agrona. When Mom let out the breath she'd been holding in a rush, I knew she'd given in, as much to her own impulses as mine. Come on, she said, speaking quietly. She hurried from the room and down the short hall that led to her bedroom. My pulse quickened as sparks shot through my nerves. I double-checked that we'd locked the door when we'd come inside, then gestured for Boo to remain in the living room before following Mom. By the time I reached her room, she'd already dug the dull, many-faceted stone out of its hiding place. She was sitting on the foot of her bed, cupping the relic in both hands. She didn't look at me as I sat down beside her. I didn't offer her any pressure or comfort. I didn't say anything at all. As an emitter, only her healing magic would conjure the spark of ether needed to activate the relic. But I could tell she wanted to check on Arthur just as much as I did, and so I didn't press her. After a minute or more of tense silence, she took a deep breath and channeled her mana. It moved across the stone's surface without any obvious interaction. The mana simply passed it by, with none being imbued into the relic. Regardless, the stone activated with an intangible sensation that couldn't be simplified down to just something I was seeing or hearing, or even feeling with my core. It was more like the magic of it brushed up against every particle of my being. Mom's eyes went glassy and I could tell she was somewhere else. Show me, I said, more pleading than I'd meant to sound. She released the relic with her right hand and clasped mine. I felt her magic as something weird and ephemeral and distinctly other as it pulled me. My instinct was to resist, but I forced myself to relax. In my mind's eye, I saw myself being pulled away from the room, rushing after a motive power that I knew was Mom. We flew up through the cavern's ceiling and then the desert above and rushed across Darv in a blink. My already rapidly beating heart only hammered faster and harder as we traced the path to our destination, ending in a small, roughly constructed chamber containing a pool of glowing liquid and little else. Sitting cross-legged in the pool, Arthur and Sylvie meditated side by side with the keystone hovering in front of them. Neither moved, giving no indication of what they were experiencing. I knew their minds must have been inside the keystone. Trapped at least until it is solved, I thought with a sense of foreboding. But they were unharmed, no one had found them. I let out a relieved breath and distantly felt Mom squeeze my hand. I wasn't sure how long we stayed, but it wasn't long. When Mom began pulling away and withdrawing from the relic, I was pulled along in her wake. My eyes blinked open. Winsome stood in the doorway, his inhuman eyes fixed on the stone. Mom gave a yelp of surprise and tried to hide the relic behind her back. Forgive me, the Usra said, offering a very slight bow, for both startling you and for my tardiness. Events conspired to keep me from immediately fulfilling Arthur's request, but I am here to take you to Ephiatus as promised. Mom and I exchanged glances. Of course, Mom said, her voice a little higher than usual. We're all packed. Just let me bring the Jinn relic, Winsome said, now commanding. Mom froze. Aldir told me of his experience of being watched while cleansing a Lenoir. I suspect this is how it was done correct. It may prove useful, especially if you are able to see Arthur with it. I felt my breath catch. How does he know? Mom hesitated. I'm afraid I'm not comfortable with— We are allies, Winsome interrupted, his tone hardening. He took a step forward and held out his hand. I shall hold on to it for you, then you can gather your belongings and we will go. The path to Ephiatis is difficult to navigate at this time, but still manageable for me if few others. We need to get through before anything else changes. Mom still didn't hand the relic over, and Winsome's expression darkened ever so slightly. I held out my own hand to her. Her chestnut eyes narrowed as she looked down at it, expression tightly guarded. After a short pause, she set the relic in my palm. Winsome gave his hand an impatient shake. I felt for the reservoir of magic inside the relic. I couldn't sense ether, but I felt the way it moved against the mana. Not daring to gather my mana before acting, I let out a surge of pure mana into the heart of the relic, as sudden and forceful as I could manage. It cracked, splintering through the many facets. Slowly, I dragged my gaze away from the broken chunk of rock to Winsome, whose only reaction was a tightening of his jaw. Unwise young Aliener. Lord Indrath will not appreciate this outward sign of your distrust, not when he is risking so much to keep you safe. Winsome shook his head, oozing disappointment. Nevertheless, my role here is clear. Come. Ephiatis awaits. I stood, cleared my throat, and tossed the stone under the bed. Winsome watched it roll but made no move to pick it up, instead turning on his heel and marching promptly away. My hands shook as Mom laced her fingers through mine. I could only hope I'd done the right thing. Mom squeezed my hand again supportively and nodded. Chapter 471, Falling into Place. CCILA. Everything was falling into place. With shield generators keeping the dragons at bay, the instillers were able to work freely and establish a ring of disrupting artifacts that worked to distort and interrupt the rift between Ephiatis and Dicathen. While the shield generators protected us from the dragons in Dicathen, these disruption artifacts prevented Indrath from sending support from Ephiatis, effectively cutting the two worlds off from one another. The dense ambient mana of the rift itself powered both arrays. If Indrath were somehow able to stop the flow of mana, we had enough power in batteries to implement the next stage of the plan. And if that fails, the wraiths themselves become the source of mana. Instinctively, I waited for the judgmental evaluation of my thoughts from Tesha, who hovered near the surface of my consciousness. You've already considered your justifications for why such a cruel act is necessary, Tesha said in answer to the spotlight of my attention. All I'll say is that you've come a long way, Cecilia, if you're feeling guilt for your cruelty to these soldiers, since before now you've only ever looked at them as tools. I bristled, but knew there was no point in arguing against the feeling of guilt worming its way through my guts. Not when the person I was arguing with was already in my head. It may be unpleasant, but that doesn't make it any less necessary. Besides, it's Agrona's plan and they're his soldiers to do with as he wills. I sighed even as the words formed in my head, knowing how it sounded. Regardless, I don't need your affirmation. And yet recently you've been poking around inside my mind to see what I think more often. Your insight into these events is valuable, I admitted while forcefully pushing down the more honest, but also more embarrassing, reason for my behavior. I'm glad you recognize this fact. Tesha's voice, projected into my head, was even and without sarcasm. Shaking off the brief but frustrating conversation, I returned my attention to my immediate surroundings. The dragons continued their bombardment of the outer shield for another hour, but stopped with the arrival of their leader. I recognized Karen of the Indrath clan by description. A big, bone-white, battle-scarred lizard with purple eyes and tattered wings. He spent some time conferring with the other dragons present, of which there were now many. It's almost like they've brought every dragon in Dicathen, I mused. Eventually, Karen approached the barrier, flying in his dragon form. His wings beat slowly, and his voice issued from him as a bone-deep rumble. The legacy, chief hope of a mad basilisk who has herself been convinced she is a god. I regarded him coolly but didn't rise to his bait. Straight to the point then, he rumbled. What does Agrona want? He has captured the rift to Ephiatis, but he cannot use it, nor can you hope to keep it, which means this is a bargaining tactic. Tell me your master's offer and I will confer with Lord Indrath. I raised one brow. Don't lie to me, dragon. Travel between worlds requires this rift to be accessible even with your teleportation artifacts. You are cut off. The High Sovereign has no message for you, no request. You are irrelevant in this and all things. From the corner of my eye, I saw one of the instillers on the ground reviewing a message, his eyes darting to me every couple of lines. Feel free to exhaust yourselves against the shields if you must, or don't. The noise is as irritating as your efforts are futile. Turning my back on Karen and Drath, I flew toward the ground, feeling good about the brief exchange. It gained me nothing to have won the verbal spar. but I was already beginning to chafe at my role as stationary guardian of the impenetrable shield, and releasing some of that frustration as barbed words made me feel a little better. "What is it?" I asked as my feet touched the ground. The instiller who had watched me approach from the corner of his eye swallowed visibly. "A dispatch from Scythe Nico." He held out the magical scroll, which displayed the words written on a matched scroll in Nico's possession. I read through it once rapidly, then forced myself to go over it again, slower. An emanation, powerful mana sustained somehow, wrapped around a pocket of amethyst magic that can only be ether. I felt myself frowning, struggling to comprehend everything that Nico had attempted to explain in the short message. Gray hadn't been at the wall. As expected, he had carefully hidden his real location even from his own people. The emanation of ether was interesting though, the mana signature I sensed before the battle, it was camouflage. A false signal that mimicked the presence of his bond, and the distortion caused by ether could only be intended to disguise his real location, of course. And I was the only person on Dicathen that might be able to sense it. Unless he hides from his own dragon allies as well. The dispatch then went on to detail the efforts in Vildoriel and the Dicathian's new weapon that had been revealed. A fusion of organic mana beast parts along with magical and mechanical components. I couldn't picture what Nico described, but I felt certain that even Agrona hadn't accounted for such a thing. The ex-Scythe Saris had discovered a way to end the fighting in Vildoriel and keep her people safe from the curse Agrona had hidden in their blood and their runes, but Nico expressed a strong sense of confidence that Arthur had not hidden himself in the city. Additionally, the ulterior objective, to capture the sister or mother, had failed and Scythe Melsry had gone missing. As I read through it all for a second time, my focus returned to the part about the etheric emanation at the wall. Biting the inside of my lip, I racked my brain for what else it could mean, but I could think of no other way to read it than my first impulse. Gray was calling me out directly. This conjuration was meant to blind me to his real location, and he intended me to know and understand that fact as well. I found myself wishing Nico were here instead of just his note. I considered sending him a reply and waiting for a response, but I didn't want to give him the impression that I couldn't think for myself. Besides, I already knew exactly what my mission parameters were. The real question was whether or not I would continue to blindly follow them. After all, the rift is sealed. I am wasted here. There was little room to get away from anyone within the shielded area. The wraiths flew in a perimeter, staring out at the dragons just as pent-up as I was, while the dozens of instillers ensured the equipment continued to function perfectly. But I moved to a secluded corner and sank to the ground between two of the shield generators. Closing my eyes, I let my focus expand out into my surroundings. The balanced flow of mana in and out of the rift no longer existed, leaving the atmosphere around the shield thick with it, though it was dimmed by the blinding presence of so many Asuran mana signatures. But like before, I continued expanding my reach farther and farther until my senses reached the wall. There, I again felt the hint of his bond's mana, as well as that telltale distortion that gave away a powerful source of ether. But I didn't stop there. Instead, I continued pushing, reaching, sensing even beyond the Grand Mountains and across the Elenwar wasteland to the north. As if I were Zeus looking down from the top of Mount Olympus, I saw the tide of mana as it moved in waves across the entire continent spread out before me. Breathless at its beauty, I eased my mind into that ocean, letting my focus be pushed and pulled not by my purpose but by the mana itself. I thought I already understood mana, better than anyone else in this world, but I'd never experienced it like this. I had no words to describe the wonder of the phenomena. "Do you still see this world as fake?" Tesha thought, her voice like a stone in the calm ocean. "Some kind of limbo that will cease to exist once you've returned to your old world." "What? This gift you have, you may be the only one in all the world who can see this." She was quiet, musing, then continued. "I look down on this and feel my heart break, knowing the turmoil and suffering happening beneath these vistas. It just made me wonder if the sight affected you. But what kind of impact can this have on someone who doesn't believe in the reality around them, and more importantly of their effect on that reality?" I didn't answer because the truth was I had no answer. I had used the thought of this life as a kind of temporary purgatory to soothe my own guilt at what I'd been asked to do, but I was not a child who had convinced herself that this world wasn't real. The thought brought me out of my reverie and firmly back to my purpose. I was no longer floating on the tide of the ever-moving surface of that ocean of mana, but instead I was fighting against it, pressing outward, expanding to cover more and more of the continent with my senses. The feeling of peace faded, and I was once again aware of the dragons massing around the shield, my tense soldiers and scientists filling the small space and the dispatch from Nico in my hands. As my untethered mind reached across Sapin, Darv, and Elenwar, I felt those places where the mana was distorted by ether brush against the surface of my senses. In each place, There was a strong presence of ether mingled with the mana signature of Grey's dragon bond. Based on what Nico had said, each one was likely a conjuration, a shell of mana housing a core of densely packed ether. The closest was the wall, and after that an isolated place deep in the Elenwar wastes. This, by comparison, was a tiny blip barely sensible against the gray emptiness due to the lack of atmospheric mana. The outskirts of the wasteland were like storms where new mana rushed into the void, but the interior of Elenwar was still nearly empty of it. The third signal to appear was in central Darv, where I thought the Dicathen rebels' refuge must have been, which was discovered after Arthur's escape from the Victoriad. It was stronger and brighter than the wall. Not by a significant margin, but the difference was clear. Others became visible as well, near the city of Ediston and on an island off the southeastern coast of the Beast Glades, and then more still as my consciousness expanded to contain the entire continent. But most of these matched the wall in intensity, and I quickly wrote them off as decoys. We already had troops moving in those areas, which aligned perfectly with where we'd seen increased military activity, and they would verify whether or not Grey was really in each location without help from me. The signatures in the wastes and in Darv, though, were different. One nearly hidden, the other burning brighter and stronger than all the others. Neither had been a focal point of Dicathen troop buildup or fortification, like the wall had been. Both were far enough from civilization to avoid collateral damage if the locations were attacked, and both, I knew from Tesha's shared memories, were important to him. The emanation I could sense from Elenwar was very close to where the capital city of Zestir used to be. He had lived there with Tesha for much of his childhood. And the buried village beneath Darv was where he went when the Dicathens lost the war, where he was reunited with his mother and sister after Agrona very nearly captured them. Either Grey is trying to hide where he thought I wouldn't be able to sense him, in Elenwar, where there is little mana to give him away, or he failed to perfectly replicate his own etheric signature, which causes a stronger disruption in the mana than these false beacons he has created. Either way, he has made a mistake, but which direction does that mistake lean? I struggled to bring to mind everything I knew about Grey from our world and combine it with what I'd learned of him in his life as Arthur Leywin. The ancient mage's village makes sense. If Arthur was confident in his ability to disguise his real position, my thoughts continued. To provide so many false positives only to hide where his real signature couldn't be sensed at all within Elenwar would truly be the act of a coward. Arthur isn't a coward, Tesha thought matter-of-factly, and yet either way he hides while his allies fight and die to conceal his location, I answered. Tesha soberly considered my words and didn't respond right away. I agree with you, I thought to Tesha, making up my mind. He isn't a coward, but he is overconfident in his own abilities. The moment I decided on a course of action, I was presented with another problem. Standing, I left the meager cover of the shielding artifacts and inspected the smooth shield that wrapped around our location, extending high into the air to contain the rift. A secondary ring of artifacts projected distorting mana directly into the rift, preventing anyone from coming through from the other side. But I was kept within the shield just as effectively as the horde of dragons were kept out. I could penetrate the barrier, of course, but doing so would expose me to Karen's army and would even momentarily open up the equipment inside to their attacks. That wasn't acceptable. I ignored the fact that Agrona would definitely find my abandoning my post to be equally unacceptable. If I brought him Grey, however, I knew that he would forgive me. I flagged down Lorcan, the wraith assigned to support me and deliver my orders down to all the others. Scarred and pale with jagged, unnaturally shaped horns, Lorcan had an unpleasant look to him, but he was a real soldier. He lacked the self-importance of so many of the other wraiths and pursued Agrona's goals feverishly and without question. Legacy? He asked, his ruby eyes empty of anything except expectation. The situation has changed and I am needed out in the field, I explained perfunctorily. I'm leaving you in command of the rift. Keep the instillers on task and the shielding arrays functional, and I have no doubt everything will continue to unfold as predicted. If Lorcan was surprised, he gave no indication. Of course, Legacy, at the High Sovereign's will. I nodded in dismissal, and he returned to the air to go notify the leaders of each wraith battle group. Returning to the relative solitude between two of the shield artifacts, I sat down cross-legged and waited. It had been maybe 30 minutes since Karen had arrived, and the occasional attacks against the shield ceased. I didn't think they would wait much longer before attempting an assault with their leader present. While I waited, I extended my senses out through the ground, feeling for where the shield emanated and closed off beneath us, as well as where the soil was softest. If I were to leave, I needed to do so unnoticed if I planned to search for Grey without being hounded by the dragons. 5 more minutes passed in relative silence, then all at once, the atmosphere outside of the shield transformed into a storm of mana, the air going white as if we were caught in the heart of a lightning bolt. The hair on my arms lifted at the charge in the air, and my skin was prickled with goose flesh. The ground and sky alike split open as dozens of Asuran spells crashed against the shield. I took hold of the earth attribute mana, and the soil flowed like water, allowing me to sink down into it. At the same time, I clenched tightly onto my mana, preventing even the tiniest leak that might be sensible as a moving mana signature. To more completely camouflage myself, I smoothed over any movement in the atmospheric mana that might provide some hint of my whereabouts to the sensitive dragons. The noise of the battle changed from the sharp crack of thunder to the deep rumble of an avalanche. Earth attribute mana projected me forward through the ground itself, which folded out of the way before filling back in behind me as if I were swimming through the hard-packed dirt. The tangible force that made up the barrier loomed in front of me. Reaching into it, I took hold of a thread of that mana and pulled. Like the seam in stitched fabric, it came undone and I passed through. I waited on the other side for a few moments until the barrier healed itself, powered by the constant pressure of the array of artifacts above, then continued. Even with my nearly perfect control of mana, it was still more difficult and slower to part the earth and the network of roots woven through it than to fly through air. But since the dragons could range so far so quickly, and more were still trickling in from across the continent, I wanted to ensure I wouldn't be detected, and so I flowed along deep under the ground for a long time. Dungeons and caves dotted the landscape of the beast glades, but I maneuvered around them rather than slow my progress further by going through. If Arthur is really unable to defend himself, then he has no choice but to hide. And his friends, all the people who love him, defend him willingly, Tesha said out of the blue. It took me a moment to connect her thoughts to our previous conversation. And do you really love him, I mean? I didn't think I needed to ask, since our minds were connected, but Tesha's emotions around Gray were complex and difficult to parse even when she wasn't trying to disconnect me from them. I have since I was just a little girl, she said after a very long pause. He was my first love, I think. But now you know what he is, who he is, that he lied to you the entire time you've known him. With all that baggage, can you still really love him? I don't think Arthur ever pretended to be anyone except who he really was, she answered slowly, forming every word with care. I can only imagine how hard it must have been for him, the loneliness, the guilt of having to keep such a secret. He lied to you because he had to, I continued, my mental voice softening. What other choice did he have, she asked. I won't pretend I understand what it means to build emotionally on top of all this. Is the love of a child real? Maybe not. But I know that I care for him, respect him, and want him to have a happy life after all this. If that isn't a foundation for real love, then I'm not sure what is. Her words help me give context to my own complex emotions. I feel pretty much the same about the lies Nico helped Agrona placed in my head. They were for a purpose, and Nico felt like he had to do that. It was for my own good, like Gray to you. That's not what I meant, Tesha said tentatively. She paused for a few seconds. Arthur needed to protect himself with lies. Right or wrong, it wasn't an action made to control me. It was not difficult to read the unspoken implication of her words, which I considered in silence for some time. You think you're justified in forgiving Gray's lies, but I'm foolish for forgiving Nico and Agrona. As if anticipating what I'd say, she replied immediately. I think you're still trying to figure out who you are, Cecilia, and that you struggle to make decisions you are confident in because you constantly question the source of any thought you have. Is it you or Agrona, or even me? I don't want to be the voice in your ear guiding you to do things my way. Again, I had no answer, and so we both fell silent, our thoughts like two murky clouds just intermingling at the edges. I let the sight of the soil unfolding in front of me pull me in and wipe away any lingering thoughts about Gray or Nico, or myself. I lifted up from the soil only after verifying that there were no dragons for a very long way, then flew out over the Grand Mountains. The cold air felt good after the claustrophobic tunneling of my underground flight. The mountains and then the desert beyond flew by in a blur, reminding me of the teleportation gates utilized by the Dicathens. They were relics of the ancient mages, much like the underground village I found as I lowered myself through a gaping hole in the desert floor where the cavern's ceiling had partially collapsed. Huge piles of sand had accumulated below, covering half the cavern. What I could see of the rest was completely demolished. According to the rumors our spies had sifted through, Gray fought an actual Usura here. Looking at the damage, I could believe it. This close, I could now sense the ethamana emanation from below even without forcefully extending my senses. Despite the winding network of tunnels that spread out from the destroyed village, the emanation was like a compass, pointing where I needed to go. Aside from a few huge rodent-like mana beasts, I saw nothing as I sped along the dark tunnels, my eyes enhanced with mana in order to see. I was nearly at my target when dread suddenly came over me, dousing my anticipation like wind to a candle flame. My feet touched the ground, then instinctively shuffled backwards as I searched the square hallway for the source of my dread. It was like a miasma hanging in the air, an intangible thing with very real claws that wanted to rake at my eyes and lungs and heart, but there was no spell, no mana that I could, an etheric effect, I realized. A dread that can't be passed through or cast aside, the perfect layer of protection. Though I'd continued to waffle back and forth, second-guessing my decision to come to Darv instead of a Lenoir, I knew then that I'd chosen correctly. Gritting my teeth, I pushed outward with mana, both my own purified mana that circulated through my coreless body and the atmospheric mana that lingered in the tunnels deep below the ground. Cracks ran up the walls and spiderwebbed across the floor, and visible distortions of light and heat flickered in the air. Ice condensed over the walls, then shattered, and ran as water to pool across the floor before hissing to steam and circulating back into the air, where it was again forced outward from the pressure I exuded. The dread lessened, then receded, still present but distant and lacking power. I couldn't control the ether, nor could I break the spell and end its effect, but by moving a strong enough force of mana, I had disrupted it momentarily. Wasting no time, I sped forward, quickly leaving the zone of dread behind. When I turned the next corner, I came to an abrupt stop. A wall of living stone bisected the tunnel, moving constantly from left to right across the path. Despite the tons and tons of rapidly shifting stone, it hardly made a noise. "What other trick do you have up your sleeve, Gray?" I asked, my voice ringing loudly against the muffled rushing of the spell. As I watched it move, I noticed the small details. It wasn't a solid wall of stone, but many smaller plates that fit together like puzzle pieces, all flowing within a groove cut perfectly to fit the machination. It radiated a powerful and alien flavor of mana. This, more than anything, suggested an origin that was neither Dicathen or Alacrian. I pushed against the mana with my own, and it shoved back hard enough that I stumbled a step and was forced to catch my balance. A scowl fell across my face. Holding up one hand to help me focus, I grabbed hold of the rapidly shifting stone with Earth attribute mana, trying to grind it to a halt. The interlocking plates of stone shivered as the power controlling them fought back against mine. Without releasing the pressure I was exerting, I reached for that power and tried to draw on it. It held, heavy and inexorable, as immovable as the roots of the world. I pulled harder, straining against the weight of that power until the plates forming the moving wall splintered, shattering and grinding to a halt, filling the hallway with broken chunks of rock. The walls trembled, and a terrible rumbling noise threatened to shake the very foundations of Dicathen to pieces. Then, as suddenly as it had happened, the shaking and grinding stopped. I bent down to inspect a chunk of the stone. It had a slight luster to it, dimmer than obsidian and without the telltale smooth striations where the breaks happened. Instead, there were layers upon layers of compacted rock pressed together, almost like the rings of a tree. It was difficult to put my finger on, but there was almost a kind of life to the stone. When I ran a finger along the rough surface of the break, goose flesh roughened my skin, and I pulled away. The hallway continued beyond the wall of moving stone into darkness. Standing straight, I stared at the gap. "I know you're here, Usra. I'm sure you can hear me. I suppose threats or promises will be met with equal silence, so I won't insult you by trying to sway you from your course. But in 10 minutes, when you are taking your last ragged breaths, remember this moment and how you could have chosen differently." A dull chuckle echoed from the darkness, and a man stepped out of shadow and into the range of my mana-enhanced eyesight. His back had a slight hunch to it, enhancing the frail look of his physique. Dark, tired eyes stared at me from beneath a curtain of greasy black hair. "Bravado, that's what happens when you give a child endless power. You spend far too much of your energy convincing yourself you really are as great as people keep telling you, despite the fact that you feel like an imposter in your own skin." He cocked his head slightly, letting the greasy mop of hair hang down. "Well, except that you're an imposter in someone else's skin, but never mind that." My jaw clenched painfully, and I lashed out with a crack of thunder and spear of lightning. The attack struck the Usra in the chest, and he exploded apart, his flesh and bones spraying across the smooth floor with a clatter. Except it wasn't flesh and bones, but only more of the striated stone. "I didn't expect an Usra to play children's games," I said, trying and mostly succeeding to keep my voice level. "If I'm not as powerful as they say, why run and hide?" No words came back to me but my own voice resounding softly in the cramped space. Cautiously, I stepped through the gap into the hallway beyond. The tunnel almost immediately split into a Y shape before turning again shortly in both directions, limiting the distance I could see. The walls were made of the same type of stone. When I ran my hand down the wall, I found it warm to the touch, then pulled away when it thrummed with a sort of pulse, much slower than my own heartbeat but no less real. Gray's etheric signature resonated from my left not far. Tesh's silent tension sat in the back of my skull like an impending migraine. I went to the left, and the low, narrow tunnel turned left again after 20 feet or so, only to turn right shortly after that. When I reached the next split, I understood. A maze. Closing my eyes, I honed in on the distortion in the mana I knew was gray. When I pulled at the earth attribute mana infused into the stone wall in that direction, the entire labyrinth quaked. I slammed my entire will against it and the wall exploded. The labyrinth became a churning thresher of stone plates moving in every direction around me. Ducking beneath a guillotine-sharp chunk, I wrapped myself in mana and watched breathlessly. It seemed to be wild chaos, but it wasn't. No, the roiling stone, in the form of tons upon tons of interlocking plates, was as controlled as the workings of a clock, fitting together just so and sliding past each other with perfect integrity. It was truly a work of art, a use of mana so inexplicably beautiful that I could never hope to recreate it. Like a stone in the clockwork, I interrupted the mechanism, and a few plates cracked against my mana, but others shifted seamlessly to replace them. In moments, the entire labyrinth had reformed around me, leaving me standing at a dead end, the broken wall replaced by an entirely new one. Closing my eyes, I felt around me, tracing the lines of mana. The maze was thick with atmospheric earth attribute mana, like a heavy dust that clung to everything and choked the air. Arthur's signature radiated out from the center of the maze, but the brightness of the mana was such that I couldn't cleanly follow the maze only with my senses. I pulled back and slammed into the walls again. Again, they exploded, the plates forming them spinning through the air, reconnecting, and reforming new walls before sliding smoothly back into place. I tried to see through the hole before it closed, but the chaos blinded me until the maze had reformed. Giving myself time to think, calm down, and absorb more mana, searching specifically for the pieces of the Asura's mana I could pluck away from the greater cloud, I began to follow the maze instead of attempting to smash my way through again. Moving cautiously as I maneuvered through the twists and turns, I tried to be patient and methodical. That, unfortunately, was not my strong suit. Damn this place, I cursed as I ran into yet another dead end. Bit by bit throughout the maze, I drew in hints of this Asura's mana, and my insight into its particular attributes grew. It wasn't the same as draining Dawn, the phoenix, of all her mana, but I could feel the scales tipping in my direction moment by moment. "Your control really is remarkable," a voice said from behind me, and I spun around to find the frail-looking Asura not 30 feet away, gaining insight into Titan mana by drawing directly on it, forcing it away from me. That is a kind of mastery I wouldn't have thought possible. I inspected the figure closely, looking for anything that might tell me if this was the real Asura or just another golem. I hadn't noticed it before, but there was a subtle pattern to his skin and a sharpness of his features that replicated the texture of the stone maze. Likewise, it's pretty incredible that you can make such a convincing replica of yourself. I thrust forward with both hands and a storm of hailstones, each one vibrating with a core of condensed sound attribute deviant mana hissed down the hall. A wall of the moving stone plates shifted into place between me and the Asura, and a sound like old earth gunfire erupted through the hallway as the hailstones and wall both exploded. The conjured wall collapsed, revealing the Asura, half his face blown away. The remaining part of his mouth smiled, and then the golem tipped backward, struck the floor, and burst apart into 1,000 sharp shards. Instantly, I turned gravity against the stones, making them tumble across the floor to me. Mana was still wicking away from their surface like gently smoking embers. I drew on the mana, pulling in as much as possible. Something clicked into place. I squared off with the maze wall that faced toward Arthur's signature. I took time to gather my power, letting purified mana wash out of me, collect across the surface of the stone wall, and creep into the minuscule cracks where the connecting plates intersected. Instead of slamming my will into the magic holding the walls in place all at once, I firmly but consistently ramped up the pressure, starting with a small push and then slowly applying more and more force. Soon the walls were quaking again, the opposing forces acting on the mana compressing the individual particles like they were caught in a vice, the plates of stone warping to reveal the cracks between. Pressing clawed fingers of mana into the cracks, I peeled them apart, ripping my way through the wall. This time, when the surge of magic began to rebuild the labyrinth with me still inside it, I grabbed hold of the spell. Many thousands of stone plates separated, shifted, and then froze in the air, hovering deconstructed all around me, like the individual motes of snow with a snow globe. The dust and stone swirled before me, manifesting the Asura yet again. He thrust forward, and a fist of stone struck my sternum, lifting me off the ground and sending me flying backwards. As my concentration broke, my hold on his spell released, and the stone plates spun and twisted into place, reforming the maze. I smashed into a solid wall which buckled, then went flying through it. Another wall rose to meet me, and then another as I was driven through them like a hammered nail. Fighting to retain my senses, I forced gravity to pull toward me from every direction, forcibly stilling myself at the center of a crushing gravity well. My teeth ground together as I fought to ignore the screaming pain that clutched at every part of my body. Releasing all that tension, energy, and pain as a wild shout, I shoved outward. The maze ripped itself to pieces. a wall of gravity, wind, and pure mana-born force carrying an arsenal of stone plates away from me in a tide of bloody violence. I sagged, resting my hands on my knees, unable to hold myself fully upright. The resistance seemed to shrink, diminished. Looking through the curtain of gunmetal gray hair, I saw a large, flat chamber opened up around me. It was smaller than I might have imagined, and almost empty aside from the rubble strewn about. The Usura was on one knee not far away. Bloody slashes covered his body, the real one, I was certain. He turned his head toward the center of the chamber, where a second figure rested atop a thick cushion, sat with his legs crossed beneath him and his arms resting over his knees, eyes closed. "Arthur, wake up," the Usura wheezed breathlessly. Adrenaline and the flush of victory pushed down my pain, and I strode toward Gray. With a flick of my hand, stone plates scythed through the air, knocking the Usura to the ground. Claws of mana reached toward Arthur, accompanied by a spike of fear and disbelief from Tesha. Arthur's eyes snapped open and he gave me a wry grin. My stomach lurched as the ground beneath me gave way. Bursts of mana exploded like fireworks in front of my eyes and echoed across the chamber, slamming into my senses from all sides. Mentally reeling, I wrapped myself in mana and tried desperately to dim my senses and catch my fall. An external force pushed on me from above, driving me downward. With a furious shout, I wrested away control of gravity and locked myself in place. My eyes fluttered open. The dark chamber was mostly lost beneath a sea of white spots sparkling across my vision, but I could see, right beneath me, an oily, dimly shining opaque surface within a carved frame. A portal. Another battery of mana collided with me from above, forcing me down toward the portal, which opened beneath me like the maw of some great mana beast. Understanding, I shoved downward into the portal itself, warping the surface and pushing it away from me as I sank inch by inch toward it. My mana wrapped around the frame and I heaved, trying to rip it apart and destroy the portal within. But more and more mana was pressing down on me, tidal waves of mana. Inching around, I glared back over my shoulder. Gray was flying above me. Where he had been, there was now a stone pedestal topped with a glowing ellipsoid made of silvery white mana and amethyst ether. His face, framed by waving wheat-blonde hair and set with golden eyes, was sharp, his wry expression bitter and stiff. With one hand, I clawed at the portal. With the other, I reached back and attempted to grasp him. If I could drag him down with me into the portal, Tesha's panicked claws sank into the back of my mind as she struggled to exert herself. "I'm sorry, Cecilia, but I can't let you do this." Emerald vines wrapped around my arms and my throat, but after what happened with Mordain, I was ready. Within me, vines of pure mana mimicked her own, finding her spiritual essence and wrapping around it, binding it, choking and crushing it. My focus was too divided. I couldn't fight Gray, Tesha, and the portal all at once. I met those golden eyes and released my hold over the portal. Spinning my body in place, I wrenched the vines from Tesha's control and sent them snaking up. They wrapped around Gray's arms, legs, and neck, and with a jerk pulled him toward me. The vines closed crushingly around the trapped limbs, the thorns digging into his flesh and conjuring small droplets of blood that ran down his body. I had him, and even better, I had interrupted his focus on the keystone. He would never control fate. Relief washed over me, but not my own. Distracted, I looked inward toward Tesha. She was pulling back, no longer fighting me. Above, cracks spread out from where the vines constricted around Gray's limbs. Where the blood droplets ran, they washed away the color of his skin, revealing flat gray beneath. My eyes widened, jumping from Gray to the ellipsoid conjuration of mana and ether sitting in the pedestal. I thought of the heavy earth mana blanketing this entire cavern, of the slightly imperfect golems and the Usura's apparent desperation as he struck out at me when I'd controlled his spell. Layer after layer of deceit, all performed perfectly. Gray, who projected none of the tension between mana and ether that I should have felt, winked at me with one golden eye, and when it opened again, only gray stone stared out of a gray face. One arm shattered, and instead of blood and bone, stones sparked, revealing the same tight rings of compaction I had noticed in the stone plates. As my back hit the portal and I felt it wrapping around me and pulling me in, Gray crumbled to dust. Behind where he had been, the Usura sat in a floating earthen throne, one thin brow raised disdainfully as he glared down at me. A hand pressed over his blood-darkened side. Then the world turned violet and gray and the portal took me. Chapter 472, Reckoning, Arthur Leywin. Nico looked at me and gave a mischievous smirk. "There's going to be a new one today, another girl. Draniv let it slip this morning." I only shook my head as I proceeded with my stretches to prepare. "I hope she's as cute as that Maylee's girl." Nico watched me eagerly, knowing that talking about this stuff always made me blush. I tried to hide it but still felt the heat creeping up my neck. Nico laughed, watching me stretch without making any effort to do so himself. "I think that one liked you." The grin became forced. "More than she liked me anyway." I rubbed the back of my neck and brushed a lock of auburn hair out of my face, mumbling, "I think you're missing the point." I hated it when he tormented me like this. I had the feeling he'd always been like that, even in our past life, but my memories of Earth and being a king weren't very clear anymore. Some stuff, like all the physical training I'd done, stuck out clearly, but my life itself seemed all fuzzy. Yeah, I know, Nico said, rolling his eyes before casting a vacant stare across the training chamber. We're searching for some mythical third musketeer for our dynamic duo. Nico frowned suddenly, an expression I felt myself matching. What's a musketeer? We both asked at the same time. Nico shrugged, chuckling, but I couldn't release the question quite so easily. We often found ourselves drawing on some shared fact or piece of cultural memory from our lives on Earth, but they just as often made no sense to either of us. I couldn't help but ask myself if it had always been like that since my reincarnation, but like the memories of Earth. My life before Scythe Cadle saved me from that dragon and brought me to Alacria was also fuzzy. I suppose they would be, though, I considered. I was only like 4 or 5 when that happened. My thoughts lingered on this subject, picking futilely at the fabric of those memories without gaining any new insight into them as I completed my pre-training warm-up. Only when Scythes Melsry and Viessa appeared did Nico hurry to follow my lead. The two Scythes watched us silently, Melsry appearing bored while Viessa radiated a constant undercurrent of disappointment. When Scythe Cadle arrived shortly after, I hopped up and stood at attention. With him was a girl who appeared to be about my age. She had navy hair the color of the deep ocean water I'd seen when visiting the coast of Vildoriel with Cadle, but it was her eyes that really stood out. They were like two shining rubies inset in her slightly round face. Cadle snapped his fingers and I jolted to attention, realizing I'd been staring. Beside me, Nico kept shooting expectant glances at me, but I ignored him as best I could. Gray, Nico, this is Kara of Highblood Denoir. Cadle watched us closely, his red eyes dark in comparison to the girl's. Aside from his lips and eyes, not a muscle twitched. He stood so still he might as well have been carved of stone. She is descended of Vritra blood, though she has not yet awakened. She will be training with you for the next few days. This opportunity is a great honor for the Denoir blood. His tone changed as he said this last bit, making it clear he was speaking to the girl without even looking at her. She bowed deeply, her navy hair falling down over her face. Of course, Scythe Cadle Vritra, thank you for this incredible opportunity. Highblood Denoir will prove its purity to the High Sovereign. They're all the same, I thought, remembering every other young Vritra-blooded foster child that had been brought to train with us over the last couple months. It was hard to see the world from their perspective. To them, the High Sovereign was this mystical, unknowable force, a god among men. And he was a bit intimidating and so weird, but mostly he was just Uncle Agrona. Cadle gave me a meaningful look, forcing me to straighten even further, then turned his attention to the other Scythes. I'll leave the minutiae of today's training to you. As always, Melsry said under her breath as Cadle swept from the room. I knew he had insane hearing and must have heard her, but Melsry was always snide, and he always ignored her. I liked Cadle, but I couldn't imagine smarting off to him, or being anything other than completely and perfectly respectful, actually. In some ways, he was a lot scarier than even Uncle Agrona. Viessa stepped forward and motioned the three of us into a line. Melsry took 3 imbued training blades from their stand and handed one to each of us. They were made of charwood, a black wood that was hard, dense, and difficult to work with, but that held magic easily. Nico Gray, you will start, Viessa said, her voice sending a shiver up my spine as always. Show Kara the speed and intensity of sparring that we expect. Focus on form and proper delivery of your strikes. Your equipment will be set to correct sloppiness. I felt my muscles tense and Nico stiffened behind me. The runes carved into the blades and handles of our training swords helped to track the speed, force, and precision of our movements. They could also be set to deliver painful shocks to either the target or the wielder, depending on the performance of both sides. When Viessa led the training, it was often both, and the painfulness of the correction was always intensified. Kara, we expect you to be able to match these little idiots' pace without the aid of any mana usage, Melsry told the girl. Pay attention, internalize their speed and style. Remember, we're looking to see if you can train together effectively, and that means smoothly duplicating their efforts. She gave Nico a meaningful look. Unless they're slacking, then don't hold back and definitely don't worry about hurting them. Kara's eyes flicked uncertainly toward Melsry for a heartbeat before her expression settled again. Yes, Scythe Melsry Vritra, come on, Nico grumbled, struggling to keep the pout off his face. As much as he was happy to be the teaser, he hated when Melsry picked on him, which only made her do it even more. He moved to the center of the training area, spun, and stepped into a tail stance, the blade of his sword facing backward from me with his arms across his body. I raised my brow questioningly and he gave a small nod. Taking this seriously today, I guess. But his gaze kept slipping past me to the girl, and I'd trained with Nico enough times to know this was already over. With my own left leg forward, I let the point of my sword dip down into the fool's stance and took a breath, letting most of my body relax. Then I waited, Nico was never very patient, but he was a lot more impatient when he felt like he needed to prove something, like when there is a girl around. We stayed like that for only a few seconds before he tensed. He opened with a sweeping upward cut, which I avoided with a quick backstep without even bringing up my own weapon. Nico's sword swung around from right to left, maintaining the momentum of the heavy charwood, then sliced down toward my shoulder. Instead of dodging left, which would have been the natural direction, I ducked my head and stepped right, moving beneath his blade and bringing my own up into his side with a soft thud. He grunted and backed away, gritting his teeth. There was a jolt of mana from my training sword, racking my arms and chest with shooting spikes of pain. I clenched my fists, trying not to let the pain show as I looked at the sides questioningly. If your opponent was wearing armor and had the protection of mana, he would not even have been wounded by the force of your strike, Viessa explained in her cold manner. Do not fail young Lady Karab by showing weakness in front of her. You know better than to think that level of force would be acceptable, boy. Frustrated, I nodded sharply and reset. This time Nico was more patient and I went on the offensive first. The heavy charwood blades cracked together loudly several times, followed by a pronounced thump and a growl of pain from Nico. We reset again. Better, this is the speed we expect, Viessa said to the girl. Any traditional forms are acceptable. There will be an opportunity for training later that encourages you to break free of established stances, but today we wish to see if you are trained well enough to identify and counter the styles used by Nico and Gray. Speaking to us again, she snapped, well. What are you waiting for? Do not waste my time. Nico and I sparred for 20 minutes, exchanging 3 times that many strikes. Of every strike that landed, 3 out of 4 were mine, and my training sword did not correct me again. Nico, on the other hand, started to twitch at each pause after the 5th time his sword shocked him. After that, Viessa called a halt and brought the girl forward, and Melsry pulled me to the side. She forced me to stand with my back to the sparring session with my eyes closed. With her powerful mana signature so close and only barely restrained, it was difficult to focus on any other sense but that of my mana core. Narrate the sparring session, she ordered. I honed my natural senses toward the sounds and movement of the much dimmer mana signatures of Nico and the girl. Their turn shoes scuffed across the floor. The skin of their hands creaked as they tightly gripped the leather-wrapped handles of their training swords. Nico's breathing was heavier and faster than the girl's. Karas struck first, I began narrating, doing my best to picture their fight in my mind's eye. A series of wood-on-wood cracks resounded through the chamber. Nico is fighting defensively, not striking back. There was a pulse of mana followed by a muffled groan, is holding back. Good, Melsry said, sounding slightly bored. Continue. I kept up a constant narration of the sparring session for the next 20 minutes, receiving a sharp rap against a thigh or biceps whenever I missed something or got the flow of combat wrong. But as I listened, I felt my attitude beginning to change. The girl had clearly trained extensively. The problem with these foster Vritrabloods from those I had met was that they were simultaneously treated like weapons and like they were made of glass. Haughty and filled with self-importance and unearned social power, none of them had been focused or put in the work. Naturally talented, yes, but well-trained, no, except for this girl. Slightly on the heavy side, she was stronger than even the boys we had trained with, but still fast. She only missed a few steps over the whole 20 minutes as she fell smoothly in and out of a dozen or more stances. As much as Nico wasn't exactly the hardest worker in Tigran Salem, he was still better than any of the other kids we'd trained with by a mile. But this girl kept up, landing a strike for every one Nico gave her. By the time they were done, I found myself reconsidering my earlier thought. Perhaps they aren't all the same after all. Nico, to me, Melsry snapped, marking an end to Kara and Nico's sparring. Gray, go. Do not disappoint me. She looked at my training sword meaningfully as she handed it over. Having studied Kara carefully over the last 20 minutes, I assumed I knew what to expect when our turn to spar began. She surprised me immediately, mimicking the fool's stance I'd adopted earlier against Nico only to feint her first strike forward, step back into the tail stance, spin, and deliver a leaping downward cut at my left arm. I only just brought my own blade up in time, catching her strike and driving forward so her own blade was pushed back at her. She rotated in the air, her feet flying forward, and she crashed onto her back, her head bouncing off the stone tiles. Nico cursed and spun around to see what happened only to get a strike across the back of his knees from Melsry. I instinctively moved forward to offer Kara a hand up and make sure she was all right, but a cold glare from Viessa stopped me in my tracks. Kara rolled over, pushed herself up, and rubbed the back of her head gingerly. Her fingers came away spotted with red. Do you require a healer, girl? Viessa said, the question sounding more like a threat. No, Kara said immediately, straightening. She wiped the blood off on her pants, then turned back to me, her training sword held tightly in both hands. Nice move. I thought I'd catch you off guard with the jump, but you sacrificed your ability to adjust your stance and absorb the pushing force from a strong defensive maneuver, I interrupted. She only nodded. With a command from Viessa, we began again. Our 20 minutes passed by in what felt like moments, and I realized when it was over that I'd actually been having fun. Kara was experienced, but she was also very intuitive. Whether due to a balance in our talents or her own quick ability to gauge an opponent and adjust, she matched Nico and I near perfectly, much better than any of the others. I knew even before the first hour was over that she would be the one. The thought made me inexplicably nervous. What is she really here for, though? Not bad, you little beasts, Melsry said, eyeing us with an uncomfortably predatory gaze. Drink, take a few minutes to rest and talk. We have several more hours of earth-shatteringly exciting training ahead of us today. She walked away, taking Viessa with her. I filled 3 stone cups from the fountain running down one wall of the training chamber and handed them to the others. Nico only grunted, but Karat took the cup with both hands and bowed slightly to show respect. Thank you, so where'd you learn all that? Nico burst out, failing as usual to compose himself. You're better than you should be. Cup halfway to her lips, Karat bristled. She slowly lowered the cup and regarded Nico with poorly veiled irritation. And how good should I be exactly? Nico's eyes widened and he almost took a physical step back. That's not I just meant. He looked to me for help, but I pretended not to see as I took a deep drink, draining my cup. I just meant that you're really good is all. Of course I am, I'm of the Denoir blood, she said, her chin raised. Although it was perfectly practiced, there was a hint of being forced that undercut her haughtiness. Softer and with less attitude, she added, I'm going to be an ascender one day. I have to train to be ready. Nico's eyes lit up, and the tension dissolved as the conversation turned to the Ascenders Association, the relictums, and the accolades that could be found within it. I found myself smiling through the conversation, and more I couldn't take my eyes off of Kara of Highblood Denoir. Time rushed by, and everything except the 3 of us melted away. As I lost myself to a blur of fighting, training, and tutoring, Kara's face always stayed in focus. As she was tempered by the grueling pace of Uncle Agrona's training over the following years, her face thinned, never entirely losing its roundness but becoming more defined, more mature. More beautiful, her hand was clammy as it squeezed mine. She didn't look at me out of the corner of her eye, but I could feel her attention on me, her desire for comfort and support. It wasn't like her to be so nervous, but then again, this wasn't exactly a normal day. Nico, Kara, and I were standing together quietly in the outer foyer of Agrona's wing of Tigran Salem. Not wanting to break the tension, I simply stared ahead. A huge wing covered much of the wall across from me. The thick membrane connecting the framework of bones had been torn and then repaired in a couple of places, and the white scales looked dull and faded in the dim light. I wondered if the wing had belonged to the dragon that took me from my family when I was just a boy, the one Cadel had saved me from. I felt eyes on me and glanced at Nico. He looked away, but not before I saw the expression on his face as he took in Kara's hand holding mine. I would have sighed, but I didn't want to break the tense silence. There had always been a competitive rivalry between Nico and me. I progressed faster, trained harder, and received higher-level runes. It was only natural that he occasionally grew frustrated by always coming in second. I didn't blame him for it. He had been my best friend through 2 lives. We were bound together by fate, or so I thought. But the dynamic between us had changed when Kara arrived. She had been, well, whatever Uncle Agrona was looking for. Talented, driven, and striking a perfect balance socially between Nico and me. At least until previously mentioned feelings. There wasn't a lot of room to figure out things like relationships in the way we lived, and I didn't exactly get pointers from people like Scythes Cadel, Melsry, and Viessa, who were our primary teachers, among dozens of other powerful mages who served Agrona. And I didn't ever plan for it. We just kind of stumbled into it as the mutual attraction between us started to invade into our constant training and schooling. We spent almost every waking hour together after all. Maybe it was inevitable, so though were Nico's feelings. I knew he'd been smitten with Kara from the moment she walked through that door into the training chamber years ago. He couldn't help himself, it's just who Nico was. He also, unfortunately, couldn't help his resentment at always coming in second to me. And he'd pulled back from us almost immediately the first time he caught us holding eye contact with each other just a little too long. The air pressure in the room changed, and I realized the doors had opened. Uncle Agrona, dressed simply in a loose-fitting tunic, but with his customary ornamentation draped from the antlerish horns extending up from his head, regarded the 3 of us with a pleased smile. Ah, here they are, the 3 most important people in all the world. Come in, we have much to discuss. Kara squeezed my hand again, then slipped her own free, following Agrona first. Nico raised his brows and shrugged, falling in beside me as we trailed after. We proceeded through a series of lavishly decorated hallways and rooms until we reached a chamber I didn't remember visiting before. The heady smells of rich soil and a mixture of many different kinds of plants wafted out of a half-open door that led into a kind of indoor garden. Sunlight poured in through a glass ceiling, and water trickled in small streams down the walls and into troughs inset into the ground. Plants sprouted up from the soil haphazardly, winding into and through one another as if they each fought for their own survival. Flowers that looked too delicate to compete stabbed up through thick, thorn-covered brambles. Grasping vines hung down the walls and they recoiled visibly as we entered. Agrona chuckled and reached up to stroke one of the vines. "You are very lucky, Kara," he said. His back was to us, but I could hear the smile in his voice. "Very few in this world will ever have the opportunity to fulfill their purpose so completely as you." Kara swallowed heavily. "What is my purpose, High Sovereign?" Agrona paused and turned to look at her, one brow raised above the other. "Uncle Agrona," she corrected with a small bow. He resumed moving through the room, bending to smell a flower here or plucking a petal there. "You are the vessel, Kara," he said, as if that explained everything. I felt myself frowning, but I knew better than to interject. "A vessel is something you put something else into. Your friends have fulfilled their purpose as anchors admirably, forging for me the perfect vessel," Agrona said, which didn't exactly clarify anything. "You are going to change the world, dear one." Kara shot me a slightly panicked look. "I'm sorry, uncle, I don't understand." Agrona turned with a flourish, his hands extended out to his side. "But of course you don't, how could you? The legacy is beyond your comprehension, but not for long. Soon you will understand perfectly." My eyes twitched to Nico's at Agrona's mention of the legacy. Our expressions were so identical, it was almost like looking into a mirror. Cecilia, cold fury like hot coals, settled into the bottom of my stomach as I finally understood. I looked away, unable to meet Kara's eyes, unable to accept what I had done to her. I didn't really listen as Agrona continued, and when he dismissed us, I went straight back to my own room and didn't answer the door when Kara came knocking later. I couldn't face her. I didn't want to hold her hand and look into her eyes and know I had killed her. Instead, I threw myself into our training. I lived for it, the progression, the power it provided. I'd never felt powerless in this life until I learned what Agrona had in store for Kara. I hated that feeling more than anything, and so I decided not to be powerless. One day, I would be stronger than them all. Charwood thudded heavily against steel in rapid succession. The mana imbuing the two blades crackled and sent sparks flying around them. Nico was on the defensive, all his effort exhausted just in keeping my blade away from him, but his hands alone weren't fast enough, and he was forced to retreat back a half step with each blow. I varied my attacks, striking swiftly from alternating directions while continuing to press forward, waiting. He missed his footing and his blade twisted out of position. The charwood, shaved down to a deadly sharp edge, struck him high on the arm. The mana clinging to his exposed flesh and the outer surface of his armor sundered, carved open by my own mana, which also sliced through the mana beast leather beneath it. Nico twitched in pain as my blade met flesh, scoring a shallow cut along his upper arm. Instead of falling back and regrouping, he drove his shoulder forward, pushing the edge of the blade deeper and forcing me to pull my strike or risk causing him real harm. I didn't see the punch coming until it was too late. Nico's fist, wrapped in flames, cracked against my cheek. My own mana blunted the strike, but the sulfur sent agony shooting across my cheek and up into my eye. I stumbled back before going to a knee, then laid down my weapon in a sign of surrender to end the bout. "What the hell, Nico?" I grumbled, rubbing my eye, which was watering and immediately irritated, blurring my sight on the right side. This was supposed to be infusion only, no mana arts. "Especially not Vritra-based spells," Melsry drawled, amused. "Still, it was a good tactic. Sacrifice a small wound to deliver if this were a real battle against a different opponent, fatal attack." "Nicely done, Nico." I turned to glare at Melsry. It was hardly nicely done. Nico took advantage of my adherence to the established rules of our fight to strike an unfair blow. "Following rules of engagement in battle is a paradox," Melsry answered, watching me carefully. "Slavish adherence to such rules only serves your enemy. But we're not enemies." Standing beside Melsry, Kara's face looked pensively between Nico and me. "It's been months, and I'm still doing that," I thought, frustrated with the situation and myself. Somehow, it was still so hard to think of the person beneath that navy hair, those ruby-red eyes, and her crown of horns as not Kara. And yet it was impossible to view her as Kara either, because the two were so different. And so I thought of Kara's hands, her face, her arms now covered in runic tattoos that ran up her neck, instead of thinking of her by name. "Cecilia," I told myself, standing slowly. "Her name is Cecilia. You." "Okay," Nico asked finally, if fleetingly meeting my eyes. "Fine," I answered firmly, staring into the side of his head until he cleared his throat and made a show of turning his back on me to walk away, acting as if he were simply resetting the battlefield. Melsry chuckled as she tossed her snow-white hair back, settling it around her horns. "I think that's enough swordplay for the moment. Grey Cecilia spells only, no movement." Nico sent his blade into an extra-dimensional storage device around his wrist and hurried away from me. I looked down at the charwood sword in my hand. It wasn't a training weapon, even if it looked mostly like the blunt sticks Nico and I had been hitting each other with since we were children. Its edge had been carved down to be sharp as a razor, and the flat was imbued with several runes that bound the weapon to me, making it difficult and painful for anyone else to use, but also fortified the charwood. In the end, it still wasn't as durable as a steel sword, but the charwood channeled mana much better than any metal weapon I'd ever held. With enough application of mana, it would be far stronger than the simple blade Nico wielded. Regretfully, I too reached for the mana that would open my dimension ring, then stored the blade away. I knew what was coming, and I wasn't exactly looking forward to it. As Nico and Cecilia passed each other, she reached out and squeezed his hand, then pulled him to her and quickly kissed his cheek. My gaze fell to the ground. "Hey, none of that shit on my watch," Melsry barked. "You're the legacy, not some lovesick schoolgirl. I don't care if you have been dead and separated for however long." "Sorry, Scythe Melsry Vritra," Cecilia said, blushing and offering the scythe a quick bow before hurrying into place opposite me. I tried to clear my head, but the throbbing in the side of my face only intensified as I watched Cecilia approach. Channeling wind attribute mana, she conjured a cushion of air beneath herself, carefully crossed her legs and settled atop it, hovering about 2 feet off the ground. I couldn't help but grind my teeth. A few months, and already she is capable of something like that. The rapid purification of her core and expansion of her abilities had been far beyond anything I could have expected. It seemed to defy every law of magic I had learned in this world. I myself had a regalia, 2 emblems, and a crest, providing me aptitude with 3 of the 4 traditional elements. I also learned some of the Vritra mana arts, focusing on bile water and void wind to complement, or counter, Nico's specialization of soul fire and blood iron. But Cecilia had only needed time to grow acquainted with the body she now inhabited before almost immediately displaying affinity with all 4 elements and each of their possible deviants, and without any additional runes bestowed after her reincarnation. This was another thing I found myself doing often. I couldn't bring myself to acknowledge the full truth of Cecilia's presence in this world with us, because it hadn't simply been her reincarnation. She hadn't randomly inhabited a body or been reborn into her own. No, her spirit had required a vessel, and Karaz had to be displaced in the process. I thought with a building anger. Agrona killed her, Cecilia killed her. Melsry said something that I didn't catch, and then mana swirled into a visible spell around Cecilia. Jerking out of my stupor, I formed a barrier around myself, already on the back foot due to my poor focus. A blue bolt of lightning crashed against my shield, followed by the crack of concentrated thunder. The sound attribute deviant mana, purified in Cecilia's core, shivered through the barrier protecting me, starting at the point of the lightning strike and rippling outward like a stone thrown into a pond. I leaned into the barrier, reinforcing it with all the mana I could muster. I felt Cecilia pushing into the center of the ripple with her will, not casting a spell but simply pushing on the mana directly by opposing my control over it. The shield melted away suddenly, and a concentrated fist of wind struck me in the chest, lifting me off the ground only to slam me onto my back and send me sprawling. "Gray, you moved." Melsry's voice was followed with the flare of mana, then a whip of black flames licked across my back. My vision went white for several seconds as pain overwhelmed me. "I think that was a new record, Cecilia," Melsry continued, disregarding me writhing on the ground. "But your use of mana is lazy. While it is impressive that you were able to burst his shield almost entirely by opposing his control over the mana, that ability is a crutch. If you learn only to overwhelm your opponents by sheer force of mana, then you will fail to foster the creativity necessary to make use of your full range. You are the only mage in Alacria who can control all attributes of magic. Make use of that." "Yes, Scythe Melsry Vritra. Gray, get your ass up, let's go again, and focus this time." I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and pushed myself up with shaking arms. Life became an unhappy haze of repetition as the gap between Cecilia, Nico, and I grew wider. My sense of powerlessness only deepened, a dark and empty well that yawned beneath me. And if I looked down into it, I knew I might fall and never recover. If not for Agrona's continuing push for us to live, study, and train as a group, I couldn't have bared it. "You're angry, Gray." "Good." My jaw clenched until it ached, and I tried not to glare at the High Sovereign. "Use it, boy, don't hold back. Your rage is a survival mechanism meant to push you past the threshold of your abilities. To rein it in is to hobble yourself. If you make less of yourself than you could be, then you are simply waiting for death." I took my stance and glowered at Nico across from me. A heavy weight settled over my limbs as Cecilia suppressed my mana, forcing me and Nico to rely only on our combat training. I saw her mouth, sorry, out of the corner of my eye. If only Agrona would ever match me against her without our mana, then I wouldn't be so damned powerless against her. I shook off the thought, focusing. Begin. This time, Nico lunged to my right, opening aggressively. His blade thunked against mine. I stepped into the attack, forced his blade out of the way, and planted my foot between his own. But his lunge had been a feint, and he pirouetted around me, his blade turning to a reverse grip and thrusting backwards at my stomach. I struck the flat of his weapon with my palm and again stepped into his attack, too close for swords to be fully effective. My elbow snapped up toward his mouth, but he twisted and took the blow on the jaw as he pulled his sword back toward him, slashing across my body. My own sword whirled into place, deflecting the cutting edge from my skin. Without mana imbuing the charwood, I felt the steel bite into the razor-thin edge of my weapon, notching the blade. Feigning a step back, as if I were correcting my stance, I unleashed a forward kick at the side of his knee. Too late, Nico tried to correct his footing, but my boot impacted firmly, bending his leg sideways with an awkward pop. Nico grimaced and flourished his weapon defensively, creating a barrier between us, but there was blood in the water now and I could smell it. Springing off my back foot, I lunged forward and struck directly at his sword's handguard. His attempted block was clumsy and the blade was jolted out of position. I thrust forward, pushing the edge of my charwood sword across his ribs. He tucked in toward the wound, bringing his head down into my knee, which connected with the crunch of breaking cartilage. Nico stumbled and fell back, his weapon wheeling across the floor with a dull scraping noise. I turned angrily toward Agrona. "We all know I'm the better swordsman. What is the point of this exercise?" Agrona's smile sharpened. "Healer, get Nico on his feet, then we go again." My mana came back in a rush as Cecilia released the suppression in order to aid Nico's healing. Nico was silent as the healer eased the swelling in his knee, set his nose, and stopped the bleeding from the cut across his ribs, but I could feel him seething. Cecilia watched everything nervously. She kept trying to catch my eye, but I ignored her. When Nico was back on his feet, we returned to our starting positions and fell into our opening stances, waiting for Agrona's word. "Begin." Nico came forward from a high stance. I opened with an overhead block, my feet already aligned with my path through the strike and behind Nico, where I would deliver a slash to the back of his legs. Our two weapons met. Steel again bit into the unprotected edge of the charwood. The weapons caught each other with the expected resistance, jerked, then continued forward through each other. A bright line of pain ran across my shoulder and down the outside of my arm. The last 2 feet of black wood clattered to the ground, bouncing. In my hands, I held only the handle with a foot of blade sliced cleanly off on the end. I kept with my original motion, but instead of attacking the back of Nico's legs, which my weapon was no longer long enough to reach, I spun and released the hilt. Nico had stepped through his swing and half-turned, hesitating as he looked down at the charwood blade as it bounced a second time, spinning as if in slow motion. The remaining length of blade struck his unprotected sternum, sinking into the hilt. Nico's eyes went wide with surprise, his mouth forming a soundless "oh." He stumbled backwards once, tripped over the still-bouncing charwood blade and fell to the ground with a crash. There was a moment where no one moved, then Cecilia's scream of "Nico" split the air like a thunderclap. She ran to his side and reached for the hilt, but her hands hovered over it fearfully. "Help," she called, casting about a frightened look for the healer, but he was watching Agrona, waiting for the High Sovereign's command. As Cecilia's emotions surged with turmoil, her will crushing down on my mana jerked back and forth like a wolf tearing at its prey. "Release my mana, Cecilia." "Agrona," Cecilia yelled, staring at the High Sovereign with a sort of pleading confusion. "Cecilia, release my—" "Shut up," Cecilia screamed, and something inside of me tore. I collapsed like a puppet with cut strings, my hands clawing at my sternum. The mana, previously constrained to my core by Cecilia's power, was leaking out and growing dim. Outside my body, the warm sense of mana that radiated from everyone in the room grew cold. I gasped, unable to breathe, choking on my own dread, drowning in my fear. "Healer, see if Nico can be saved." My eyes closed. My ears rang so loud that the words became almost unintelligible. "And the other, High Sovereign, the boy's purpose is complete, leave him." My fingers went numb, and I could no longer feel them digging into my skin, desperate to reach the pain inside my sternum. Bile filled the back of my throat. "Don't worry, Cecilia dearest. Remember, while an anchor may give you stability, it will also hold you back. I think you have reached the point where the weight of such relationships must be cut loose. It is time for you to fly free." Cecilia's sobbing was the last thing I heard before the world went black, and then within the black, a faint bit of distant light. The light grew closer, brighter, and then turned into a bright blur, forcing me to shut my eyes. Indiscernible sounds assaulted my ears. When I tried to speak, the words came out as a cry. "Congratulations, sir and madam, he's a healthy boy." Everything came rushing back in, and I remembered where I was and what I was doing. The context of the life I had just lived fit into place, as did the previous attempts. It all felt like a horrid dream, but it didn't fade as I woke, because I'm not really awake. I forced my infant body to quiet and ignored the fussing going on around me as I turned my focus to the puzzle of the keystone. I can't lose myself every time I try to do something different, I thought in frustration. How can I solve a puzzle if I forget what I'm doing every time I pick up a piece? Full of the chill of that sad, unwanted existence in Alacria, a shiver ran through me. For the first time, I felt the fear that I might truly be trapped in the keystone forever. I clung to my mother's warmth with genuine need, but couldn't escape the feeling of melancholy loneliness that subsumed all other feelings. In many ways, I had forgotten what it was like to feel alone, to be by myself in my own head. I wished I could take comfort from mother and father, but in that moment, with the life of Gray and Alacria still so fresh in my mind, I couldn't entirely accept them as real. Sylvie, Regis, where the hell are you? Chapter 473, Beckoning Fates. My infant years passed by unattended, my life happening on a kind of autopilot as my mind focused on the problem of the keystone and my missing companions. In this alternative reality presented by the keystone, even small changes seemed to snowball into an entirely new life that I had to live. But as the simulated life got further from reality, or perhaps, as the person I grew into inside the keystone became further from who I really was or had been, the part of my mind that was conscious of events outside of the keystone seemed to go to sleep, causing me to forget my purpose, and even the fact that I was living out a fake, simulated existence. The memories of my time growing up in Tigran Selim resurfaced. It was difficult to parse everything. I remembered it clearly, but the person I had become under those circumstances seemed so far from who I actually was that it was almost like I'd had someone else's dream. But where, I wondered, had that scenario come from? Is the Keystone Realm just inventing responses to my actions, or is fate somehow involved? Could the Keystone know what really would have happened, or what will happen in the future? I considered ether and fate and knew I couldn't completely discount this fact. Elder Rinia could search through possible timelines and potential events using her magic. Certainly the Jinn could do the same with their heightened control of ether, including the branch of Evam. Still, in comparison to the mechanism behind each of the previous keystones, these unfolding worlds and timelines seemed impossibly complex. Does gaining insight into fate require seeing how all these realities played out in response to each small change? I felt my stomach sink as I wondered just how many times I'd have to relive my life in different permutations to gain this insight. And this nerve-wracking thought brought me to yet another unnerving consideration. How long have I already been here? If the Keystone world moved at the same scale of time as I lived it, then I'd already been inside for decades. I had to assume that time spent in the Keystone wasn't one-to-one with the outside world. Time didn't seem to move at a constant pace in the Keystone. It flies past at incredible speed when I didn't focus on the world it was presenting. If nothing else, that suggested that time was highly subjective, perhaps even an illusion entirely. What if that's it? I jolted into a scene of my toddler self flipping through the encyclopedia of mana manipulation. Staring around in confusion, it felt like I was born only minutes ago. I tried to draw myself back out of the life and allow it to simply play out before my eyes. My excitement seemed to tether me to the moment. I squeezed my eyes shut, concentrating on disconnecting from myself. Something seemed to tug at me from my sternum, like I had a fishing hook embedded in my chest and someone was pulling on it. My eyes flashed open and I stared around, wondering what the sensation could have been, but I saw and felt nothing obvious. Realizing I was letting myself get too anxious and excitable, I forced my small body to take several deep breaths. My mother came into the room, chattering away about me always staring at those books and how cute it was, and time began to spill away from me. In moments I was awakening, then we were already heading up the mountain path that would lead us to the ambush. It played out as it had in life, and suddenly I was with Sylvia. Although I had ideas about how my time with her could have played out differently, I avoided changing anything, even the smallest detail, in order to test my current theory. My time with her ran out, and then my life as a boy in a Lenoir was speeding past. Before I knew it, I was seeing my family again, and then Jasmine and I were adventuring together in the Beast Glades. My time in Xyrus started, leading to the Widow's Crypt, the attack on Xyrus Academy, and my training in a Lenoir. The war itself was already over, culminating with my battle against Nico. It was as my body began to fail from overuse of Sylvia's beast will, and Sylvie's impending sacrifice loomed, that I had another realization. Focusing on the moment, I attempted to step back into my body and take control of the situation, knowing what I wanted to change. Only I couldn't. Time was passing by even more quickly now, with Sylvie's death, my first unintended ascent into the Relictums, and then my time in Alacria all going by in the same breath. Suddenly I was bidding farewell to Ellie, having lied to her about where I would be while accessing the fourth keystone, and Sylvie, Regis, and I were activating and stepping into the keystone again. I waited in darkness, breathless and confused about what had just happened. Again, the light in the distance. Again the words, "Congratulations, sir and madam, he's a healthy boy." My mind was blank for quite a while. Time didn't slip away from me and start the loop over again, but I could feel the shock seizing control of my faculties, and instead of fighting it, I simply let myself be. I had thought perhaps that the lesson of this place was something trite, like that my life had played out just the way it was supposed to, or that I couldn't change the past. I certainly hadn't expected to lose control and get dragged along as my life repeated exactly as it had, unable to enforce my will on it at all. It was like being caught in a rushing river, I thought in wonder after the shock began to settle. But what is the point of that? How does it lead to insight into fate? I struggled to see how this new data point fit in with my previous theories. Obviously, it shattered the idea of simply not changing anything. In fact, this vortex effect suggested the opposite, that I had to explore the many opportunities of this life, or lives, in order to gain insight into the aspect of fate. I rolled this idea around for quite some time but achieved no new insight. Finally, I turned away from it, again considering a moment from the previously rushed through life. As I had approached Sylvie's sacrifice, a wild thought had occurred to me. How can I exist in this life if Sylvie doesn't sacrifice herself for me, splitting her essence to be drawn across the cosmos, where she then watches my life as gray unfold? Because if she doesn't do that, how can she then pull me away from Agrona's effort to reincarnate me and instead place me inside this body? I looked around, searching for the ghostly apparition of Sylvie that I knew must be watching me. After Sylvie had experienced my life as gray, she had followed my spirit through the cosmos as it was dragged to this world by Agrona. At the last moment, she had forced me aside and brought me to the Leywins. And that is where this simulation of my life began. It was a paradox. Although the Keystone lives always began at my birth, in reality, my own life began long before that with my birth as gray on Earth. I clung tightly to that fact. The presence of a potential paradox was a data point, a flaw in the system, one I could identify and potentially extrapolate information from. I suppose in this place my presence at your birth, and also everything I did before your birth, is like a fixed point, a distorted voice said. I turned my overly large head on the neck that still didn't support it, staring off the side of a straw-filled mattress to see the same slightly see-through, younger version of Sylvie that I'd encountered before. You can't change something that was already set in stone before your arrival. I was looking for you, I said, meeting her transparent golden eyes. I know, she answered. I have an idea, I thought, instinctively stuffing a chubby fist into my mouth. Will you help me with something? In the context of this life as it is currently playing out, I have just watched Grey grow from desperate childhood to disconsolate kingship. I then crossed an unknowable expanse across time and between worlds to keep Agrona from claiming you, she thought back matter-of-factly. I have already sacrificed everything for you, Arthur, and I will do so again, and again. As many times as is necessary, so yes, of course I will help you, just tell me what you need. I quietly gathered my thoughts before projecting them to her. You are a part of Sylvie. Before you called yourself a projection of Sylvie as I understood her to exist in this moment, right? That's correct, she confirmed, watching me curiously. But there is another part of Sylvie here as well, I continued. Her real conscious mind from the outside world, except she's sleeping, her and Regis. That's true, my infant face scrunched up in concentration. Her mind hasn't woken yet. I think maybe that's because it hasn't had a time and place to do so inside the Keystone. Even in the lives where I've bonded with her, that version of Sylvie has her own personality intact, consistent with who Sylvie was in that time frame, without the memories of our life outside this place. That leaves no room for my Sylvie, the real Sylvie, to wake up. The ghostly face watched me expectantly, but you're already only a piece of her. And in a few years, you're going to be drawn back into your own egg and reborn as that version of Sylvie. That's also true. If you attached yourself somehow to Sylvie's mind, the real Sylvie, then maybe she could wake up and act through you and then be born back into herself. There was a long pause, and I had to concentrate very hard to keep my mind and infant body awake and focused on the moment. How? She asked eventually. I didn't really know how, but I was convinced that waking Sylvie and Regis was essential to making progress within the Keystone. They represented different aspects of Ether that, together with me, forged a more complete insight of Spatium, Vivum, and Evum as a whole. It was my hope that, as outside consciousnesses, they wouldn't suffer the same effects of deviating from my regular life and could somehow tether me to myself. It's all guesswork at this point, but I can feel Sylvie's mind inside my own. Can you enter my body? Maybe I can act as some kind of bridge between you. The ghostly image nodded in understanding, then drifted forward, passing through the bed and into my flesh. A shiver ran through my tiny body, and I could feel a new, comforting presence floating just beneath the surface. Wiggling my infantile body, I got more comfortable on the straw mattress and closed my eyes. Her mind is inside me somewhere. We just have to find it. I focused on the ghost's warm presence, trying to follow her within myself as she searched for the real her. Such an internal meditative practice would have been easy in my years as a quadrielemental mage or later, once I had an ether core. I'd practiced searching inside of myself with mana and ether for more hours than I could hope to count. But now, in the body of a tiny baby with no mana core of my own, I realized that I lacked the facilities I would normally rely on. Do you feel any sense of her, a resonance or a pull or anything? No, but don't despair, she assured me. As my focus honed in on finding Sylvie and forging a connection between the two partial versions of her, one real, the other manifested by the keystone, I lost my sense of the outside world. Even when my infant body slept, my adult mind remained intent on the connection between Sylvie's apparition and her sleeping mind. Time passed discordantly, with the outside world seeming to rush by while only minutes or hours passed according to my consciousness. And yet I sensed nothing concrete within myself but the mana slowly concentrating inside my sternum, where my core would eventually form. This isn't working, Ghost Sylvie thought, her voice cutting through the fog of my hyperconcentration. We need to do more, but what? I have no knowledge of this process. I took several deep breaths, struggling to think through the building tension. In a couple of years, your spirit naturally rejoins your unborn body, held in stasis by your mother's magic. And then later, you are reborn through a natural process I don't fully understand. A combination of a magical reaction to your sacrifice and a tremendous amount of ether channeled into that second egg. Both rebirths then required an egg. She mused, her mentally projected voice quiet in my head, nearly buried beneath the thumping of my pulse. But both were also influenced by outside magic tying back to the sacrifice of my body to rebuild yours. We need a catalyst to awaken the real me and bond me with this simulation of myself. But what kind of catalyst would suffice? The ghostly simulation of my bond didn't answer, she was gone. I let time pass, thinking about my next steps, until I reached the cliffside and once again saw her. But the battle exploded, and I followed along with the necessary sequence of events that would lead me to Sylvia. I looked for a time or way to communicate with the watching ghost, but no such opportunity presented itself, and then, once again, I was tumbling from the cliffside. By the time I came to at the bottom of the long fall, lying next to the broken corpse of the bandit I had dragged down with me, Sylvie was already gone. I considered simply allowing the simulation to play forward to its beginning again in order to continue my attempt to wake Sylvie, but the idea of wasting an entire life simply watching it fly by chafed at me. It was obvious now that my goal of waking the real Sylvie into the ghostly manifestation of her spirit would be a work of more than one lifetime. But there was still a lot I didn't understand about the Keystone trial, and I didn't want to waste an opportunity to learn more either. I continued on until Sylvie was reborn, but she was not born with any memories, either of her life outside the Keystone or our discussions before her birth. She was an infant Usura, growing quickly in both intellect and power, but she was Sylvie as she had been then, not my companion as she now slept. My time in a Lenoir, and then as an adventurer and student, unfolded without significant change, but I remained watchful of each passing decision to avoid the vortex effect pulling me straight through to the end again. It was difficult, as I lived through the same events yet again, to avoid second-guessing the many decisions of my life. Where could I have chosen differently? What other power could I have gained, or what piece of knowledge might I have obtained if only I'd walked a slightly different path? Years passed before the moment I'd been waiting for came, and I sank into myself, becoming fully present in the unfolding events. Virion was nodding to me as he dug into the inside pocket of his robe. There's one last thing you need to think about. I already knew what he was going to pull out when he opened his hand in front of me to reveal a black coin the size of his palm. The coin glimmered at the slightest movement, drawing my attention to the complex engravings etched all over it. This is one of the artifacts that were handed down to me. I had given them both to my son when I resigned from the throne, but after Aaliyah's death, he gave this one back to me, saying I should choose the next lance. I stood there silently for a moment, carefully considering the oval coin that seemed to pulse in Virion's hand. This is the artifact Aaliyah had. Yes, bonding it with your blood and mine will trigger it, giving you the boost that allowed all the other lances to break into the white stage. I know you're not an elf, but I'd be honored if you'd serve as a lance under me. I'll fight for you even without this bond, but I can't accept it. I may regret this, but it doesn't feel right for me to cheat my way into the white stage. I'll get there on my own. These words echoed back to me from what felt like a lifetime ago. It was true, I had reached the white core stage on my own, but it took so long. And when I finally came face to face with Cadel at the Flying Castle, it still wasn't enough. And soon after, I lost everything I'd worked so hard for when my core was broken. It would be my honor to serve as your lance, I said at length, bending into a bow before Virion. The lance ceremonies, the actual bonding of blood and service, had always taken place secretly, and so it was for me. Only Virion, his son Alduin, Lance Iagrefen, Lord Aldir and Sylvie were present, all gathered within an unadorned chamber deep within the Flying Castle. I knelt in the center of the chamber, Sylvie sitting beside me in her small, cat-like form, her side pressed against my leg. Virion stood before me while the others were half in shadow encircling us. He held out the black oval coin. Its etched surface reflected the dim light like stars on the ocean at night. After a few seconds, he released the coin. Instead of falling to the ground, it stayed where it was, hovering in the air between us at my eye level. Arthur Leywin, son of Reynolds and Alice Leywin, Silver Core Quadrielemental Mage. Unexpected protector and unlooked-for grandchild, raised among both humans and elves in Sapin and Elenoir, a child of two worlds. The title of Lance must not be limited by birth or status or even race, and can only be earned through hard work, talent, and strength. In that you may prove to be unparalleled. Virion gave a brief pause, letting his words sink in. Arthur, do you swear to serve and protect me as commander of the Tri-Union's military forces, the Aralith family, and by extension all of the people of Elenoir, elven or otherwise, and never to turn this power back against me, my family, or my nation? I swear, I answered firmly and honestly. So do I, Sylvie said fiercely into my mind. As a lance of Elenoir, do you swear to stand between me and by extension all of Elenoir and our enemies, no matter their strength or origin? I swear, I answered again. Virion's rasping voice was husky with suppressed emotion. Will you submit yourself in blood and body to my cause? I submit. So these words are spoken. Virion drew a knife and dragged it along the edge of his palm, and so they are bound in blood. As he said the word, his blood began to drip from his hand, hitting the black metal with small splashes. He held out the knife, which I took. I tried to imagine how I would have felt in this moment had it really happened. Isn't it really happening? The thought came back to me so immediately, so unexpectedly, that I had to stop and think about it, reminding myself that I was in the Keystone and working toward a solution for the trial and insight into fate itself. Go on, Art, Virion said, his tone kindly. I have faith in you. Standing, I set my jaw and cut myself as Virion had. So these words are spoken, and so they are bound in blood. Sylvie echoed the words in my thoughts, except hers were directed to me instead of Virion. As my blood joined Virion's, the surface of the oval coin rippled and the blood was drawn into it. The coin pulsed with a tremendous fluctuation of mana, then began to fall. I grabbed it before it had tumbled more than a few inches and inspected it intensely. The artifact was heavy, smooth, and warm to the touch. Beneath the black sheen, there was now a hint of deep red. There was a strange kind of resonance between the mana within the coin and my own purified mana, like they were calling to each other. I yearned to let the mana free. Virion beamed at me, his eyes sparkling with pride. I name you Godspell, Lance of Elenoir. Welcome, Lance Godspell, to your service. Lance Aya stepped forward, her expression unreadable. You will want somewhere quiet and away from others for this next step. Virion made a low humming noise from his nose. It takes time, but you should dedicate the next few days to the process. After that, you can approach it at your leisure, although from what I've seen in the past, most lances find it difficult to stop once the process has started. Lord Aldir spoke for the first time. I hope you both know what you are doing. I can't help but wonder if it wouldn't have been better for Arthur to reach White Core on his own. We don't have time for that, Alduin cut in. I could tell from Virion's expression that he was torn. We shall see. Mouth dry, I gave Virion a deep bow, then shallower bows to Lords Alduin and Aldir, then Sylvie, and I followed Aya to a chamber that looked more like a forest glade than a room buried deep in the bowels of a flying castle. Good luck, she said with a coy wink before retreating back down the hallway with a sashing walk. Oh, this is exciting, Sylvie said, slinking around the chamber and sniffing the plants. You're going to be a White Core mage. How long do you think it will take? We're going to find out, I said out loud, sitting down, crossing my legs and holding the oval coin up in front of me. Everyone in the hall held their breath as I came into view, silently waiting for me to speak. I stood wordlessly and surveyed the outdoor gallery from atop the stage. Every person present seemed entranced, but I could hardly blame them. Bathed in light and posing dramatically next to the 2 blocks of ice, I knew I cut quite the heroic figure. My long auburn hair was tied loosely in a knot, and I was garbed in a loose-fitting silk robe in the elven style. Completing my refined ensemble was a rich fur pelt, as white as snow, slung over one shoulder. It seemed like only yesterday that I'd stood before all of Dicathen clad in extravagant armor that had dazzled the people. Now standing in the column of light in my elegant attire, I knew I was more than just dazzling. I radiated an otherworldliness that matched even an Usura like Lord Aldir. Gauging my timing well, I turned my head first to my left, peering deeply at the Vritra retainer encased in ice, and then to my right, repeating the action toward the second retainer. The gallery, already quiet, took on a deep, breath-held silence as I turned back to face those present. Keeping my voice low and steady, I began my prepared speech. Displaying the corpses of our enemies as if they are simple trophies or keepsakes for the masses to gawk at is something I deeply disapprove of. But those of you attending this event tonight aren't simple commoners. Each noble here knows that the workers, civilians, and inhabitants of your lands are waiting impatiently for news regarding this war. Until now, vague assumptions and baseless theories were the only things you could give them. I paused, letting the quiet crowd simmer as they waited for me to speak again. Born to a humble background, I have been able to climb to where I am now thanks to my family, as well as the friends I met along the way. I am now a lance and the youngest one at that, but I'm not the strongest. I smiled warmly to hide the lie I told. In truth, I was the strongest by a significant margin, but the narrative required an alternative view of events. The lances out there, some of whom are fighting battles as we speak, are far above me in power, and yet even I was able to defeat not one but two retainers, the so-called highest powers of the Alacrian army. I paused once more, letting the excited murmurs ripple through the crowd. As you can see, I've sustained no injuries from my battle with these supposedly powerful forces, and am healthy enough to chatter on like this amongst a crowd of nobles. I widened my smile as my comments elicited laughter from the audience. Placing one hand on the tomb of ice holding the corpse of the retainer, Udo, I carefully shifted my gaze to where the council was seated. This is not only my offering to the council, who has granted me this role, but is also a gift that I hope you can all take home and share with your people, figuratively, of course. Cheers and laughs erupted as I bowed, signaling the end of the speech. The illuminating artifacts turned back on as I jauntily descended from the stage, and Virion took my place. People clapped my shoulder or my back as I passed them, shouting out for me or trying to get me to stop and speak with them. When Virion spoke, however, the crowd's eyes were drawn to him and the hubbub died down somewhat. The council thanks Lance Godspell for this gift. He has single-handedly changed the course of this war, proving without doubt that Alacria's forces are not indestructible, as our enemy has attempted to convince you. Virion paused as the crowd cheered in response. Already, our dwarven allies are assisting our greatest minds in reverse engineering the teleportation technology used by the Alacrians to reach our shores, and soon we will take the assault to them. The crowd roared even louder, the nobles momentarily forgetting themselves as they got caught up in Virion's speech. Soon, a chant of Lance Godspell was resounding through the gallery. Through the crowd, I caught sight of a particular pair of beautiful teal eyes shining with delight, and I couldn't help but smile in return. Silver bells filled Zestier with the sweet sound of their ringing, mingling with the chirping of birdsong and the whisper of a light breeze through the boughs. Bright roses, peonies, lilies, and hyacinths splashed reds, oranges, pinks, and blues across the crowd gathered to either side of the street and perfumed the air with a bouquet of sweet scents. Elven children threw confetti of petals into the street ahead of us, transforming the paving tiles into a mystical highway of color. Beside me, Tesha giggled as she watched a young girl, no more than 3 or 4, overturn a basket full of rose petals, spilling them into a heap, then hurriedly wiggled chubby hands through the petals to spread them out as she looked around to see if anyone saw. Tesha reached down and brushed the girl's head lightly with her hand as we passed. She turned to look at me, and I felt myself slipping away into those teal eyes which shone turquoise in the sun. "I love you, King Arthur," she said softly, my name barely a whisper on her lips. "And I love you, Queen Tesha," I answered. More than anything, I yearned to lean forward and kiss her painted lips, but I held myself back, submitting to the decorum of the day. In truth, I would have rather foregone the ceremony and pomp entirely and instead spent the day just the two of us, insulated from the needs of the wider world. I admired my queen, who was draped in a fitted wedding gown of white lace, the long train that dragged through the flowers woven with emerald and gold vines that collected the petals as we moved. Her gunmetal silver hair fell in waves down her back, pinned with golden flowers inset with sapphire and emerald gems, and her face had been lightly painted, adding shadow to her eyes and a bright flush to her cheeks. But as I looked at her and fantasized about a life outside of the public eye, I also considered my new role as king. Just coronated, my first act as the new ruler of all Dicathen was this very wedding, as agreed by her mother, father, and grandfather. Ours was a union that more completely aligned the human and elven races, but to me, it was the culmination of 2 lives lived. Being reincarnated in Dicathen had been a chance for me to discover who I really was, to have a family that loved me, but also to search out the kind of supportive and romantic love I had never experienced as Grey on Earth. I will be the king here that I could never be as Grey, I thought, brushing my fingers along Tesha's arm which was woven through my own. And it will be because of you. I locked those words into my mind, promising myself to tell her later, in the safety and confines of our own chambers within the Iralith's palace in Zestier. The flying castle would become our permanent home, but I had agreed to spend 2 full days in Tesha's birthplace as a sign of support and goodwill to her family and her people. Even though I had been a Lance of Lenoir and was marrying their princess, it was still a shock for the elven people to bow before a human king. I forced my gaze away from my wife. As I smiled and waved at the rows upon rows of onlookers, I saw none of the tension that I knew was simmering beneath the surface. Instead, these people welcomed me with joyous cheers and thrown flowers. Day by day, my hesitance toward accepting the kingship faded away. I have trained for this over 2 lifetimes, I reminded myself. There is no one better suited for the role in any of the 3 countries you now rule, Sylvie thought from where she walked behind me, and I realized I must have let my thoughts slip out into our connection. Thank you, Sylve. If what you say is true, it is only because I have you in my life. I wouldn't be the man I am today without you. I was careful to keep concealed my concern for her. My bond, who was like a daughter to me and Tesha, was infected with her father's poisonous magic. I hadn't even told her that he could take over her body and speak through her yet. Our procession continued through the city of Zestir and ended on a raised balcony high in the branches of one of the great trees. Thousands of onlookers gathered on platforms spread around us. Tesha and I stood side by side, surrounded by her parents and mine, Virion, Lance Aya, and an entire retinue besides. Ferith Ivsar III stepped forward from the retinue, taking the teal half-cloak that hung over my shoulder. I nodded to him and smiled, thinking about how funny and strange life could be that my once rival had become such a close friend and advisor. Stepping forward, I projected my voice with mana so it would carry easily to the spread-out platforms grown into the boughs of the massive trees. With an easy smile and a baritone rich with warm confidence, I addressed my subjects as a married man for the first time. I awoke to a sharp tug of pain in my sternum. The moon spilled silver light through the window and across the floor but left most of our bedchamber pitch black. My fingertips pressed into my sternum, and I jolted awake as I felt wetness. Waving my hand, I attempted to conjure a flame to see by. The chamber remained in darkness. Gasping at pain and sudden horrible realization, I reached desperately for my magic. There was no response. My body spasmed at the same time as the lantern beside our bed bloomed with orange light. Tesha was asleep beside me, her hair a tangled mess around her face, her limbs askew, half in and half out of the blanket. Her lips curved up in a secret sleeping smile as she dreamed of something pleasant. Beyond her, beside the bed, a man tinkered with the lighting artifact, turning down the brightness slightly. There was no mistaking his marble gray skin, red eyes, and the onyx horns that curved down the sides of his head following his jawline. Sylvie, to me, I felt no response to my frightened call, which only heightened my fear and disorientation. The Vritra, the same one who had killed Sylvia all those years ago, raised a finger to his lips. The gesture seemed strange and out of character, like something from a dream. "Do not shout for your guards, my king," he said, his voice cold and hard. "My soul fear burns within you and I have destroyed your core. Although you still draw breath, you are in reality already dead." I opened my mouth to shout, but pain racked my body, clenching my throat shut and making my limbs spasm. Beside me, a concerned frown formed on my wife's face and she rolled over fitfully. "You are a victim of your own success, King Arthur," the Vritra continued. "Had you proven less successful, less powerful, less of a threat, perhaps the High Sovereign would have attempted to bargain with you." He gave a small shake of his head and an expression that was almost, but not quite, a smile crossed his face. "I'll be honest, I would have liked to see what you were capable of, but the High Sovereign thought a simple assassination best." Through the pain, I reached for Sylvie again, but I couldn't sense her mind. I didn't know if she could even hear my thoughts. "Still, you have served your purpose," the Vritra mused. "The way is paved for the legacy." His hand reached out toward Tesha, and I found myself powerless to stop him as he rested his outstretched fingers on her neck. Black, ghostly flames wreathed his hand for a moment that felt like an eternity, then flowed down into her like smoke through her pores. My wife's beautiful eyes snapped open, her mouth stretching wide in agony, but only a brief choked gasp escaped her. Tears spilled from her eyes before they rolled back into her head and she slumped. "And no," I moaned, extending a trembling arm toward her. The world went white, then black, then gray slowly faded back in. The bed beside me was empty, and I could no longer see the Vritra, but I couldn't turn my head to search the room. Vaguely, I was aware that I was now lying in a wet pool, the fine sheets of my royal down mattress sticking to my skin. "Don't worry, boy," the Vritra's voice came from somewhere beyond the edges of sight. "Your queen lives and will continue to do so after a fashion. I am told she will become one of the most important people in the world." I closed my eyes, pushed out a shaking breath, and failed to draw in another one. Alone in a bed full of blood, I felt the sulfur burn through the last of my life force, and everything went dark. And then, within the black, a faint bit of distant light. The light grew closer, brighter, and then turned into a bright blur, forcing me to shut my eyes. Indiscernible sounds assaulted my ears. When I tried to speak, the words came out as a cry. "Congratulations, sir and madam, he's a healthy boy." My eyes struggled open, and I cried. I howled with the despair of waking and realizing that the life I'd lived was a dream. A beautiful, wonderful, horrible dream. Mourning that version of myself, of the love I had been allowed to share that I had withheld from myself in my real life, I could only plead with the keystone. "Enough," I begged. "I don't want to keep doing this. Please, that is enough, let me go." Chapter 474 Cracks in the Ice. VARAYAURAE. If the army attacks, I don't think we have the forces to hold them back. Of course we don't. We haven't had a chance to recover from the war and the Battle of the Bloodwater. Without the dragons, we might as well throw open the gates and let the enemy march right on in, spoken like a true Bainier. How dare you, madam? House Bainier is the oldest and most loyal supporter of House Glader, and yet Sir Lionel, your brother, was part of a treasonous plot to take over the wall and hold it alongside the Flamesworths for his own personal enrichment. That was enough. Lord Curtis didn't raise his voice in anger. Instead, he just sounded tired. I glanced at him surreptitiously from the corner of my eye. He had dark bags under his eyes, his usually impeccable mahogany hair was disheveled, and there was a certain softness to the way he slumped into his chair that reminded me intensely of his father. Beside him, Lady Catherine looked as she always did, rigid, sharply aware, and immediately present in the conversation. Her dark brown eyes gave away no hint of her thoughts, and unlike her brother, not a single jet-black hair was out of place as it framed her pale face and cascaded down her straight back. Even the mana the two royals exuded was the polar opposite. Curtis's flickering and fiery mana seemed to ebb and flow with every comment, while Catherine's was still and stoic just like her. Across the ornate table from the royal siblings sat their council. Otto Bainier, a short, pudgy man with particularly unhealthy-looking skin, glared at Lady Vesta of House Lambert. The older woman, who looked every bit the part of the elder stateswoman of her house in her puffy purple and maroon dress and her silly feathered hat, did not glare but simmered with derision, one brow raised and her lips slightly pursed. Sir Abram of House Astor, a man of middle years with a paunchy belly and a patchwork beard from the scar across his left side, cleared his throat uncomfortably. I struggle to see how Otto is wrong here, Vesta. Look at the facts. He stabbed the mahogany tabletop with a calloused finger, his mana wavering with suppressed nerves. We put everything we had into guaranteeing a relationship with the dragons, but they've up and left us to die. Arthur Leywin's mysterious strategy has spread Dicathen's defenders thinly across the continent. We're facing an opponent who already defeated us once, and handily I might add. The only positive development I can see is that the Alacrian forces haven't turned their attention to Eddiston yet. Miss Mountbatten trembled as she leaned forward over the table. The elected voice of the commoners, Dee looked more like a baker than a royal counselor, but she was normally a voice of reason within the council's politics. I still don't understand. You promised that the dragons would protect the people. Jackin of House Maxwell let out a booming laugh, causing a surge of mana to ripple through and around him. The retired warrior was a big man, and when he wished it, his voice easily swallowed everyone else's. They've left us proper fucked. It's clear we were utter fools to ever put faith in them. A chorus of admonishments erupted around the ornate table, but Jackin waved them off with his customary disregard for the expected niceties. This isn't helpful. The council chamber fell silent as Lady Catherine's icy voice cut across their arguments. All eyes turned to her, even her brothers. Her steady gaze swept across the councillors. You forget yourselves, all of you. Our purpose here is to serve the people of Eddiston and all of Sapin. This panic, infighting, and fatalistic complaining hardly does so. We are not defeated, so we are not abandoning our duty. She paused, inviting the councillors to respond, but the chamber was the quietest I had ever heard it. Within the silence, though, was a palpable tension that I sensed as a kind of focusing of the multiple mana signatures. An expectant shiver ran through my core, and I shifted uncomfortably. We have made mistakes, all of us, she continued, some of that sharp edge leaving her tone. Curtis and I were eager to believe the dragons were our salvation, and perhaps we have allowed that desire to cloud our judgment. But you all speak as if hope is lost when there is a greater plan unfolding that we don't fully understand. Otto Bainier scoffed. When Catherine answered with a piercing glare, the shifty little man at least had the good graces to appear apologetic. My Lady Glader, it would be a fool's hope to trust that Arthur Leywin can stop what is unfolding. Was it not Arthur who warned us not to trust the dragons? Catherine interjected. I am ashamed to have allowed the malcontent of this council to convince me that it was Arthur who posed a danger over the dragons. Lady, let's not act as if Arthur Leywin is infallible, Bainier countered. If the messages we have received are correct, the Alacrians so ignorantly, imprisoned on the other side of the wall, have turned against us, and Alacrian forces have struck out across most of Dicathen. The only saving grace at all is that they seem to be focusing their efforts on finding Leywin himself. Florian Glader, third cousin to Curtis and Catherine, brushed his fingers through hair that matched Curtis's in color before speaking for the first time in several minutes. And that, I think, is our strategy. We have already evacuated the surrounding countryside, bringing everyone within 50 miles behind the walls. We have provisions to last through a siege if they attempt such a thing, which would be unlikely since Lance Godspell is not within the city anyway. We just need to stay within our walls and wait. Perhaps it would be best if the man were caught, Vesta said tentatively, as if she were verbally testing the waters of this line of thinking. My gaze jumped to Curtis and Cathilne. Curtis leaned forward and rubbed his chin with his fingers, a small frown creasing his brow as he considered his advisor's words. His mana jumped and sparked like a fire struggling to catch in wet wood. Beside him, his sister had frozen, her mouth opened slightly, a crack in her carefully managed facade. Finally, the lady from House Lambert speaks sense, Otto said, throwing up his hands. That's a terrible thing to say, Miss Mountbatten said at nearly the same time. Now, Dee, it may seem cruel, but think about it, Abram interjected with a gesture of peace. Arthur Leywin has been antagonistic toward the dragons and disrespectful to Lord and Lady Glader. If the enemy wants him this bad, finding him might just give Guardian Karen enough time to settle whatever emergency he's been called to so he can sweep the rest of the Alacrians from the continent. The dragons spit in your face, and you open your mouth to drink it in like fresh spring rain, Jackan growled, shaking his shaved head. I don't care much for this high-end mighty Leywin feller, but the dragons have shown us just how much they think of us. How many of those scaly bastards are in Dicathen? And they don't leave even one to guard Lady Cathilne and Lord Curtis. Nah, you'd have to be a complete moron to expect that they'll be back to help. Otto leaned forward, pressing his palms into the tabletop. Perhaps, but that doesn't discount the rest of the plan. We know where the Leywin boy is hidden. We could eliminate two threats at once if we offered to trade that information for a promise of peace. Cathilne's head tilted to the side and her eyes narrowed dangerously. So your suggestion is to offer the enemy what they want and beg for them to just leave us alone. It would be a more sensible path than using the bodies of your people as shields for a man who refused even to explain why he expected us to die for him, Otto barked. There was a sharp scraping noise as Cathilne pushed her chair back from the table and stood suddenly. You go too far, Otto. Go now and be glad that I'm allowing you to do so instead of locking you in the palace dungeon. Cathilne's glare was bitterly cold and empty of emotion. Her lack of anger only made the expression more cutting. LL lady, Otto stared at Cathilne with wide eyes as his voice left him, his mouth continuing to puff mutely. Cathilne, Curtis started, reaching a placating hand toward his sister, but she silenced whatever argument he was preparing to give with a single look. Curtis cleared his throat and stood, gestured for the chamber doors to be opened, then lingered beside them and spoke briefly to each counselor as they left. I followed behind Florian, but Cathilne spoke my name, stopping me and indicating I should stay. When all the others were gone, Curtis also dismissed the guards and then closed the doors behind them. He regarded his sister warily. That was poorly handled, Cathilne. These people are just as powerful as we are, perhaps even more so, and we owe much of our success to them. I do not see that as the benefit you seem to, Cathilne answered matter-of-factly. They were out of line and they needed to be reminded of their role here. Curtis raised his hands in a gesture of peace. I'm not suggesting we follow through with Otto's plan, of course, but they aren't exactly wrong to be scared. Cathilne took a deep breath, outwardly settling her nerves. I'm afraid Otto's desire might come to pass even without our interference. According to our scouts, the Alacrians are growing near to finding the hidden cave. Our Earth attribute mages covered it well, but we can't know what kind of magic these invaders may be using to search for Arthur. Cathilne's eyes met mine. Lance Vere, I would like to know what you think we should do. My voice was slightly rough from disuse, and I had to swallow to wet my throat. I do have a suggestion, but I'm not entirely certain you will like it. Cathilne allowed herself the smallest of smiles, while Curtis crossed his arms and regarded me with undisguised concern. Go on, Cathilne said. Arthur made one thing clear to us, I began, calling back to our last conversation with him before he went into hiding. He asked us to do everything in our power to ensure that his location was not discovered. With the Alacrians searching the surrounding wilderlands, it seems like only a matter of time. We need to draw their attention in a different direction. What exactly do you have in mind, Lance? Curtis asked, stiffening. The coastline to the southwest is full of natural caves. The Alacrian forces haven't yet concentrated on them, but we have reports of a few scouting parties moving in that direction. I paused, knowing how the next part sounded. I will fly there immediately and strike, acting as if I'm preventing them from searching the coast. You would use yourself as a distraction? Curtis asked, his voice full of disbelief. Absurd. I know how powerful you are, Vere, but you can't hope to fight off an entire army on your own. What if they are led by retainers or scythes? Or even wraiths, I acknowledged, though I didn't speak the thought out loud. The harder fought the battle, the more it will sell the diversion. You are too valuable, Curtis answered, shaking his head and taking a step closer to me and Cathilne. I won't allow you to risk yourself for Arthur, especially since we have received conflicting reports of his actual location. Cathilne's brows rose. Arthur has asked us to buy him time. If he had a reason to make us believe he was in that cave, then it doesn't matter if he is actually there or not. We must act as if he is. Of course it matters, Curtis countered immediately. If he isn't here, then we don't need to risk Vere's life or the lives of the soldiers behind the walls. And yet giving in and letting the Alacrians pass would allow them to search their next destination even more quickly, Catherine countered. That is a problem for the defenders of those locations then, Curtis burst out, crossing his arms defensively. A sudden crack silenced all three of us, and even Catherine seemed surprised as she pulled back the hand that had just slapped Curtis's face. Mana seethed between them, rearing up like two opposing Hades serpents preparing to strike. But the shock and hostility melted away almost instantly, and Catherine continued. Are we not meant to be leaders, the hope and strength of Dicathen, not just of Ediston? Don't lose sight of the bigger picture. Do not become our father, Curtis. The royal siblings regarded each other for some time, Curtis's hand still pressed against the cheek Catherine had slapped. Although his face was pale except for the red mark where his sister's hand had struck, his shock faded to a kind of steely grit, and he nodded, his eyes hardening with determination as he met first Catherine's eyes and then mine. Let's discuss the specifics of this plan. Please, Vere, continue. With no time to waste, I provided the details of where I would strike and what my fallback plan was in the event that I became overwhelmed. And within the hour I was flying southwest along the coast. I kept high within the cloud cover. Cold moisture collected on me, but I didn't feel the chill. My mind remained abuzz with considerations of how the assault could unfold, and by the time I sensed the Alacrian search parties below, I felt confident in what was to follow. Coming to a stop high above my targets, still shrouded within a dark cloud, I directed my senses toward the dim mana signatures below. 4 battle groups moved together, scouring the countryside. By the way their formation moved, I was certain that at least 2 of the mages were sentries. Spells were active, the crackle of their mana present in the atmosphere around the Alacrians, sparking like a lightning spell across the surface of water. A deep, unfocused piece of me wondered what it would be like to see the individual particles of mana the way Arthur could. If he were present, could he tell me what the spells were doing just by looking at the way the mana formed? But the entire reason I am here is because he can't be, and I need to ensure that he remains protected. The moisture within the cloud condensed into needles of ice, each 1 foot long. These needles rotated around me as I drifted to the bottom of the cloud and emerged into open air. I already had a strong sense of exactly where my targets were, and it took only a moment to visually hone in on the 16 Alacrians. Aiming very carefully, I launched the series of needles in a sudden hail of death. Barely audible cries floated up to me on the wind as half of the Alacrian mages crumpled, killed instantly by the strike. Shields of wind, water, and fire erupted colorfully over the remaining Alacrians just as a second volley of ice spikes struck them. A beam of sickly green mana speared through the air toward me, but I wove around it easily before catching a series of blue fireballs on a heavy shield of ice. I countered with more spells which deflected off the interlocking shields. The Alacrians' shouts were unintelligible, but their panic was clear. They could do little aside from huddle beneath their shields with their last 2 casters hurling weak spells. Pushing mana into my eyes, I peered through the distortions in the air to watch them closely. A woman I'd identified as a sentry was channeling a spell. Her attention turned to the east, while a striker rapidly scrawled across a crumpled parchment with a shaky hand. I hit the shields with more ice spikes, making sure not to overpower the mages conjuring them. The sentry's eyes snapped open and she shouted something I couldn't make out. Word sent, the cavalry should arrive soon enough. Weaving a net of fine, nearly invisible ice filaments, I cast it over the remaining enemies. A couple of strikers darted out of the way with a burst of speed, but the others came together, hunkering beneath their protective barriers. The fine filaments sliced right through the mana and eviscerated the handful of soldiers beneath it, dousing their spells in an instant. The 2 strikers sprinted away at impressive speeds. Instead of cutting them down, I floated back up into the clouds, vanishing the same way I had appeared. There, I prepared for the next stage of the battle. My first series of strikes had been precise, killing the strongest mages and most of the casters while only wounding the others. The following barrage had been weakened purposefully, pinning the Alacrians down, but giving them time to send word for reinforcements with whatever artifacts or magic they had at their disposal. With that concluded, there was no reason to allow them all to live, but letting the final 2 strikers escape provided a backup in the event that the earlier messages went awry. It should also, I calculated, provide a sufficiently believable outcome considering the image I was attempting to portray. The dense cloud, heavy with moisture and already bitter cold, was the perfect staging ground for me to prepare for the next phase of this diversionary battle. Drawing on the atmospheric mana, I felt it rush into my core and begin to purify. At the same time, using the technique Arthur had taught me while removing the Usra's limitations on my growth, I began releasing my own purified deviant ice attribute mana, which clung to the vapor that made up the cloud. The sensation of mana rotation never failed to conjure goosebumps along the back of my neck as I absorbed mana, channeled it, and continuously clarified my core simultaneously. Even the simple act of clarifying my core felt strange and exhilarating after spending so long in the white core stage with no change. The clouds around me began to harden, freezing into a kind of cocoon or shell, which my mana kept stationary. As that cloud froze, the effect extended outward, the ice crawling over and through each vaporous mass, hardening and growing heavy in the air. It required a meditative mindset to utilize mana rotation in this way, and my mind was full only of the act itself as I froze the very sky. I experienced no sense of time focusing so intently, and so it was with a slight jolt of adrenaline that I felt the approaching mana signatures in the distance at first. There were only two heavy, potent auras. The mages exuding them were confident enough that they approached openly, without attempting to suppress their signatures. I did not recognize the signatures, but based on the strength they exuded, I thought they couldn't be scythes or wraiths. Confident as they seemed, the approaching signatures halted well away from where I'd defeated the scouting party. Churning behind them, only sensible from this distance as their numbers grew, a host of Alacrian mages gathered as well. Hundreds at least, perhaps thousands, I thought in a detached kind of way. Once perhaps I would have balked at the idea of facing such a host. After all, hadn't Lance Aaliyah and her entire regiment been defeated by only a single retainer and a much smaller force of Alacrian mages? And yet much has changed since those days. Tense against the strain of holding such a great weight of mana-formed ice aloft, I waited. Continuing to utilize mana rotation, I did my best to suppress my own mana signature and disguise my mana usage within the dense, heavy atmospheric water and air attribute mana. The retainers lingered at a safe distance, likely conferring with their sentries or the heads of their various battle groups as they searched for signs of danger or hints regarding Arthur's whereabouts. I breathed deeply and settled my mind. Patience was a skill I had cultivated from a young age. The patience of the iceberg of the permafrost, I chanted silently to myself. More and more Alacrians gathered until an entire army waited on the horizon. Then finally, at some shouted order, they began forward. The retainers stayed back, I was surprised to note, leading from the rear, but that suited my plan well enough. Several battle groups collected around the corpses from earlier, investigating the evidence of our brief battle, but most marched toward the coastline behind me. They moved purposefully and with care, their shields conjuring protective barriers of every element and design, while casters and strikers had their own spells at the ready, mana channeling into many hundreds of Alacrian runes all at once. More and more of them entered the shadow of the frozen clouds, but I waited. The forefront of their lines passed beneath me, and I felt the touch of probing mana as the spell of some sentry sought me out. A ripple ran through the army, and I felt as their collective attention turned fearfully skyward. Gritting my teeth, I gripped the frozen clouds within my power and shoved downward. The ice slipped past me as it fell, leaving me floating above the falling floor of rippling gray. The clouds plummeted, their unnatural movement looking momentarily strange, like a child's drawing instead of the real thing. I sensed the barrage of spells from below, even though I could not see it past the solid gray mass. Bolts of fire and jets of burning acid burned into and through the clouds, but did little to interrupt the descent. Hundreds of shields flared bright. Tons upon tons of solid ice struck the ground with a cataclysmic shockwave, and I forced mana to my ears to deaden the explosion of sound. The frozen clouds shattered, becoming a maelstrom of razor-sharp blades of ice that flew in every direction. I pulled the shards back and forth across the shattered earth, and my enemies were as stalks of wheat beneath a thresher's blades. Mana signatures winked out like stars hidden behind storm clouds. The attack lasted 10 seconds, no more. From my vantage hundreds of feet in the air, the ground gleamed in blue, white, and red. Snow and spikes of ice, as if a sudden and violent storm had raged, littered with the blood-soaked corpses of hundreds of Alacrian mages. A black bolt of mana careened toward me from the distant figure of the retainer. I ducked beneath it, but it exploded, filling the sky with an obscuring shadow that stole not only my sense of sight, but seemed to smother my feel for mana also, well and truly blinding me. In the darkness, something hard and cold gripped my arms and clutched at my throat. The ice forming my left arm cracked, sending a shiver of phantom pain up into my shoulder and chest. A frozen nova erupted from me, and the grasping limbs shattered. Freed from their unseen clutches, I dove beneath the darkness. Frost crept across my skin and armor, cladding me in a frozen barrier that deflected a burning glaive that glanced off my ribs before spinning around and returning to the hand of the man that had thrown it. The impact sent a jolt through me and my core ached, no, not an ache, a shudder, with the force of my focus on maintaining my defenses. A statuesque man in black and crimson plate armor flew only 100 feet away, and he caught the glaive as it returned to him, flickering with dark fire around his gauntleted fist. Silvery gray eyes shone from beneath his helm, through which protruded two short onyx horns. From the description I'd been provided, I knew this to be Echerin, retainer of Vetcher. Past him, hovering just above the ground a half-mile or more distant, wrapped in a cloak of shadow that left her barely visible except for a shock of white hair and two bright yellow eyes, was the second retainer, Mawar of Itril. Echerin swept the glaive across his body, and a wave of dark fire attribute mana spilled across the sky in an arc. Condensing the ice further around my body, I crossed my arms in front of me and plunged into the flames. Ice hissed and cracked as the flames sputtered and withered, and I punched out the other side. My arms slashed outward, and two blades of ice carved through the air before me and closed like scissors toward Echerin's neck. He brought his burning glaive up, catching both attacks, and there was a burst of the dark fire. A flaming echo of my spell flew in reverse back toward me. I changed direction, dipping to my left, but the burning echoes followed as if tethered to me. I swerved again as a series of black bolts of mana launched by Mawar burst all around me like so many dark fireworks. "Casters, fall back and attack from a safe distance," Echerin ordered, his voice booming through the battleground below. "Strikers, shields, and sentries, focus on protecting your casters." The rear lines of the Alacrian force had avoided the worst of my spell and were now scrambling back toward Mawar's location. Some few survivors of the fallen ice clouds also managed to pick themselves up and drag themselves through the shattered landscape of broken rock and shards of ice. I pulled up short as the glaive flew just in front of me, then rapidly hurled a series of frozen crescents toward Echerin. Dark fire enveloped him, and the crescents shattered ineffectively against his armor. Every nerve in my body lit aflame as the echo of the twin blades caught me from behind. They didn't burn flesh or bone, but I felt them carving through my mana and burning up something I couldn't name within me. Breathing rapidly, I dropped beneath a volley of spellfire from a pocket of Alacrian casters, then reached toward the atmospheric mana around Echerin. The heat of his flames pushed back any natural cold or moisture in the air, and so I poured out my own, willing the air to freeze as solid as the deepest permafrost. A crystalline barrier of ice formed in the air around the retainer, gleaming in the sunlight that hadn't yet been swallowed by fresh cloud cover. But where the black fire touched my ice, the two forces spit and snapped, breaking each other. A jagged bolt of lightning sparked across my back, and I went into a spin to avoid several other spells targeting me. Within the cage of ice, Echerin was momentarily distracted, his focus on holding my spell at bay. When his glaive returned to him, however, it shattered the ice and snapped back into his hand. A flick of my wrist sent dozens of spears of ice raining down on the closest Alacrian soldiers. Some burst against shields, but many more found their targets, and more mana signatures went dark on the ground below. Echerin flew forward, his sudden movement causing a burst of noise and leaving a visible trail in the air. The burning glaive spun, leaving behind a black afterimage. The ice of my left arm extended out into a shield, while a sword formed from many layers of overlapping blue ice appeared in my right hand. I smashed the glaive aside with the shield and thrust the sword at his hip. Shadows emanating Mawar's dark signature condensed around him, forming into scything tentacles that writhed wildly as they caught and deflected my blow. The glaive twirled and came down on the top edge of my shield. The haft flexed, and the blade parted the hairs atop my head. I thrust up and away with the shield, then forward, smashing his gauntleted fists. As the shield went up, I drove the point of my sword down toward his legs, but again the shadowy tentacles deflected my blow. Echerin pushed off my shield, flying into a backflip before thrusting forward again with the burning glaive. The impact of the blade against my shield rocked me back, and I felt the follow-up strike glance off my ice-covered side. I snapped my arm down, pinning the haft against my ribs, and swung the edge of my sword toward his shoulder. A shadowy tentacle wrapped around my arm, but I twisted my wrist and drove the point of the ice blade into the gap between Echerin's gorget and helmet. It trembled against his mana and was turned aside, but I felt him jerk next to me and saw blood at the tip of my sword. As we fought, dozens of spells from the soldiers on the ground continued to hiss through the air all around us. Echerin attempted to pull back and collect himself, but I kept his weapon trapped at my side. The shadow tentacles emerging from the dark creases of his armor snapped and cut like bladed whips, punching into my shield and sending cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. A sharp pain radiated out from my shoulder, and I pirouetted away from the offending shadow, ripping the glaive from Echerin's grasp. Several more spells from the remaining soldiers struck me, and there was a sharp tug from my core as mana surged out to maintain my protective barriers. Echerin eased back, watching me warily. "You lances are more potent than I expected. You have fought well and earned a clean death." His wariness melted away, and the glaive, jerked free of my grip painfully, flew through the air and settled back in his fist. He smiled haughtily. "Do not despair. Your people are simply unprepared to face the true might of the Alacrian continent." As he had been speaking, the core of his spear was freezing solid, my ice overtaking the runes embedded into the haft. The black flames moved jerkily, then froze in place around his arm, unnoticed by the retainer. It wasn't until the frost had crept halfway up his arm that he noticed its burn through his heavy gauntlets. Echerin cursed and tried to toss the weapon away, but it was frozen to his hand. I met his eyes as they widened. My own face showed no emotion. I offer you death in return, Alacrian, but it will not be clean. Flying backwards toward his allies, Echerin continued to flail with the spear, attempting to free himself of the creeping ice that now covered his entire arm up to his pauldrons. The protective shadows conjured by Mauer receded as the other retainer left him to his fate, prompting him to turn and shout, "Help me, damn it!" Spells continued flying from the remainder of their army, but I deflected them with a sparkling curtain of ice attribute mana, which also penned Echerin in, preventing him from retreating. His left hand was clawing at his right arm, the metal gauntlets scraping audibly across the layer of ice. This clawing became hammering as he drove his fist into the frozen appendage. With a sound like shattering crystal, his right arm broke off just below the shoulder, it and the spear tumbling together toward the ground 100 feet below. But the ice was in his mana veins, and from there his channels. Normally the barrier of his flesh would have prevented me from controlling the mana in this way, but his own weapon and runes worked against him, as his magic bonded to mine to create the echo effects he had used to attack me earlier. In moments the ice reached his core and then he was falling. Gray eyes stared up at me in disbelief, and I watched as frost crept over them, turning the silver gray to a blind blue-white. When he struck the ground, he exploded into rough chunks of frozen red and bone white. The spell fear from the remaining Alacrians momentarily eased. Taking a deep breath, I refocused myself on mana rotation. My core ached with the effort of overcoming Echerin's mana, and I still had a retainer to face. As I did this, I flew down to the ground and picked up the frozen glaive, which had survived the fall intact. Flying only a few feet over the ground, I approached the Alacrian army. Mauer now hovered at the front, watching me with an unreadable expression. The retainer had short, bright white hair that stood up in a series of spikes. Her predatory yellow eyes followed me closely out of midnight black flesh, and most of her body was indistinct, lost in a cloak of moving shadow. I held up the glaive in one hand, parallel with the line of soldiers, then squeezed forcefully. The frozen haft shattered and the two ends tumbled from my grip. I give you all this one chance. Arthur Leywin is under my protection, as is this continent. Leave it now. Return to your high sovereign and tell him that he has failed. Do not return. Mauer didn't outwardly express any emotion at my statement. Kill her. My hand shot toward the sky, then dragged downward. A hail of ice spikes rained down on the force, manifesting from the shreds of the pale clouds that had filled back in above us. The soldiers collapsed into disarray as their shields struggled to hold off the bombardment, while the remaining casters and strikers just fought to stay alive. A dozen dark and writhing bladed whips formed of shadowy mana snapped and speared at me from Mauer, and wherever they cut, the color bled from the surrounding area, leaving it cold and devoid of atmospheric mana. I dodged rapidly between strikes, building up my next spell. Ice attribute mana filled in a space the size of my fist, condensing until it became visible as a transparent floating sphere. As I flitted across the battlefield dodging Mauer's attacks, I put all of my mana toward this sphere. The transparent shell darkened, becoming white, then growing denser and taking on a blue color. I imbued into it not just mana by my intention, giving the spell both power and purpose. When an opening between attacks appeared, I unleashed the sphere. It flashed toward the retainer, leaving a line of frozen air behind it. Mauer gave a warning shout and melted into shadow, flitting away. The sweat on my brow froze as I gritted my teeth against the strain of the spell. As if I were pulling against thousands of pounds, I struggled to twist my wrist even slightly, causing the ice crystal sphere to turn sharply and follow behind the streak of shadow, the air freezing behind it as it flew into the center mass of the retainer's shadowy form. Mauer jerked to a stop, appearing as nothing more than a swirling incorporeal mass, at the center of which was the ice crystal sphere spinning rapidly in place. The trail of frozen air the sphere had left behind fell to the ground and shattered. Tendrils of ice snapped through the shadows like bright blue lightning. Steam was rising from the shadow in a cloud, and where the cloud spilled over nearby soldiers, they screamed and their skin blackened from the cold. Pain erupted from my leg as a bladed tentacle pierced the ice of my armor and my layer of protective mana. It parted flesh, cracked bone, and then stuck out the other side of my calf. I sank to one knee, largely ignoring the wound as I tightened my focus on the spell. The flashes of cold came in bursts, overwhelming my enemy's defenses with sudden spikes of power, and inch by inch the shadows solidified. Suddenly, the vaguely human-shaped shadow burst apart in a soft puff of black ice, and Mauer melted away. In the same moment, something slammed into me from behind. I was thrown onto my face, then dragged up from the frozen ground by the tentacle piercing my leg. Upside down, I met Maur's emotionless gaze. She was wrapped in shadow, 40 feet behind me, unharmed by the sphere of ice that was still pulsing and flashing. Spells slammed into me from every direction, and I could only harden my barrier against them. The effort sent a quaking ache through my core, and I felt the leading edge of backlash cutting through my focus. With a jerk of my limbs, I sent the sphere through the heart of the Alacrian army. Each pulse flash froze a dozen men or more, but there were no cries of pain. They died with the air frozen solid in their lungs. The spellfire let up as mages dove out of the spell's path, but more of the tentacles were grabbing and striking me. Some turned aside, but others broke through my armor, and wounds began to accumulate all over my body. The ice crystal sphere curved around, passing through where Maur stood, and again she melted away. I fell from the air, spun, and landed on my feet. The sphere was moving in a spiral pattern through the battlefield, and when it closed in on me, I grabbed hold of it and drew it back into my body, reabsorbing the mana I had spent in the casting. A stabbing pain came from my core. I gasped and fell to my knees, clutching at my sternum as if I could dig it out of me. Something was wrong. Reabsorbing the mana should have eased the backlash, not intensified it. Looking up slowly, realization dawning bitter and unwelcome, I watched as Maur, once again hidden behind her remaining soldiers, raised a hand and shouted her orders. The Alacrian forces rushed back into formation, and dozens of spells again hissed through the air in my direction. My head snapped back as the pain reached a crescendo. Never before had backlash felt as if something were ripping and clawing at my core from the inside. I grew cold and frightened, knowing that the retainer's shadow magic could be doing to me something like I'd just done to Echerin. The army's spells closed in on me. As one, the spells stopped. I blinked away tears, staring at dozens of elemental bullets, balls of fire, bolts of lightning, and steaming rays of yellow and green mana that were hovering in the air around me. Time seemed to freeze. Slowly, so very slowly, the core in my sternum cracked. I could feel the pieces begin to separate from each other. The frigid claws of death beckoned to me, but I held them at bay. If I was to perish here, then I would not die alone. Utilizing mana rotation, I fought to keep drawing in and cycling the mana that my core was no longer capable of manipulating properly, trying to shape and condense it to burst out like a bomb. I felt something, some primal recognition, spark in my mind just as my core split open. A scream ripped free of me, and with it a nova of bright blue mana. As if seeing myself from above, detached from my own body, I watched as the nova moved outward, consuming the floating spells before colliding with the enemy force. In an instant, 100 mages froze solid, their bodies clear as glass. The expanding nova rippled, and cracks ran through it, then it was reversing, sucked back into me in a blink. The explosion that followed shattered the glass soldiers and my consciousness both. Chapter 475, Transcendence. Arthur Leywin. I think he's sick, my mother said, rocking me back and forth in her arms. He's not eating Reynolds and he hasn't made a peep all day. My father moved to stand at Mom's side. He stared down at me nervously. I can send for the doctor. He made the statement a question, his voice rising along with his brows as he regarded my mother, uncertain. Mom's brows, on the other hand, descended thunderously. Can you, Ray? That would be lovely. My father flinched back, rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly and mumbled, of course I'll. Whatever else he might have said trailed off as he hurried away. Mom rolled her eyes at his back, then refocused her attention on me. That father of yours. She tried to smile, but the expression didn't quite reach her eyes. She poked my stomach gently, wiggling her finger back and forth to tickle me. With any luck, you'll get his good looks but my brains, little Arthur. I was aware of this exchange, but I did not think about it. My conscious mind sat nestled within my infant body, in control and living with it moment to moment instead of allowing the keystone to pull time away from me the way you might pull a carpet out from under someone's feet. I clung to it, desperately intent on remaining myself, being myself. I will not lose myself again, only to wake up with the memories of another man's life. I had told myself repeatedly, while pointedly not thinking about the heartbreaking events of my previous attempt at the keystone. And I meant to keep this promise to myself. Only, I still didn't understand how, but I was starting to understand a piece of the keystone at least. After my last 2 lives, I felt confident that I saw the trap in it, the reason one could not leave until they had completed the keystone, and why that was so unlikely. The lives lived were punishing in a way I hadn't expected. Already, my memories of these lives were full of bitterness, regret, and loss. Despite not really being myself during these events, the memories of my decisions, of my feelings, my deaths were vivid. I was still unsure if Sylvie and Regis and their respective abilities were central to my continued progress, but now I was sure there was more to it than just that. Despite the Jinn's ability of foresight, it seemed like a bridge too far to think that they had accounted for, expected, or even required the presence of 3 connected minds to enter and alter the keystone in whatever way would fulfill its purpose. What they had accounted for, on the other hand, was the requirement that a mage already know 3 very specific ether arts to have reached this point. The abilities taught by the previous keystones had acted as keys to enter this puzzle, but as I sat within the days and weeks of mulling rumination, I grew more and more convinced that they had to be more than just keys. After first arriving and experiencing the miracle of my own birth for the second time, I shouldn't have been able to see the ether gathering for my awakening, but I had. The importance of that had been lost on me in the following repeated attempts at this life. But in retrospect, this strange fact felt like some kind of clue or hint toward the keystone's solution. But pursuing any clue was itself a problem I wasn't sure how to solve. After all, how could I attempt to make a change to learn more about it if the act of making that change meant I lost all sense of what I was doing, at least until I was born yet again, with an entirely new life's memories stuffed into my exhausted brain? There has to be a way to navigate this place more purposefully, I told myself, thinking of the relictums and the compass. A cry erupted from my tiny form and I pulled back, letting time pass as my mother cleaned and fed me, a distinctly uncomfortable experience to focus on. Before I knew it, I was a toddler yet again, already near my awakening. I lurched back into the present with a jolt of fear. I'm not ready to go farther, not yet. Perhaps due to my temporal proximity to the day of my awakening, I was again reminded of the strange sight of etheric particles swarming as if to spectate that event. I should not be able to see ether, but there are times that I can. What could that mean? Tentatively, I reached for Realm Heart. My infantile body contained no godrunes, of course, but my real physical body did. If there were times I could see ether, it could only be because some sense of it was bleeding between the mental keystone realm and the physical world. But if there was some physical connection, I could not find it. Like my search for Sylvie, attempting to activate Realm Heart revealed nothing. Sylvie, I am here. The ghostly apparition of my bond manifested in front of me. She was sitting with her legs crossed and watching me carefully. It's fascinating. I can see it all in your mind, everything we've already discussed across these multiple lives you've lived. Good, that at least saves me the trouble of explaining it over and over again, I answered, realizing I hadn't been shielding my thoughts at all because there had been no need. To continue our previous conversation, I think I may have an idea. I waited, silently encouraging her to continue. If we need a catalyst to wake the real Sylvie's mind and allow me to bind to her, perhaps we can channel the energy of your awakening. How? I have no clue. I sat with the idea for a while, trying to use what I knew about magic to piece together a possible solution. Unlike with Sylvie's resurrection egg, however, I was not handed some strange mystical answer. Whatever I did would be up to me, and if it didn't work, I might drastically alter the timeline and end up forgetting all over again. I began reaching for Realm Heart again, more as a meditative practice than any expectation that I would actually make the connection. It was like trying to curl the fingers of a hand that was no longer attached to my body. Sylvie and I remained there for what felt like hours to my disconnected brain and body, but I was certain that my mother would have come to check on me if that were the case. Pudgy fingers raised to dig into my bare sternum. I scrunched up my face and scratched more vigorously. There was an itch deep inside my chest that I couldn't seem to reach. My vision flickered, and for a moment Sylvie lit up like an old earth Christmas tree, her body made of light, both mana and ether. The sudden change made me flinch and it blinked away. What was that? Sylvie asked, looking at me with a mixture of concern and excitement. Do it again. I looked at her and tried to unfocus my eyes to cross them to stare so hard that the lights would appear again. When they didn't, I closed my eyes entirely, clenching my little fists and straining to reach that mindset that had just flickered past me like a moth in the dark. There was a sudden rumble, and the room filled with an embarrassing smell. I grimaced, and my mother reappeared to clean and change me. I endured the experience, afraid to slip free of the bonds of that moment. When she was done, instead of leaving me to my business, she carried me out of the room on her hip, bouncing me and singing softly. I was so close I grumbled to Sylvie, who walked patiently along at Mother's side. My fingers dug into my sternum again. Do you have an itchy Art? Mom asked suddenly, holding me up for inspection. Her fingers brushed the spot with a soft humming noise. I don't see anything, but her fingers sparkled with magic, and I felt the soothing mana move through me. Although it wiped away the ache in my legs and backside from sitting so still for so long, it only highlighted the strange itch I felt in my core. I squirmed, and my speech came out as a burbling coo. Art, what? Oh, I had shaken free of Mother and pattered away in my toddler style, doing my best version of a run back to the bedroom. Okay then, I can take a hint, my mother said with mild sarcastic amusement as I crawled off. Plopping back down, I turned my focus inward as best I could. Closing my eyes, I again reached for Realm Heart. The itching sensation grew more pronounced. I felt a lopsided grin tremble across my face. My core, Sylv, I can feel my actual core, that damned itch, I can feel it. Following the uncomfortable sensation like a beacon, my keystone-bound consciousness reached for my physical body. Although my eyes were closed, the air within the bedroom grew warm with the sudden glow of atmospheric mana and ether. Slowly, I opened my eyes and gaped at the motes of red, yellow, blue, green, and purple that swam all around me. I took a deep breath, and a little shudder ran down my spine. With Realm Heart active, I simply sat and stared. It was beautiful, and it changed everything. I quickly began to feel tired, so I released my connection to the God rune. The floating mana particles faded away, leaving only the purple motes of ether. After another few seconds, they too vanished. Despite this fatigue, I wasn't discouraged. In fact, I was exhilarated. I have an idea. Despite spending most of my conscious time living in the present moment, the next couple of months seemed to fly by in a blur. With the ghostly version of Sylvie at my side, I practiced connecting to and activating Realm Heart, Aroa's Requiem, and King's Gambit. While Realm Heart seemed to work more or less as expected, I couldn't utilize Aroa's Requiem to repair a broken item as I had in real life. And King's Gambit served more to muddle my thoughts than to clarify them, and I had yet to duplicate the effect of splitting my mind and considering many possibilities at once. I suspected that it was due to my inability to actually manipulate ether inside the keystone. Still, Sylvie and I had a plan that we were confident in. The day of my awakening arrived at last. I began my meditation as usual, slowly condensing all the mana within my body to my sternum. Sylvie floated within me, hovering at the center of that spot like Regis so often did. She was silent, but her thoughts were hyper-focused on the real Sylvie's slumbering mind. Despite being asleep, her connection to me remained, which meant that there were two halves of Sylvie's whole present inside of me. Its beginning, I projected to Sylvie. Hold on, it might get a bit bumpy in there. Using the itch in my core as a tether back to my body as I'd done before, I activated Aroa's Requiem and focused on the ghost Sylvie. At the same time, I opened my mind to the real Sylvie, reaching through our link to give her a strong mental shake. Or trying to, at least. I couldn't be certain if I was successful. A powerful pushing force erupted out of me as my core formed and I awakened. Closing my eyes, I channeled Aroa's Requiem into Sylvie, willing her to be whole and complete again. I projected my desire and request to the ether I knew was gathering around our home to watch the explosion unfold, drawn by some unknown twist of fate. I couldn't manipulate it the way I did my own purified ether, but if I was right. In a kind of echo of my condensing mana, the atmospheric ether also gravitated toward me, through me. Within the pushing force, within my body, within the core that was rapidly forming out of the explosion that leveled our house, the violet motes shimmered and danced around the ghostly manifestation of Sylvie. The force of my awakening rippled outward not only in the keystone space, but it also vibrated through my physical body and the connections I had with my companions. Somewhere outside of myself, I felt Sylvie's eyes snap open. Her ghostly form spilled out of me, transparent golden eyes wide as she spun around. Momentarily untethered from reality and uncertain what was happening, her thoughts snapped and sparked across the surface of my mind like the scales of the lightning drake. There was a liquid texture to her transparent body as she seemed to shift and reform, aging and then deaging rapidly as she vacillated between the younger, pre-rebirth version of herself and the slightly older Sylvie I was familiar with over these last many months. "Sylvie, you're all right, don't worry, you're just waking up." My bond gazed down at her incorporeal body, let out a scream only I could hear, then swelled outward, bursting into the form of a dragon. Her broad, black-scaled chest rose and fell heavily, and her long neck twisted back and forth, scanning the environment. Had her very real fear not been pumping directly into me, the sight of this huge, transparent dragon flailing around while my mother and father tended to me none the wiser would have almost been humorous. It wasn't until Mom and Dad began taking me out of the rubble of our home that Sylvie seemed to focus, her head snapping down and her eyes fixating on them as if they were a lighthouse scene through a long-fought storm. Grabbing onto that attention, I tried to reach her again. "Sylvie, it's going to be okay. It's me, Arthur. I've managed to wake you up and bind you to the ghost of your past self." I struggled to put the strange thought into real words I knew she would understand. "We're in the fourth keystone, and I need you." Despite being able to see through them, I held her golden eyes. The huffing and puffing of her massive body slowed. One tentative footstep after another, she followed where mother and father carried me, their conversation meaningless background noise at this point. Her huge clawed limbs left no prints in the wreckage of the home as she passed. "Arthur," I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. It worked. Sylvie opened her mouth to speak, but I held her mind and focused on the memories of everything that had transpired in the keystone so far. It took time for Sylvie to work her way through the shared visions, but I didn't rush her. Instead, we sat with my mother in the shade of a small tree as father inspected the ruins and spoke to a neighbor who had come running at the noise. Finally, Sylvie's focus returned to the present. She had shrank back into her humanoid form and now regarded me with disbelief. "I saw some of what was happening, like I was dreaming, this is all." She trailed off with a shake of her head. Sylvie watched my mother slowly brushing her fingers through my hair for a minute or two, then continued. I'm sorry, Arthur, I'm so sorry, the things you've had to endure here. It's sick, I think you get out of it what you bring into it, I answered, watching father pick through the rubble without truly seeing. The lives I lived here were the direct result of my own choices. Deviating from the experiences of my real life nearly always ends up resulting in. I stopped, frowning, as a new thought came to me. Almost tentatively, I again followed the distant itch back to my physical body and activated Realm Heart. While there was no physical manifestation of the God Rune activating on my toddler body, ether and mana swam into my vision. A fiery claw squeezed my heart, which began to beat rapidly. Among the familiar colors that I expected to see, something else lit up under the influence of Realm Heart. What is that? Sylvie asked, sharing in my vision through our mental connection. There was a nimbus of golden light radiating from the house. Thin golden threads seemed to connect the demolished house, me, my parents, in places that weren't places, but rather times both forward into the future and back into the past. Fate, I thought breathlessly. This has to be fate. The gears of my mind spun as I tried to determine what had changed. What catalyst had allowed me to suddenly see this manifestation? Was it Realm Heart or Sylvie's awakening in conjunction with my own, or some more subtle insight I'd gained that expanded on the properties of my abilities? Curious, I released Realm Heart. Again, the visible mana particles vanished instantly, while the ether lingered and faded more slowly. The golden threads remained longer, so long in fact that I began to think it may not be related to Realm Heart at all, before the threads finally began to dim and go out, leaving ghostly little afterimages in my eyes. Eventually, even the afterimages melted away. If this is fate, then perhaps you can see it now because it has decided you can, Sylvie asked haltingly. You think that fate might be conscious, aware? Sylvie blinked, nonplussed. I hadn't really meant it that way, but it's possible, isn't it? Ether has a kind of consciousness after all. Would fate not also, if it is an aspect of ether? So far, it seems as if the lesson you've learned about your life, your fate, is that you already lived through the best-case scenario. After all, you said yourself that every time you've changed something, it has resulted in a worse series of events. And you think that the keystone or fate or the jinn, whatever is driving this sequence of events, is trying to show me that things have unfolded for a reason. Sylvie shrugged her incorporeal shoulders. I wouldn't dare to hope it's that simple, and it does seem to fly in the face of your living through life exactly as you already had, since that resulted only in a sort of time loop. But as for why you can suddenly see these golden threads connecting moment to moment of your life, if this understanding is putting you on the right track, then you've gained some insight that fate wants you to have. I nodded along slowly. What she said made sense, but it was also very disconnected from how I thought about mana, ether, insight, and even the previous suppositions I'd made about the aspect of fate itself. And I found it difficult to fix this new paradigm in my mind. Why don't we continue forward, Sylvie suggested. We can check other points in your life for these trails or threads as well. Maybe we can confirm more about it or unlock some new insight. We don't know if you can travel along the timeline with me, I pointed out. If I retract my mind and allow events to proceed forward, you may be drawn away on the path you originally took during this time. Then I will see you at my birth, Sylvie answered with a wry smile. I squirmed in Mother's arms and she let me scramble free. With one last concerned look, she stood and returned to my father. I sat on my knees beside Sylvie. Enter my body. Just guesswork, but maybe it will shield you or keep us together. She did, and I pulled back from the world, letting time rush by. Are you still with me? I asked. I am, Sylvie confirmed, and I felt relief wash through me. Progress. We were making progress. I plunged back into the rapidly passing time as we once again approached the mountain pass where the attack happened, and I was separated from my family. I found myself sitting in the cart with my mother, who was watching the scenery pass while chatting with Angela Rose and paying me no mind. With the itch in my real core as a guide, I reached for my physical body and focused on the Realm Heart Godrune. As expected, the world lit up with particles of ether and mana, and running through them, a thin thread of golden light leading onward to the site of the ambush and the cliff. Thinner, fainter threads ran back from the glowing aura around the mountainside to each of us, as well as the hidden bandits. Pieces were clicking into place. Stop, I said, my small voice commanding. Durden pulled the reins, bringing our cart to a halt. The adults all looked at me with surprise. What are you doing? Sylvie asked then. Oh, as my thoughts passed to her. There is an ambush ahead. I continued, explaining to the twin horns and my parents what was going to happen. As they hurried into position to counter the bandits, I released Realm Heart and activated Aroa's Requiem. This time, although the mana and ether particles faded out of view, the golden lines remained. I reached out and took the golden thread leading away from the battle in my fingers and gave it a small tug. The world around me rushed by, only it was moving in reverse. That small tug took me back a few minutes. When I released it, the cart was again moving forward, my mother still seated beside me chatting with Angela Rose, paying me no mind. The point where I'd stopped the cart passed, and we rolled forward toward the fight that separated me from my family. Activating Aroa's Requiem again, I pulled the thread forward. The fight rushed by me as if time were sped up, but it was different than when I disassociated from my body and stepped away, letting life play out as it had happened without conscious effort or interference. This speeding up of events felt more intentional, with my mind and location both staying relevant to my place in time. Events still played out the same way, but there seemed to be no risk of me being caught up in the rushing tide of time and the vortex effect I had encountered before. Even as I plummeted off the cliffside yet again, I grinned. Everything was starting to make sense. I hurried forward to Sylvia's cave. It was another point in time marked with the golden aura of fate, which was no surprise. "I can feel the egg pulling me in," Sylvie said as we descended into the cave where I would meet my grandma Sylvia and Sylvie her mother for the first time. "It's fine, go to it. I'll see you on the other side." Despite my curiosity about using Realmheart and Aroa's Requiem to explore the different potential outcomes of my time with Sylvia, there was something else more immediate that I wanted to accomplish. Sylvie was reborn as herself, and as I had hoped, the real Sylvie's mind remained awake and conscious inside of her newborn body. We sped forward, examining each major turning point in my life, unsurprised to find they were all marked by fate. It was as Winsome transported us to Ephiatis for the first time that I was brought up by an unexpected and rather uncomfortable thought. All of these moments marked by fate, were they destined to happen that way? Did fate make these moments happen? Hearing my thoughts and understanding the underlying context, Sylvie's tone was consoling when she answered. "You made these choices, Arthur, you know that. No one was pulling the strings making these things happen." Still, I could feel her lack of surety, only partially veiled from our connection. There were so many places where it could go wrong. Even when I have made better choices in the Keystone, the result has always been my premature death. What if fate is prioritizing my survival over the good of the world? Or, Sylvie began, her tone that of someone explaining something very simple to someone very dense, your survival is what is best for this world. But I think I have to point out that this Keystone and the events it creates aren't real. How could it know what would have happened in every given scenario? Fate, I reminded her. "Arthur, Lady Sylvie, I must insist we continue on," Winsome said, turning to look at us against the backdrop of the many-colored bridge in Kezes's castle, the twin peaks of Mount Geoluz swallowed by an endless expanse of fog. Activating Aroa's Requiem, I sped forward through the bulk of my training until I reached a specific point. "The fact is that you're a walking collection of statistical improbabilities," Ren said, looking at me with clear exasperation. "You have an innate ability to comprehend the workings of the four main elements, as well as some of their deviating elemental forms, coinciding so neatly with the fact that comprehension of all four elements is necessary to unlock the mysteries of Ether, which the very Princess of Dragons just so happens to have kindly bestowed upon you. Everything about you is an outlier, boy. Even Usuras don't have that much innate talent and luck. If that's your way of cheering me up, thank you," I chuckled, getting to my feet. "Now what's next on our to-do list? Before that, give me your dominant hand." Ren rose from his conjured earthen throne and approached me. Spreading out my right hand, palm facing up, I stared at the Usura, waiting in anticipation. The next step was one I was less certain of than the previous revelations regarding Aroa's Requiem and Realmheart, or even of combining Sylvie with her Keystone Ghost self. Ren pulled a fist-sized black case from his coat pocket, then opened it and removed a small pyramidal opaque gem. "This is a mineral called a chlorate. By itself, it's a rather rare but useless piece of rock. However, with the right refining and synthesizing process, which I will keep unto my grave, so don't bother asking, it is capable of something remarkable, like forming a weapon. Or even in the right circumstances, a living being," I replied. Ren's brows rose up into his unkempt hairline and he regarded me with undisguised astonishment. "So someone has been spilling secrets before their due time, I see," he said after a moment, recovering and glancing around sourly as if he would find the guilty party hiding behind a rock. "How unprofessional. I'm going to tell you something and you don't have any choice other than to believe me," I started, having already confirmed that this was one of those moments marked by fate. I took confidence from the knowledge that I could simply reverse course and attempt this again if I failed. Ren made a face, but I pushed on. "Although it takes much more than a year, this chlorate does in fact grow into a weapon. A conscious being combining aspects of Sylvie, myself, and a Vritra retainer named Udo." Ren's mouth curved into a wry smile as if he thought I were teasing him. "Listen, Ren. This being is born in a place called the Relictums, the system of dungeons or chapters created by the Jinn, and so he is able to feed on and utilize Ether. Some part of that being's consciousness, his name is Regis, is currently sleeping within me kind of except my body is outside of this space and time and I need to wake him up. I think this achlorite is the key to doing that. Ren's smirk had slowly slipped off his face. He was frowning at me as if I were delirious or worse. How could you know any of this, boy, the elven seer? Even if she'd shared some kind of vision with you, how would the— It's more complicated than that, I interrupted, drawing a scowl from my tutor. Suffice it to say that I know with utmost certainty that the consciousness that will grow out of this achlorite is here now with us. Sleeping, I want you to help me bind the mind back to the stone and awaken Regis early. Something clicked into place in Ren's expression. It wasn't belief, really, but more like intrigue and a very real willingness to explore this possibility further. What are you suggesting? First, set the achlorite under my skin, I said, holding my hand out again. Ren let out a long breath, then took hold of my hand and began pressing the opaque gem into my palm. I hardly registered the pain, and soon enough the achlorite disappeared underneath my skin. I flexed my hand a couple of times, staring at my palm. Nothing happened. Now what? Ren asked. This is your area of expertise. How could this rock turn into a conscious, living creature? It's rare, Ren answered. He, too, was staring at my hand. With suitable focus, determination, and input of energy, a weapon grown from achlorite will contain some measure of self-determination. This is born of the wielder and fully binds a weapon to its user. But for the achlorite to grow into a fully self-aware, conscious being, this transfer of energy must be matched by an incredible will, and usually a significant amount of desperation. Your state of being when the weapon manifested plays an essential role, as do the source and variety of inputs prior to manifestation. I smiled in amusement, recognizing Ren's words here as an echo of what he'd said when he discovered Regis was a conscious manifestation in my real life. And something of the achlorite remains, though. You said, well, never mind, but if Regis were here in body, you would be able to sense the achlorite's energy, right? Ren rested his hands on his hips and tapped his fingers rapidly. I would. A being born of achlorite is mutable in nature, but the signature of its origin should be perceptible even if it were present only in a disembodied form. Unless that form was shrouded inside the body of another living being, where its own signature would be disguised by the mana and natural rhythm of the host, the heartbeat, breathing, circulation from core to channels, etc. This may be made yet more complicated if the being is, how did you put it, outside space and time, whatever that means. But if you knew it was there and the host in question allowed you, could you find that sleeping mind? Ren regarded me as if I had completely lost my own mind. I won't pretend to even fully understand what that means, but his eyes narrowed and he mussed his already tangled hair. With a scoff, he waved a hand and conjured a flat bed of rock, indicating I should lie down. I did so and he stood over me. Close your eyes and stop the noisy gears of your senseless brain from spinning so I can focus. I bit back a sarcastic retort and tried to do as he ordered, letting my mind still and go blank. My breathing slowed, as did my pulse. Calling back on multiple lifetimes of practice, I fell into a meditative blankness. Ren's hands passed over me. I could sense them, but I didn't focus on them. He hummed thoughtfully, then let out an irritated huff, his warm breath washing across my face. Then, after what felt like a very long time, aha. Physical fingers pressed down over my sternum, and fingers of magic probed deeper, wriggling through flesh and meat, and even deeper than my core into something ethereal and intrinsic to my being. The nexus of where my waking consciousness in the keystone met my physical body outside of it. I focused on the weak sense I had of Regis's sleeping mind, which I felt even in that first moment after appearing inside the keystone, and hoped that the spotlight of my thoughts would point Ren in the right direction. Stop that, boy. Just lay there and act like the brain-dead loon you are. I take back every positive thing I've ever said about you. There's no way you are anything but a complete and utter kook. He cut off with a sharp inhalation, and I felt the incorporeal fingers close around something. By the ancients, you are right, an achlorite-born being. I can feel it tethered to you, no, woven into and through you, as tied to you as your own nervous system. A warm, familiar energy floated up from my sternum through my chest and into my arm, then down the arm to my hand, guided by Ren's magic. He snorted with delight. I've never rehomed a consciousness that already exists into an achlorite crystal before. It shouldn't work, but if you're right in this, Regis was really born from this achlorite. The achlorite burned hot as molten iron in my palm, and I gasped at the pain. Ren grabbed my wrist, pinning my arm to the stone. Purple light glowed through my skin, which felt like it would burn away at any moment. Arthur, what's wrong? What's happening? Sylvie's voice sounded in my mind from where she still trained with her grandfather in Castle Indrath. My eyes rolled back into my head as my body bucked. A powerful hand pressed against my chest, holding me flat and preventing me from hurting myself. Not that I could have felt it past the agony of the achlorite. A black will-o-wisp the size of my clenched fist floated free of my flesh, and the pain vanished. I sank back, no longer bucking against Ren's arms, sweat pouring from my face and my breath coming in desperate gasps. I just barely made out the ball of dark light, within which two bright sparks glinted like eyes and a black slash below them looked like a wry smile. I had no breath to speak, no focus to generate words. Even my mind seemed clouded and I couldn't sense the thoughts of either Regis or Sylvie. The will-o-wisp darted closer to me and dipped low. Behold, master. I, Regis, the mighty weapon gifted to you by the Usras so long ago, have finally manifested in all my glory. The two bright sparks glinted as if they were blinking, and the wisp turned slowly around in a circle. Wait, what the hell is going on? Chapter 476, JATESSAERALITH. As the portals swallowed us, my last thought was of disappointment. For a moment it had felt so good to see Arthur, but that feeling crumbled with the stone structure of his golem's body. Space and time inverted, stretched out and flipped upside down by the portal as it dragged us away, and then I was surrounded by nothing. Absolutely nothing, emptiness in every direction, and I was alone. I couldn't sense Cecilia or hear her thoughts, nor could I feel the body that I shared with her. Tentatively, I tried to speak her name, but no sound came out. I had no fingers or toes to wiggle, no neck to turn my gaze left or right. Then, like I was stepping out of a thick black fog, space materialized in front of me. I was looking across a ground made of black glass at Cecilia. Not Cecilia in my body, but the way she pictured herself in her head, an athletic and feminine figure with cream-colored skin and dusty brown hair tied up in a tail. Beyond the strangeness of looking at her in a way I had only seen in thought before, something else was wrong. She was flat, like a reflection of herself in a dark mirror, and she was very still, making only occasional, unnaturally jerky movements. "What's happening?" I asked, and my voice came out distorted and strange to my own ears. Across from me, Cecilia's face pinched into a scowl. "I should have known you would attack me as soon as you had the chance." Her voice resounded hostilely inside my mind. I shook my head. I wasn't exactly hiding that fact. Whatever delusions or reasons you have to act the way you do, that applies to me too, but that's not important right now, is it? Look around us. Where are we? Maybe it's a blessing in disguise. When I escape this, whatever it is, I'm going to leave you here. In her frame, Cecilia's hands came up, and it looked as if she were pushing against the surface of a flat piece of glass. Muted as my senses were, my nerves were still on fire throughout my body as I considered the full implications of what Cecilia and I were experiencing. We had fallen through a portal and been transported somewhere, but more than that, we had somehow been separated from one another and imprisoned. How is Arthur capable of this? "Oh, Vritra, take me," Cecilia cursed, letting her hands drop. "I can't believe I fell for his trap. Agrona is going to be furious. Not only did I disobey him, but I failed as well." I felt myself frown in a distant, numb sort of way. "Surely you're more angry at Arthur for trapping you than you are afraid of Agrona." When Cecilia looked across the emptiness at me, I could see I was wrong. Her emotions were distant and clouded, but the expression on her face was easily readable. "You don't understand. He's losing patience with me. I've sensed it. And I'm afraid that he'll do something to Nico to punish me." She turned left and right, up and down as she searched her prison for any hint of a way out. "I need to escape this place." Cecilia's thought brought me up short, and I had to be careful to not send any more thoughts to her. I was scared and I wanted to escape too, but Arthur had done this on purpose, knowing Cecilia and I would both be trapped here. I had to ask myself what Arthur's intention was. I didn't know where we were, what the purpose of this place was beyond the obvious, or what would happen if we remained. Arthur knew I was still conscious inside of my body along with Cecilia, or at least I thought he did. He would have expected me to be here. That could have been why he devised this prison to separate us. Perhaps that meant he would be coming to free me. But was he really capable of such powerful magic? Fear turned my stomach. It was also possible that the separation of our minds had nothing to do with Arthur's actual plan, and he had finally decided that removing Cecilia was worth sacrificing me in the gambit. I couldn't bring myself to disagree with the sentiment or be angry at Arthur if this were the case, but I still felt afraid. "I can feel your mind whirring over there," Cecilia interjected, interrupting my thoughts. "It's annoying. If you're not going to help me figure out how to get out of this prison, the least you can do is shut up." I sighed and wrapped my arms around myself. "I don't know what this place is, but to be honest, I don't really care." "Arthur finally beat you, Cecilia. There is nowhere for you to go, nothing for you to do now. Sit and seethe in your silence and fear." I closed myself off to her before she could reply, lapsing into a sullen and fretful silence. But I still had to watch her. I couldn't look anywhere else. Seeing her thrashing and gesticulating inside her two-dimensional prison brought me neither pleasure nor comfort. I expected her efforts to be short-lived, but was surprised as the tenacity of her efforts only built. No magic or spells manifested in the open air between us, but a charge built within the strange prison that made the hair on my neck stand on end and roughened my skin with goose flesh. A tremor ran from my toes up to my scalp, and something tugged me forward. I flowed through a thin layer of glassy energy and found myself standing on the smooth surface I had seen before. I spun around to see an identical window like the one Cecilia was still trapped inside. I could feel her burning eyes stabbing into my back. Beyond the window, around our smooth, flat platform, which couldn't have been more than 20 feet wide, was an endless ocean of emptiness. It was so black that my eyes played tricks with me, inserting color in a haze of purple and shapes like shadowy creatures crawling over each other inside the dark and the void. I turned away and hurried to the very center of the platform between the two windows, each labored breath aching in my chest. "What have you done, Arthur?" As if from a great distance, Cecilia's muffled voice was shouting my name. My hands trailed up my arms to my shoulders, then to my face, feeling the warmth of my skin, the shape of my nose, cheeks, and lips. My hair, I thought, running my fingers through it, lifting a lock of the silvery gray strands. "Tesha," Cecilia shouted again, her voice cutting through my reverie like a bone saw. I wrapped my arms around myself in a sort of hug, hunching over and closing my eyes. "Just give me some time, please. Let me have this moment." My legs were trembling, and I sank to the ground and pulled my knees to my chest. Pressing my face into my knees, I began to cry. My body shook with the relief of it. Slowly, I exorcised the pent-up emotion of my long imprisonment, and the tears eased. My breath came easily. Every muscle in my body relaxed. Cecilia cleared her throat. "How did you escape? Imagine the two of us fused together for so long," I said, my voice empty of all the emotion I had just released, only to find ourselves imprisoned together when we are finally separated. "Tesha, please." My gaze slowly lifted to meet Cecilia's. I had spent so long now inside her thoughts that I knew her probably better than she knew herself. I'd seen her switch from a megalomaniac to a vulnerable girl like I might switch on and off a lighting artifact. But I also had to remind myself that she was a child who had been manipulated into being little more than a weapon, not only once, but through two different lives. "I don't know, I felt you pushing mana across this platform and a charge built up inside my window, then suddenly I was drifting out." "That's it," Cecilia said desperately. "These windows or whatever must have to be opened with mana," or her face fell suddenly, growing pale with fear. "Or ether." I thought back to the moment Cecilia had used Arthur's own weapon to strike a blow against him and went silent. "If I moved enough mana, it is possible that some ether interacted with the window as well. But I can't pull mana to me in here," she continued softly. I didn't answer. "Which means you would have to be the one to release me," she finished after a few long seconds. "We have to work together. You're going to have to let me back in." She was referring to the mental block I had placed shortly after arriving inside the zone, cutting her off while I was imprisoned inside the window. I'd left the barrier up, but now it slipped away, joining our minds yet again. Cecilia's tangle of emotions burned hot and uncomfortable, like an ache behind my eyes. "Except there is one other problem," I started, digging my fingers into my temple with a grimace. "Even if I wanted to release you, I don't know if I do. I can't control mana." I could sense the mana contained within the strange prison, but although I had my body back, I hadn't regained my ability to cast spells. I tried not to think about the fact that I did not have a core at all. Cecilia didn't respond immediately, but I could feel her thoughts turning over and over. I stepped away from her window, moving to the edge of the platform and staring out into the nothing beyond. The writhing shadows, black on black, made my skin crawl even as I wondered if it was real or if I was simply seeing things. "Why can we still hear each other's thoughts?" Cecilia asked, her voice seeping into my head unexpectedly. I returned to her window. "I don't know, but then I can't even imagine what kind of magic could separate us to begin with." "What if we haven't been separated?" she asked, her voice soft and echoing as if resounding up from the bottom of a well. "What do you mean?" She gestured at my torso from within the window. "You have your body, but I look like myself like before on Earth, and yet the runes that bound my reincarnated spirit to your body still mark your flesh. You are walking around inside an integrated body and should be able to use magic, while I have a Kai center and not a core, but I can manipulate mana." I couldn't hide my surprise as I regarded her. "Of course. I should have seen that before, so you think that we are still in the same body, only our minds are divided." "I think we're in the relictums," she confirmed. "If there is anywhere that could trap our minds in a prison while our body sleeps somewhere else, that would be the answer." Cecilia had been taught about the relictums, although not extensively, and I shared her limited knowledge. Together, we considered what we knew. "That must have been an ascension portal that we fell through." Cecilia nodded at me from within her window. "Gray would only have chosen this zone if it was somewhere he thought we couldn't escape. Which means that it likely does require control over ether to navigate," I said, circling back to our earlier line of thought. "So we really are stuck here." "No," Cecilia said, now shaking her head. "I already released you. That means we can interact with this zone even if not in the intended way. You can release me and together we can clear this zone and find our way out." I bit my lip, unsure what to do. Is this place any worse than out there where I'll be a prisoner in my own body again? Please, Tesha, Cecilia begged, sagging in her frame. I can't stay trapped in here. I have to get back to Agrona to explain myself. Her eyes burrowed into mine. I can't let him punish Nico for my mistakes. When I didn't immediately respond, she added, I know you don't understand why I do the things that I do, but I don't, but I also can't say I haven't done something similar. I swallowed down a lump in my throat, wondering at the simulation's ability to create such a realistic sensation. I chose to go to my parents that day, and Arthur and Sylvie almost died. No, in a sense, they did die because of my decision. I knew that Arthur wanted to keep Cecilia in this place for as long as possible. Maybe he meant her to stay here forever, or maybe he knew she would break free eventually. I could only hope that my actions were a part of his plan because the more I thought, the more my mind felt made up. What do you want, Cecilia? I asked. Really, in the end, I mean. Cecilia let out a deep breath, her eyes never leaving mine. I want it all to have been worth it. In the end, nodding my understanding, I made a decision that I could only hope I wouldn't grow to regret. You're going to have to give me control and to teach me how to use magic without a core. What followed was a difficult back and forth as Cecilia and I both worked against our instincts. If we were right, the zone was a kind of projection, little more than a dream, and for Cecilia to release her hold over my body and allow me to manipulate the mana within the dream. We both had to accept that the zone was simultaneously not populated by our real selves while also allowing our real shared body and magical ability to be utilized by both of us at the same time. It would have been far easier to simply wake up, but whatever magic formed the zone and held us within it wasn't so easily beaten. Still, I had been right beside Cecilia for all of her many advances in mana manipulation, and the pain that I had been subjected to was not without some benefit. Many hours, maybe even days, passed as I sat in front of Cecilia's mirror and sought the magic. Despite the passing time, Cecilia seemed to calm as she stepped into the role of guide and teacher, simultaneously handing me the reins of our detached physical body while guiding me toward the magic and teaching me how to manipulate it without the lens of a core to focus through. I followed her impromptu exercises with a singular focus, and we both embraced the trial and error necessary to impart her insight and understanding. Okay, that's not working, but I think we can change tactics slightly, Cecilia said after one of many failed efforts. I can sense the mana reacting to your focus, but you're not taking hold of it, at least not yet. She looked at me with her brows pinched in confusion. What? I realized I was smiling and quickly smoothed my features. Nothing, it's just, you seem so motivated, almost like you're having fun. She started before trailing off. I guess it's just nice to be working together for a change. I nodded, understanding what she meant. We're almost there, I can feel it. It was difficult to describe, but it felt like there was a scale inside me, and that scale was tipping slowly, lifting me up and bringing me into balance with the opposing force, Cecilia. And as that scale balanced, my sense of the mana drifting around us heightened until I could feel something brushing across the tips of my reaching fingers. And then, finally, my fingers closed around what I'd been reaching for. I drew in a sudden, shivering breath and my hands clenched into fists. The mana particles lit up in my vision the way Cecilia could see it. The particles were sparse, floating over the platform but not suffusing the void beyond. See how the mana moves? Cecilia used our mental connection to draw my focus to a specific point. There was a sort of tension in the suspended mana particles. This place is much thicker with ether, and that tension is the two forces pressing against each other. If you press all the mana toward my window, you can't help but move some ether too. That has to be how I released you, I think. I stood and took a few steps back, working to slow and steady my breathing, which was threatening to run out of control as the flush of success and the joy of controlling the mana washed over me. My concentration tightened on the mana, taking hold of it particle by particle but not yet enacting my will. I tried to visualize all the ether particles that were filling the gaps between the reds, yellows, greens, and blues. The thought that Arthur must be able to see the entire picture flitted into my head, and thinking of him helped steady me and give me confidence. Now push with all your might, Cecilia ordered. I hesitated. What are you waiting for? Cecilia asked, a hint of her desperation leaking back into her demeanor. If I help us get out of here, you owe me one, I said, watching her carefully. As long as it is in your ability, I need you to promise that you'll do one favor for me in the future. Now Cecilia was the one to hesitate, her jaw working silently in the window, her thoughts shrouded momentarily. I promise, letting out a deep breath I pushed. The flat plane of the window containing Cecilia rippled, and she drifted out onto the platform. Behind her, the mana I had projected spilled out into the void and was swallowed by the darkness. Cecilia looked down at her hands, then spun in a circle, her eyes wide as she gazed around. I smiled, but almost immediately the expression faltered as a sleepy fatigue gripped me. I stumbled suddenly. Cecilia's eyes widened with surprise, and she grabbed me to keep me from falling. Her worried face grew blurry as the dark void behind her pulsed, fading in and out. I closed my eyes, and when I opened them again I saw only a flash of darkness and claws. Closed again, then open, a waterfall in the distance, sparkling under a red sun, a blink and howling explosions of mana, monsters falling beneath a wave of spells. Pain leaked through the fugue state, and I came to, realizing Cecilia was marching quickly through the halls of Tigran Salem. What happened? You're awake again, Cecilia replied. I thought maybe that zone had done something. Destroyed your mind. There was a hint of relief in her words that surprised me. I had to fight my way through a handful of zones to escape the relictums, but we've made it back to the fortress. I'm on my way to report to Agrona now. Weakly, I considered just what sort of horrific trials the relictums must have conjured for someone of Cecilia's strength. Considering the way she was limping and favoring a number of still healing wounds, her struggle was clear. Cecilia's tension rose with each step as we hurried through the fortress toward Agrona's private wing. The doors were open when we arrived. I could feel Agrona's presence emanating outward from deeper inside his private chambers, and Cecilia followed that aura like a beacon. We found him waiting on one of the many balconies overlooking one of the central courtyards of the sprawling mountain fortress. He made a show of reading a scroll that he had stretched out in front of him, not immediately taking notice of us. A minute passed, then two, and Cecilia became almost physically ill as she waited to be acknowledged, standing within the frame of the open glass doors to the balcony. Finally, Agrona rolled up the scroll before tossing it over the intricate railing. It caught fire as it fell, smoldering into ash and smoke. Only then did he turn. Dark fire smoldered in his eyes, and his body language and expression were both stiff. Cecilia, you return. I hope you do so with an exceedingly interesting tale to tell, he said, his voice a threatening baritone rumble. Speaking in a rush, Cecilia began to explain what had happened. She rambled, speaking too quickly but without enough detail, rehashing her journey out of the beast glades and her battle against the Usura, then giving a spotty explanation of the trap we had found ourselves in. She kept jumping back to details she had omitted earlier, making her explanation difficult for even me to follow, and I had been there. Agrona's eyes never left us, and the longer Cecilia talked, the more agitated his aura became. I'm sorry, Cecilia finished, going to one knee and bowing in front of Agrona. Please forgive me, High Sovereign, I made a terrible mistake in judgment. I watched from the prison of my own body as Agrona approached. When he spoke, there was a biting edge of poorly concealed sarcasm laced through with disappointment. I have overestimated your maturity, Cecilia. If this had been a test, I would say that you failed spectacularly. His jaw worked silently for a moment. And yet perhaps I have also underestimated the way in which Arthur Leywin affects those around him, including you. There were ripple-like heat waves in the air around Agrona. It isn't the man's personal strength that changes the balance of power. Rather, it is the way the world reacts to him. Agrona gave a small shake of his head, and I realized that as angry as he was, some of that was turned toward himself. I see my mistake clearly now. Thankfully, the dragons continue to fall into line just as expected, so I can afford to turn more of my resources to locating Arthur. What you've told me aligns with all of the reports I have received. Arthur has been very thorough in his attempt to avoid my countermeasures, but the time for play and experimentation is over. At this point, there is no other choice but to take care of things myself. Cecilia rose smoothly, but she was trembling as we followed Agrona, who led us down into the reliquary Cecilia had visited previously. What does he mean, take care of things himself? I asked, but the question bounced right off of Cecilia, whose own agitated thoughts were a chaotic muddle. Agrona took us on a winding course through the reliquary halls to a door that was different from all the rest. Powerful enchantments emanated from it, and the dark gray metal surface was covered with geometric patterns, which upon closer inspection revealed themselves to be row after row of small, tightly arranged runes. A black crystal was affixed to the wall beside the door by a bronze fixture. Agrona placed his hand on the crystal, and it glowed with white light through the black. Several locks released, and the door swung open on its own. The room beyond was larger than those Cecilia had looked into before, including the room where she discovered the strange rune-covered table. The interior walls shimmered with a mana barrier that encompassed the entire chamber. A large pedestal dominated the floor, nearly filling the room. The pedestal itself stood 10 feet high, but was made even larger by a series of glowing stone rings that gyrated smoothly around the pedestal, somehow without striking each other. Indecipherable runes covered both the pedestal and the rings. Above the pedestal, in the middle of the stone rings, there was a glowing lavender crystal. It pulsed slightly as we entered. Cecilia, meet Jaiei, Agrona said, extending one arm toward the artifact. Cecilia walked slowly around the platform, careful to stay outside of the arc of the gyrating rings. What is this? He said that as if this was the crystal pulsed brighter, and a rich feminine voice with a strange accent vibrated sourcelessly through the air. A pleasure to meet you, Legacy. Your presence here is the culmination of many Jinn lifetimes of theoretical etheric study. Quite amazing, really. The voice grew sharp with excitement as it spoke, almost gushing by the end. What does that mean? I wondered, but Cecilia either ignored or didn't notice my thoughts. Her own mind had only grown more clouded and confused. Jaye, have your power levels evened out after the brief interruption to the relictums? Agrona asked, speaking to the crystal as if it were a trusted companion. I'm still recovering, unfortunately, the voice answered. As if to demonstrate this fact, the crystal flickered feebly. I expect it will take another 12 days or so to fully replenish my reserves of etheric storage and return to normal operating levels, Agrona. Cecilia had stopped walking and was now staring through the gyrating rings at Agrona, who was leaning against one wall and absently clinking one of the ornaments dangling from his horns. What is this? Agrona's expression was unreadable, but he kept his eyes on the crystal as he said, Jaye was one of the Jinn, a genius even among her people. Her mind was stored in this housing, which was connected to the first level of the relictums as a kind of index for all the knowledge that lay within. What, I thought. At the same time, Cecilia asked, what? Agrona raised one brow as he regarded Cecilia, making her shrink back into herself. I have never shown her to anyone before. In fact, I've never even told anyone of her existence. You are the first and the only person I will tell. Why? Cecilia asked. Because I need you to understand, Agrona answered stiffly. Still, there was a softness in his gaze that felt out of place. Is that sadness, hurt? I feel it, Cecil, the tension that has been building between us, the distrust. Gray's gravity pulls at you, the little voice in your ear manipulates you. Even Nico's weakness infects you, making you doubt yourself and by extension me. After everything, what cuts deepest is that you still chose not to trust in me when you disobeyed a direct order and abandoned your post and your soldiers. Cecilia swallowed, an existential quiver running from the base of her skull all the way down to her toes. I wanted to reach out to her to support her and make her understand that he was manipulating her, but as she looked into his eyes, I couldn't help but wonder, was the emotion he felt genuine? Was this a crack in Agrona's shield or a carefully portrayed facade of anger and hurt? Sensing my attention on her, Cecilia preempted any argument I might have made, thinking, don't. Let me think for myself, Tesha, please just. Don't. I considered the promise she had made me, wondering if I could force her to listen by calling on it. But I knew instantly that I couldn't put words to the fear and distrust in my heart. I would only drive her away by pushing too hard here. I bit my metaphysical tongue, withdrawing deeper into myself and carefully watching the situation play out. Go on, Cecilia said, stiffly walking back around the platform so she could see Agrona clearly. Jaye here has taught me much, Agrona continued, his voice soft. The mystery of the Jinn spellforms, the presence of the ruins, even reincarnation. Though it was my genius that allowed for the implementation of the stored Jinn knowledge, it was Jaye sharing that information that allowed me to bring you and Nico back to life on this world. Cecilia waited, her mind latching onto a specific question she wanted him to answer, but she didn't dare ask. Agrona pushed away from the wall and approached Cecilia. And with that same Jinn knowledge, she is why I will be able to send you home to a new life just as you wish. His eyes narrowed and his demeanor hardened. When our work together is finished, of course. Cecilia's jaw worked back and forth as she mustered the courage to ask. I resisted the impulse to urge her on. And after my integration, those mages, the runes and table. There was more to all that than simply making sure I survived, wasn't there? There was, Agrona answered simply. Saris triggered the integration too quickly, and it was possible that this fragile elven body wasn't strong enough to cope with it. I prepared the ability to transfer some portion of the legacy's potential to myself. He met Cecilia's eyes unflinchingly. This is a war. In the event something happened to you, I couldn't in good conscience fail to prepare a failsafe or several even. Cecilia's teeth ground together, but I could feel his words swaying her. Agrona seemed to roll some unspoken word around in his mouth before turning suddenly back to the Jinn artifact. Jaye, I need to find Arthur Leywin. He has been in the relictums and visited the other ruins. He will project a strong signal of ether, and he has multiple spell forms. He should not be difficult to trace with so many of my people in Dicathen to cast the net. I'm not sure if I have enough power, Agrona, but I will try, the feminine voice said, emanating from the air around us. Cast the net, Cecilia repeated, her own attention turning sluggishly to the glowing crystal and the gyrating rings. Agrona gave her a self-satisfied smirk, the earlier tension easing. Part of the function of the runes I developed from the ancient Jinn spellforms, the runes imprinted on every adorned Alacrian, is to provide a point from which Jaye can gather information. Cecilia blinked with quiet awe. Is that why you invaded Dicathen at the cost of so many Alacrian lives, to expand this web through the soldiers? I told you I needed eyes on the ground there, Agrona said casually. I just didn't say whose eyes I was really looking through. Seeming to understand, Cecilia quickly rattled off all the locations where she had sensed Arthur's etheric signature. I'll need to search one location at a time, Jaye said apologetically. I just can't manage a wider search all at once. Then, after a few moments, the signature coming from beneath the ancient Jinn refuge of. Forgive me, the settlement's name does not appear to be contained within my memory. The signature coming from beneath the desert of the Dicathen nation of Darv definitely isn't Arthur Leywin, though from what you have said it was certainly created by him. A picture of the chamber where Cecilia had fought the Usura appeared in my thoughts, focusing on an egg-shaped ball of amethyst energy. One by one, Jaye repeated the process for each of the locations where Arthur might have been. I dreaded each one, then felt a sudden but short-lived relief as it proved not to be him before she quickly moved on to the next. In all, the process took several minutes. The density of signals capable of reaching the location indicated within the remnants of the elven nation of Elenoir are fairly limited. Based upon what I can sense, however, I would calculate that there is a 95% chance that Arthur Leywin is not at this location. Agrona's face tightened into a slight frown as Cecilia fidgeted. Clever, Arthur. So all of your hiding places are fakes, and your real signature was hidden well enough to fool even the legacy. Agrona chuckled. This was a brazen gambit for one who claims to hold the lives of his friends and family in such regard. Okay, Jaye, focus on exactly those places where Arthur hasn't attempted to draw attention. What is he trying to keep us from seeing? Of course, Agrona, this may take a moment. Agrona and Cecilia waited in silence. A map flashed suddenly into my mind, followed by the disembodied voice. Strange, there appears to be an etheric anomaly present at this location. A red light burned on the map in a spot near the Grand Mountains between the Beast Glades and what used to be Elshire Forest. While not an ethosource, this anomaly bears the same signature as the conjurations used to obfuscate Arthur Leywin's physical presence. Based on the information I have access to at the moment, this carries all the trademarks of a conjured pocket dimension. The crystal pulsed as the voice finished speaking, seeming proud of itself. Agrona's face carved into a tight, predatory smile. Ah, Arthur, I should have realized it myself. We think so much alike, you and I. Reaching out, Agrona ran a hand along one of the spinning rings, which slowed to let him do so, the lavender light of the crystal flickering. Well done, Jaye, rest now. I won't call upon you again until you have regained your full strength. The crystal brightened. Be careful, Agrona, tampering with fate is dangerous. The ancient Usra winked boyishly at the glowing crystal. You old flirt, Jaye. Hurry, Arthur, whatever you're doing, I pleaded, knowing no one but myself could hear. Agrona opened the door and a shouting voice echoed through the halls to reach us. The voice was shouting Cecilia's name. Cecilia hurried past Agrona, who stopped to secure the door behind us. Nico, she yelled, turning around twice as she tried to figure out which direction his voice was coming from. I'm here. Running footsteps resounded off the hallway walls, and Nico burst around a corner, sliding to a stop. He was red-faced and breathless, regarding her with relief and fear. Cecilia, I was so afraid. They said you'd left the rift. What are you? He stopped, struggling to catch his breath. What happened? Both Cecilia and Nico stiffened as Agrona caught up with them. He whistled jauntily, all pretense of his early anger and disappointment washed away. Well, Nico, you are just in time to return to Dicathen with us. We're going to pick up your old friend, Gray. Nico's brows fell and his mouth opened, but Agrona kept talking. Yes, we have in fact found him. And yes, he is in fact resting right where I sent you to look, inside Sylvia's cave. The cave your report assured me was empty. Nico only looked more confused, his eyes jumping from Agrona to Cecilia as if her gaze alone could answer his questions. Agrona rolled his eyes. I swear, Cadel would have noticed a pocket dimension if it was staring him in the face. But then you're no Cadel. Nico sagged, but Cecilia bristled. Agrona. Agrona took his hands from his pockets and raised them defensively. Never mind, this is a moment for celebration. He wrapped one arm around Cecilia's shoulders, then did the same to Nico on the other side. Because together, we're finally going to kill Arthur Leywin. Chapter 477, Ascension, Arthur Leywin. It all made sense now. For whatever reason, Tess was the vessel for Cecilia. Maybe it was because of our relationship in this world which had to create the bridge, but that didn't matter. If both Nico and I became this strong after reincarnating into this world, how strong would Cecilia, the legacy, be if she reincarnated into Tess's body? The distant echoes of my thoughts resounded over and under my present, wakeful self. Sylvie, you know what Rhenia said. My voice came out pleading, but only because of the Keystone's strange effect that caused events to play out just as they had. We can't let them have Tess. I felt Sylvie shake her head against the small of my back. She was holding me, keeping me from continuing to fight, because Cadel and Nico were about to take her, and I was dying. We'll both get stronger, she said, her voice muffled. As long as we're alive, we have a chance. With Aroa's requiem channeled, I reached out and pinched the golden thread between my fingers. Time froze. Tesha was still in the act of turning away from me. She had just spoken the words I had feared might be the last she ever would. It was almost funny in a way. I was so distracted that I still hadn't heard what she said. I considered reversing time, paying closer attention only. Beyond Tesha, battle-weary and blood-stained, Cadel and Nico waited for her. The city of Telmore was burning around them, the sky-high flames like stained glass against the smoke-filled sky. This was the moment everything changed. And this is our next challenge to bypass if we want to continue forward. I communicated to Sylvie and Regis. Sylvie's body untensed from behind me as her conscious self exerted control. Her arms relaxed, falling to her sides, and she stepped around, her gaze sweeping across the frozen battlefield. Regis manifested beside me, stepping out of the darkness and into the Keystone world in his large shadow wolf form. And how exactly do we do that, Princess? We had spent some time following the threads of time and fate back and forth through these early years of my life, but we hadn't unlocked any new insight into the Keystone's mechanics or the aspect of fate. Whether by the nature of interacting directly with the golden threads through Aroa's Requiem or Sylvie and Regis's grounding presence, I discovered that I could make changes and explore alternate events without forgetting myself. Even as I thought this, Regis loped away from me to stand beside Nico. With a mischievous look, Regis reared up and closed his jaws around Nico's throat. The thread jerked loose from my grip, and the world lurched into motion again. There was a spray of blood, and Nico stumbled backwards, falling hard on the ground with a choked, gurgling cry. Before the scene could go any further, I grabbed hold of the thread again with Aroa's Requiem and pulled slightly, reversing time to before Regis's attack. "Feel better now?" I asked Regis, my voice thick with exasperation. "Not really," he admitted, his lupin shoulders rising and falling as he sighed deeply. "Focus," Sylvie chided him gently before turning back to me. "Go ahead, Arthur, I'm ready." I focused on the Aroa's Requiem Godrun again, barely noticing the constant itch in my physical core anymore. Slowly, wanting to experience everything as it happened, I pulled us forward along the golden thread, experiencing again my creation of the pocket dimension that allowed me to safely remove Tesha and the others from the battlefield through a portal created from Rinia's medallion. Sylvie cast her own spell, if that was even the right word for what she'd done in transferring her own life energy to me, and we looked at each other as once again she faded. I gripped the thread tight, freezing us again. Sylvie was still there, a person in two parts. A ghostly aspect formed within the lavender and gold dust, and a bright silver spark of her own life force that was drifting toward me with all the rest of her energy, attaching itself to me. The silver mote sparkled while the ghostly image remained frozen. I clenched my fists and pumped my arms in excitement. It worked. It did, although I'm having a hard time forcing myself to remain conscious in this form. Of course, I thought back, feeling foolish. Drift into me, Regis, guide her. Regis, who had already returned to his incorporeal state, drifted out of me and flitted to the silver spark. Buzzing around each other like glowflies, the dark wisp and the silver spark fluttered jaggedly, growing closer with each sharp turn until they vanished into my chest. Oh, Sylvie thought, her mind relaxing and allowing me to release a tension I hadn't realized I was carrying. That's a lot better. Let's go. The thread again moved through my fingers and I fell into the portal that I had conjured. Only. It didn't take me to the underground sanctuary as was intended. It had worked for Nyphia, Madame Astra, and Tesha, but as I fell into it now, stepping carefully forward through time, I could see the weave of etheric magic coming undone. As the portal collapsed, it left behind a sort of hole. A hole into the etheric realm, I realized. Just on the other side was a large circular hall with smooth white pillars holding the ceiling up, lit by a warm glow. Golden energy was oozing out of solid stone, pressing against the edges of the hole left behind by the portal, keeping it open as I entered. The portal was gone, and the hole between dimensions swallowed itself the moment I passed through it. The golden light flickered and faded, and I was left lying on the floor just as I had been when I first awoke in the relictombs. Sylvie, Regis. "We're here," they answered together, two nodes of warmth and consciousness within my now broken core. I rolled onto my back and grinned up at the blank ceiling. It worked. Regis manifested beside me and trotted across the chamber. He sniffed around for a minute. "The egg thing. It isn't here. We must not need it then," I thought, nervous and hopeful both. "Sylv, are you able to come out? I'll try." The silver spark drifted out of my chest. It was hesitant, bobbing the air just beyond the shelter of my flesh and bone. Regis's wolf form became transparent and immaterial, then changed into a dark wisp which zipped to Sylvie's side. The two whirled around each other momentarily, then Regis swallowed the silver spark. Or at least that's what it looked like. For a couple of seconds, Sylvie was visible only as a small amount of silver light leaking through the dark wisp's incorporeal body. Their combined thoughts were distorted and difficult to parse, but I waited, trusting them both just as much as I trusted my own self. Regis began to glow with dim golden light. Gold and lavender particles began emanating from the wisp and to take shape in front of me. Sylvie was drawn in bright gold out of thin air, her features coming clear as the halo around her faded. Regis reappeared at her side, dark against her light. With Realmheart still active, I watched the threads of fate carefully. Interestingly, the timeline was not drastically altered by Sylvie's appearance in the flesh. I was always here in a way, she said, picturing the stone egg in her mind. That piece of me never left you. She turned her hands over and looked at them questioningly. It's strange, though, I don't feel quite real. Then, without warning, she dissolved back into light, appearing only as the spark. Look, I can. The spark darted forward, moving effortlessly through my flesh to drift around the ruined remains of my core. But why would I be able to do this? Could be just a glitch in the Matrix, Regis said, sitting back on his haunches, his tongue lolling. But my incredibly educated opinion is that fate is just fucking with us. Sylvie reappeared before me again. Mouth, Regis, Sylvie scolded gently, biting back a smile. The laws of reality do seem to be breaking down the more powerful we get, I said as I reached out and squeezed my bond's hand. It does beg the question, though. What happens when we leave here? It makes sense we will still know anything new that we learn or any insight we gain through the keystone, but what if I don't know, unlock a new god rune? Just as an example. An interesting question, but the bigger one still remains, Sylvie replied. How is this getting us any closer to insight into fate and escaping the keystone? I couldn't quite hold back the frown that I fell across my face. The relictums is where all the Jinn knowledge is kept. Everything they knew about fate is here somewhere. Looking back, my path through it was full of missed opportunities. First, I want to see what happens when I rebuild my ether core inside the keystone. After that, we do what all ascenders do. Navigating the relictums inside of the keystone was different than it had been in reality. My ability to pull us back and forth through time allowed me to explore in a way I couldn't before. Curious, I drifted forward until Kara and I claimed the compass from the Central Academy reliquary, then stored the compass in my extra-dimensional storage rune and reversed time again, all the way back to the first zone I'd entered. Once again, standing inside the unadorned chamber, I looked into the extra-dimensional space. The compass was there, waiting for me, despite my having technically acquired it in the future. Feeling a rising excitement, I withdrew the compass and turned it over in my hand. The burnished sphere was still a dead relic, so I channeled Aroa's requiem and proceeded to again repair it. Now we can go anywhere, Regis said, patting around me eagerly, his claws tapping against the stone floor. The tapping stopped, and he looked up at me with a frown on his lupin face. Anywhere except the millipede, never again. I chuckled in good humor. There was a sense of hopefulness shared between the three of us. Actually, I was thinking, we've now got everything we need to navigate the relictums together, but before we do, there is something else I want to know. Sylvie's brows rose as she realized my intention. I would like that, do you think? Yeah, I don't see why not. It's the keystone after all, and if something goes wrong now we can easily try again. I tapped my sternum. Better get inside me, though. We're going pretty far back. Sylvie's gold eyes shone brightly for just a moment before she transformed back into the sprite, and both her and Regis took shelter within my core. Taking a deep breath, I activated Realmheart and Aroa's Requiem, took the golden thread in my fingertips and pulled hard. My lifetime flew past in reverse, unspooling all my many accomplishments and failures in a matter of moments. The war, Ephiatus, Xyrus Academy, the beast glades with Jasmine. And then I was again standing in front of Sylvia's cave, only a boy freshly separated from my family. And yet my young skin was marked by the spell forms and god runes. More strangely, the core in my chest swarmed with both ether and mana. We'll see what Grandma has to say about this. I muttered, starting the climb down into the cave where Sylvia awaited. All the other times I had lived through this moment played in the back of my mind, the memories overlapping and blurring together. A realization struck me. After enough time in here, one life would become indistinguishable from another. The keystone would swallow you whole, Sylvie added, and a shiver ran down my spine. The end is in sight, it has to be. I landed at the bottom of the long fall, supporting my body with both mana and ether and landing comfortably. So child, we finally... Sylvia's resounding voice trailed off. She gaped down at me, her tree-story-tall frame sitting stiffly in the throne of jagged stone. Those red eyes, so petrifying to me as a child, were full of wonder, confusion, and fear as they burrowed into and through me. The massive horns growing up from her demonic visage turned slightly as her head did the same. But I don't understand. I'd be surprised if you did, I answered casually. Sticking my hands in the pockets of my childhood trousers, I bobbed up and down on the balls of my feet and regarded her with a smile. There is a lot we need to talk about, Grandma Sylvia. An hour later, Sylvia and I sat together on the ground in front of a small fire. Instead of her demonic or dragon forms, Sylvia looked the way I had seen her in her portrait. She was a handsome woman, refined and noble, somewhere in her middle years by human standards. Her light blonde hair wasn't braided around her head like a crown, as it had been for the painting, but hung in a single thick braid over her shoulder. Her iridescent lavender eyes met mine, still the azure I'd inherited from my father. That is quite a story, Arthur. How many times have you rewound time to bring us to this point? None, I said in my small voice. Assuming you believe me, otherwise, Realmheart activated, lifting the hair on my head and conjuring glowing runes under my eyes. She raised a hand to forestall me. I do, how could I not? But then you are filled with the confidence of one who knows they cannot fail. I grimaced and released the god rune. Can't fail here with you, maybe. But the greater picture fate is still very much undecided. And she hesitated, her fingers unconsciously playing with her braid. And my daughter, I smiled softly, prepare yourself, Grandma Sylvia, come out, Sylv. The silver sprite floated free of me, drifting like a leaf on the wind around me. Sylvia watched it with intense apprehension. After several long seconds, the little light spread out, molding into Sylvie in much the same way her human form changed into the dragon. She appeared with her hair intricately braided and wrapped around her head, not entirely unlike Sylvia's portrait, and wearing a battle dress of black scales. Sylvie's jaw worked silently. Grandma Sylvia stood, favoring her wounded side. The two regarded each other without words, a subtle tension building between them. Then, at the same moment, they both stepped forward and wrapped their arms around one another. All the tension flowed away as if carried on a receding tide. Sylvie let out a surprised, childish, lovely laugh, and her mother followed suit. Grandma Sylvia looked down at me over Sylvie's shoulders, and her eyes shone with tears. Finally, Grandma Sylvia pulled back, although she kept her hands on Sylvie's arms. You are more beautiful than I ever could have hoped. Oh, my daughter, I thought, well. She swallowed visibly and gave a small shake of her head, causing a single tear to slip free of her eye and trail down her cheek. It seems as though entrusting your egg to Arthur was the wisest decision I could have made. The two began to talk, Grandma Sylvia asking questions and Sylvie answering them as best she could. The tale of Sylvie's life so far was not entirely a happy one, and Grandma Sylvia alternated between flushing red and growing pale as Sylvie answered her questions to the best of her ability. It was strange seeing her like this. Huddled around the little fire, sitting on the ground with Sylvie, both in their humanoid forms. I'm glad I got to see her like this, even if it's only a simulation, I thought to myself, my throat constricting with suppressed emotion. Regis shifted, resting his chin on my leg. Emotional support weapon of mass destruction, reporting for duty, sir, he teased. I felt a small smile smooth away my frown and rubbed him between the ears. At ease. The conversation between Sylvie and her mother continued only for 10 minutes before Grandma Sylvia hesitantly broached the topic of Agrona. Yes, I know Agrona is my father, Sylvie answered, lifting her chin and looking suddenly defiant. I have tried not to let that fact color my view of you too negatively. Grandma Sylvia gave her daughter a soft, understanding smile, but her eyes were cast toward the ground. That is maybe more than I deserve then. Thank you, I cleared my throat and rubbed the back of my neck, hesitant to intrude on the moment, but I reminded myself that as real as this may feel to Sylvie, this version of Grandma Sylvia didn't exist. We had come for a reason and I needed those answers. When you fled from him, how did you learn about the Jinn ruins? Where did you get that map? Grandma Sylvia bit her lip, an unexpected expression to see on her regal features, and shot a look at Sylvie before turning her attention back to me. Since you already know so much, I don't see the harm in explaining further, although I never expected to be telling this to anyone. She paused to gather her thoughts. There was a device in Agrona's fortress, a relic of the Jinn. Only it had a Jinn mind housed within it. Like in the ruins, I said, startled. But how? Sylvia's brows pinched together slightly and her eyes were focused somewhere beyond the fire, looking at a past only she could see. He found her in the early days, when his people had only just begun exploring the relictums for him. It was her job to help navigate the place, as well as to store and catalog the Jinn's knowledge related to their creations. But Agrona had already managed to remove her from the relictums and install her deep beneath his fortress by the time he was banished, and I so foolishly tried to warn him of my father's plans. Her, Sylvie asked. The Jinn. Spirit Jayai, Grandma Sylvia answered, looking away. It was from her that I learned the truth. Sylvie leaned forward and hugged her knees to her chest. What truth? When I returned for Agrona, I found him a shell of the Usura I had fallen in love with. Perhaps it was the real him, and I had only ever known a shadow, or perhaps his banishment and betrayal of the other Usura, including, he thought, me broke something in him. He imprisoned me when he learned I was pregnant, desiring to experiment on his own child, to learn more about how dragons manipulated ether and how he could use it against them. His own daughter, and he saw you as nothing but another experiment. Her teeth clenched tight and a bright fire burned in her eyes. Jayai showed me what was in store for you for both of us, but she said. Sylvia hesitated, taking a shaky breath. She said fate had something else in store for you. She showed me a boy, told me about the reincarnation of a king from another world, Grey, and how he would protect you if only I could find him. And that's how you got the map to the Jinn ruins. I shook my head in disbelief. Yet again fate seems to be playing with me, lining everything up just so. We lapsed into silence, and I watched the small fire crackle away merrily, its bright orange flames blissfully ignorant of the pressure resting on my shoulders. Although I had learned what I'd come for, it didn't leave me satisfied. In fact, the revelation that Agrona had one of the Jinn remnants at his disposal, and that it was apparently both willing to help him and had a more in-depth understanding of the Jinn people's knowledge than any of the remnants I had discovered, did not bring me peace of mind. "It's time we should go," I sent to Sylvie. "Just a bit longer," she thought back, her golden eyes turning toward me pleadingly. "I may never get the chance to speak to her again." "You're not speaking to her now," I replied gently, consolingly. "This isn't Sylvia, only a shadow of her created by the keystone." You're right, of course." Sylvie stood stiffly, no longer looking at me. "I'm losing hold of my emotions." Standing, I gave a respectful bow. "Grandma, thank you." I know this conversation probably hasn't made a lot of sense from your perspective, but you've been a great help. Unfortunately, we should go." "Wait," she said, clutching her side as she stood. "Before you do, I've been thinking. You said I gave you my will and that through it you were able to utilize the Realm Heart technique. I know why it destroyed you, and I think that I can provide you with the insight necessary to better control it." "That isn't necessary," I answered with a small shake of my head. "When this is over, I won't be able to use mana anymore, and although I'll regain Realm Heart eventually, it will be in a different form." "Still," Sylvia said, a pleading tone audible in her voice, and I remembered the fact that when I stayed with her in my real life, she had kept me for months longer than necessary. "She's lonely, I knew," she continued, saying, "Perhaps this insight will be applicable to your version of Realm Heart then. I'd like to know that. This knowledge lives on when I am gone." My building urge to be on our way subsided, and I released a deep breath, feeling myself deflate. Forcing on a grateful smile to hide the complicated emotions this meeting had stirred up within me, I said, "Of course, Grandma Sylvia, please show us." "Well, the first Jinn remnant wasn't any more helpful this time around," Regis noted grumpily as I activated the compass to take us away from the first ruin. "He was helpful enough, but he didn't have anything more to give us," Sylvie replied, her gaze sweeping across the messy laboratory one last time. "At least I got another look at that ether technique of his," I said. I had tried to get the old Jinn remnant to teach me, but he was fixated on the test. The portal world as its destination changed under influence of the compass, and my companions took shelter within my core. I stepped through. The shattered entrance to the second ruin lay behind. I hurried through until I reached the black crystal gate trapped in its cycle of breaking and reforming. "Enter, welcome descendant, please," the words formed in my head. As before, I activated God's Step and jumped to the other side, coming to stand before the second Jinn remnant pedestal. As Sylvia had taught me more about Realm Heart, I came to a realization that had previously only floated on the edges of conscious thought. I didn't know what I was supposed to be doing, really. I couldn't escape without discovering insight into fate, but I didn't know exactly how to pursue that insight. Unlike the previous keystones, this one was completely open-ended. No puzzle was laid out before me, no goal provided. I had learned how to navigate and manipulate the world created by the keystone, and that had brought on some small insight in the form of the golden threads, but since then I had gotten no closer to unlocking whatever power the keystone contained. But that didn't mean I couldn't do something. The second Jinn projection stepped out from behind the pillar. Short and thin, with muted pinkish lavender skin and short-cropped amethyst hair, she wore white shorts and a chest wrap that displayed the interlocking patterns of spellform runes that covered her body. She gave me a weak, sad smile. "So someone recovered my creation after all. In truth, I expected its shrine to sit undisturbed until the end of time. Wait, you've heard these words before, you've seen me before." The smile turned down into a distrustful frown. "Who are you? You already know, and I think you also know what I've come for. There is no need to worry about the test you've been tasked with. Instead, I want to learn what only you can teach me." Her brows slowly rose. "I can see it in your mind. You have the strength to fight back, to strike and spill the blood of our enemies. You are exactly who I have been waiting for, and I will train you to wield Ether not only as a tool of creation, but as a true weapon of destruction." A long, thin, curved Ether blade appeared in her left hand, then a second in her right. She crossed them in front of her, sparks flying through the air where they touched. "I will train you." I summoned my own sword of Ether, holding it in both hands. Then a second manifested to my right at shoulder height and a third to my left beside my hip. The Jinn regarded me with surprise and delight. She took a step back and several more swords appeared around her. "Yes, you are who I have been waiting for." It is difficult to say how long we trained. Time became an etheric blur, space shrank to that single small chamber. Her words came back to me as we fought. "Only after you understand Ether as itself can you begin to understand fate." I recited it like a mantra, pushing myself to understand every aspect of my abilities as I fought her. When she began to slow, no longer capable of pushing herself to the full depth of her abilities due to the failing mechanics of her housing, I pulled the thread back to the beginning and did it all over again. My companions were not left to watch. Although they didn't fight beside me, the Jinn projection kept up a steady lecture on the Evam and Vivam arts. It turned out that she knew quite a lot about the nature of destruction, and I could feel Regis's insight deepening as he absorbed her teachings. By the third repetition, however, I knew there was a limit to what this single Jinn remnant could teach us. I needed to push myself further, harder, we all did. And so we moved on. The three of us passed from zone to zone, finding and conquering challenge after challenge. Instead of passing through each zone or chapter as the Jinn called them, we examined the foundations of the spaces and the tests they provided us. After all, that was the purpose of the relictums, to house the Jinn's etheric knowledge, with each chapter providing a real physical example of said etha arts. It proved a difficult task. I was reminded of the computers of my old world, with programs coded in a special language invented just for the task. Studying the relictums was like trying to learn that language by studying the output of a program. I lacked the underlying knowledge required to even begin seeing the entire picture. But through use, practice, and hardship, Sylvie, Regis, and I honed our own abilities across dozens of chapters and trials against thousands of enemies. Only one ability didn't increase in potency. In fact, I had yet to be able to make use of it at all. As we stood in the frozen dome at the heart of the snowy zone where I had originally met Three Steps and the other tribes with Kara at my side, I considered King's Gambit. The Godrune was provided by a keystone. It would have made sense for it to be an essential part of navigating this keystone, just like Realmheart and Aroa's Requiem. And yet it seemed to do nothing at all. Nothing aside from filling my thoughts with fog and giving me a headache anyway. It was for that reason that I had returned to this zone. The zone's tribes had an instinctive sense of ether use that even the dragons couldn't claim. The Shadow Claws in particular communicated in a way that required mental manipulation of ether, and I thought that they might be able to offer some useful insight. What I found instead was an empty wasteland. The tribes were gone. There was evidence of battle spread across the zone. The skeletons of Shadow Claws, Spear Beaks, Four Fists, and Ghost Bears scattered through the snow like leaves fallen from the trees. Frozen wounds like claws and bites marred their bodies, and although we had searched, we found none alive. Maybe since you and Karan never came, the wild things grew beyond control, Sylvie mused as I repaired the exit portal. Where are they now then? Regis asked from where he was nosing through a pile of bones at the foot of the central dais. It doesn't matter. The etheric motes of Aroa's Requiem ran down my arms and along the portal frame. I didn't have the pieces of the portal frame, but I didn't need them this time. As the Godrune rebuilt the portal, I reminded myself that this wasn't real. We could return back to the time when you just entered the relictums and then allow time to move forward as normal until you reach this place again, Sylvie suggested, her face bathed in a lightly purple glow from the portal that appeared inside the repaired frame. That could work, I trailed off as I looked through the portal. It was translucent, showing a slightly blurred version of what was behind it. Only, the portal didn't show a different place, only the other side of the frame. On that side, though, the weathering of the dais was different, the stone smoother. The light was a warmer shade, and it's the same place but a different time, I gasped. Regis, he leapt from the floor below all the way to the top of the dais, then vanished into me. Sylvie did the same just behind him, and I stepped through the portal. It didn't feel like traveling through the relictum's portals usually did. It was more like walking through a door from a cold outside to the warm interior of a house. Spring smells hit my nose, as did the musky odor of some kind of animal. The air was filled with voices, some deep and sonorous, others more cutting and beaky. I stared around in wonder. The white stone of the zone's central dome gleamed with clean golden white light. Dozens of Shadow Claws, Spear Beaks, Four Fists, and Ghost Bears wandered between rows of tables and stalls on one side of the dome. The other was an open space where even more played games or sat and watched, chatting animatedly. The bipedal cat-like Shadow Claws touched paws with huge white Ghost Bears, engaged in memory speech, while Four Fists and Spear Beaks eagerly exchanged bags of nuts for vials of greenish liquid. It's amazing, isn't it? I spun around, realizing a man was leaning against the other side of the portal frame, watching the people move around below. He had light blue skin with a tinge of purple around his eyes and mouth, purple hair that was dark enough that it was almost black, and every inch of his exposed flesh was covered in spell forms. "You're a djinn," I said stupidly. His soft pink eyes flicked to me for barely an instant before turning back to the mingling tribes. They all said I was mad trying to create sentient life, and that was from the nice ones. Those who were more honest compared me to the dragons. He laughed lightly, a soft and musical sound. Imagine, all that, everything that was happening, and still a djinn would have the gall to call another djinn in Drath under her breath as she passed me in the halls. I stared blankly at the djinn man, utterly bemused. "Anyway, I'm glad you could come, Arthur Grey." The djinn pushed himself away from the portal frame and held out his arms. There is much to discuss, my old friend, about the future. I rubbed the back of my neck and regarded him uncertainly. I'm sorry, how do you know me? He cocked his head slightly to the side. We're old friends, Arthur Gray. I've told you everything about my work and now I need to discuss what happens next. In the future, the far future, in fact. I can't do this without you, old friend. This is getting weird, Regis thought, his focus turning around and around as he attempted to watch everyone inside the dome all at once. It feels like one of those build-ups just before a jump scare moment. I don't like it. I can't help but agree, something is definitely not what it seems, Sylvie added. I'm sorry, I don't know you, I said firmly, taking a step back. What is your name? Arthur Gray, I am Hannel, your old friend. The Jinn regarded me not with confusion or suspicion, but with a soft smile and deep, trusting eyes. You know all about my creation of this chapter and the many trials I've overcome. I looked around, feeling more and more like I was on the outside of some joke I didn't understand. Ah, but I see my mistake now, Hannel said, frowning down at his feet. I have chosen poorly. These memories were stored in some kind of device. Because the device is within your extra-dimensional space, I did not immediately recognize them as being separate from your person. Hannel sighed. I think you might say it is humorously ironic that I have waited for so long to introduce myself to you, and yet still I have somehow managed to make a mistake. What device? What are you? The Jinn memory crystal. Clear as day, I recalled picking up the crystal and the way many versions of the same voice were played across my mind. It was Hannel's voice. I never listened to the messages contained inside that crystal. It must have been like a journal. His log of the work being done, here in this chapter of the Relictums. If this Hannel can see even into the extra-dimensional storage space linked by that spell form, Regis's thoughts trailed off meaningfully. Suddenly I understood. As if responding to my understanding, reality began to unwind. It started with the portal frame, the stone of which turned to something like cotton candy, which pulled apart and floated away. Then the dome was billowing above us, dispersing like light clouds to reveal the blue sky beyond. But cracks were running through the sky to reveal the black-purple emptiness beyond. By the time I looked back down, all of the tribal people were gone, as was the dais on which I'd been standing. Only the Jinn and the portal remained, floating in the emptiness of the ether realm. Fate, the word came out without my meaning it to, but as soon as I said it, I was sure it was true. I activated Realmheart. Sylvie manifested to one side, Regis to the other. Our three connected minds were equally in awe of what we were seeing. The Jinn was no more. Instead, a knotwork of golden threads was tied together into a vaguely human form. Dozens, maybe hundreds or even thousands of threads extended away in every direction, vanishing into the endless expanse of the etheric realm. Arthur Gray, I have been awaiting your ascension. Chapter 478. Horizon's Edge, Arthur Leywin. Despite having no visible eyes, the knotwork face of the golden, glowing being stared into me right down to my bones. My own mind seemed blank, destitute of intention or conscious thought. I could feel the golden threads knitting their way through my mind and memories, my past, present, and future. The sensation terrified me on an existential level. Who are you? My voice was hollow and soft, the baritone resonance swallowed by the void and my own doubt. You have already said it. The threads pulsed and vibrated as the entity spoke. I am fate, or an aspect of fate, the mouth. As I struggled to come up with something else to say, I desperately searched the wide expanse of etheric void that surrounded us. The only concrete feature of the vast black-purple emptiness was the portal. I wondered what would happen if I tried to flee back through it. No, this is why we're here, I reminded myself, trying to mentally force my way through the uncharacteristic fear that was robbing me of my senses. What was that back there? Hannel, the Shadow Claws and other tribes, why the charade? The golden threads unraveled, shivered through the air, and wound themselves back into the humanoid form to our left, putting us between fate and the portal. Sylvie and Regis rotated around me to keep the three of us facing fate. I chose a figure from your memories that I thought would put you at ease in order to make this conversation more comfortable. Again, the threads vibrated, a hint of which came through in the resonant, inhuman voice of fate's aspect. You carry with you many hundreds of hours of remembrances from the one called Hannel, giving the appearance of great importance. Something like a laugh shivered through the form, sending ripples along the many hundreds of golden threads extending outward from it. Perhaps it was not comfort you needed to introduce you into this conversation, but confusion. I glanced at Sylvie, who met my eye with a raised brow. This isn't exactly what I expected. Regis tilted his head, perplexed. Me neither. Your expectations could only prove to be malformed, the figure responded, as if it could hear our thoughts. You know so little, but your insight has brought you to the cusp of greater understanding. To the horizon's edge, your growth, your power, your many successes and failures has prepared you for one thing and one thing alone. To wield the aspect of Ethan known as fate, I asked aloud, a shiver running up my spine. No, the word hung in the air, seeming to resound from each and every string that made up the entity's physical form. But your misunderstanding is very. Human. Before I could reply, colors spilled across the void, swirling and melting together to form a cloudy blue sky, a verdant green field, and an expanse of rolling ocean, each white-capped wave gleaming like so many diamonds in a yellow sun. By the time my focus returned to the aspect of fate, it had again wrapped itself in the blue-skinned, pink-eyed Jinn Hanel. I took an experimental step. The ground beneath my feet seemed solid. Bending down, I ran my palm over the blades of grass, feeling each one bend and then spring back into place. Something about the scene was familiar. Where are we? It depends on when you are, Hanel replied. He approached the edge of a tall cliff that rose vertically up from a wide beach below. Shadows rushed suddenly across the landscape, and buildings began to rise out of the sand. Dark figures moved across the beach like many thousands of ants. The Wraiths were the first to build here, a very, very long time ago. A great city grew up before us, alive with the little dark figures that appeared and disappeared too quickly to make out. The city swallowed the coastline and the cliff, extending as far as the eye could see in every direction. Then other figures appeared. White shadows, then blue, then red and brown, all descended on the city. Although the distant scene lacked detail, it was obvious that a terrible battle was unfolding. Both sides suffered greatly, and by the time it was over, the landscape had been returned to its previous state. Nothing was left of the city. I recalled what Kezes had told me about the ancient branch of Usuras called the Wraiths. We just saw all the other Usuras banding together against the warlike Wraiths, didn't we? I said, mostly speaking to myself. Soon, white figures were swarming the beach, and just as the dark figures representing the Wraiths had done before them, began building up a great city. Only, before the city was complete, all the white blurs vanished. I frowned down at the half-built ghost city for several long moments. Just as I was about to turn to Hanul and ask what had happened, the land opened up and swallowed the city whole. When the dragons took Ephiatus from this world, they scrubbed all signs of their civilization from the land so that future people would know nothing of them. Hanul looked sadly down on the empty beach. The construction and fall of the two cities had left the landscape roughened and the cliff face carved away in part. It is always here. This place calls to every civilization that grows from the soil of this land. What do you? I went silent as a new people spread across the beach. Their progress was slower than the Wraiths or the dragons. Starting with small huts, they grew their village into a town, and then into a small city pressed up against the cliff face. The land around us was tilled and churned to brown soil where crops were grown. Thick plumes of smoke began to pour from the chimneys of some buildings, which were now made of brick instead of clay or wood. Docks extended out into the ocean and small sailing vessels appeared. Their progress seemed to halt for some time, and then, white blurs rained down white fire, and the city was erased in the blink of an eye. My first thought was of the Jinn, but I had seen a Jinn city. This hadn't looked the same, but as before the white shapes were the dragons. A chilling notion darkened my mind, and I turned to Hanul for confirmation. His pink eyes stayed on the beach. Not long after, another group of people appeared. Like before, they slowly built up the land, surpassing the previous civilization as towering structures became the backbone of a walled city that spread down the coastline in each direction. Then the blurred white shapes came again and the buildings crumbled. By the time the dragons left, all signs of the city were undone. Sylvie gave a low, pained moan, her gaze unblinking as she watched the shadowy destruction play out before us. This is one small corner of one little continent of this world during one narrow window of time, Hanul said, his voice strangely empty of emotion. You need to see this to understand. Only when you understand will you be able to see. Time continued to pass by in a flood, and several more cities grew up and were destroyed, each one representing a civilization, an entirely new people. Then a city grew up that I recognized. The Jinn city, the one I saw in the trial, Jiroa. We were standing near the gazebo that overlooked the city, just to the side of the small waterfall. The peaceful era of the Jinn seemed to last longer than the other civilizations, but I knew what was coming. When it did, I looked away. I'd already seen the end of Jiroa. I didn't need to experience it again. When I looked back up, the Jinn city was gone. No scrap or speck remained, not a ruined wall or a foundation. Nothing. I've seen, but I don't understand, I said at length. I know, Hanul said. Soon people were back. This time, though, I could make some of them out. They were building atop the cliff, which had been worn down over time to create more of a slope. Instead of a plain stretch of ocean coastline, large parts of the wide beach had been destroyed by the preceding destruction, creating a familiar bay. Oh, that's fucked up, Regis exclaimed as realization dawned on him. That's where Ediston is now. The scene melted away, the ground dissolving under my feet, the sky coming apart in thin rags of color. We were once again floating inside the etheric realm beside the portal. Hanul was gone, and in his place the aspect of fate returned, its glowing silk body shedding light across me and my companions. Was that real? Sylvie asked breathlessly, unable to keep her growing panic and disgust concealed from our connection. The light around the aspect of fate dimmed. Yes, all those civilizations. I had to swallow, moistening my dry, swollen throat. The dragons destroyed each one? Yes. That can't be, Sylvie said, shaking her head and turning away. I didn't need to see her face to feel the tears leaking from her eyes. I rested my hand on her back in an attempt to comfort her. What insight am I supposed to take from this? That the dragons didn't only wipe out the Jinn, but also many other civilizations before them. How does that help me to understand fate? The aspect unraveled again, only to reform right in front of me. It is the foundation on which you must build your new understanding of Etha. How can we believe you? How can we believe anything in this place? Sylvie's words came out sharp, accusatory. We're in the Keystone, you could be just a fabrication. Everything we've seen, even this conversation, even you, it could all be a fantasy. Sylv. I said, my tone consoling. Through our mental link, I drew her toward me. Although she didn't move physically, her will rested against mine. A shiver ran through her and her breath eased. The aspect of fate hung motionless in the void. It is incorrect to state that we are in the artifact you call a keystone. Even as the entity spoke, I dug my fingers into my sternum, suddenly aware of the horrible itching sensation coming from my core. I wasn't back in my physical body, I could still sense the distance between it and me. But at the same time, I could almost feel my breath moving evenly in and out of my lungs, my chest expanding and contracting. When I focused, I could even hear Sylvie next to me, her breath quicker, sharper, like someone about to be woken by a nightmare. We were closer to ourselves and yet not fully in one place or the other. That is true, Arthur Grey. You are not fully in the Keystone or the real world. Your mind is here with me in this prison. The golden light fluttered with what my hindbrain translated as anger. You three may believe this by simply choosing to do so. Fate is both within and without the Keystone, just as you are. A prison? I asked, not fully comprehending what the aspect of fate meant. The golden thread arms raised to the figure's sides, a gesture that seemed to encompass the entire etheric realm. The world beyond, the plane of fire and earth, water and air, has not been allowed to grow in its natural course. This place, this ether realm as you think of it, is a symptom of the world being repressed, constricted. It is unnatural, its formation like a cyst on the waking world. Sylvie had drifted back a few paces. Her skin was pale and she fidgeted with the sleeves of her black-scaled dress. The destruction of all those civilizations. Her grandfather's words came suddenly back to my mind. Everything I've done has been to keep this world alive, and it would be wise for you to place that firmly at the forefront of any further assumptions you make about me. But there was more to it than that. Kezes had spoken of balance and of Usura's battling and destroying the world. I couldn't help but think that perhaps he had meant something other than by physical destruction. I considered everything I knew about Etha. It harbored a sort of consciousness, requiring the dragons to work alongside it, coaxing it into the shape they desired. By absorbing and purifying Etha through my own Etha core, I changed my relationship with it, allowing me to directly manipulate it instead of fighting only to influence the way the dragons did. Etha could change time, space, and the vital energy of life itself, being powerful enough even to connect or separate one's spiritual essence from their flesh and blood body. Although the first question in my mind was why the dragons and Kezes would want to suppress the world's advancement, it wasn't the question I asked. What is Etha really? What is fate? Ether is everything before life and after death, the aspect said. As it spoke, the golden threads wound around themselves and the doll-like figure grew. Ether is both space and emptiness. It is endless and boundless time. It is the very essence of magic in this world. The threads were wrapping around us now like we were at the center of a ball of cotton yarn. Images played across the knotted string. I saw myself falling. Only the image that played in light across the inside of the sphere of golden thread wasn't focused on me, but rather the man next to me. We fell and then, we stopped. My fall was arrested just before the collision with the hard ground, but the bandit wasn't so lucky. The scene seemed to freeze. While I lay unconscious, the last few weak beats of the bandit's heart pumped blood out into the soil from 100 wounds, and the small amount of mana that clung to his body released into the atmosphere. Then something else released too. A few tiny motes of ether, like amethyst sparks, drifted up from his body and were absorbed into the thin fog of atmospheric ether that sparkled to life in the image. Beside and slightly within the image of the bandit's death, another image was playing as well. This one showed me dropping from a tree, my hand wreathed in a blade of wind. A quick strike across the carotid artery of a slaver, followed by a quick death. Again, the release of blood, mana, and finally, a few small motes of ether. Other images played alongside these. Each one showed a different scene, but they were all the same, scenes of death. And accompanying each death, a release of etheric particles. Among the scenes, I locked onto one in particular. No, I said, or at least I thought I did. I couldn't hear my own voice over the drumming of my pulse in my ears. I didn't want to see, but I couldn't look away. In the image, my father's body lay broken among the carnage of battle. I thought he was already gone, but the mana was still clinging to him. His lips were moving just a bit. I couldn't take my gaze away from the horrible image. Alice, Ellie, Art. The slow, silent movement of his lips spelled out our names. I love you, I love you, I. His lips went still and the constricting force of his core released. Purified mana rose off him like steam on a cold winter morning. And then the ether. I closed my eyes. That's enough, I understand. When I opened my eyes again, the aspect of fate had returned to the humanoid collection of tightly wound golden thread. Sylvie wove her fingers through mine and gripped my hand tightly. I could feel her taking on a share of the emotional weight the scene had deposited on my shoulders. To my other side, Regis shook his head, causing the flames of his mane to ripple like a flag. So ether is, what exactly, dead people? The golden threads pulsed with an angry light. Ether is the concentrated magical energy left behind by a living being when they pass on. And it carries some sense of their intention, I added, the pieces falling into place in my mind. Ether is aware and can be influenced because it was once alive. Tears shone in my bond's eyes. That is why it remembers the shapes it has taken before. Entire civilizations of the dead, others besides the Jinn must have reached a stage where they could utilize ether. The spell forms are the echo of their collective consciousness bonded into living magic. The aspect of fate trembled, and the entire etheric realm seemed to close in around us. The cyst that is this realm must burst if the world is to be set back onto its proper course, the aspect said. The world suffers without ether, and the ether suffers without the world. I pictured the souls of all those who had passed in this world condensed into the etheric realm and couldn't help but wonder if some piece of my father was there as well. Not only my father, but Adam, Sylvia, Rinia, the Araliths, and the Gladers, Fareth, Cynthia. There were too many dead to name. Were they suffering, trapped inside this unnatural prison? She said that the etheric realm was how things ended. Sylvie said, giving herself a little shake and pulling her hand free of mine. From my vision, in the relictums. Her eyes narrowed as she regarded the aspect of fate. How exactly is the world being repressed? The faceless head turned to regard Sylvie. Instead of words, images flashed through our collective minds. Fields of the dead, their ether rising up like violet ghosts above them. The silhouette of a dragon breathing a hole into the fabric of the world. A place in between places sucking in amethyst motes of energy like a sponge. Waves of focus spilling out of a rift in the sky and reverberating across the surface of the world. The images faded and the aspect of fate continued. A scaled fist is closed around the world. Only when its grip is broken will the false walls corrupting the natural order be torn down. My stomach sank. I couldn't place the sensation exactly, but something in the being's tone made me uncomfortable. What happens when these false walls come down? Existence continues. The worlds spin on. Time moves forward as it should. With each word spoken, the golden threads flickered with wan light. Entropy, Sylvie thought, the word resonating ominously inside me. The natural order is to follow the arrow of time. Just like she said, the etheric space around us hardened, taking on defined edges, then color and finally texture, a scene of the real world again bleeding into being around us. The bright and unmoving blue and gold scene was like standing inside a stained glass window. But when I turned to look around, the hard edges blew away, just sand on the wind. We were standing in the desert. A heavy wind blew from the east, whipping sand into our faces. The figure of woven threads was once again Hanul. He waved a hand and the wind subsided. Sand drifted like fine snow back down to the desert floor. In the distance, I could see the tall standing stone that had marked the direction of the hidden Jinn refuge. Hanul crossed his arms, slipping his hands into the opposite sleeve like some old monk. His eyes closed and he turned his face toward the sun. Channel the rune you call God Step. I hesitated. Instead of following Hanul's instructions, I bent down and ran my fingers through the sand. Is this the real world? No, Hanul did not look at me but maintained his meditative posture. We are still in between. What you do now will have no effect outside of the keystone, but it will allow me to show you the answer to your question. Be careful, Arthur, Sylvie thought. Standing straight again and brushing sand from my skin, I took a deep breath. With one foot in the real world and one in the keystone, it was easy to channel ether into the God rune. The etheric pathways, bright lines of violet light, connected each point in space to every other point. Except the paths weren't straight as they always had been before. The individual points that marked possible destinations for God's step bulged, as if something were pushing them from the other side, and the connective paths bent and warped. Hanul opened his eyes again. The light pink irises were tinged with motes of amethyst in the sunlight. I have brought you to a future where you have already defeated your enemies, Arthur Grey. The intent constricting this world has been released, but you are still needed. I will teach you how to lance the wound. Sylvie nervously shifted her footing in the sand beside me. Regis eyed Hanul warily. Instead of stepping into the etheric paths, I took hold of one, much the same way I did with the golden threads representing fate. Good, Hanul said. Now envision in your mind how every pathway is interconnected in a continuous loop, like the string of a cat's cradle, running in and out of each point in space. Empower the rune you call Aroa's Requiem and rip the string free. While maintaining focus on God's step, I split the output of my ether and channeled a stream to Aroa's Requiem. Distantly, I could feel the ghost of the runes warming my back. Bright purple particles of ether ran down my arms and swarmed over my hands. Fixing my grip on the path, I heaved. My arms bulged. Ether instinctively flooded them, and I pulled even harder. I began to tremble, but the path remained secure, not even bending beneath my strength. This isn't a test of brute physical force, but of insight, Hanel patiently explained. Your insight into this rune is incomplete, and your understanding of the path of Evum is limited. But you are entwined with one who is better aligned. Share this burden. Relaxing without releasing the path, I looked to Sylvie. She met my gaze with a serious nod, then dissolved into the silver sprite which drifted into my core. Open your minds to one another, Hanel continued once we were joined. The dragon's insight is imprinted on her spirit, not learned. She must open herself to you completely for you to succeed. I felt Sylvie trying to lay her mind bare, letting go of the barriers that we had both erected over the years to protect each other and ourselves, but it was not easy. Insight requires risk, growth requires pain, she thought, then repeated it again. I am made from you and you're made from me. I can bend the arrow of time's path so you can too. Slowly, I felt Sylvie's understanding bleed into me, one bright spark at a time. The sudden image of her body dissolving into gold and lavender motes cut across my focus. Sylv, are you okay? I am, she thought back, her voice rising up from a fugue of fierce meditation. I can feel it, can't you? The pull of the insight. I passed through time itself and time marked me. I'm not sure I understood what that meant before, but now. Slowly, our minds melded, becoming as one. In that moment, the warped etheric pathway in my grip moved, and when one moved, they all did. 1,000 drooping strings tightened, and the entire network of connective points and paths flexed. I wasn't fully cognizant of whatever understanding Sylvie was sharing with me that was allowing this to happen, but Hanel had been right. One by one, the points began to rip open. Ether spilled through. I kept pulling, ripping the gap wider and wider until the fabric of reality gave way. I grabbed Regis, who dissolved and took shelter in my core with Sylvie as an eruption of etheric force like nothing I had ever seen or could have imagined rolled across the desert. Sand lifted up into the air as the atmosphere boiled away, the foundations of the continent shattering far beneath me, unable to resist the force. Somehow I wasn't obliterated, but instead floated up off the ground and into the air as the surge rolled endlessly past me. All I could do was watch from my ever higher vantage as the explosion scoured the desert clean and cracked the world down to its core. The violet wave wiped Sapin clean next, then flattened the Grand Mountains. Soon all of Dicathen was gone, lost beneath the violet ocean. I floated free of the eruption, up and up, watching the ether swallow the oceans and then Alacria before spilling freely into the emptiness of space beyond. Movement from order to disorder, form to formlessness, the dissolution of structure, entropy. Sylvie's mentally projected voice was hollow, the natural progression of all things. Hanel was gone, but the thread-woven form of fate's aspect floated with me. This is freedom, this is the absence of constraint. This is where your path takes you, Arthur Grey, you are the key. I turned toward the doll-like figure, my movements slow, my expression haunted. All those moments where you poked and prodded me, making sure things turned out just so. This is what it was all for, what you're trying to accomplish. Arthur, destroyer of his world or keeper of the universe, Regis thought darkly. Talk about perspective. The aspect of fate's blank face regarded me emotionlessly. The wind does not seek to topple the tree, the ocean waves do not conspire to wear away the cliff face. The current state of reality is counter to the natural progression of this world. The moment your spirit entered your body, you became the instrument through which this would be corrected. I waved weakly down to the demolished planet, still surrounded by the ever-expanding wave of ether. But this, how is this better than what Kezes or Agrona have done? I threw up my hands, nearly overcome with despair, and beneath it a building rage. No, this isn't the future, I deny it. I refuse. Of course, the aspect of fate said, dim golden light flickering along the threads binding its form. Now, but this is the only path forward, and you will come to realize this in time. There is no limit to the number of times we might have this conversation. Eventually, you will live the perfect sequence of events that allows you to see the truth. I gaped at the doll-like form. If I never leave the keystone, I can't destroy the world. My expression hardened into a fierce glare. If necessary, I'll stay here forever. The pocket dimension holding me will eventually collapse and my body will decay and die, or Agrona will find me and kill me. The possibilities are endless. The glow flickered across the figure's blank face, and I couldn't help but think it was smiling at me. But all eventualities lead to the breaking down of the barrier and the release of the ether back into the physical realm, and in every version you are the lance that bursts the cyst. It can't know that, Sylvie thought. space, time, life. Together, these aspects of ether produce fate, and fate is the act of knowing, of aligning just so, the aspect replied. If I know, it is only because there is no other way the world could be. Regis scoffed, the noise running through me like a shiver up my back. What a crock, this is total bullshit. Maybe the bits and pieces that have coagulated into fate used to be alive, but this mouth, this aspect of fate, doesn't understand the living, Regis added. It sees across time and space the way we look across a room, Sylvie said, continuing with Regis's thought. How many millions, billions, maybe of lives lived and ended have come together to form fate? It may be able to see forward and back in time to study cause and effect, but it doesn't understand motivation and it can't value the individual. To something that has experienced so much death, such breadth of loss, our whole world, were just too small. The silver sprite drifted free of my chest before manifesting beside me. Is destroying all the life of this world a necessary part of returning everything to normal? No, it is not necessary, it is natural, it is unavoidable, it is not important. You've seen every future, every possible outcome, Regis asked, his mental projection turned directly to the aspect of fate. Fate is every future, every possible outcome, it answered calmly. Below us, the world was gone. Whatever connection linked Dicathen with Ephiatus was gone. The etheric soup hid the distant stars, the sun, and the moon, making the sky indistinguishable from the etheric realm. But you're not infallible, I said, my voice soft. My attention turned inward as I struggled for some counterpoint. Regardless of what I'd said, I had no intention of staying locked forever inside the keystone. You can't see everything, okay, maybe you can, but you can't understand everything you see. When I arrived, you mistook the memories stored inside that crystal for my own. My words came faster as I continued speaking. You thought this Hanel, some ancient jinn who died long before I was ever reincarnated in this world, was somehow my friend, even though I'd never even seen or heard of him. The glow flickered sporadically up and down the thread-wound body. But infallibility is not a necessary component of success in reaching a state of natural equilibrium. Failure in action is how the world evolves, a natural component of entropic decay. I closed my eyes and pressed my palms against them in frustration. The conversation was infuriating. There had to be a way forward, but I gasped, realization hitting me like ice-cold water. We were half in the physical realm, and I had effortlessly been able to reach for my godrunes. Ether released from my core and traveled along the channels I had forged in the lava pits of the relictums to my back, imbuing the rune there. My mind sparked to life, my focus splitting into several splintered directions at once. King's Gambit, the dull fatigue and brain fog I had experienced earlier were gone. I was close enough to my body to utilize the godrune normally. Immediately, my mind began chasing along several different possible arguments simultaneously, shedding the anger, frustration, and dismay I had felt and cocooning itself in the cold comfort of reason and factual evidence. A single gold thread followed each thought. With every consideration, fate was there, watching the line of thought play out. No matter how many thoughts I held at once, the threads of fate were woven into every one. There was a necessary sequence to events, and I laid them out in the necessary order as I began attempting to solve each step. Like the etheric pathways connecting into and through both the physical realm and the etheric void, however, each step connected to the next in a loop. I couldn't accomplish any individual goal, such as escaping the keystone with insight into fate, without knowing how to accomplish what came before and after. The golden threads acted like a compass. Instead of fate examining my thoughts, I used these threads of fate to pull individual frames of my own split mind forward or back into time. Not only considering the many different possibilities, but actively searching through them, using the keystone's ability to forge entire worlds and timelines. In the many different spotlights of my mind's eye, I saw dozens, even hundreds of possible conversations with fate unfold, playing through each simultaneously and in its entirety. I mentally manifested just as many battles against Agrona and Kazes, searching for an effective plan to scour them both from the world without inadvertently destroying it. Finding a solution to the problem they presented was in turn required to even consider the act of releasing the pressure of the etheric realm and putting our world back on its proper trajectory of growth, because any attempt to do so relied entirely on the results of the first two events. Despite my best efforts to explore potential solutions to the release of the ether, the results of any specific sequence of cause and effect was dramatically altered by how I resolved the previous situations, creating a cyclical loop of endless destruction in which even King's Gambit struggled to find meaning. There was no sense of a passage of time, only the unfolding of so many possibilities. It was only at a brush of a finger across my face that I snapped back into some sense of myself, separate from the ever-expanding, ever-branching sequence of my many disparate trains of thought. Sylvie was hovering in the void in front of me. She looked down at her hand, which was streaked with blood. I licked my lips and tasted salt and iron. "Arthur, your nose," Sylvie said a moment later. I tried to focus ether toward the bloody nose. My core didn't respond. Dozens of separate branches of thought collided together by ones and twos, each collision sending a spike of pain through my skull. It was a struggle to collect enough focus to look inward. My core was empty, the last of my ether burning away as fuel for my godrunes, all of which glowed warm and gold from my back. My eyes fluttered and I felt myself sagging. A strong arm wrapped around me, holding me in place despite our floating freely in emptiness. "Hey, Chief, you need to absorb some of this ether," Regis encouraged me, his bright and wakeful mind sending hot embers of pain down the base of my skull. "He can't," Sylvie's fear sent tremors up my spine. "It's his real core that's empty." Their thoughts faded in and out. I couldn't process them, couldn't keep track of which thoughts were mine or theirs. Was King's Gambit still active? My brain felt as if it had been sliced into 100 pieces. Like those old scientific displays on Earth that were just thin slices of a person, each layer pressed into glass and set out for the world to see. The world couldn't see my brain, but the threads of fate could. Fate had been with me, entangled with every single considered course, every theorized sequence of events. Those golden threads were wound through every branching thought I'd had. The golden threads weren't the compass, I thought with the last vestige of sense I had. I was the compass. Darkness took me, swallowing my mind and my thoughts and even the entangling golden threads. Through the closed lids of my eyes, within the vast black emptiness, a small dot of light appeared in the distance. The light grew closer, brighter, and then turned into a bright blur, forcing me to shut my eyes. Indiscernible sounds assaulted my ears. When I tried to speak, the words came out as a cry. Chapter 479, one last word, Cecil. The sound of Agrona's quick, confident steps blocked out all other noise in the halls of Tigran Selim. My own stride felt dragged along, timid even as I floundered in his wake. At my side, Nico walked blindly, his eyes on me, not paying attention to where his steps fell. Twice he stumbled on an unexpected stair, but still, his eyes pressed into the side of my face like two iron pokers hot from the fire. His fingers clenched and unclenched as his teeth gnawed at the inside of his lip. Several times he opened his mouth, looked at Agrona's back, closed his mouth again, and returned to chewing his lip. He couldn't have made it more obvious that he needed to tell me something if he'd etched the fact in runes across his forehead, but he clearly couldn't say whatever he wanted in front of Agrona. Whatever it is, it's going to have to wait, I thought, my own gaze settling on Agrona's back. We're going to Dicathen, to kill Gray. Tesha had buried herself down deep. Throughout my conversation with Agrona, I had felt flickers of her emotions, mostly the relief she felt every time Jaye had failed to locate Gray, but she was keeping her thoughts from me. So much has happened so quickly. Tesha had released me from the trap Gray had set, allowing me to escape the relictums and return to Agrona. I tried not to think about the promise I had made to her. Is that why you're silent now? Regret, there was no response, but I didn't expect one. We reached a teleportation chamber that I had never visited before. I knew we were still in Agrona's private wing, so I assumed this was his personal Tempest warp. The octagonal chamber was small when compared to the larger sitting rooms, studies, and other such spaces that made up the parts of his private wing that I had seen. Light beamed down from an angled ceiling to highlight a Tempest warp resting on a granite pillar in the center of the room. Even as we entered, the Tempest warp activated, runes burning brightly along its sides. Though having the same roughly anvil-shaped form, Agrona's Tempest warp was silvery smooth and larger than most I had seen. "Gather round," he said perfunctorily, moving to the far side. Nico stood to his left and I to his right. Deep inside me, my guts seemed to squiggle around, and I couldn't be sure if the nerves I felt were my own or Tesha's leaking into me. Agrona provided no warning as the three of us were suddenly pulled out of Tigran Salem and carried across the face of the world. There was a distant sensation of passage, but the transition was so smooth as to be almost uncomfortable, creating an uncanny valley of movement. When my feet sank into ankle-length grass, I actually stumbled. Nico grabbed me tighter than necessary and peered at me with worry. "Cecil, are you—" "I'm fine," I said, easing my arm out of his hands and looking around us. We were standing on the edge of a small stand of trees. In front of us, there was a cluster of rocks that formed a narrow cave entrance. I searched for any interruption of the mana that might hint at Gray's presence, but there was nothing. "Are you sure he's here? Could Jaye have been wrong?" The ornaments in his horns jangled slightly as Agrona looked at me, his brows raised incredulously. "Cecil dear, don't be a fool." I blanched, making Agrona smile as he turned away and started toward the rocks. Nico took my hand, his eyes smoldering as they burned into Agrona's back. He waited a moment, letting Agrona get a few steps ahead, then leaned toward me. "I need to come along," Agrona said, his smooth baritone vibrating in my chest. I squeezed Nico's hand, then pulled away and hurried after Agrona. I sensed Nico's pause before he followed hesitantly. Agrona stepped into the crack in the rocks and floated slowly down into the darkness beyond. Just before he left my sight, he looked back up at me and his gaze grabbed me like a leash. Without a second thought, I stepped in after him. For a second, I plunged down into the darkness, but the falling sensation evaporated as I grabbed hold of myself with the mana and began slowly drifting down. I landed on rough, bare rock beside a Grona. A second later, Nico alighted on my other side. Before us was a barren cavern. The only noticeable feature was the remains of a huge throne. It had been shattered and the fragments scattered across the cavern floor. Still, I sensed no disruption in the mana, no telltale signs of an etheric presence. To all my senses, the cave was empty. If Gray really was there had been no chance Nico could have located him without assistance. I turned this place inside out looking for hidden tunnels or chambers, Nico said, the path of his thoughts following mine. Mundane, Agrona muttered. Resting his hands on his hips, he stared up toward the very center of the cave. As far as I could tell, he was staring at nothing. Don't worry yourself about it, little Nico, it isn't your fault. After all, Arthur is just so very much smarter than you. Nico flinched as if he'd been struck and looked at his feet. I felt like I should intervene, but my mind was too busy with the puzzle of Gray's hiding place. So how do we find this pocket dimension? Isn't that what Jai called it? The aspect of ether called spatium is, as one might expect, quite adept at manipulating physical space, Agrona said, his tone changing. Instead of the cold, goading sarcasm, he sounded like an eager professor explaining a favored topic. Such pocket dimensions have all kinds of uses. The extra-dimensional storage artifacts so commonly used throughout both continents were designed based on a similar premise. Of course, the Jinn could do many things that are today seen by most as impossible. Agrona walked in a circle around the cavern, his eyes always focused on the same point. When bound into an item with runes, such spaces are relatively stable, but when projected as such, Agrona stopped pacing and took a few steps back. Although he stood in a relaxed posture, waves of dark mana began to radiate forward from him. Dark striations appeared in the air as his mana disrupted that in the atmosphere, scattering it throughout the cavern. A transparent, ethereal bubble became visible, revealed by the waves of mana. It shimmered, shining with an internal light that was somehow contrary to the dark mana bombarding it. It was small, only a few feet across, and hovered 15 feet in the air. Only then, looking at it with so much mana highlighting it, did I sense the distortion that might have revealed its presence. One part of me was embarrassed that I had failed to sense it before, while another was amazed and a little afraid that Jai had found it from across the ocean and with the Alacrian search forces so far away. I was also curious by how easily Agrona seemed to identify and manipulate it. But as it all worked together, it mostly showed me exactly how unfair Agrona's jab at Nico had been. When I glanced at Nico, I realized he was still watching me, not examining the dimensional pocket. I gave him a small, apologetic smile, hoping that he understood. The mana issuing from Agrona intensified. Lashes of void wind were striking the bubble over and over again, growing slowly stronger. The edges of the bubble were fraying, and space seemed to warp strangely around its edges, bending and twisting the mana. "Stand back," Agrona said suddenly, gesturing with his hand. Nico and I quickly shuffled away from where the jagged lines of dark mana crashed into the transparent bubble, each lash striking with more power. With a rush of air, the bubble popped. Inside was, difficult to understand. A three-dimensional space several times larger than the bubble had been folded up inside it. I saw the space that had been hidden within as if looking at it through warped glass, its proportions entirely out of whack, the physical attributes making it up losing all meaning except for the presence of a soft glow. Further confusing the sight was the fact that it was rapidly unfolding itself as it spilled out into the cavern, transitioning from the pocket dimension back into normal space like a ship's sail unfurling. With the grinding of stone and a sluggish splashing noise, the hidden space settled in the center of the cave. Glowing liquid sloshed back and forth in a small pool, partially hidden by a pinkish mist that surrounded the pool in smooth panels like walls. Even as we watched, the mist began to disperse. Sitting in the pool, eyes closed, was Gray. A girl with his same wheat blonde hair sat across from him. I had never seen her in this form with my own eyes, but I knew from Tesha's memories and her unique mana signature that this was Sylvie, his dragon bond in her humanoid form. A dark cuboid relic floated in the air between them, snapping and sparking with violet jolts of ether. Both had their eyes closed. Neither moved as the pool water settled, the gentle sloshing against their clothes ceasing. They don't even know we're here, I thought. Despite being buried deep within me, Tesha trembled. Nico swallowed heavily as he stepped up beside me, his eyes locked on Gray. Once I'm sure he would have already been in motion, blood iron bearing down on Gray's undefended neck. Now, though, I couldn't read his expression. The soles of Agrona's boots crunched against the dirt-covered floor as he approached the pool gingerly. Surprisingly, his dark eyes were entirely on the girl. Once at its edge, he kneeled and reached out, his fingers just barely brushing a lock of her hair. "Daughter," he said, his lips carefully enunciating the word that he only barely whispered. Suddenly he stood, his fists clenched and the mana around him seemed to pull away in fright. Such a waste, such a disappointment. He looked away and started to turn his back on her, but as if being grabbed by some external force, stopped and looked back. You think like a lesser daughter, short-sighted and desperate. Your mother's act bonding you to a lesser like some common beast destroyed your potential. He shook his head and his fists unclenched. With a sigh he finally turned away and his eyes, their color lost within the reflection of the light from the pool, locked onto mine. Kill her, Cecil dear, take her mana and then we can decide what to do with your old friend Gray. I froze. The effort to look away from Agrona to Sylvie, his daughter, felt Herculean. I had tasted her pure mana before. At the time, I had wanted dearly to absorb every drop from her. What insights into mana, or even ether, would a full, healthy, powerful dragon's reservoir of mana provide me? And yet my focus turned inward, searching down deep to where Tesha lay. I had been waiting for her protestations from the moment Gray and his bond appeared, and yet she had been silent. She stirred as she felt my attention turn to her. I am in your thoughts, Cecilia. You already know what I would say because you feel the same way. I flinched back from the mental contact as if she'd struck me. After everything, that's all you have to say. Why bind me to a promise if you're not going to call it due? She didn't respond. I swallowed uncomfortably. A slight rise of Agrona's brow forced my focus back to him. This was an unfair request. She was his daughter and she was defenseless. It was cruel to ask me to absorb her mana. If she has to die here, why does it have to be by my hand? Another deeper, more frightened part of me acknowledged something else. She is his daughter and he is willing to spend her life this easily. The truth was, hadn't I tried to see Agrona like a father figure, hadn't I tried to be a daughter to him, I never had a family on Earth, just Nico. And Gray, I acknowledged with some difficulty. And Headmaster Wilbeck, who was always kind to me, Cecil dear, Agrona prodded a dangerous edge in his voice. I can't, I said around the lump in my throat. I'm sorry, Agrona. Please don't ask me to do this. Agrona took a step toward me. His face was impassive, as blank as if it were carved of marble. You are the legacy, Cecilia. The path before you will be replete with demanding obligations. You cannot balk at each one, needing me to hold your hand throughout. Your will must be absolute. My jaw worked silently as Agrona held my gaze. I couldn't look away from him. I will fight your battles for you. I will destroy your enemies. I will master every aspect of Asuran magic and I will make the world kneel if that's what you wish. I let out a shaky breath. My legs felt like jelly and my guts squirmed like fire eels. But please don't make me do this. This is your line. Agrona's stony visage cracked, but it did not shatter. He looked into the middle distance between us and gave a soft huff of something like laughter, but very much not. The motion made the ornaments in his horns tinkle softly. After all the deaths you have caused, this is where you decide not to kill. What sort of inconsistent logic bars you from killing my daughter? Is it her tie to Arthur, or her relationship with me? No, you are afraid of what might happen to you, knowing that I could do this to my own flesh and blood. No, yes, all of it. I looked inward to Tesha, wishing she would beg me not to kill Sylvie or Arthur. I won't do this, Agrona scoffed, a bitterly cutting noise. Be careful, Cecilia, you see what happens to those who disappoint me. He gestured delicately to the immobile girl in the pool. Nico stepped in front of me and held up the charwood staff he had designed, its 4 differently colored crystals gleaming dully. Enough. His voice was higher than usual and there was sweat on his brow. After all she's done for you. After everything, you don't get to threaten her, Agrona. My heart gave a strange pitter-pattering jump in my chest, and I yearned to reach out and wrap my arms around Nico, pulling him to me and keeping him safe. But then Agrona began to laugh. The sound of his wild amusement echoed off the walls and rooted me to the spot. I've had a lot of time to think and I figured it out, Nico continued, his voice shaking almost as much as the staff in his hands. He was still looking at Agrona, but I knew he was talking to me. The table, the runes, the energy transference, all of it. Agrona's laugh petered out and he wiped a single tear from his cheek. He gave Nico a predatory smile. Oh, go on, you've clearly been dying to have your big moment, hero. Stumbling, Nico began to explain. I struggled to follow all the technical details. Still, the purpose was clear enough. The artifact table, in conjunction with the runes marking my body, worked to transfer magical abilities from one person to another. Tentatively, I reached out and touched Nico's shoulder, and he stopped speaking and turned to look at me with desperate hope. Nico, he already told me I'm sorry, I know. His brows knit together in confusion and his mouth worked silently. Finally he said, no, you don't understand. Yes, you've caught me, Agrona said, raising his hands as if preparing for them to be manacled. Amazing detective work, sighed Nico. You have realized that I have backup plans. What a terrible shock for you, I know. Nico turned fully toward me now, setting one hand on my shoulder and leaning toward me until our faces were almost touched. It's not some emergency option, Cecil, it's the entire plan. He can take the legacy from you, all that potential, all that knowledge, insight into all the other Usra's mana arts, everything. Nico's grip tightened and his eyes shone with anger and fear. He's never going to send us home, it's all a lie, everything. Behind Nico, Agrona rolled his eyes. As usual, Nico, you fail to see what is right in front of your face. Do you think you and Cecilia can return to Earth and live a cozy, happy little life if she is still the legacy? Nico spun back to Agrona, again brandishing the staff. You've pushed me and taunted me and belittled me. Fostered my anger while taking everything else away from me. Baiting me along in your service with promises of bringing Cecilia here, and then sending us back to Earth to have a life together. You never stopped moving the goalposts to ensure that nothing was ever enough for you, but this is the line I won't cross. I won't let you do this to Cecilia. I looked back and forth between the two. Agrona had already told me what he and those mages were doing when I woke from my integration, and based on what Nico was saying, it seemed as if he'd been truthful. But Nico was frightened and angry. I'd never seen him stand up to Agrona before, and to know that he was risking Agrona's wrath to defend me. Enough, Agrona said, any hint of humor in his demeanor vanishing between one heartbeat and the next. A cold wind whipped through the cave, throwing dust in our faces. His eyes gleamed an angry scarlet as he looked past Nico to me. Cecilia, I am tired of this game. Absorb this failure of an Usra's mana now, kill her or watch Nico die instead. My ears filled with a terrible ringing. A heavy pressure seemed to descend onto my chest, crushing the air from my lungs. Somehow Nico seemed unaffected. His staff cut through the air, conjuring a shield of all four elements gusting, flaring, and swirling into and through one another. He spoke, and although I recognized the words as defiant, I couldn't process them beyond the drumbeat in my skull. I wanted to stop him, to protect him, to beg Agrona to understand, but I felt like I had been turned to stone. From deep down inside my very being, I felt a sensation like wiggling my bare toes in cool grass. It's okay, Cecilia, I'm here. You know what is right and you have the strength to do it. As I leaned into those words, truly appreciating Tesha for the first time since my reincarnation, something hot and wet sprayed across my face. Only as a kind of echo, I realized there had been a surge of mana. Slowly, my gaze fell from the flickering lights within the gemstones inset in Nico's staff to his tangled black hair down his neck and shoulders. There my focus caught, snagged on what I saw, but I was unable to process it. Nico collapsed to his knees. The shield cracked, the elements splintering and turning against each other as the magic in the air faded. To either side, Nico held one half of his staff in each hand. I saw all this in a detached sort of way, peripheral to the focus of my gaze, which remained on Nico's back just below his shoulder blades, where a black spike of blood iron had erupted from him. Dozens of smaller spikes burst out from the blood that ran down the black metal, and even more spikes grew from those, each one tipped with a drop of blood. These drops rained down like petals from a rosebush to pool beneath him. My hand raised, brushing against my face. It was the act of looking down to find my own skin red with Nico's blood that finally snapped me out of the otherworldly fugue. I drew in a ragged, desperate breath and threw myself onto my knees at Nico's side just as he began to pitch forward. Scooping him into my arms, I eased him down onto the ground. Nico, Nico, Nico. His name kept tumbling from my lips, my inflection changing each time, almost as if I were uttering the chant to a spell. His dark eyes turned to me, glossy with pain. His lips moved, but no sound came out, and I was too dull with shock to read them. They flicked up and away from me, and I followed them, looking up into Agrona's face just as his fingers tangled in the gunmetal gray hair I had always hated. With a fistful of my hair, Agrona jerked me up onto my feet and dragged me toward the pool. I thought I was screaming, but I wasn't sure. With a shove, I pitched forward onto my hands and knees beside Sylvie, almost landing in the pool with her in gray. Red spilled into the liquid, slowly tinging the bluish light an angry purple. Kill her, Agrona said coldly, his killing intent pressing down on me so I couldn't rise. Turning my head, I looked up into his face. There was no sign of the man who had brought me to this world, who had given me the strength and the confidence to dare for a new chance at life, in Agrona's expectant but emotionless gaze. Now, just like the researchers of my old world, he looked at me as if there was no doubt that he would break me. I would do his will as I always had. This was just another test. I closed my eyes against the pain that clutched my rapidly beating heart like venomous claws. Accepting what it would mean, I uttered one last, unexpectedly liberating word. No. Chapter 480, Providence. Arthur Leywin. Through the cacophony of indistinguishable sounds, I heard a muffled voice. Kill her. No. A bright blur in the heart of darkness. The bitter backdrop for the echoes of 10,000 splintered aspects of a mind pushed beyond the edge of capability of sanity. Against the back of my closed eyelids, ether seeped like blood from the pores between worlds. Interposed over this image was another, golden threads stretching beyond the bounds of one world and into the next, through a rift, reaching far and wide as they spread from the nexus point that was a single man, a man whose hands were red with the blood of civilization after civilization. In the image, I cut the cords of fate and watched an empire fall. In the image, I looked down at my own hands and they were red like his. Not like that. I cast the vision aside. A small dot of light was growing behind it. I tried to speak. The words came out as a cry. Another image. When I considered harder, longer me, a crown of light above my brow, the threads of fate wrapped around me like armor, Agrona powerless against me. In the vision, I struck him down 10 different ways. And yet each fateful blow reverberated across time and space to ensure failure and destruction, and 10 different visions within the vision collapsed around me. Me standing at the epicenter of failure, I cast the image aside with some difficulty. The light grew closer, brighter. I pondered the last vision, the only way. It was a door I could open but not see beyond, but it was the only way. The visions melted into a bright blur. I tried to close my eyes, but they were already shut. Indiscernible sounds battered my ears. Kill her. No, Arthur Gray, lightning behind my eyes, breath trapped in my lungs. A world written in fire, seen through closed lids. My eyes snapped open and a weak cry escaped my lips. I saw myself from above, a mind out of body. I was sitting cross-legged in the pool of ether-rich liquid, which rippled slightly and cast an uneven blue-purple light across the interior of the large underground cavern where Sylvia had hidden so long ago. Beside me, Sylvie sat in an identical position. Her face was scrunched into a tight frown, her eyes still closed, the lids moving as the eyeballs below raced back and forth, as if she were having a tortured dream. There was no emotion in what I saw before me. The scene was still too detached from me, too distant and unreal. Tesha, no, Cecilia was on her hands and knees next to the pool. Her gunmetal hair hung down in front of her face. Almond-shaped teal eyes narrowed, glowering through the silvery strands at the man standing above her. Blood pooled around her fingers and spilled into the pool, staining the dimming blue light. I didn't have to search for the source to know it wasn't her blood, but my eyes still flicked to Nico. Each faint beat of his dying heart sent more of what little blood he had left pouring from the unearthly branching black spike that protruded from his back. Neither did I need to guess at how this had come about. The mana that had conjured the fatal spell still floated around Agrona, barely controlled. He had already forgotten Nico, I knew. His entire will was bent on Cecilia as he matched her glowering stare with a look of cruel, expectant command. Many golden threads ran between the three. Those around Nico were beginning to snap one by one. Most led from him to Cecilia, wrapping around her, and fewer to Agrona. A couple of threads bound Nico to me, but these were trembling with tension, ready to snap. While few threads connected Nico and Agrona, Agrona himself radiated more than I could count. And yet I was covered in even more golden threads than the others. Wrapped around every inch of my body so that I was nearly hidden beneath them, the golden threads connected me to all the others, and then spread out into the wider world just like Agrona. So thickly were the threads wound that I almost looked like Arthur Gray. Through the woven threads, dimly glowing around me like the wrappings of an ancient mummified king, I saw it. The aspect of fate in and around me, bound to me, sitting just behind and above me, not in three-dimensional space, but in time and the pressed layers of the fabric of the universe that separated the physical world and the etheric realm in which it was trapped. I accept the vision of the future you have offered as also being within the natural order, the necessary advance of the arrow of time. The aspect continued, its voice only for my ears. But I offer also a warning. My vision retracted even further, pulling back through the roof of the cavern and the soil above it into open air. Instead of looking down on the beast glades, I was above Ediston, just like in the vision's fate had shown me of the past events there. Now it showed me the future. Just like before, white blurs representing the dragons arrived, and Ediston, as I knew it, was wiped from the face of Sapin. The bay looked lonely and forlorn without the city looking down on it, but time sped by and soon a new civilization was building there. The simple structures they constructed did not last long before they too were wiped out. The speed of the vision seemed to be increasing, so that I only saw flashes of each new city being built before it was destroyed. I withdrew further, until the entire world was only a distant bit of color against an expansive dark sky, empty except for the distant stars. All the wide universe was laid out before me in exaggerated colors, the stars bright pinpricks of light against a swirling, oilan water backdrop of purples, blues, and grays. And humming just beneath the surface, pressing against the walls of reality, was the building pressure of the etheric realm. A consistent rhythm began to pulse outward from the etheric realm like a heartbeat, and with each pulse the stars brightened and bulged. The beats grew stronger, faster, and I suddenly understood what was about to happen. As if my understanding had conjured it into existence, the world ruptured. It was like the vision I had seen before, the future fate was attempting to conjure into being through me, but the resulting cataclysm didn't occur on a global scale. It was with a deep, vague horror that I watched as the etheric explosion spilled across the sky, wiping away the stars and leaving behind only an endless void. The scene faded away, and I was once again looking down on myself and the aspect of fate sitting within and around me. With the fading of the vision, my horror faded as well. What it left behind was like a distant dream, only half remembered in the deep dark of the night. One that nonetheless stops the dreamer from returning to sleep for fear that the nightmare will resurface. Kill her? The cold words issued from Agrona, and he pressed down on Cecilia with his killing intent, pinning her to the ground on all fours. She closed her eyes, her pain written in the golden threads that connected them. Two by two, the threads connecting her to Agrona were snapping and fizzling away to nothing. Through gritted teeth, she uttered a single word. No. My eyes snapped open, and a weak cry escaped my lips. Agrona's head began to turn toward me, his intent sharpening into a killing blade. Crouching at his feet, Cecilia's eyes shifted to me, and through them I saw down deep into the heart of her, where a trembling Tesha uncurled and reached outward. Knots of golden threads strung back and forth between the two, a muddy, chaotic mess of past and future tying them together. Another thread connecting Nico to Cecilia snapped, and I sensed that the breath leaving his lungs was the last he would breathe in this world. Nico, the pool erupted into commotion as beside me Sylvie burst upright. Her hands flung out and a silvery, half-formed shield began to wrap around me. The scythe of Agrona's intent struck it, and it burst with a sound like a bell. Sylvie was lifted up, her body spinning through the air like a ragdoll. Warmth spilled into my empty core as Regis desperately expelled all his own ether, forcing it through the gates around my core. Strength ran through my channels like lava, burning and inexorable. Agrona rebounded back from Sylvie's shield, stumbling a step. Beside him, Cecilia rose. Just as fate hovered above and behind me like a golden shadow, a silver shadow rose with Cecilia. Emerald vines writhed through the silver light as Cecilia and Tesha stood together. The knotted golden threads binding them were unwinding. Not breaking, but unspooling, each frayed knot coming undone and straightening rapidly. The silver shadow that was Tesha raised her arm. Half a heartbeat later, Cecilia did the same. Emerald vines erupted from Tesha, snapping like green lightning through the air between her and Agrona. They slammed into him, knocking him back another half a step and clutching at his wrists and horns. Cecilia's hand tightened into a fist, and the threads around her flexed and vibrated, pulsing with golden light. Her jaw worked, her eyes closed, and tears leaked from them. Her hand fell an inch. Agrona scoffed, and Cecilia was lifted off the ground. She hurtled into the air until her back slammed against the cavern roof, losing a hail of small stones, and then she fell back to the ground, landing heavily in front of me. A dozen threads or more snapped and burned away between Cecilia and Agrona. The silver shadow that was Tesha was gone, dragged back into the prison of her body. Agrona's scarlet eyes lingered on Cecilia, his lips curling into a disappointed grimace. I raised my hand. Agrona's eyes shifted to me, widening. Many threads still bound Cecilia and Agrona. Ether hardened between my thumb and forefinger, and I pinched down on the golden bundle, shearing through the threads of fate as if they were no more than spun wool. A shockwave rolled back in both directions from the cut, slamming into Agrona and spilling over Cecilia's prone form, tossing her into the pool at my feet. Agrona stumbled and fell, going to one knee. His eyes lost focus, and in the rippling of space and time I saw the burning away of all potential futures in which Agrona was able to use the legacy, as a weapon in the form of Cecilia or as his own power. The shockwave continued to jolt through him, striking him again and again as each potential future collapsed in his mind. Leaning forward, I pulled Cecilia toward me, holding her face up on the surface of the dense liquid, now depleted of ether and casting a weak purple light. Many threads still connected her to the wider world. I reached for them next, but even the faint, cutting edge of ether around my hand was difficult to maintain. Reaching into the emptiness around me, I grabbed hold of the relic armor. Black scales began to fold into existence over my skin as the armor formed, spreading out from my chest to cover my entire body. But as the armor spread, brilliant white plates and ridges started forming over it, growing into pauldrons and greaves overtop the black scales. Heavy plated boots melded seamlessly into the greaves, and delicate gauntlets grew around my hands between my skin and Cecilia's in my arms. I had no time to consider the implication of this change, and as the armor began drawing in ether from the surrounding atmosphere, I turned my attention to absorbing what I could. The etheric edges around my gauntleted fingers grew firm again, and I again reached for the golden threads extending from Cecilia. Time seemed to stutter. Beneath me, the blood-stained pool exploded upward, forming into swords, axes, and spears. Black-lined wind struck me like a battering ram, and I pulled Cecilia closer to me, shielding her as best I could. The wind began to pick up the weapons and spin them, leaving me at the center of a deadly vortex. As the liquid swords and axes struck me, the armor pulled at my meager etheric reservoir, fighting to reform as each blow ripped it apart piece by piece. Through the storm of swords, I met Agrona's eyes, now the color of clotted blood. With a shaking hand, I reached for the golden threads. My fingers closed around a handful of the threads of fate, and the ether bit into them. Again, shockwaves rolled along the strings, spreading out across the entirety of the world. I felt everyone, saw behind my eyes 100 different cascading effects, as the lives of Alacrians and Dicathians everywhere were changed forever. My legs trembled and my arms shook under the weight of it. The vortex subsided, the conjured weapons splashing back down into the pool, now stained with my own blood as well. Agrona was on his hands and knees, his body heaving with every breath, his face a grimace of pain and desperate perseverance. Only a few threads remained around Cecilia, while the golden lines radiating from Agrona were uncountable. I had seen so many possibilities in the keystone when searching for the way forward so that fate would free me of its bonds. I didn't know what I'd have done if I'd faced this moment before. Even now, it was a difficult decision to make, to accept. It felt wrong. It felt unfair. There was no thread spreading out from Agrona that I could cut that would result in a victory here. No blow I could strike against him directly would bring about a world in which the future I had shown to fate could come to pass. I looked back at Cecilia. Her eyes fluttered open. There was no hint of Tesha in them. She had exhausted her strength and was buried deep underneath the stronger spirit of the legacy, bound by Agrona's magic and the spell forms drawn into her flesh. Another thread between Tesha and Nico fizzled out. Only a single thin golden line remained. Mana was starting to leak from Nico's core and rising from his skin like steam. Some wills were stronger than others. Certain visions of the future were so potent that they rewrote probability and potential, forcing reality to shift in order to manifest that future into being. That I now knew was the truth about how one altered fate, through action and will and unassailable belief. It was not another power to be manipulated or controlled. The Keystones had never been about controlling fate, only about understanding it. But through understanding, it could still be influenced. But it hadn't only been my will that had influenced fate. "I'm sorry," I said, and all my many regrets about how I'd handled everything between us came spilling out with those two words. Cecilia said nothing, only stared back at me. There was no desperation in her gaze, no hope, no fear. It wasn't trust either. As I looked into those teal eyes, I saw only acceptance. She knew this was her end and she no longer had the strength to fight it. I didn't acknowledge my own feelings. I felt guilt for my own actions, but I did not feel as though Cecilia or Nico had earned my mercy. Neither of my once friends had been granted a fair life, neither on Earth or on this world, and I didn't blame them for that. But both had chosen to treat this place, this life, this entire world, as if it didn't matter. While Earth was little more than a bad dream to me, it had become their fixation, both past and future, and they had treated my world, my family, as a meaningless stepping stone to move from one life on Earth to the next. I didn't acknowledge my own feelings, but if I did, I knew I would find bitterness and anger and hatred. I didn't acknowledge my own feelings because I didn't want to react emotionally. I didn't want to repeat their mistakes by letting the past destroy an opportunity for a better future. They didn't deserve my mercy, and they certainly hadn't earned redemption. But punishing them wasn't important either. Not in the grand scheme of things. Fate had shown me that. A roar shook the cavern and more stones and dust fell from above. Out of the shadows, purple light dancing across black scales, Sylvie swooped over us. The earth shook as her claw came down around Agrona, pinning him. A scythe of transparent black mana carved through the pool beside me, nearly taking off my arm and Cecilia's head. I reached for a golden thread that led from Cecilia up through the ceiling of the cave. I took hold of it, but I didn't cut it. Instead, I channeled Aroa's requiem into it, empowering the potential and conjuring a resonant hum through the thread that spread out in both directions. All of the other threads around Cecilia began to release, snapping like spider silk and turning to golden light and then to nothing but distant, inaccessible possibility. The last of the knots binding Cecilia to Tesha unwound. When the knots were gone, these threads too faded. Only two remained, the empowered thread vibrating out into the universe and the fraying thread connecting her to Nico, who had already breathed his last breath on this world. The last of his mana drifted free of his core and then out through his mana veins. A knot of bright amethyst motes of energy floated out of him. A small knot of golden thread, tentative and flickering, extended back to Cecilia. "Go," I said, my voice hoarse and weak. Tears leaked from Cecilia's eyes and her lip began to tremble. For a moment I saw neither Cecilia in Tesha's body or Tesha herself. Instead, I saw the orphan girl who struggled to make friends for fear of hurting them. With only a slight nod, she turned her gaze along the path of the thread. Although I knew she couldn't see it, she could feel it pulling her on. Her eyes rolled back, and the essence of her being burned bright within the golden light of the thread of fate, this one tying her back to earth. The etheric motes that had risen from Nico dissolved into the thread as well, and together, two small purple lights ascended up through the gold. Behind them, the string melted away. The final shockwave erupted from Agrona, tossing Sylvie away as if she was a dry fall leaf. The force of the wave crashed out along the threads of fate connecting Agrona to the world, and my mind was ripped out of the cave along with it. I saw the beast glades beneath a rippling portal in the sky. Devices of obvious Alacrian design surrounded the rift, cutting it off from the world and hammering it with waves of disruptive force. Dozens of wraiths floated in the air within the shield that protected them from the small army of dragons outside. The shockwave rolled along the golden threads until it struck the wraiths and instillers like a physical blow. Like insects in a hurricane, they were swatted from the air. When the first wraith crashed into one of the shield-generating artifacts, sparks flew from the device and the shield began to flicker. Then a second, third, and fourth wraith landed among the fragile equipment, and an explosion rocked the Alacrian fortification. Starting first at a single point, the shield surrounding them began to collapse inward. The hole grew wider and wider until it was larger than the shield itself, and then the shield was gone. The dragons hovered on the edges, staring in shock. Karen, floating at the front in his scarred dragon form, gave a bellowing shout, and the dragons descended on the prone Alacrians. At the same time, across the continent, another shockwave struck hundreds of imprisoned Alacrians. Screams erupted in their cells, echoing out through the underground city. Backs arched as people threw themselves on the ground, clawing at spellforms and cores. I saw among them Corbett Denoir and the warrior Aryan Karaz Protector, but also the young highblood from Xyrus, Augustine Ramsier, and many others I was familiar with. I saw as Seth Milview and Mela from Marin Town clung to each other, their faces twisted with pain and fear as they shook against the impact. Saris, Lyra Drade, and Karam moved among them, seeming to be the only three of all the Alacrians not crippled with the colliding force of changing fate. Elsewhere, I rode the shockwave as it sped over Ediston. It found Scythe Melsry as she searched through the carnage of a horrible frozen battlefield. The scythe bent down to check for signs of life from a pale-skinned woman with short white hair, the retainer Mauer. Lance Vare lay nearby, stirring slightly. Melsry regarded her warily, then drew a blade just as the shockwave reached her, lifting her off the ground before dashing her through a field of ice spikes. More threads connected across the wide ocean to Alacria. There, my understanding of what was happening began to break down as the effects of the blast were too widespread for my tired mind to track it all at once. Instead, whether by some thought of my own or some trick of the reverberating fate, I focused on Tigran Selim, Agrona's distant mountain fortress. Many fate threads connected to points throughout the fortress, and such was the strength of the shockwave as it slammed against the stone walls that the mountain shook and the stone began to crack. A high tower burst apart at the base, sending down an avalanche of shattered stone to crash among the lower levels, the roof of the tower sinking into the imploding base in a cloud of dust. In the distance, far behind Tigran Selim, a geyser of bright orange lava erupted from the caldera of Mount Nishan. Black smoke boiled out to cover the Basilisk Fang Mountains in an impenetrable black cloud, and the ground trembled. As if in one voice, the entire magical population of the continent screamed out together, and then I was back in Sylvia's cave, lying in the shallow, mostly empty pool beside Tesha. The aspect of fate no longer lingered just behind and above me. It was gone, and my vision of the threads of fate connecting us all was gone with it. I rolled onto my back and looked up at Agrona. He lay on his stomach, his back rising and falling steadily but his eyes staring emptily ahead, blank and lifeless. A staccato beat against the wet ground drew my attention back to Tesha. She was seizing, her entire body shaking so violently that her heels clattered wildly against the stone. I dragged her into my lap, cushioning her head from the convulsions of her body. Golden eyes shone in the dark and Sylvie stumbled toward us, one arm cradling the other which hung limply at her side. "What's going on?" The answer was self-evident. The high density of mana that was compacted in Tesha's body was beginning to spill out of her, creating a kind of rainbow aura that flickered and danced in the air like the aurora constellate. "She can't control it." Regis, little more than a dark wisp with bright eyes now, flew out of my chest. He hovered in front of my face for a moment, then dipped down and vanished into Tesha's body. "She's trying fighting. Cecilia taught her or tried to, but it wasn't enough. She's dying." I ran my hands over her arms and up her neck where the spellform tattoos had helped to bind Cecilia to the body and maintain control over Tesha's spirit, along with whatever other dark designs Agrona had woven into them for his own purposes. But they were gone. The spellforms had been destroyed by the process of removing Cecilia from her body. "She has no core and she isn't the legacy," I said, holding her tightly to still the worst of the trembling. "It was Cecilia who went through the process of integration." "Art." Regis's thought trailed off for a moment. "She says that it's okay. She wants you to know that you did the right thing." I swallowed and ran a hand over Tesha's hair. It was strange, thinking of it specifically as Tesha's hair again. Her body, I winced as my core clenched. The wounds caused by Agrona's attack were struggling to heal. Despite Regis's sacrifice and the relic armor, my body was starved for ether. My lids were heavy and every movement felt sluggish and painful. I felt weak, weaker than I had in a very long time. My fractured focus returned to Tesha with a jolt. Mana was still pouring out of her, creating the dancing lights around her. Without the aspect of fate tying me directly back to the keystone and everything I had seen inside of it, the many potential futures I had looked at, using a combination of King's Gambit, fate, and the keystone itself, seemed blurry and distant. It had all been so clear before, right up until the moment I had severed Cecilia and the legacy from our world. Only the etheric realm's future retained clarity. That I understood. That I knew what to do with. Hopefully I can do what needs to be done. Arthur, Sylvie said from right beside me, making me wince. I hadn't noticed her kneeling down next to me. We have to do something. I know. I closed my eyes, squeezing them tight and then relaxing again. I'm sorry, I'm just having some trouble focusing. With a little shake, I forced myself upright and adjusted Tesha in my lap. She's saying, "Ah, shit, Art. I wish I didn't have to be the go-between here." Regis winced, a mental expression that sent a twitch through my own slack face. She's saying that she understands. It's okay, you've done everything you can. She wants you to know that after everything. Well, she's glad you're here in the end. You and Sylvie and me, but she added that as a kind of afterthought and okay, she loves you, Art, and she wants me to tell you. Good, stop, I said, suddenly fully awake again. Don't, this isn't goodbye. I looked around the cave as if I might find the solution lying out in the open somewhere. Agrona still lay comatose. The murky purplish light of the pool had faded, its ether spent. A single tear had traced down Sylvie's cheek, and she leaned against my arm, her breath shallow. The light of the mana interacting with the atmosphere around Tesha began to fade. I tried to lift Tesha and stand, but I couldn't. Sylvie did stand, but she wobbled on her feet unsteady. I lack the strength to transform right now. I can't get us out of here, Arthur. Without even the strength to lift Tesha, I struggled to make a mental inventory of all the tools at my disposal that might help her. I could communicate with her through Regis. I'm sorry, I said suddenly, realizing that I hadn't really responded to her properly. This isn't goodbye, Tesha, this is welcome back. Even as I said the words, I didn't know if they were true. I only had one option, but I didn't know enough about it to be certain it would work. Her body wasn't badly wounded. Could an elixir give her the strength to control a coreless body? With the little ether I had left, I imbued the spell form on my arm and plucked the two small, bright blue pearls out of my dimension rune. Help me hold her. I eased out from beneath Tesha, who was no longer spasming but still twitched occasionally. Sylvie and I adjusted her so that she was flat on her back, and Sylvie did her best to stabilize Tesha through the twitching. With the pearls held in one hand, I conjured a small ether blade in the other. Pain shot through my temples and core as I forced the manifestation into place. The blade flickered slightly, then solidified. Taking great care, I sliced through her top, then the smooth skin above her sternum. The blade parted cartilage and bone as easy as skin, opening into where her core should have been. Although her eyes were closed, Tesha's body trembled as I pushed one of the morning pearls down into the cavity. It settled there, sitting like a tiny, bright blue core in her chest, the core of a Leviathan infant who never had a chance to live their life, a life now given to Tesha. I felt my jaw working as I clenched my teeth, the tension palpable, and forced myself to relax. Regis pulled back from her body at my command. There was no longer any reaching her mind within anyway. She was fully unconscious, her pulse barely beating. Both Regis and Sylvie had shared in my memories of using the other morning pearl on Chul, but I could feel their anticipation and distress as the seconds continued to tick past and nothing happened. It takes time, I assured them. I felt Sylvie's attention shift, and I followed her gaze back to her father. The legacy was as intrinsic to his plans as the mana veins are to a conjurer. Removing it, even the possibility of it, sent a shockwave through fate that rippled across the entirety of our world. It was like reaching into his chest and pulling out half the channels running through his body. Sylvie glared at her father's comatose form. I saw parts of it. I couldn't keep up with everything. What are we going to do with him? I never was able to see past this, I said, sagging. The effort of talking was draining the very last of my strength. The shockwave, I'm not sure. It acted like a flash of lightning, blinding me of everything after. I saw a lot of other possibilities, but it wasn't like seeing the future, really. More like coming up with a plan and convincing yourself nothing would happen except what you planned for. But I never found a way to strike Agrona directly, or Kezis for that matter, that worked. I shook my head. I'm sorry, without the aspect of fate here to tie me back to it all, I can't explain it. He is going to wake eventually though, right? Regis asked, bobbing up and down and flaring his bright eyes angrily. I know that using your fate scissors technique to beat him won't give us the future we want, but why not just, cut his head off now while he's unconscious. Use the other pearl to get your strength back if you have to. I looked between the three of us, then down at the last pearl, still clutched in my hand. With a painful pulse of ether, I sent it back into the dimension rune. I don't know if the pearl would even do anything to me. I admit, I lack the strength to even summon an ether blade now, but I won't risk wasting the last morning pearl. Sylvie struggled to stand again. She accomplished the task but looked as if she might fall over at any moment. I might have the strength to strangle him while he's unconscious. Maybe fate appreciates. Irony? Regis let out an appreciative laugh, and I smiled tiredly in spite of myself. Sylvie looked very serious, and as if she seriously might struggle to choke the life from a wounded raptor squirrel. Her expression cracked, and then she too was laughing at herself. I joined in, each shake of my shoulders sending pain quaking through every part of me, but mostly in my temples and the base of my neck. There was one part of me that didn't hurt, however. Looking inward, I realized the scar Cecilia had left on my core had healed, and the itching sensation had subsided. Suddenly, blue-white light, so bright I had to look away, glowed from the cut in Tesh's sternum. At first there was only a trickle, but it quickly became a flood. Mana spilled out of the cut and scrubbed away her scrapes and bruises. Within her, that mana hardened into a dark black pit around the little blue pearl. As more and more mana poured out through the hard black shell, it lightened to red, then orange, yellow, and silver. Finally, the newly formed core turned a bright, snowy white. Her breathing settled, and the tension in her brows and lips eased. She did not immediately wake, but a comfortable smile played across her sleeping face as if she were having a pleasant dream. I smoothed back her hair, wanting nothing more than to hold her in my arms and keep her there. But a part of me was hesitant as well, perhaps even afraid. She'd lived inside the head of someone who wanted nothing more than to kill me. She'd have learned all kinds of things about me, and maybe been subjected to any number of lies as well. Our story had been anything but simple up to now, and it would be callow and irrational to think we could pick right back up where we'd left off at the beginning of the war. The sudden appearance of an oppressive mana signature ripped my thoughts away from anything so mundane as romance. It approached with absurd speed, somewhere between flying and teleportation, and it was flanked by a cadre of lesser, but still inhumanly powerful signatures. The weight of it was too much to bear, and I couldn't help but sink to the ground, lying flat on my back. Regis took shelter in my core, little tremors running through his wisp form. Sylvie sank to her knees and stared at the base of the long shaft that connected to the surface. Dust billowed out as the approaching signature arrived, and I had to turn away and close my eyes against the stinging cloud. When I finally turned back, I was unsurprised to find Kezes standing there. Winsome and Karen and a person I had not seen in a very long time arrived a moment later. Karen hurried past Kezes, ignoring us and going to Agrona, who had still not moved. "Alive," he said, lifting Agrona's head by one horn slightly, then letting it fall back to the floor with a thunk. Lady Meyer, wife of Kezes and long ago my mentor, stood beside her husband with all the grace I remembered. Her gaze seemed to pass through Agrona to something deeper. "He is wrong inside." Broken, with a light touch on Meyer's arm, Kezes took a few steps forward, moving in a casual, unhurried manner that I was too weak to be irritated by. His lavender gaze swept over me and Tesha, then settled on Sylvie. "Bring him, bring them all. Call for all Usuras to return to Ephiatis immediately. There we will close the rift and be finished with this war for good." Chapter, Epilogue, CCILIA Sever. The smell of smoke alerted me, and I dropped the wool bundle that I was tingling before rushing to the kitchen. My hip hit the side of the side table, and I turned around too late to catch the lamp, which tilted to the side and broke against the uneven planks on the ground. Suffering a sigh, I decided to do what I could for the lamp after saving the ruins of dinner, and I continued into the little open-air kitchen, where a pot boiled violently and released black smoke. I had already learned what it was to grasp the burning iron handle with my bare hands. I lifted the heavy pot of the solar heating element and put it on the table. The iron feet left small black marks on the surface of the wood. Mying my lips so as not to sigh again, I took a wooden ladle and I stirred the soup, hoping that it had not burned too much, but knowing that we would eat it in one way or another. I stirred the soup for a minute or two to prevent the still hot iron from burning it further, then I took off my hand and picked up the cracked lamp. Looking at her with regret, I walked towards the door, but stopped in the frame to turn around and look at the little house. "House," I said, the word being strange on my lips. Nowhere else had this word agreed to me before, but the little hut, well outside the city, with its capricious electricity and its endless maintenance problems, seemed to me quite simply to be a house. I smiled as I walked down the 3 brick steps and bypassing the outer wall of the hut by a worn gravel road that held more from the earth than from the rock. The hut overhanged a meander of one of the many simulated rivers that surrounded the city, whose constant flow of fresh water was the fruit of pumps and valves rather than gravity. A thin row of evergreen trees bordered the bank of the river. A disused dock advanced from the edge of our property in the moving water, but we had never managed to obtain the permit to use a boat to enjoy it. Between me and the river, on 4 legs on the rocky ground which we had got rid of grass and weeds, was Nico. For a moment I saw him not as he was, but as he had been at the same time the boy I remembered and the dark face he had worn in this other life. This thought made me shake my head as if I had got up too quickly and saw stars. It was hard to remember all of this. It was easier not to try to remember. But sometimes thoughts came back to me and I couldn't help but think about it. I had a life on Earth as the inheritance. This version of me had lived a short and tortured existence before being annihilated by my own actions. My eyes closed and I had to be careful not to breathe too fast. At the risk of sinking under the waves of the following memories, I bit the side of the cheek and forced my eyes to open again, and then began to strolling on the gentle slope towards Nico. The sight of this Nico had faded. He had become himself again. Although her hair was still black, her face was soft and kind, his eyes tender. Just watching him eased my anxiety. He looked up. There was a stain of black earth or perhaps fertilizer on the edge of his nose and on his cheek. I could not help smiling at this sight. "That's exactly what I feared," he said, smiling at my smile, but when he glanced at the ground, the expression disappeared to give way to a frown of thoughtful eyebrows. "This ground is horrible. The river has not been there long enough to irrigate the surrounding land, and it's really rocky." He passed his fingers into the earth, biting his lip. "Despite everything, we should be able to do it." "The dinner is ready," I said stiffly. I knew he wouldn't say anything about the fact that he was burned, but I kept thinking about it. Unless we can go to town, buying something good, the soup will last for a few days. Nico got up and brushed his hands on his dirty pants. "You burned it, didn't you?" I uttered a dismayed moan. "I don't know what happened, the saucepan was lit and I got lost." "I know," he said to console me. Suddenly he found himself right in front of me and his powerful arms drew effortlessly to him. I pressed my face on the curve of his shoulder and started shaking. "I know," he repeated with his hand running through the back of my long brown ash hair. The detail remained in my mind. Ash brown, not silvery gray. "It happens to me too," Nico whispered, shaking me against him. "I'm thinking about something and the next moment an hour has passed and I haven't moved." I think he swallowed loudly and his hands go down my arms until his fingers mingle with mine. "I think that's what Gray did." What Gray did. Forging a radiant smile, I clasped his hands and moved him away from the struggling garden. "Come on, let's go to the city." He looked at me suspiciously. "This is your only weekend off a month, Cecilia. You know that if we go to town." "I promise you I won't train you, okay?" I looked at him beggingly. Laughing, he pulled me until his arm was draped on my shoulders, our fingers always intertwined. "I should be washed and put on my city costume." I leaned against him, smiling on his lips. Once we were both ready, it took us 20 minutes to walk to the station, where we could take a train to the activities district. We talked about where to eat and whether we could buy tickets for an old retro movie, or maybe even check the license office for a car or boat license. But it was just words in the air. We both knew that we could not afford anything other than travel by train and an economical dinner for two. Once we got into the maglev and took our seats, we're silent. I guessed that Nico was sinking into a disturbing memory of the way his smile faded and how his unfocused eyes filled with sadness. I wanted to know what he was thinking, but I didn't want to interrupt him. No, it wasn't quite that. The truth is, I didn't want to share this dark memory. I had my own share of these moments and memories, and sometimes the smells of blood and burnt flesh swallowed everything else. I felt cowardly, but I didn't have the strength to shoulder part of Nico's burden. Nevertheless, I shook his hand and put my head on his shoulder so that he would be there when he came back. "How long have we been here?" he suddenly asked, his cheek leaning against the top of my head. "What do you mean, here?" He made a vague gesture around us. "This life. This world, Nico, we were." I walked away and put a leg on the seat so I could turn and face him. "We are both born in this world. We have known each other since we were children at the orphanage. We have a lifetime of memories together." He nodded his head with a distracted air, the attention always elsewhere. "I know, I remember everything, but I don't feel like it happened to me. I hardly remember other things, like my childhood in Alacria. I broke through the evocation of the other world, but they still seem to me to be real. Here, I remember everything that happened before we bought the property, and we were finally immersing ourselves together, the marriage, everything. Everything is so clear, but I have the impression, like a life that someone else lived." I ended up for him, passing my fingers through his black hair. He glanced at my expression, then lowered his eyes to his hands stirring on his knees. "I'd like to understand what happened. I remember the cave Agana Ma." He swallowed heavily and closed his eyes. His breath escaped in a tense shudder. "I'm dead, Cecil." "No," I said firmly, seizing his hands and drawing them on my lap, forcing him to turn to me and look me in the eye. "And even if that were the case, it doesn't matter. I'm dead too, remember. All that matters is that we are here together. There is no heritage, no fight to become king, no crushing weight of fate on our shoulders. We can just live together. Whatever Gray did, whatever he did it, he got rid of that fate and brought us here." A little sad smile blossomed on Nico's serious face. "I don't think it's Gray. Well, maybe his power, but I don't think he chose this life for us. In front of my empty gaze, he rolled his eyes. It's you. This life, this picture in which we have been placed with all these perfect memories is exactly what you always wanted it to be. It can't be a coincidence, it had to be you. I don't know, part of me knew that I had not lived through all the memories I had of this life. It was a new reincarnation, but instead of being placed in a ship, a brand new body that would force us to take the place of someone else. Gray had somehow placed us in our own lives, our own bodies. I had checked the previous events and confirmed that my duel with Gray had indeed taken place and that this version of me had died at that time. This had not been written. His reign, the wars he had waged, his sudden and unexpected disappearance in this world, everything was as before. I did not understand him, but the power he had given us in existence as if we had always been there. We ended up where I had imagined, in a little hut on the banks of the river, normal people who were doing the best they could. No inheritance, no mana, no kai, we were just ordinary, perfect and ordinary. There was a ding and the maglev began to slow down appreciably. I jumped, realizing that we had been sitting in silence for a long time. I'm sorry, I know, said Nico, claving my leg as a sign of understanding. We went down the activity district and walked along several streets of the city, where we sat quietly in one of our favorite restaurants and enjoyed a simple but delicious meal and not burned. As we finished, my communicator rang, informing me that someone was trying to reach me. I had done a madness by equipping myself with a mobile communication device, but my work required me to do so. Looking at Nico with guilt, I pressed the button of the bracelet to answer the call. Director, I'm really sorry to bother you, said my assistant immediately, Evie. She looked exhausted. There was apparently a problem with one of the bills and 2 officials from the city office are here. Dinner time on a Saturday? I asked in disbelief without waiting for an answer. Luckily, I'm already in town. I can be there in 20 minutes. Nico watched me carefully. The expression was carefully empty. He would not be upset by my inability to keep my promise, but I knew that he would mercilessly teasing me about it. Oh, thank you, Director, said Evie, sighing relief. I heard her pass the information on to those responsible. Right. I cut the call and I made Nico my most beautiful pout. I'm sorry, it's an official thing, I have to. He raised a hand to warn the rest of my unnecessary apologies. You know what I think of what you're doing. These children, all the children of the orphanage, you're a great girl, use a great get, you're the best manager they can hope for. Expects Director Wilbeck, we said at the same time. We laughed lightly again, asking for the addition. Chapter Extra, Early Truth. Note, in this extra chapter, Arthur purposefully explores an alternative possible timeline in which he meets Cecilia only shortly after she is reincarnated. The intent of this sequence was to show Arthur being more purposeful in his use and navigation of the keystone before gaining the ability to freely manipulate it, as well as to help establish the experiences that led to Arthur's eventual decisions with fate. While the events didn't end up fitting into the narrative of Volume 11, I think Patreon readers will still enjoy the look into both Arthur's and Cecilia's motivations, as they connect directly with the plotline's eventual conclusion. Arthur Leywin. From the cover of the trees, I watched Tesha pace back and forth through the sun-dappled glade. Except she was no longer Tesha, not really, not now. Tess was there, buried beneath a freshly reincarnated and still confused Cecilia, but it was Cecilia who piloted Tesha's body as she meandered, head down, her lips moving constantly as if rehearsing something. The sequestered corner of the village of Idlehome seemed empty except for Cecilia, but she hadn't just been left alone in this precarious moment. When I arrived, I had found several emblem-bearing Alacrian mages on guard within the tree line. One of their bodies was growing cold not 10 feet from my vantage point, and the others had all been dispatched similarly. More problematic was the vitriolic mana signature I could sense not far away. Despite my rushed passage through the relictums to reach this point before Aldir's incoming attack, I was confident I could defeat Nico if necessary. But it would eat up valuable time and potentially cost me my chance to speak with Cecilia. It had taken several attempts to pass through the relictums in a way that allowed me to escape back into Dicathen, with enough time to breach both the mystical fog of the Elshire forest and the spreading Alacrian influence. Due to the vortex effect that caught the momentum of my passage through the Keystone's timeline, each life had to be lived at least somewhat inside each moment. I did not relish the idea of being forced to attempt it all again if this conversation went poorly. If only there was a better way to navigate this challenge, I thought for only a moment before redirecting my focus back to Cecilia. With how much I'd already changed to reach this point, I couldn't afford to lose concentration, or I might forget my overall purpose again and slip away into this new life without accomplishing my greater goal. Drawing in a steadying breath, I slipped out from beneath the shadows of the forest and walked into the open. Cecilia had her back to me as she paced toward the rear of a sprawling elven estate. Reaching the end of her circuitous route, she turned on her heel, took 2 steps, then came to a sudden halt as she saw me, her faraway gaze refocusing on me. This was not Cecilia as she had been when we fought within the empty ruins of Exege's palace. In the present of this Keystone manifested timeline, she was freshly reincarnated, confused, and barely able to manage the new power she'd been given. And yet in a few hours she will go toe-to-toe with an Usra at Nico's side. It wasn't hatred or even acceptance I saw reflected back at me in her gaze this time. Instead, I saw confusion and fear. And perhaps even a small spark of hope. Cecilia, I said her name calmingly as one might speak to a frightened animal. My name is Arthur, I'd like to talk. Her eyes narrowed very slightly and her hands raised to the level of her waist. Mana stirred around them. Arthur Leywin, I know who you are, but… She closed her eyes and turned her head away, a pained expression flickering across her features. I took a few tentative steps closer. You're experiencing the memories of the woman whose body you're inhabiting, Tesha Iralith. Cecilia bared her teeth in a sour grimace, her eyes still closed. You were promised to each other. Stop. Stop it. These last words were sharp, almost pained, and seemed to be directed inward. She's fighting you. She thought you were dead. Cecilia's eyes flashed open and she glared at me. You're our enemy. You fought Nico. There's more to it than that, I replied, still keeping my voice soft and non-threatening. You were reincarnated from another world, a place called Earth. Nico was too, and so was I. She froze, going blank. What? Relief washed over me at her obvious surprise. I knew that Agrona had used, or rather, was currently using, the freshly reincarnated Cecilia to deliver a message to the elves as Tesha, and I had guessed that they would not have had time to start manipulating her memories or poisoning her with Nico's hatred of me. I don't know how clear your memories of that previous life are, but I'm hoping you will remember me. I held my hands out to my sides, my palms facing her to show clearly that they were empty. In this world, I'm Arthur Leywin. But during the last, I was called Grey. Cecilia gasped, her own hands falling as the magic concentrated around them slipped away. Grey, but how? Agrona, I said simply. Nico and I were the anchors for your own reincarnation. Our relationship with Tesha forged her into your vessel. Cecilia's mouth opened and her brows turned down sharply, but she didn't find whatever words she was searching for. After a moment, her mouth closed again. She half turned and cast a look over her shoulder in the direction of Nico's mana signature. I don't bear you any ill will for what happened on Earth, I said firmly, trying to draw her focus back to me. You took the only road you could see. I regret everything that happened, but we were both used by forces greater than us. And Cecilia, that's why I'm here now, because it's happening again. Her gaze was slowly reeled back to me, suspicion seeping over her features. Tesha, her mind is cloudy and distant, her thoughts incoherent. She had been silent until your arrival. She's confused, in pain. You lied to her. I inwardly flinched, although I tried to keep the tick from showing on my face. My purpose here didn't involve attempting to hash things out with Tessa. That would have to wait until I'd solved the keystone and found a way to remove Cecilia from Tesha's body without killing Tess. But I hadn't anticipated Tesha interrupting this conversation or dragging it off course. I'm sorry, Tesha, both for the lie and that you found out this way, I said, speaking through Cecilia to the half-wakeful mind beneath. But if you ever have held any love for me, then I need you to let me speak to Cecilia without interfering. Cecilia's gaze turned downward, almost as if she were looking into herself. She's gone quiet, she trusts you. Her focus returned to me. What do you want, Grey? What do you mean it's happening again? Letting out a deep breath, I took a seat on a large rock at the edge of the glade. How much do you know about Agrona and why you've been reincarnated? She hesitated. Nico has told me only that Agrona is our benefactor. He is giving us another chance at life in exchange for our help. Nico's lived for nearly 2 decades in this world already. Why does he want you specifically? I asked, even though I already knew the answer. Cecilia's features twitched in distress. Because I'm the legacy, I nodded, letting out a shallow sigh. Agrona is a master of mental manipulation. He can even remove and replace your memories. He's already done it to Nico, and he's going to do it to you too. What you went through on Earth will seem kind by comparison. Cecilia took a half step back, looking at me as if I'd attacked her. Nico wouldn't do that to me. He knows what I went through better than anyone. I shook my head sadly. He's not the same person he was before. In part, that's because of Agrona's manipulation. But he lived on after you killed yourself with my blade, Cecilia. And all that time he thought I'd murdered you just to be king. That hatred festered inside him for the rest of his life. Then, after he was reincarnated, Agrona fed that rage, turning Nico into a weapon. No, that's… Cecilia trailed off again, looking toward Nico's distant mana signature. Why are you here, Grey? Why are you telling me any of this? I knew I was pushing it. But if I was going to get anything useful from Cecilia in this conversation, I needed her to be ready to tell me anything. If he hasn't already, Agrona is going to promise to send you and Nico back to Earth, not into your old lives but to any life you desire. When I finally escaped the Keystone, I would eventually have to face Cecilia. The truth was, though, that I didn't know how to defeat her without destroying Tesha. This promise is a lie. Agrona is using you, and he has no intention to reward either of you. Her brows knit and her gaze sharpened. How could you possibly know any of this, Gray? You seem very well informed for one of Agrona's enemies. I know quite a lot, I admitted, meeting her eye. But I need to know more. That's why I'm here. I need your help. If you can tell me what I need to know, I will help you too. How? What do you want, Cecilia? I stood, taking a couple of tentative steps toward her. You've been given a second chance at life. I was a king on Earth, but here I was given what I really always wanted, a family. It may seem like a strange trade, but it's one I'd gladly make no matter how many times I relive this life. But what about you? Cecilia ran a hand over her face, sagging slightly. She walked clumsily back a few steps and slumped onto a bench that rested against the back wall of the elvish estate. I don't know. Taking a chance, I cautiously closed the distance between us and went to a knee a few feet in front of her. I know you're already dealing with so much, and I'm throwing a lot more at you. But I need to know this, Cecilia. If you could do anything with this new life, what would it be? She considered for a long time, then finally said, Normal, Gray, I want to be. Normal, I remained silent, giving her room to continue speaking. I am not the legacy, it may be a trait that I have, but it isn't me, I just wish. Well, I wish that someone somewhere saw me as anything else. Her frown shifted into a wry half-smile. I guess that's Nico. The brief smile vanished, and she looked up through Tesha's gunmetal hair which had fallen across her face to pierce me with a viscous glare. I will protect him, Gray. If you intend on fighting him, you'll have to fight me too. Eager to make myself as non-threatening as possible, I eased down onto both knees, then sat back on my heels and folded my hands in my lap. I understand that. And so does Agrona. You may not believe this now, but I want to help you, Cecilia, you and Nico and Tesha, but I don't understand enough about what he's done to you. Do you know anything that would help me release you from this prison? Cecilia seemed to shrink into herself as she pressed her face into her hands. I'm so confused, Gray, I don't. What's happening? I was dead. I remember it, the quiet darkness, the relief at the end of so much pain, but I'd barely shut my eyes and then, white light and a broken heart. God, she's in so much pain. My jaw clenched until my teeth creaked as I imagined Tesha trapped inside her own body, bound and gagged by the runic tattoos running up Cecilia's arms to her neck. Limb by limb, I flexed my muscles until they hurt, then released the tension. Finally, my grinding teeth separated and I let out a calm breath. How do I release you from each other? Cecilia shook her head, her hair waving around her face. I don't know, Nico, she choked on his name and had to swallow before continuing. Nico said that she's not really there, she's dead, and I'm experiencing an echo of her memories. Agrona can calm them, even take them away if necessary. That's not true, I said, careful to keep my voice soft. Nico may not know it, but he's only passing along Agrona's lies. Am I? Cecilia jumped to her feet, looking around for the source of the voice, but I stood more slowly. Nico had suppressed his mana signature as he approached, and with Realm Heart still limited in this lifeline, I wasn't sensitive enough to have noticed his approach. He was standing in the shadows of the trees, a black silhouette within the gray. Nico, Cecilia, I put an edge of warning into their names. Today, your speech will be interrupted by an attack from Ephiatus, 2 Usuras. They will destroy all of Elenwar and everything you have built here. You will fight them, lose, and flee. I will find you again after 1 month from today in Victoria City. What bullshit, Nico snapped, stepping out into the light of the glade. You're a murderer, Gray. I wouldn't believe you if you told me the sky was blue and water wet. You were a fool to come up, and an even bigger fool if you think I'm going to let you. Nico, he didn't murder me, Cecilia interrupted, walking hurriedly past me to meet him. His glare turned to her, but something trembled at his edges. You don't know what you're saying, you're confused, Cecilia. I was there, I watched him. I do remember, she insisted, again cutting him off. I goaded him into it, pushing him harder and harder, then let down my defenses at the last moment. It may have been his sword that struck the blow, but it was my doing. Nico took a step back as if he'd been struck, his already pale face going ghostly white. That can't be true, He wrenched his gaze away from her to land on me. No, you killed her, I saw it with my own eyes. Victoria City, I said again, 1 month, and then I turned and fled into the forest. I felt Nico start to come after me, but Cecilia intercepted him. When I felt like I was at a safe distance, I used the short-range Tempest Warp I had absconded with to teleport back to the nearest Relictum's gate, buried and broken in the heart of the Grand Mountains, but now repaired by Aroa's Requiem. I had already considered Ellie, but I knew she escaped alive, and besides, this wasn't real anyway. With a last glance up at the rocky roof toward Elenwar, which would cease to exist within the hour, I stepped back into the Relictums to begin the next phase of my plan. Victoria City surged below me like an enormous anthill that had just been kicked. Not only did it operate as a military center for the west coast of Alacria, with a constant stream of soldiers entering and exiting the city, Its people were also preparing for the Victoriad. That was exactly why I chose this location. I didn't think it would be difficult for Nico and Cecilia to invent an excuse to be here on this day in particular. Technically, I couldn't know for sure they would arrive, but after my warning about the Usuras was proved to be true, it was difficult to imagine them not. Giving off no mana signature of my own, it had been easy to move around Alacria unnoticed. From the vantage of a central beltware, an ancient alarm system that had long ago been replaced by more efficient magical artifacts, I would be able to sense their powerful mana signatures the moment they arrived. The early morning passed uneventfully, and I enjoyed a breakfast of fresh fruits. As I was spitting out the seed of the last one, Regis drifted through the tower floor in his wisp form. Alaric's people confirmed that there hasn't been any hubbub among the local soldiers. They seem to have kept quiet about this meeting, whether they intend to be here or not. I only nodded and tossed him a strip of dried Wogart jerky, which he snapped out of the air. Silently, we resumed our watch. No more than 20 minutes passed before the air changed as two new, powerful signatures appeared in the city. They left the Tempest Warp platforms and moved purposefully away. I waited. They changed direction then again and I relaxed. Go get them. Regis melted away again, descending through the tower and rushing off on an intercept course for the two potent signatures. I did not have to wait long for them to return. Instead of navigating the streets and stairs, Nico and Cecilia flew over the rooftops. I stood at the edge of the belfry, waiting. They stopped 15 or so feet out, hovering in the open air. Their expressions were difficult to read, but they immediately felt standoffish and wary. Regis returned just behind them, solidifying at my side. His hackles were up. "I'm glad you survived Aldir and Winsome's attack," I said, crossing my arms over my chest and giving them a stoic look. It was Nico who answered. "What you said ended up being true, both about the Usura and about Earth. So the real question now is, what do you want, Grey?" I had been thinking about this moment over and over for a month. I saw no benefit in drawing the conversation out or dancing around the subject. "How can I convince you to leave Agrona?" They exchanged a subtle glance. "Is that really why you've gone to such great lengths to meet with us not once but twice?" "It's not my only question, no." The hairs on the back of my neck were standing on end, but I wasn't sure why. "How did Cecilia's reincarnation work? Does Agrona know how it might be undone without killing either spirit housed inside the body? What is Agrona's true purpose for the legacy?" I still didn't really know what kind of power fate would provide me when I escaped the Keystone, but I needed to figure out how I was going to deal with Cecilia and Nico without killing Tesha in the process. When they didn't reply, I directed my focus to Cecilia. She hadn't been in this world as long as Nico, and there had been less time for Agrona to corrupt her. "I can't promise that I am able to fulfill all your wishes, but I can promise you both that Agrona will never follow through with his end of any bargain. As long as you're valuable to him, he'll keep you, and once you're no longer valuable, he'll cast you aside." I grew frustrated as the pair continued to look at me without answering. It was almost impossible to see them as Elijah and Tesha now. Even though they wore the same faces, they were firmly Cecilia and Nico. That's when it clicked. I closed my eyes and let my head hang. A trap! Suddenly the tower was plunging down into the ground like a sword into soft flesh. My feet left the floor and I slammed into the ceiling. Beside me, Regis yelped and became incorporeal before flying into my chest. I reached for God's step, but a wall of horrible noise pressed down on me, slamming me into the still-moving floor hard enough to shatter it. The wretched, screeching squeal stole all sense from my skull. Distantly, I was aware of falling through the center of the beltware, then of a sudden stop and many tons of stone and soil collapsing around me, crushing me. The squeal remained, like glass shards rubbing against each other inside my brain. My body struggled to heal, but much of it was crushed and many steel bars pierced me. I should have suffocated, but I couldn't escape the agony of breathing nothing but dirt. Fortunately, I remained largely insensate, and the worst of the pain was smothered by the spell that was simultaneously drowning my ability to think clearly. It took time, but my conscious mind began to pull itself through the noise. I knew this because the pain grew stronger as I grew more aware. The weight on top of me shifted, and I came back to myself just in time to watch half of the belfry roof be lifted away, floating up into the air. Agrona floated in the gap that was left behind, made visible by a glowing star that orbited Cecilia. He looked strangely out of place in his finery amidst the tower wreckage deep beneath Victoria City. He was shaking his head. "Bold, Arthur, too bold, a sad ending to our game." He glanced at Nico and Cecilia. "They're mine, did you really expect to win them over so easily?" He waved a hand, and the wreckage of my body floated up from the crater. Pain racked every sinew, every joint, every limb and organ. "Well, your story isn't written yet. There is still much we can learn from your body." I closed my eyes and let out a genuinely amused laugh. The sound was cut off as I began coughing up blood. "Indeed, I am interested to see what else we can learn together." Chapter Extra 2, A Brief Repeat, Arthur Leywin. Repressed memories of another uncertain and drifting life have invaded me, homogenizing with many previous lives in a confused cloud of half-experience. As I floated in the aftermath of this life, my mind haunting my own child's body as the ghost of an old and restless spirit, I recognized him for the first time. I was tired. The keystone punished me in a way that I could not have anticipated. Like a candle that falters in the face of a strong opposite wind, I was in danger of turning off. I knew it, but I couldn't do anything about it. I had no opportunity to back down or give up. But with every life, the possibility of failure was becoming more and more real. The life of the infant rushed as I languished in this post-mortem cloud. I allowed the memories of my decisions to float, without taking the time to dissect my last attempt to resolve the key as I had done for the previous time. There was a new collection of puzzle pieces that had to fit in one way or another together, but my very human consciousness was tired, and my little infant brain wanted to do nothing but eat, sleep, and be clean. Suddenly, I was a young child again. How many times now? I asked myself briefly without succeeding to align all the lives of the keystone in order, each version of me resembling a little toy man placed on a shelf. The young, voracious version of me was already devouring the library books in my parents' office and was beginning to accumulate mana towards my sternum. It was enough for me to blink for the house to be destroyed when I woke up, and so that everything started again. By sinking completely into my body, I took possession of myself and stopped. I couldn't deal with all this again, not yet. I needed to rest. There was time. It took time. Standing on my chubby and slightly arcuate legs, I gave up meditation to play with cubes in my room. They weren't painted in color like the ones we had for the youngest children in the orphanage, but they were expertly carved to form small brick patterns, and I quickly arranged them to form a coarse wall. I indulged in the gray matter of my physical form as a child, and the instinct of a toddler took over. I started playing effortlessly and without worry. The day when I should have formed my nucleus and awakened, and Arthur Leywin's worries, Lance and region of all Dicathen, were overwhelmed by the desires of a toddler who quickly became a boy. Sometimes I had annoying echoes of memories like my 4th birthday when I suddenly thought we should have moved to Xyrus, but they fainted as fast as they had come. After a while, I no longer knew whether they were real or whether they were just half-forgotten little dreams. I was approaching my 13th birthday when I first spoke about these strange memories of my father. He stopped to ramble the rushes and looked at me with a pensive air. Few people believe it today, but some ancients still speak of ancient customs. People thought their minds were reborn in a new body when they died. Reincarnation, I think they called it that way. One of the things they were based on was that kind of memories. You know, memories that don't seem to be yours. With a shrug of his shoulders, he returned to raking, pulling the old rods towards the door. I pushed my own little pile of dirty rushes on the floor without really cleaning anything, my mind being absolutely not occupied with this task. But sometimes I remember the magic. Dad froze. I stared at him from the corner of my eye, and his face passed by several expressions one after the other. The surprise was quickly overshadowed by the pain, which melted into disappointment before finally being covered with a painful smile. I don't think that's so strange, Art. All children dream of doing magic. He sighed and pressed his rake against the wall. I did the same and dropped myself against him. He hugged me and clamped me against him. I'm sorry, I muttered into the rough cloth of his shirt. What? He asked, caught off guard. Why, I know you're disappointed that I didn't wake up. I tried to keep a stable voice talking, copying the tone he used when he and Mom were arguing, but he didn't want to feel like it was. He clenched and the embrace became troublesome. Slowly he released me, then placed one hand on each side of my head and forced me to look it in the eye. Listen to me, Art, you don't disappoint me. No, he added quickly when I tried to look away, unable to believe it. Listen, I'm sorry if I gave you that impression. He interrupted and let go of me, struggling to keep his calm. His jaw contracted as he picked up his rake and began cleaning the ground again. After a few seconds of hesitation, I followed his example. You have done nothing wrong, Art, he continued, the grater of his voice fading. If I seem disappointed, it's not because of you. I wanted so much that you were wise, and maybe I'm disappointed with the situation, but never by you. I know you may not see the nuance now, but it's important that you try. I don't want you to grow up thinking you've disappointed me. On the contrary. He interrupted himself to raking a large pile of rushes and went aside so that I could do the same. I'm afraid it was I who disappointed you, he ended by looking at me with watery eyes. I wanted to tell him that he had not disappointed me, that I loved him, nor was it his fault, but I couldn't find the words. He scraped his throat. Hey, what do we do to melt? Your mother and sister will only come back from the market in a few hours. Why not put down these rakes and fetch the training swords? His face became lighter, unknowingly if it was a real excitement or a mere false espy. We can finish the chores later. I didn't really want to, but I still got acquiesced, knowing that he was just trying to help. Dad put an arm around my shoulders to hug me and then gave me an elbow so that I could get past the front door. By the time I came back with the two training blades in my hand, I was already relaxing, leaving behind the dark thoughts of strange memories and magic to focus on the feeling of the leather-wrapped handle in my hands. When I put his sword back on Dad and settled in the center of the courtyard to make us more flexible, I had almost forgotten the whole exchange. I wasn't afraid to admit that I was good at a lot of things. Almost everything I was trying, actually. I might not have been able to form a nucleus, but I was doing pretty much everything very naturally. Sword fighting was no exception. Dad had started training very early, and it was so natural for me that I was constantly surprised with my technique. It's at least what he liked to tell me. I didn't remember everything that had happened when I was 4 or 5 years old, but I knew I had always felt very comfortable when we were training, especially with swords. It was as if everything else was going in the background and I could focus on what I was doing. As I leaned over, I caught my father, looking at me pensively, with eyebrows frowning by concentration. He looked away as soon as I looked at him, and I understood that he was still thinking about the conversation. I shouldn't have talked about it, I thought, reprimanding. I knew that Dad tended to think too much and become emotional. I had to support him. I was no longer a little child running after his parents whenever things seemed difficult. I was almost a man. I stood upright and made the sword spin in light wood. "Are you ready, old man?" Dad laughed, surprised, and turned his foot, bringing back the tip of his sword so that it was directed towards my face. "I'm always ready to give you a beat, little one." As I smiled, I pretended a forward slit that turned into a push under his care. He moved his hand slightly, placing his blade in a better defensive position. Leaving my right foot, I moved abruptly to the left and took a quick shot to his thigh instead. He changed his attitude, retreated his right foot to avoid the blow, and shot his gun on my shoulder. I fell into a front roll, quickly inverting my grip on the training sword in order to tighten it tightly against my body. Despite the speed of this maneuver, Dad had already turned and was rushing when I was back on my feet. I was younger and faster than he was, but he had much more training and the benefit of mana improving his speed and strength. "Experience always prevails over young people," he said with a smile before launching a series of quick moves. I blocked them all to the last. Feeling the end of his burst, I dived under the last blow and pushed my blade into the ground between his feet. Deceiving in the direction of the attack, he tried to retreat and stumbled over the blade. His eyes widened and he struggled hilariously as he lost his balance and began to fall back. I rushed forward to carry the dead blow, but the ground moved, sneaking under my feet. I collapsed, my blade escaping from my hands as I tried to catch up on the ground. "Tricher," I shouted as I fell. The sweet grass cushioned my painless fall, but the blow that followed against my shoulder blades hurt me as a dog. "Gah!" I drove away from Dad, trembling with laughter on the floor, his training blade held softly in his hand. "No mana manipulation in training," I complained, trying to get my hand behind me to rub my shoulders. I knew the blow was going to leave a painful mark. "I had to answer your invitation," he said nonchalantly, putting himself on the side and supporting his head with one hand. "That was clever." I was completely destabilized. "You think I'm good enough to be an adventurer even without mana?" I asked casually. "Where could I ever become one day? I have heard from other boys that the younger members of the Adventurers Guild are my age or less." Dad got up and held out my hand. I took it and he trained me after him. "This is not unusual, non-my-ma's adventurers, I mean. But it's pretty rare and they never rise higher than the first rank or the first two. The thing is, mana beasts are much more dangerous than you think. LGHTNOVELCAVECO/M. Entering a dungeon without mana improving your senses or creating a barrier around you is practically a death sentence." In front of my mind, Dad hastened to add, "But the Magi represent only a small percent of the fur population. There is simply not enough wizards to fill all guard posts or form an entire army. There are even tournaments for non-mage fighters. You're good, Art." He brushed the dirt of his trousers. "Too good, maybe," he added with a smile. "But you're so smart. Many of the best scientists and inventors that exist are non-mages. I have no doubt that whatever you do, you will be the best in your field." I rubbed my neck and tried to hide my smile. "Thank you, Dad, if you keep working," he said, winking. "Now let's go, enough warm-up. Let's see what you really know how to do, Art." With the same smiles, we put ourselves back in position before exploding again in a series of strikes, parades, skies, and quick counterattacks. 1 hour or more has elapsed in intense blurring. The fight ended only when my father suddenly lowered his guard and stiffened in the middle of the exchange, which caused him a violent blow to his forearm. He grinned, dropped his training sword, and rubbed the spot, while addressing a painful smile to Mom ascending the alley, frowning. Darling, your visit to the market was quick today." She passed him in his eyes to the front door, where one could clearly see a pile of dirty rushes and 2 rakes. "You say that every time, Reynolds." Next to Mom, Eleanor pretends to roll her eyes. "Yes, Dad, every time." I hid a smile behind my hand as Dad rushed towards Mom, kissed her quickly, and took the big basket full of basic necessities she wore. He tried to walk on the back of Ellie's shoe, pulling him halfway through his foot, and then cast an innocent glance at my wide-eyed eyes that made me cheer with embarrassment in the face of his stupidity. "Beautiful shot, Arthur," said Mom, continuing to pass in front of the house. "Your father will beg me to treat the blue later, I promise." Ellie laughed loudly, turning around and pointing her finger pointing. "I won't do it," Dad defended himself. The air was upset. "I am an adventurer and a mage, not a baby who needs to be kissed him bobos." Ellie is shundering. "I don't know, Dad, are you sure? Say goo goo gaga just to be sure." Mom smiled and winked at me, then she straddled the heap of dry, fibrous grass into the house. Ellie straddled her, grabbed a rake, and started removing the scrub from the doorway to let Dad pass. Facing the door, Mom turned around and looked at me, a little fold between her eyebrows. "Are you coming back, Art?" I realized that I had looked at Mom, Dad, and Ellie, all three gathered around the door of our house. A distant memory resurfaced, and I saw my father's body lying on the ground, torn like a beast and covered with blood. Then it was Ellie, a red spear piercing her body. And finally, Mom. My mother looking at me with a shocked air that turned into furious unbelief. "My brother," I shook my head and the vision became clearer. I saw my parents and sister, who were all looking at me with family anxiety. This vision left me a ball in my throat, and I suddenly wondered if I had not been hit harder than I thought when I had been in a clash with Dad. "I'm here, it's just that." I had to take a break to clear my throat. "I'm coming."